On the day Lynn's team encountered soul-destroying black magic, he fell into a deep sleep, at the same time leaving his companions to face the powerful evil alone. And since he fell asleep, 300 years have passed. But the restored peace and calm everyday life was just an illusion. And now the whole world was shrouded in darkness and black magic, which brought fear to everyone, turning cities into gloomy havens and displacing hope. The year the boy turned 13, an unusual guest knocked on the door of the magic tower, where he diligently studied books and magic. A hero with snow-white hair and bright golden eyes, she had heard rumors of a young genius who appeared only once every century, and she ironically doubted that such talent could be hidden in such a small child. The guy looked at her and ignored her. He continued to look for the book he needed, not paying attention to the girl. But she continued to say something in his ear, thereby distracting him from reading and causing internal irritation with her persistence. The guy, not paying much attention to her surprise, answered calmly that he was neither a genius nor a child, but simply had the name Lynn. The answer surprised her greatly. She could not believe that Lynn was really the same, the young 4-star archmage in the history of the Empire. This answer caused the girl to feel a slight pity, and she followed him like a playful puppy, not hiding her admiration. The heroine girl was genuinely funny and a little cheeky. She teased the guy, calling him a little child, despite his status. It was hard for her to call Lynn a genius magician when he still needed to have his diapers changed, but the girl invited him to join her party, joking that if he joined, she would change his diapers every day. Another stupid joke drove the guy crazy. He filled his hand with fire and released a fireball straight at the girl. She was thrown back several meters right under the bookshelves. The girl got scared and started saying that she was only joking. Then all the books from the shelves fell on her head, covering her from head to toe, as if the tower itself had decided to punish her for her inappropriate words. Lynn smiled for the first time in all the time he spent with the girl. He was glad that she finally closed her mouth and stopped chatting. But when she saw the guy's smile, she immediately woke up. She was glad that she made him smile at least for a moment and show real emotions. When Lynn saw that the girl had an iron hand instead of a normal hand, he then became interested in her. They shook hands and she introduced herself. Her name was Esther. She was a warrior of the fake Heavenly Church of the Dragon of Light. A warrior is a fake, which meant that she improved her body with various modifications, spells, magic. But because of this, such heroes did not have long to live. Esther asked Lynn to help her defeat the abyss that was spreading from the South Pole. In other words, she invited him to join her group of heroes. At that time, her group already included 2 famous people. The first was the famous archer of the Caius Empire, and the second was the priestess of the fire dragon from the Dragon Republic, Frida. But Lynn did not want to agree because he was still young and did not want to die. He asked Esther if the 2 heroes were as interesting as she was, hoping to get an answer that would convince him or, on the contrary, repel him. The girl said that they were as crazy as she was, but that was not the main reason why he should agree to fight, because there was something even more interesting. It was peace, which was the most important thing for the entire planet and for all people, security, peace, and life without fear. The word peace caused a strange resonance in Lynn, who studied magic in the tower after being rescued from the slums, since his main goal was to become the highest-ranking magician in the Empire, a 7-star magician. He had heard rumors that if a person reached the 7th star, he would be able to see the truth of the world, but he wanted to reach that dimension where no one had ever stepped. Living by reading books about magic for the rest of his life was fine, but to reach the 7th star, he needed to know about the world outside the magic tower. However, aimless travel seemed too tiring to the guy, and he wondered whether he needed it, or whether it would be better to stay where everything was clear. And then came the clumsy heroine who offered him to save the world. Despite all the absurdity of her words, sincerity could be felt in her gaze. As it turned out, this offer was enough to pull the guy out into the outside world, where real dangers and unfamiliar roads awaited him. Even though he didn't have a burning sense of justice to save the world, he accepted her offer out of simple curiosity. After which he packed his things and set out with his new team on a long journey full of unknown battles and amazing encounters. He and the archer Kays were drinking drinks in the forest. It was surprising to the guy that Kays always drank alcohol. But as it turned out, he was mute, and without drink, his accuracy dropped catastrophically, as if it helped him feel the magical rhythm. And the priestess Freda was an inveterate smoker. She believed that, as a priestess of the fire dragons, she should at least be able to cast a breathing spell. With each exhalation, black smoke filled Lynn's face, and she just laughed at it like a child. But nevertheless, they were both masters of their craft, and even their oddities did not prevent them from being dangerous in battle. A huge, one-eyed creature with horns and huge fangs rose above the forest, destroying everything in its path. This was the first joint battle of the new allies. It was time to test their strength and coherence in battle. They immediately attacked his eye. Since he was alone, by disarming him, they would get a good advantage and a chance to survive. And so it happened. The green monster immediately fell back, holding his bloody eye. And finishing off Lynn with his magic, the yellow magic beam easily destroyed the huge creature. The team was strong. The terrible monsters they encountered on their way were easily destroyed. And also the minions of the abyss, advancing to the north, were unable to resist their teamwork in any way. Esther often joked about the guy, even during battles. She told him not to fall in love with her, even if she was very charming. She invited him to go on a journey with him when they finished their business. And she joked that she was jealous of him and afraid that another girl would deceive him. But the guy was already used to her stupid jokes and didn't pay any attention at all. And so, 5 whole years of their journey passed. They became a whole team that no one could resist. But when their journey to save the world from the abyss came to an end, signs of erosion appeared on Lynn's body. This was the result of him being attacked by enemies for 5 years. And before the final battle with the abyss, he died, consumed by the poison that poisoned his soul. His life was ending. The guys could not save him in any way. They tried, but everything was in vain and to no avail. The curse was so strong that Freda could not remove it, even using higher-order magic. Lynn didn't want to die, and remembered a certain method that could possibly help if done in time. He made a tiny flap of the Lord's filter, the spell of immortality carved into his heart. This magic, which led his body into a sleeping state and was supposed to heal him, but no one knew how long it would take for the revival, but this was the only remaining option. His body began to become covered in ice, more and more with each passing second as the magic worked within him. He grabbed Esther and said that he would definitely return, and asked her to defeat evil. She, with tears in her eyes, promised to win, and no matter what, they would meet again. They shook hands, and his body was already almost completely covered in ice. Esther said that she would be with him until he woke up, and the 4 of them would go see the world like in their best times. After her promises, his body was completely covered in ice, leaving only a white block of ice on the ground. His consciousness was drawn into the cold grip of death, a feeling of buoyancy and emptiness, like sinking into a swamp. The thought was that he still couldn't see the truth from the 7th star magic system that he was aiming for, and also that he was unable to fulfill the mission for the world together with his team, to whom he had become so attached over the years. The joint journey across the vast world ended in front of the army of the abyss, rushing forward with screams, and all that appeared before him was darkness, endless and viscous, swallowing up his feelings and body. When he was tired of struggling in the darkness, suddenly there was a glimmer, his eyelids fluttered, and a warm wind hit his face. Behind him stood a red-haired woman with a kind face and a worried look, who called him Rain and asked if he was okay. She was his mother, although he himself did not know that he had a mother, because the boy thought that he was an orphan from birth. Then they came out to a square, where there were a lot of people. The guy had no idea where he was and what was going on. When they approached the Heroes' Square in front of the Vatican, the mother was surprised that the boy for some reason looked long and attentively at one of the ancient statues. There stood a statue, weathered and cracked with time, but still retaining its majestic power. He recognized them all at once because the images frozen in stone belonged to the very friends with whom he laughed, overcame dangers, and lived as one family. The heroine with the sword Christa stood proudly. The archer's smile was just as mischievous, and the calm figure of the priestess Frida radiated wisdom and warmth. And finally, he saw himself, a young man with eyes full of determination, hope, and inexpressible sadness, as if looking through the centuries. On the pedestal under their feet was carved an epitaph, the years of life, 4 lines that left no room for doubt that they were all long gone. He froze in surprise and anxiously asked his mother what year it was, as if afraid to hear the answer. She was alarmed by his strange words, but she still answered that it was now 1418, as if it were obvious. He couldn't believe what he heard, because in his experience the events of the past had happened quite recently, as if just a few days ago. He began to doubt whether he had really been reborn, or whether his memory, like a shadow, had been implanted into someone else's body without warning. It seemed impossible to him that Esther's laughter, Kay's drunken jokes, and Frida's aroma of tobacco could remain in the distant past. He wondered if they could have won their last great battle and changed the course of history. But he soon realized that this question was in vain, because the monument stood here as a sign of victory and as confirmation that the peaceful sky did not lie. The mother was surprised that he was saying rather obvious things, and said that if you climbed the Vatican Tower, you could see the frozen remains of Lord Lynn. He realized that he was most likely in some other body then. The mother sadly told that Lady Hester remained with Lynn until the very end, and only then her heart stopped, as a symbol of devotion. But for some reason he laughed, despite all the heaviness and tragedy of the story he was telling, as if something inside him responded differently. His mother frowned even more, saying that there was nothing funny about it, and asked what exactly made him laugh so much. And Rain simply remembered how Esther had once promised him that she would stay with him until the very end, and now he realized that she had kept her word. His fingers trembled as he touched the cold, time-eaten stone, trying to grasp the elusive reality. Tears flowed from his eyes without asking permission. He understood that he was the only one who did not fulfill his promise. He didn't know what his comrades thought of him, but he was a historical figure. The emperor himself personally erected a monument to him, and many towers of magicians and families of magicians considered him a saint. But the past 300 years have left him with only magic and memories of traveling to many places, and also the faces of his comrades, who always smiled brightly in his memories. They became legends, not memories. Esther once said that moments only become memories when they are shared with someone. This means that the guy's memories weren't memories yet, since he didn't tell anyone about them, and until he dies and meets them, they will remain unshared. And he had to go this way alone, as if someone had cursed him to live forever among the sounds of his own echo. Meanwhile, while he was deep in his thoughts, his mother quietly came up and placed a cup of hot tea next to him. But he still did not know what place he had been assigned in this world, and what exactly was the task for which he had been returned. But he knew for sure that there was a goal ahead, because the Empire of Holy People divided magicians into 7 levels of power. He once reached the 5th star, and in all of history, only 2 people were able to reach the 6th step, which bore the proud name of a sage. One could say that they had reached that very end of truth. If the guy hadn't left then with the team to fight against evil, he would most likely have been able to reach the 6th level, but then he would have grown old and died. But now he realized that he would regret this decision for the rest of his life, no matter how peacefully it passed. Even if someone could turn back time, he would still go after Esther again and again. But now Esther was gone, he hoped the world would be filled with her laughter. He wondered if the world they were desperately defending was really what she wanted it to be. The boy realized that he had to become a 7-star magician, because if he reached the end of magic, he would be able to see the true face of the world. Standing in front of the statue, he made an inner promise to himself to try his best to one day break free from the sadness and boundless emptiness that had engulfed him. The images came suddenly, like a spring shower, among them Esther, laughing and calling him to look at the blossoming trees. Frida, teasing and caring, said with a slight smile that such moments are truly romantic and remembered forever. Kay's was reserved and kind, always silent at the right moment, while Lynn invariably grumbled. All the members of the group were strange in their own way, but that was precisely the beauty of their travels, which he greatly appreciated. He spoke their names carefully, as if touching glass, and silently prayed that even a silent voice would reach them wherever they were. And then he let go of their images, not forever, but just enough to keep moving forward, because the past shouldn't hold your hand, and the living, led by time, are obliged to move into the future. And so began the new life of Lynn, who was now given the name Rain. He had a dream in which, during one of his endless wanderings, Esther suddenly asked him if he regretted never having had a real family. But he didn't care, because he couldn't even remember what his own mother's face looked like, as if it had been erased from his memory by time. He spent his childhood in the dirty and noisy northern slums, where every day was a test, until the headmaster of the school, Cidius, noticed his hidden magical gift and took him under his wing. That is why he did not know what family was, and did not even try to find out, because it seemed to him something alien and meaningless. Even if he had a family, he felt that he would not be able to get along with them because he did not know how it worked, and therefore did not see the point in it. Esther then said that everything is much simpler than it seems, and that you just need to cherish those who are close to you, because they are the ones who make us stronger. She believed that he would succeed, because despite the coldness of his words, deep down he remained a kind and vulnerable person. He heard the voice of a girl who gently woke him up, saying that it was already morning, and it was time to get up so as not to be late for breakfast. The hero slowly opened his eyes and saw a maid in front of him, who with a polite smile said that she was going to prepare food. Approaching the mirror, he saw in the reflection a boy with neatly styled black hair, skin without traces of former poverty, and eyes that could only belong to a descendant of magicians. He looked like a true heir to a great family, as if he had been born not in poverty, but in a house where his appearance was awaited with love and hope. Memories of his past life as a spoiled and stubborn boy returned to him just 20 days ago, as if emerging from the depths of a dream. This boy was Rain, the eldest son of the Ludwig family, one of the 5 great magical dynasties known throughout the empire. So Lynn, an orphan from the slums who was reborn into a noble family, had to constantly study and work to adapt to the new world. When he went out into the corridor, he saw his mother and the maid, and she asked him to go to his father and invite him to join the family breakfast. He nodded in agreement and entered his father's office, where he was met by shelves of books and old magazines. His father, who was working intently in his office, did not notice the boy enter. The father, Kevin Ludwig, looked up and asked with a concerned expression if his son had slept well, as he looked tired and pale. For Rain, such concern seemed strange and unusual, so he did not know how to react correctly, and simply remained silent. Instead of answering, he said that breakfast was already on the table and that it was time to go eat, trying to avoid a conversation in which he felt insecure. The father noted with a smile that his son had apparently come only for the food, and with a slight chuckle said that he would eat later, when he finished reading. The massive table where the father sat was littered with drawings and Whatmen papers, on which complex magic circles and formulas shimmered. Rain, interested, pointed to one of them and asked if it was magic, because the lines looked mysterious and unusual. His father confirmed his guess and explained that these were materials for a dissertation that he had to defend in a week, and therefore he was very busy, and since the food made his head foggy, he refused to eat. Rain saw one sheet where his father was clearly stuck, and calmly offered his help, hoping to be of some use in something important. Surprised, Ludwig asked his son if he just wanted to support him, but he replied that he wanted to help solve the magic circle. The father replied that he would be glad to help, but warned that if Rain was late for breakfast, his mother would start scolding him, so he told him to go. The father didn't even notice how his son came closer and was already studying the diagram, deftly scanning the runes with his gaze with such ease as if he was doing it not for the first time. The errors were obvious to him, the overlaps were too dense, the formulas contradicted, and the point of conflict could not be overlooked. Kevin stood in amazement as his son, without asking permission, picked up a pen and began confidently drawing adjustments right on top of the drawing. His movements were confident, calculated, as if he had been doing this all his life, and that was indeed the case. And when my father took the drawing in his hands, he could not believe his eyes. Because it was a complex problem that even the best scientists of the Empire could not solve, and it was a high-level spell that was about 200 years old. He looked at his son and did not understand how he, who had only mastered basic magic, could do this, because if the spell was restored, it could protect many people from natural disasters such as floods. Father thought that judging by Rain's knowledge of basic magic, he was not an ordinary person. However, considering that he belonged to the Ludwig family of magicians, it could mean that he did not inherit the talent for magic. Meanwhile, the son calmly asked again whether his father would now be able to go have breakfast with his family, since the table had already been set. Kevin hugged his son and said that of course he could. Raina's family was small, consisting of a mother, father, and younger sister, who only got together on special occasions. The little girl who looked through the door was his sister, whose name was Sari. She had iridescent black hair that was like silk and red eyes. She was quite a cute girl who inherited the traits of the Ludwig family, just like Rain. But when she saw her brother, she seemed to get scared and went back behind the door. This is because, in Rain's memories, he was never kind to his sister, and instead of being cold, he was simply indifferent to everything. He pretended not to notice the escape and continued reading, but his thoughts did not give him peace, and the voice again appeared before his inner eye, like an echo from the past. It was Esther whose voice softly and clearly told him that he must take care of his family, because he was kind, even if he did not know it. This irritated him, and he slammed the book shut, as if trying to drown out what was breaking through the indifference and silence. After that, he called out to his sister, and said that he could teach her magic, or they could play together a little, like children do. Siri froze in the aisle, surprised and confused. She clearly didn't expect to hear such words from him, and therefore didn't know what to do. For a second, she hesitated, as if struggling with herself, and then, not daring to approach, she ran away again, leaving her brother in thought. He realized that communicating with children was much more difficult than doing calculations and drawing magic circles. Everything was unpredictable here. But after some time she appeared again. Silent, a little timid, she came up and handed him the book. He looked at the cover and was genuinely surprised, because it was a publication with the basic formulas of one-star magic, and she was only 6 years old. For an ordinary child this would be incredible, but in the Ludwig family, this was almost the norm. And at that moment, memories burned him, and the episode where Esther asked him the name of the flower appeared before his inner eye. Lynn always grumbled that Esther treated him like a baby, but he actually enjoyed her attention more than he cared to admit. Now he knew what to do. He took the book, put it on his lap, sat Siri down next to it, and began to calmly explain the difficult sections. He began to explain on the houses. For example, a house with a thatched roof or a brick one, depending on what kind of house you are building, the materials changed. The same is true in magic. This role was played by a magical figure that determined the attribute of magic. That is, if you draw a triangle, it will be the attribute of fire, and the shape of a fan meant the attribute of wind. Based on this, he pointed to the image in the book and explained to Siri that the shape she saw belonged to the wind element. The next important step was runes, ancient symbols that played the role of words in magic and determined what the effect would be. He spoke about how the combination of the circle shape and the rune determined the outcome, such as fire being contained or wind being carried away. But it didn't end there. Magic wasn't just a combination of shapes and symbols. It had mathematics, equations, formulas, calculations, logic, and that's where Ciri stumbled. When he said the word mathematics, she frowned, and when he repeated it, she tilted her head in surprise, but continued to listen to her brother with interest. The maids and butlers looked at each other and exchanged light smiles as they watched the touching scene of the brother and sister studying. One of the maids whispered that Master Rain had changed a lot after he returned from Heroes Square. When the parents entered the library, they found the children dozing side by side on the desk, tired but peaceful. The mother, barely able to contain her emotions, covering her mouth with her hand and wiping away the tears that appeared from the unexpected tenderness of the moment, suggested capturing this moment in a painting. Father said that by the time the artist arrived, the children would wake up, especially since Ciri was very shy. Kevin walked closer and noticed the items on the table, which included books, feathers, and magic circles hastily drawn by a child's hand, and he immediately realized that Rain was teaching Ciri. He quietly said that Rain had changed since he returned from the square, and now there was some kind of inner strength in him. His mother noticed that even his speech had become more mature, and she worriedly asked if this was due to the influence of the abyss. Cabellon dismissed it with a grin, saying that it was more of a family thing, and recalled how he himself had once experienced a similar feeling. He said that when he was a student and had a 3rd level, he had the honor of meeting the great mage Lynn, a 5th level. He admitted that at that moment he felt ashamed, because he himself was only a 3rd level mage at that time, and he bragged about it, but he himself stood in front of a legend, and perhaps Rain's son had similar thoughts. When the mother asked again if Rin's body was really frozen, the father confirmed, adding that it looked almost alive. And he admired how he maintained his appearance through ice magic. She asked him with interest to tell her more stories, but he shook his head with slight sadness, as if to say that everything had already been told long ago. But suddenly he seemed to remember something important, that the ice contained Lady Esther's magic, and only Lord Lynn and Lady Esther could awaken it. Kevin suspected that there was a letter that Esther had left for Lynn, who might one day be able to read it. Father told Mother that Rain might not just be a genius, but someone who could one day reach the level of a sage. He shared that this morning Rain had solved a magical scheme that he had been working on unsuccessfully for almost a year. She was surprised to realize that it was this event that prompted Kevin to go to breakfast, although he usually did not get distracted from business. The father realized that it was time to teach his son the family magic. The Ludwig family has been famous since ancient times as thieving mages, as their strength lay in the ability to copy magic, and Rain can become the same. Kevin honestly admitted that he is not sure how much he will be able to teach, but he is ready to pass on everything possible. When his wife asked if it was really that much, he nodded and replied that it was exactly that, and even more than she thought, but he had an idea how to do it. Under the spring sky, tulips stretched to the horizon, forming a blooming ocean of light and peace. It was a place called Cidius, where a 1/3 of the land belonged to the Ludwig family, where meanwhile Rhine, with grass in his mouth, lay on his back, looking at the sky. But suddenly he sat up, as if an important thought had struck him. He muttered that if he wanted to develop, then he needed to set medium-term and long-term goals for himself, especially if this was the path to truth. After all, to become a 7-star magician, one had to do a lot, and no matter how young he was, there was no time to waste. But first he decided he needed to call a guide, and Rain laid out the paper on the grass. But suddenly his sister came up to him from behind and asked what he was doing. He sighed, looking at her irritably, because from the day he became kind to her, she did not leave her side, and told her that he was going to call the guide. And he suggested to her that if she wanted, he could do the same for her, and of course the sister happily agreed. While she was happy, Rain was pleased, but at the same time, he thought that her speech was a little awkward for a 6-year-old child. He began to explain that the shape of the circle was a polygon, and the runes he used signified foundation and movement, and each rune carried a meaning, and the combination of all four created a special effect that was only available to rare magicians. This magic belonged to the 4th level, which only a few people could achieve, and it was considered almost the pinnacle of mastery. In that country, only 10 people possessed it. As the energy entered the circle, a flash of power illuminated the paper, and a magical reaction caused crackling and sparks to fly through the air. He felt his body heat up, and his nose suddenly started bleeding. It seemed like something had gone wrong. When he took out his hand, the flash disappeared. He realized that he had not yet coped with such power. And it was lucky that there was a spell from Hyde. If there had been combat magic, everything could have ended much more critically. As he held his nose and winced, the light in the circle began to thicken and form a figure that resembled a winged creature. Rain called him Rudian. Sister extended her hand in admiration, and the butterfly landed lightly on her finger, fluttering its light wings. Rudian could evaluate the user's abilities and determine potential magical power, and then guide the user to what he needs to learn and practice more. The rune Ju in the guide spell reported on the basic magical power, and the rune Yu on the use of magic. In short, the best runes for training were collected. It might seem simple, but it had 4-star magic. He asked his sister if she liked the result, and she, beaming with happiness, nodded with joyful sincerity. He gently told her to go and study on her own so that she wouldn't get in the way, but inside he felt a warm pride. When the butterfly flew off her finger, Ciri laughed and ran after it, not hiding her delight and childish awe. And Rain frowned, seeing that his magic level was lower than that of an ordinary beginner, and his magic line left much to be desired. Things were no better with his physical strength. He felt that this body was still far from the level he had achieved in his past life. This was what was causing concern, since even to raise magical endurance to a basic level required months of training. But the latter rune suddenly reacted, and the system prompted that he could access techniques related to the blood limit. He realized that Rain's body was not complete trash. When he saw the name Belle Cidius and Curious, his heart sank slightly, memories flashing brightly like a long-forgotten dream. It was a name he had heard when he was still traveling with Esther, because at that time a guy wanted to join the squad who claimed to be the best magician. But there was nothing special about his skills, and Rain easily showed it to him with his magic, right on the spot. But his eyes haunted Rain. How self-confident he was, and how easily he read his spells, as if he saw them even before they were cast. And sometimes he even managed to counterattack. Now Rain realized that it was Belle Cidius, the legendary manifestation of the Ludwig family blood, which allowed him to see the flow of his opponent's magical power and predict his actions. By simply observing the flow of magic, Cidius could determine what kind of magic the enemy was using, and if their magical skills were equal, the one who used it better would gain an advantage. And Belquarius was even more terrible, because this power did not just read, but appropriated the magic of another person, turning it into its own, and there were only 3 such people in all of history. The reason why the Ludwig family is known as magic thieves is because of this eye. And although he was unsure of the details, his previous memories said that with this power, the tide of any battle could be turned. He realized that he needed to pump up his magical power and endurance to become a great magician. At that moment, his father's voice came from behind him, and when Rain turned around, he saw him approaching, walking slowly and with dignity. Father asked if he knew about the existence of a power called the bloodline limit, and if he wanted to learn more about it right now. Rain realized that it wouldn't hurt to study the theory beforehand, so he agreed, and his father said that during his absence, Elen would become his mentor, and upon his return, he himself would continue teaching his son. The father said that Elen, a professor of magic at the Delighton Academy, is kind and strong, and loves her nephew most of all, and they met when he was 6 years old. The woman who appeared in front of him looked provocative, short shorts, earrings, a black outfit that violated all family traditions. She crossed her arms and looked at him with a displeased expression, assessing him as if he were looking at a ruined project. Elen irritably stated that she, a brilliant professor, was entrusted with teaching a child who had neither gift nor charisma. She grabbed Rain by the head and asked in an angry voice, "Is he ready for difficult training?" When Elen started the conversation, she immediately declared that her name was not just Aunt, but the brilliant Professor Elen Ludwig. She said that she hated students who couldn't grasp the material the first time, and therefore he shouldn't ask questions. Thus began the training of the limited lineage of magic, which is never written down, but only passed down directly within the family. The knowledge of this magic existed only in the memory of elders, and access to it could only be gained by meeting face to face. Elen focused her magical power into her eyes, and her pupils lit up before Rain, adorned with stars of silvery radiance. It was Belle Cidius, and when he looked at her, it felt like her gaze was piercing him, tearing his insides apart. The sudden sensation was so strong that he involuntarily cried out, as if someone had touched his soul and body at the same time. Elen, pleased with his reaction, shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile that 3 streams of calculations were needed to activate this power. She repeated with pride that only one who could make 3 simultaneous calculations would be able to awaken this magical eye. Rain said he could handle it easily, and then she got out some paper and ink and started writing out formulas, seeing if he could understand the essence of magical calculations. Rain carefully studied each line, delved into the intricacies of the formulas, and thought that the restrictions on the lineage depended on innate feelings, but it seemed that the theoretical basis played no less an important role. If the founder of the Ludwig family had not laid such rigid and limited genetic boundaries, Lynn would have been able to use this gift in the past as well. Elen narrowed her eyes meaningfully and asked if he really didn't understand, couldn't figure it out, even if he looked at it several times. Rain replied that he would have enough time to figure everything out on his own, he just needed patience and diligence. Elen concluded with a sigh that there was little hope, and now she had no choice but to teach him personally and persistently. He thanked her for her willingness to help, and confidently laid out the paper to focus on his independent work. She was shocked that he refused her instructions and even began to ignore them, but this was Lynn's original personality, accustomed to independent study and finding solutions through reflection and experience. Elen snorted, told him to do whatever he wanted, and added that he shouldn't come and complain later when nothing worked out, even if he begged tearfully. The aunt sat down opposite, crossing her legs, and grumbled out loud while she buried her face in a book, occasionally peeking at her nephew's work. Soon, Rain frowned, as if confused by a complex formula, and stared thoughtfully at one point on the page. Elen silently pushed her book aside, solved the difficult part of the formula for him, and quietly returned the parchment to his side. Rain looked at her puzzled, not believing that he had received help, but she was already hiding behind the pages and pretending to read. She glanced again, quickly wrote a couple of hints in the margins, and quietly placed the parchment in front of him again. Rain looked at the formulas, as if trying to figure out if this was training or some strange mind game hidden behind Elen's actions. He wondered if this was how magic was taught these days, or if this was a special way of testing his potential through observation. Then Aunt Elen said it was time to take a break and went out somewhere. His mother took advantage of the moment while Elen left, came closer, and with a slight smile turned to her son. She asked if he thought his aunt was behaving a little strangely. He nodded in agreement because her behavior was really confusing and contradicted her loud title. His mother said that Elen did not know how to directly express concern, although in fact it was very important for her to teach her nephew. Then the mother remembered that when Elen was just as little, she was very charming and sweet. When Elen returned, he deliberately delved into the formulas, but still sneaked a peek at her reaction. He was surprised to see her whistling, pretending to be indifferent, although she was actually watching him. When their eyes met, she hid behind the book, but after a few moments she looked out again and stared at his work. Rain thought that she was as annoying as 6-year-old Siri, and it was making it difficult to concentrate on his calculations. He could not resist and asked her to explain one part of the formula that he himself could not understand. Elen slammed the book shut, but her eyes were already twinkling with joy, as if she had been waiting for this moment. She threw up her hands, threw away her book, and exclaimed that with such a student the family had no future, and demanded to see the problem. Rain pointed to the section of the formula where he was confused and handed over the parchment with slight awkwardness. Aunt quickly explained how to solve the example, showing a simple method and rolling her eyes at the obviousness of the answer. He apologized, but he felt a thirst for knowledge growing in him, despite his awkwardness, and Elen again said that he still had many gaps, and was surprised at what he did before he was 9 years old. The guy pointed to the new formula and asked what it meant, and didn't wait for Elen to get angry. She sighed and said that she had no choice, and now she would have to teach him this too. Elen clicked her tongue, warned that this was the last time, but still leaned over to explain. He asked again about the other part, not hiding his smile, and already knew that she would answer anyway. This was Elen in the role of a mentor, noisy, stubborn, but sincerely passionate about learning. And although her methods were strange, with her help, he learned much faster than he could have expected. On the 10th day of training, Rain felt a strange burning sensation, as if a light had penetrated into the very depths of his eyes. He grabbed his head, feeling how the pulsating energy was growing, and his vision was turning scarlet. A red light filled his field of vision, and his pupils began to pulsate, as if receiving an unknown force. It felt as if all the blood in his body was rushing to his head. The eyes were engraved with the mark of death, and a stream of numbers rushed before him. All the information about everything in the universe entered his brain in the form of formulas. Is this really what it is like to be the creator of the world? Rain tried to use simple magic, and the formulas themselves emerged in his mind, perfectly constructed, and he realized that he was able to understand magic on a deep level, as if he had become part of its essence. Now he knew how that other mage in the past had understood and parried his spells without effort. He was shocked to realize the scale of what was happening and wondered how far he could go. Everything around began to be perceived as complex numerical formulas describing existence itself. He looked up to see Elen staring at him as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Aunt muttered words full of amazement, not understanding how he had managed to achieve this in 10 days. Elen did not understand how her nephew was able to master Belle's Cidius so quickly. Personally, after receiving a special education, it took her 7 whole years to master this magic, and she was told that it would take 70 whole years. And the guy was able to use several spells at the same time in just 10 days, from scratch, without knowing anything. She thought that with such abilities at a young age, he would be able to compete with Lynn, who was called the Master of Simultaneous Summoning, of course, if Rain is not Lynn. When the academy classes ended, Kevin returned to the mansion and thoughtfully repeated his sister's words that Belle's Cidius was mastered in 10 days. It sounded so incredible that his mind refused to accept it. Elen told her brother that at this rate, thanks to Rain, the Ludwig family could become a leading family of mages. If all this was true, then he, as a father, could no longer serve as a mentor to his son, and this feeling troubled his soul. After Elen left, Kevin sat in silence for a long time, thinking about his son, who was growing by leaps and bounds, and his heart was filled with a mixture of pride and anxiety. At some point he quietly called out to the old butler, a devoted assistant, and Yud, the man who managed the affairs of the house, appeared in response to the call. When Kevin told him to contact his father, there was silence in the room. Yud asked if he was mistaken, since the relationship with the previous head of the family was tense and almost forgotten. Kevin confirmed that to his father and asked him to write a letter about his grandson having an innate talent and to ask him to put him on the right path. Yud smiled for a moment as if sharing his master's emotions, and he did not stop him, only smiling slightly in response. The butler nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the assignment, and promised to carry out the order with the respect it deserved. Spring retreated, giving way to a short and wet summer that dragged on for a long year, as if slowing the breath of time. Dark clouds hung over the continent, pouring down rain day after day. Memories of last summer came flooding back. Although the journey was full of difficulties, heat, and fatigue, it was always remembered with warm longing and a slight smile. During the day, he always studied household magic from Aunt Elen, which was not always easy, but quite interesting. Then, whenever possible, I taught my sister Sari the basics of magic, which was also not a very easy task. And at night, he concentrated on training his physical and magical strength. The development of modern magic that Rain learned from Elen and from books was truly astounding. For a man who lived 300 years ago like him, it was shocking. He increasingly thought about modern magic, especially about the methods that greatly simplified the construction of formulas, because modern formulas were more powerful and easier to learn, and he recognized that progress had changed the very essence of magic. And with his condition, becoming a 7-star mage in that era was absolutely impossible. One day, Rain approached his father with a serious look and asked for permission to leave his home to study in the capital of magic for 3 years. Kevin was surprised by his son's desire and didn't immediately find what to answer, because the request sounded unexpected and bold for a 10-year-old child. He wanted to go to the Golden Rose in the City of Magicians, where the best magic university, Duel, was located. When Sari heard about this, she immediately clung to her brother, not wanting to let him go and trying to hold him at least with attention and shouts. Kevin believed that Rain was too young for such a step, and that at 10 years old a child should be close to his family and not in a strange city, since children from magical families usually entered Duel when they turned 16. In addition, another important meeting was about to take place in the boy's life, which he had no idea about yet, but which would change everything. Kevin took out a letter with his personal seal and placed it on the table, making it clear that his decision was not only out of concern, but also a plan. The letter came from Rain's grandfather, one of the greatest magicians and the former head of the entire family. Elen, seeing the letter, stopped eating and froze with a fork in her hand, amazed that the great magician had made himself known again after so many years. Scalzi Ludwig was not just a relative, but a master of Belle Curious, a rare spell that only a select few could wield. A surprised Rain listened attentively, not immediately realizing the significance of his grandfather's offer of personal training. His father smiled softly and said that training would begin immediately after the end of summer, which meant that Rain's path was determined from that very minute. As the long summer ended, the autumn sky blossomed with bright colors, painting everything around with a soft light and giving the streets an atmosphere of coziness. The carriage crossed the borders and arrived in the city where a new chapter in the boy's life was beginning. The city greeted the travelers with luxury and grandeur. Each of its quarters shone with its own light, as if reflecting the magical palette of the world. His father took Rain to the Academy of Magic, where Scalzi Ludwig taught, and the boy looked at the high towers with interest. Entering his grandfather's office, he saw a typical magician's room, books, drawings, and in front of the window stood he, his grandfather, the master of a rare spell. The old man looked at him intently, realizing that the boy had not come simply to study, but was seeking to awaken Belle Curious, one of the highest gifts of the family. Usually magicians use written circles and formulas, but the real art is the ability to do it mentally, on the fly, which is exactly what grandfather did. The old man used magic, and from the pressure all the books began to fall from the shelves and the walls began to shake. Rain couldn't understand what to do. Grandfather seemed to be ready to attack with magic with 3 red triangles. Despite his doubts, Rain concentrated and raised his palm, starting a chain of calculations and subjugating the space around him. As the flow of magic passed through his vessels, a wind rose in the room, the furniture creaked, and the air trembled with tension. Scalzi froze, feeling goosebumps run through his body as he realized that a rare power was being revealed to him. The magic circle disappeared without activating, but it was not stopped, it was erased even before the energy was released. The old man realized that the boy had contained the magic himself, and now before him stood not just a child, but a natural-born master. And this was the same magic of Belle Curious, which could control visible magic at will. He saw the boy smiling, enjoying not the power, but the very opportunity to learn and discover the facets of strength. Grandfather said that mastering Belle Curious was not the final point, since in order to use it correctly, the master must understand the essence of magic. Scalzi asked the boy how great his magical potential was, because without the proper strength the path could be dangerous. Rain replied that he was only capable of performing quick calculations for 1 third-tier magic, hiding his true abilities. This answer amazed the grandfather, because even this achievement at such an age was considered amazing, but Belle Curious required enormous magical power, and in his current state, it was still far from perfect. But Rain was ready for any tests. He understood that the training would be very difficult, but despite this, he asked grandfather to lead him to that level. Meanwhile, Scalzi remembered that he had not said hello to his own son Kevin because he had been so distracted by his grandson. He greeted him sincerely and said that they would definitely drink together after they confirmed Rain's suitability. Kevin was surprised and couldn't believe his ears, since he hadn't spoken to his father for many years. Then the father left grandfather and his grandson alone so that he could train him and make him the most powerful magician. It was a relatively calm time, and while winter lasted, the boy diligently continued his studies with a mage named Scalzi Ludvika, where the main goal of his training was to increase his mana and master the magical eye. Grandfather demanded that Rain read the spell faster and told him not to screw up. The grandson responded readily, clearly showing that he viewed each training session as an opportunity to grow even stronger. When he hesitated, Scalzi chided him, not allowing him to relax even for a moment, because slowness could be fatal. Every time he noticed his grandson's progress, grandfather glowed with pride, because he saw in him a genius capable of more. What others had to study for years, the boy mastered in a day, mastering even complex principles without error. All he had to do was accumulate enough time to polish his eye control and strengthen the mana flows in his body. Grandfather spared no effort and forced Rain to risk his life during training, using magic at full power so that the boy could grow significantly in his abilities. Rain understood this and gave it his all, trying to justify the trust and overcome all the tests that Scalzi put before him. When grandfather saw that the progress had reached high levels, he did not hesitate to release a fireball, warning that anyone who did not dodge would instantly die. A huge fireball filled the entire space in front of them and flew rapidly straight towards Rain, forcing him to mobilize all his strength. The guy activated Belle Cidius in time, and his eyes filled with magical energy, allowing him to see and control the power emanating from the ball. Grandfather sternly ordered to hurry, as the fireball was approaching at an alarming speed, leaving no time for error. In Rain's eyes, the entire world began to turn into numbers and pure binary code, revealing the essence of what was happening on a deep level of perception. Despite the sharp burning pain in his eyes, the boy continued to concentrate on fighting the dangerous spell, not allowing himself to be distracted. And Belle Curious was activated. The universe was transformed into equations and went straight to his brain. Now he could change the formulas at his discretion. The magic array consisted of 2 triangles. There was a designated runic symbol, called the Rudian formula. The decision he made was like an imaginary route that changed the course of events and formulas, allowing the danger to be deflected. As soon as the intervention was complete, the fireball disintegrated into sparks right in front of the boy's face, and the entire world fell silent. Suddenly, a sharp pain ran through his body, and the magical channels contracted, warning of severe mana depletion. Scalzi caught his grandson in time when he stumbled and almost collapsed, unable to cope with the weight of the load. The boy looked up weakly and whispered, asking if he had really just done all this himself. Scalzi confirmed with delight, pointing to his eyes shining with new strength, and did not hide his admiration. He exclaimed that it was simply incredible to activate Belle Curious at 14 years old and remain conscious. All that was left was to strengthen his magical power. Grandfather whispered that he himself had only reached this level at the age of 39 and still had not achieved anything like it. He realized that Rhine could rewrite the history of the Empire. The grandfather wondered with surprise who this boy really was, just a genius or something much more. Scalzi said that he would not interfere in Rain's life, but advised him to definitely enroll in Delayton as soon as he turned 16. The boy froze in thought, because the idea of entering did not arouse enthusiasm in him and seemed imposed from the outside. Even the fact that after graduating from the university at the highest level, there would be a chance to meet Archmage Lynn was not interesting to him, since he was frozen. But as soon as Grandpa said that Esther left a letter for Lynn, he immediately became interested. And he couldn't believe that Esther had left a letter for him. He wondered what could have been there. Grandfather said that Rainu, with his abilities, could read the letter, since no one at that age had awakened Bella Curious within themselves. At that moment, Rain was stunned and could only listen blankly, and looking back, he could tell that this was all just the beginning. The beginning of the story about the journey, along the path of former comrades, following Esther's letter. Rain was already ready to go to school. He said goodbye to his family, since there were about half a year left before the entrance exams. He wanted to take this opportunity to learn about the world and visit different places when he went to the south. He planned to stay in the magical city after the exams for a long time, because this is the place where all knowledge was collected. At the end of the year, the notoriously difficult entrance exam to Delayton was held, and those who passed successfully began the first semester in March. His family repeatedly asked him if he was sure of his choice, because they were sincerely worried about him and feared possible difficulties along the way. But he convinced them, saying that he had exceptional skills and there would be no danger, since he would follow a known path. On the 15th day of his journey, he was in the southern part of the Sacred Empire, the region of Garam. In the small town that greeted the travelers, there were a surprising number of taverns and inns, and he was especially struck by the fact that all the passers-by wore strange bamboo hats. When Rain asked one local why they wear hats, he was surprised and asked if he had ever heard of Lynn's caravan. It turns out they wore bamboo hats as a sign of gratitude, since long ago their leader received help from the Archmage Lynn. Rain wondered who the first leader was. Perhaps if he heard his name he might remember. But the second question in his head was what such respected merchants were doing in such a small town. The man reported that there was a problem on the road leading to the sunlit highway. There were ferocious monsters and dozens of people were missing. And everyone waited for the Lord's fighting forces to arrive, to eliminate the threat and clear the area of the monsters that threatened the travelers. Creatures whose essence was completely distorted by the magical abyss were called monsters and were considered extremely dangerous creatures. They looked like animals, but had a much more grotesque appearance and dangerous magical abilities, and no matter how many of them were destroyed, they never disappeared. Rain didn't see any danger, since the monster was most likely not of the highest level, so it would hardly be dangerous. He continued on his way, not taking the words of the man in the hat seriously, and completely ignoring his alarming warnings. Night fell. Rain continued his journey along the very road where the monsters were found. He felt that someone was watching him, but did not dare to attack. Perhaps those who were watching felt the difference in magical power, like an animal instinct, and were afraid to attack first. He remembered the words of the man in the hat that he was afraid, and thought that maybe he needed help, but he realized that it was not his concern, and let the monster extermination team take care of it. When he saw a flooded swamp and decided to go around it on a dry path, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of old memories. Esther held a map in her hand and showed the boys the way across the Belisor River. She wanted to go the other way because there was a flower field there. Lynn then began to freak out at the guys, since two groups of warriors who had crossed to the continent before them were destroyed while fighting at the front. And because of this, the front line stalled, and they barely held on, waiting for help from the other heroes, and Esther was talking about the flower field, and this irritated Lynn, because he understood that not all team members realized the seriousness of the situation. Frida at some point agreed with him, saying that she too felt the tension, and added that they really should hurry. Kay's mused that they simply didn't have time to eliminate all the monsters, as they were spreading across the continent without stopping. But Esther still insisted that there were many people in this world who needed help, even if the request seemed insignificant. She said that she hoped that one day Rain would grow up and start helping people himself, even if he didn't feel any benefit from it. The memories made him feel tired and slightly irritated, so he decided to stop and rest a little. Rain used a magic spell to summon his magical creature, which he ordered to find the one watching him from the darkness. While the servant carried out the order, he sat quietly and rested, relaxing his body and mentally preparing for the upcoming meeting with the unknown. Soon there was a loud roar, and his magical servant noisily dragged in a strange creature caught in the forest thicket. It was a massive white creature with huge fangs and many eyes located randomly across its face and body. Rain looked at him and asked if the creature considered itself a threat, since he had already encountered its kind and defeated them more than once. He decided to give the creature a chance, offering one simple condition: not to harm people and stay away from populated areas. But Rain quickly realized that this creature did not understand words at all and instantly used force, pinning the enemy's body to the ground. He walked further, and stepping onto the border between the southern and central regions of the Empire, noticed a cluster of dangerous monsters ahead. There were huge centipede worms with one eye, but some had several pupils, and they immediately moved to attack. However, as soon as they approached, they were quickly struck by arrows fired not by him, but by someone else hiding nearby. There were two archers standing in front of him, and Rain began to hope that one of them was Kay's, his old friend and comrade in arms. The two archers who had easily dealt with the monsters jumped down from the cliff and appeared next to Rain as he was still trying to understand what was happening. He immediately smelled the faintest hint of alcohol in the air and was puzzled by the thought of his old friend Kay's, hoping it was him. The archer calmly explained that aggressive creatures often appeared in this forest, and was surprised that no one warned the guy about the possible danger. Over time, it became clear that the evening shooters were descendants of the Great Palace, and, according to ancient tradition, guarded this section of the road from any threats. Rain gradually realized that it was not Kay's at all, and sincerely thanked them for their timely help and saving his life. After that, he carefully asked if they were near the Badantio mountain range, looking around at the nearby forest peaks he saw. The archers were at first wary of Rain's question, and then burst into loud laughter, not hiding their amusement and slight surprise. He didn't understand what was funny about the question, and he became increasingly surprised by their reaction, trying to figure out what he had said wrong. They explained that a long time had passed since the ridge had turned into Kislantine, and Rain called Badantio, which was strange and funny to them. Rain considered what was said, and assumed that this was probably the very same passage near Kay's palace, where, after defeating the Abyss, he founded a new school of archers. And the archers were students of the School of Archers, founded by Kay's, and traditionally the passage was guarded by those recognized by the headmaster of the school himself. It was amusing to Rain that drunken archery was the school's core skill, and it was interesting to see what exactly the archers had done to be assigned to this pass. One of the archers hugged the guy and said that he had come at the right time, since that day was a festival, a day when you could drink free alcohol, and those who wanted to become adults had to know the taste of alcohol. He insisted that it was through alcohol that one could understand the light of the sun and the mystery of the moon, although this sounded a little ridiculous to Rain himself. Another archer sternly reminded her partner that their duty was not over yet, and asked him not to be distracted from guarding that place. But he couldn't leave a child like Rain alone. He grabbed him and ran to the entrance of the village so that the boy would get there safely. They walked along a hidden path because of the fallen leaves. Usually the school students cleaned up the leaves, but that year so many had fallen that they had to clean them up endlessly. Then they almost reached the end of the path. The archer said that if you climbed the wooden stairs, you could get to the training hall. If you went straight ahead along the path, you could get to the village itself, where the festival was taking place and local residents gathered. Rain stopped suddenly when he noticed a stone monument in the middle of the forest, standing alone among the fallen leaves. He came closer, and when he was able to read the inscription, his body seemed to freeze, and an unpleasant feeling flared up in his chest. He instinctively clutched his chest, realizing that in front of him was a memorial to some great hero, and something inside him clenched. An archer nearby suggested making a wish, which surprised Rain because he did not understand the meaning of such a custom in this place, and the guy asked why it was worth making wishes here, because everything around looked deserted and forgotten. The archer was surprised in response, although he realized that perhaps Rain did not know history because he was still too young. He explained that this was not just a monument, but a real tomb of the K's palace, where many prayed for protection and help. Rain didn't believe the student's words and asked him not to joke like that. He made it clear that there was no point in him joking since K's was a hero, and ordinary people could not put a tomb in the middle of a mountain. The archer was surprised that the guy didn't know the history of the tomb. He asked if he even knew the archmage Lynn, whom everyone knew, and K's was his comrade. And K's believed that Lynn would return, even after death, and K's said that if the grave was in the village, Lynn would not have come, because he was embarrassed, so he asked to be buried on the mountain, where it was empty. He clearly remembered being angry at him for the smell of alcohol, pushing him away when he tried to joke and ruffle his hair. Rain saw how K's taught him the basics of magic in the past, patiently explaining even the simple principles because he believed in him. It flashed through his mind whether K's knew then that their farewell would be their last, and that they would never see each other again. He looked at the tomb with a heavy heart, unable to look away, as if expecting his comrade to suddenly appear from behind the trees. After all, K's promised to return to meet him. It was as if something had snapped inside him, and his mind clung to the word promised, which echoed in his head over and over again. Rain simply turned and ran away, not looking where he was going, not paying attention to the trees or the ground beneath his feet. He ran like a madman, screaming at the top of his voice, and tears streamed down his cheeks and would not stop. When the boy tripped over a root, he fell heavily right into a pile of autumn leaves, hiding his face in their cool dryness. Rain lay in the leaves, feeling how everything inside him was constricted with pain, and he did not find the strength to even move. He did not stop screaming, as if he wanted to drive out all the pain, all the memories that were tearing his heart from the inside. The guy sat down on the edge of a cliff near the mountain, and again plunged into thoughts and memories that haunted him. The thoughts were that I needed to return to K's grave and say goodbye to him properly. Even if it was already late, it was still worth going to the grave and saying that he was able to return back, despite everything that got in the way. And say that he is sorry and ask for forgiveness for everything that was done wrong, hoping that his words will be heard. When he lay down on the stone, he saw a bird flying smoothly in the sky, reminding him of something warm and distant. Rain recalled how K's could easily find birds in the dark thanks to his keen eyesight and innate intuition. He still didn't understand how he managed to aim when he was almost always in a drunken state, far from lucid. But the truth was that K's couldn't even hit the targets if he was too sober and too focused. The archer also could not speak because he had no tongue, but at night he snored with such a sound that no one could sleep. He saw the moment when they last met, and the memory seemed to flare up in his chest like fire. Rain screamed in pain, his voice breaking against the backdrop of crying faces he could never forget. He heard that crying again and screamed louder, as if he wanted to shout down his own melancholy and helplessness. Everything inside him was clenched with tension because he realized how much he truly missed them, and the tears flowed more and more, and with each memory it became harder to breathe, as if all the air was gone. But still, Rain found the strength to get up and head back to the place where his old comrade rested. He felt he had to do something important to show his respect and ease the pain in his heart. Rain thought for a long time about how he could help, and finally came up with what exactly could be useful at this moment. He concentrated, activating the magic, and quietly approached the grave. Then he suddenly lowered his fist into the ground, and at that very moment everything was illuminated by a bright red flash, like an echo of power. Every leaf and even the smallest piece of debris would flash and disappear into thin air as if they had never been there. Rain stood silently and watched as the fire cleansed everything around, leaving behind only warmth and the rustling sound of ashes. Now Kay's grave shone with purity, without a single unnecessary trace, as if nature itself had bowed its head in respect. For a brief moment, Rain felt a sense of light in his soul, because he finally felt that he had done something meaningful. Even if it was only a small help, it was what allowed him to feel a connection with the past and with his departed comrades. Images of Lynn and Kay's appeared before Rain's eyes, as if memories had come alive and come back to reality. Lynn, with a dejected look, asked the archer for forgiveness for not having the courage to meet the others, and not because of shame. Rain stepped through their ghostly images as if allowing himself to let go of the past and leave the pain behind. But despite this, deep down in his soul there remained sadness because he never fulfilled his long-standing promise. Autumn had arrived and the southern sky was clear, and the weather seemed especially clear and summer-like warm. And under the soft summer-autumn sky, a bright and shining city, filled with magic and lively streets, opened up before the Rhine. It was the magical city of the Golden Rose, where in the very heart of the city stood the University of Delighten, famous throughout the empire. The city had seemed fascinating to the guy for a long time, but when faced with reality, he felt that his expectations did not match reality. On every corner, there were merchants pushing books on magic and assuring that they were written by the best teachers, although the content was often questionable. Some vendors displayed strange items supposedly found in dungeons, claiming that they were trophies of true silver-ranked adventurers. It was believed that all knowledge of the magical world passed through the Golden Rose, and there was indeed some truth in this statement. Rain approached the shop with mysterious goods and inquired about the price of a rare item that looked familiar. When the seller said the price was only 10 copper coins, Rain was surprised, because he remembered that once upon a time he bought an artifact for no less than 80 copper coins. When the bell on the clock tower began to ring, which meant that the exam should have already begun, Rain remembered that he needed to run because he was there first and foremost to take the exam. He quickly threw the required amount to the seller and, without waiting for change, rushed towards the examination room. Meanwhile, thieves were running around the market, stealing artifacts and money. Rain thought that the security was not very good, but he did not want to interfere, since in a big city, the guards should have been able to handle it. Moreover, he was in a hurry to the examination hall. But in front of him, a grandmother fell down asking for help. Rain asked if she was okay, but thought that if she could talk, then everything wasn't so bad, and they could move on. It turns out that the thief snatched from her a family heirloom that was intended for her grandson to take part in an important entrance exam. But Rain ignored her request and moved on, convincing himself that now he had no time for other people's problems. But suddenly a voice sounded in my head as if from outside, which clearly ordered me to help and not to stand aside. When he turned around, he saw his past self, Lynn, looking straight into his soul, waiting for the right choice. Rain immediately ran up to his grandmother, promised to help, and resolutely rushed after the thief, ready to return what was stolen. Rain raced across the rooftops, trying to outrun the flow of people in the market and shorten the path to the thief as quickly as possible. He finally spotted the thief in the crowd, and his hand began to fill with magic, ready for a precise and decisive blow. He understood that there was almost no time left, because they were already waiting for him at the exam, so he needed to act quickly. He was ready to turn him into ashes. But at the most decisive moment, the guy was suddenly stopped by an unfamiliar girl, not allowing him to release the accumulated magic. She gathered a glowing magic ball filled with unknown energy in her palm, and without hesitation threw it towards the fleeing thief. At that very second, Waves of sand began to rise rapidly around the bandit, forming a barrier that instantly blocked his path. The criminal suddenly froze in place and, looking around in confusion, did not understand what was happening, because for the first time in his life, he encountered magic of this type. From that sand, strange figures resembling people gradually began to form, and the girl confidently controlled them, like the conductor of her own army. Then she deftly jumped right onto one of the sand figures, from which the silhouettes of guards began to emerge, ready for action. She confidently warned the thief that he had not chosen the best day to try to steal someone else's property in the city of the Golden Rose, because he was caught by none other than the girl Christa herself, whose name was known even outside the capital thanks to her talent and unusual magic. Rain immediately knew from the sand magic and her confidence that this girl belonged to the Varden family, one of the 5 great families of magicians. The Varden family lived on the eastern edge of the empire's border, and like the Ludwig family, they had ancient traditions and a strong bloodline. Before Rain regained his memory, he attended many family gatherings, and it was there that he first saw representatives of the Varden. He clearly remembered how Christa had made comments back then and told him that he should act like a true heir. And every time he encountered her, she would be smart and lecture him, so he would jokingly call her a nerd. The guy was a little surprised to see that Christa was already wearing an official uniform since they were the same age. It turned out that the thief also possessed magic and was not going to give up, engaging in active resistance with her. The magical duel was so powerful that passers-by in the market were thrown aside by flashes and energy strikes. Rain controlled the flow of mana and tried to use magic to protect ordinary people who found themselves in the danger zone. The thief possessed strange but very powerful magic, and was also covered with gold bracelets, rings, and amulets. Christa quickly realized that she was not facing an ordinary thief, but someone much stronger, and decided to use a more powerful spell, 2-star magic. The yellow magic circle began to expand and glow, painting the area in a bright color and showing her intentions. Focusing her mind, she called upon the power of her bloodline, summoning the ancient magic passed down through her blood. The Ludwig family was known as magic thieves, but the Varden family was renowned as magic commanders who ruled the land. A giant sand golem, several times taller than a man, with eyes glowing with a destructive red light, burst out from underground. The golem, obediently awaiting the order, directed its flaming eyes straight at the thief, preparing to carry out the will of its creator. But there was not a drop of fear on the bandit's face. He raised his hand with the bracelets and confidently declared that with these artifacts, he was invincible. And the magic from his hand copied the golem. It was the same magic that Rain had. The huge golem, from which smoke was coming, was now under the thief's control. Christa, who initially smirked as if it was nothing, did not take her opponent seriously and underestimated the sudden threat. She didn't notice how her own golem suddenly turned around and rushed towards her, obeying someone else's will. When she turned back, she realized that it was Bella's magic stealing magic, and she was very scared. And before she could despair, a flash of light stopped the golem's movement, pushing it back with a wave of alien energy. It was Rain who intervened, using his power to interrupt the enemy's magic and protect the girl at the last moment. The guy told the thief that by showing his trump card so early, he had made a huge mistake and would definitely receive an attack for it. Rain reminded that in a magical duel, being the first to attack does not necessarily mean winning, since strategy was more important than strength. The bandit was shocked by what he saw, as Rain was the first one who was able to counterattack him. Rain's palm flared into a ring of light that spun rapidly in the air. He used magic not to demonstrate power, but with precise calculation, adjusting it to the situation and changing the properties of the elements. Sensing the approaching threat, the golem Christa raised a mighty fist and slammed it down, raising a cloud of dust and debris. This was the form of Rain's magic circle called the Circle. And the engraved rune gave the water the ability to spread quickly. A clot of water born from the light spread across the arena and fell upon the golem, weakening its structure and blocking its vision. Christa, who was soaking wet under this downpour, asked the guy if he was really a water elemental mage. And she involuntarily tensed up, realizing that even the simple element of water could become a powerful weapon against the element of earth. Although such magic could not deal a decisive blow since he did not fall from one-star magic, it significantly reduced the golem's defense and changed the conditions of the battle. The thief began to mock and laugh again, but now from both of them. Suddenly, the golem's massive fist thundered straight towards Christa and Rain, destroying everything in its path. Rain reacted instantly and created a shield of water magic to contain the attack and protect himself and the girl. But the power of one spell was not enough, and the pressure of the blow broke through the defense, forcing him to retreat. The girl next to him watched what was happening with alarm, assuring him that water would not be able to withstand such a force. Rain continued to fight despite the mounting pressure and refused to give up, even when the situation seemed hopeless. The sand golem's huge fist finally broke through the defense and rushed with all its might towards the frightened girl's face. Rain grabbed her arm at the last moment and pushed her aside, taking her away from the approaching fatal blow. Having missed, the golem lost its balance and began to rapidly sink into the water. Rain instantly knew that the time had come to act decisively and use everything he had without wasting a second. He remembered that a thief who stole the magic of others lost the ability to use his own, and that was the key to victory. He activated the one-star spell in just a few seconds. All the calculations in Rain's head were completed, and the magic formula took its final form, ready for immediate use. The magic circle took the form of a double square, inside which two runes lit up, signifying law and path, symbolizing order and movement. This magic gave the earth element the properties of binding and reverse flow, and the entire formula was based on calculation. The light scattered as the magic circle shattered in his hand, and vines began to quickly grow from the cracks in the marble slabs. The vines, precisely controlled by the will of the magician, dug into the weakened legs of the golem and began to rise up, blocking his every movement. The creature shuddered in rage, but all its strength crumbled before the precise calculation and strategic use of elemental magic. The thief tried to subdue the golem again, but his attempts were unsuccessful. His body could only make dull sounds, being completely immobilized. The last vine burst out from under the thief's feet, instantly entwined his body and completely limited any possibility of resistance. He desperately tried to break free, but he couldn't even move. Rain walked up to him and tore off all the artifacts from the thief's hands. They looked quite curious. The thief shouted that the artifact was his property, but Rain knew very well that it was stolen from his grandmother. When the guy looked closer at the artifact, he saw two magic circles engraved. This meant that the thief could steal up to 2-star magic, thanks to Belle's Cidius. When the thief asked Rain who he was, that he was able to cast magic so quickly, the guy said that there was no point in answering, since he wouldn't believe his words anyway. And Rain went to that same grandmother, the owner of the artifact. He gave her the stolen artifact, which she wanted to give to her grandson. Grandma was so happy and grateful that tears came to her eyes. The people watching the whole thing began to applaud and enthusiastically shouted words of encouragement and praise to Rain. But Rain suddenly remembered the exam, grabbed his head, and realized that he could have already missed his last chance. He ran away as fast as he could, hoping that all was not lost and that he would get there in time. Meanwhile, a stranger in a black robe approached the defeated thief with a dagger, clutching the weapon in his hand. However, his gaze soon slid to the side and stopped at Christa, who was still standing in place. The woman turned out to be Professor Carolyn, who looked at Christa appraisingly and informed her that she had made a mistake. Caroline insisted that it was great to be confident, but it was impossible to use the golem so hastily. Christy immediately agreed and promised to be more careful next time. Then the girl began to tell the professor about the amazing Rhine. Because his speed of casting magic was almost the same as the professor's, Caroline agreed, and said that he was even faster than her. However, she remembered that during the selection, Rain did not give the impression of being a strong magician, and looked quite ordinary. Caroline wondered why he hadn't come to the entrance exam when he was there catching a thief. But despite his efforts, the exam had already begun, and it remained unclear whether he would be able to make it on time. Rain continued to run, not stopping for a moment, as if his fate depended on it. Christa, who was also supposed to take the exam, sighed in disappointment as she realized she was late. She approached Professor Caroline and asked if she could be given another chance, since they were helping people. In her opinion, if someone should be punished, it should not be those who bring benefit to others. Christa stated with conviction that even thieves make the world more interesting by adding events to the ordinary. She believed that it would be beneficial for the school to have students as out of the ordinary as Rain. Caroline agreed with her words because it was indeed true. The professor came into her office and took out information about the students who had applied and looked for Rain on the list. When she found information about him, she read that he had no experience in participating in magical competitions and also did not have significant achievements in other areas. Caroline thought that the genius prodigy that everyone was talking about could be a disaster sent to the Ludwig family from heaven. But when she read that he had been grandfather Scalzi Ludwig's assistant for 3 years, she was a little surprised. But the fact that Rain was his relative did not mean that he could do anything. After all, Caroline knew that her grandfather was one of those who would mercilessly reject someone if they did not produce results. But it was strange to her that Rain was just an assistant, and he was called a genius prodigy in the 8 great schools. She wanted to find out and asked her assistant to make an appointment with the rector, because there was something that needed to be discussed regarding an individual appointment. Caroline came to the rector and reported that young talents appear at the same time. 5 latecomers from 8 major schools were admitted immediately. The Varden family also sent a talented child, but he could have problems. Because the conflict between the magic families and the 8 schools was very deep, and getting involved in the students' disputes was very unpleasant, but this was undoubtedly a special situation. Delighton Principal Medelia Page told them to keep a close eye on the students and to intervene when necessary, but not too often. But instead of the usual consent, Caroline hesitated, as if something was stopping her from obeying right away. Medelia immediately felt this and asked her a direct question, looking at her inquiringly. The professor said that she doubted whether it was worth rushing to final conclusions. Medelia looked at her in surprise, expecting an explanation and not hiding her bewilderment. Caroline noted that Christa might not be the only genius from the magical families this year. It was an unexpected statement that immediately caused excitement in the rector. Medelia asked again if there were any unfamiliar names among those admitted this year, to which she replied that there were not, only Rain and Christa. The rector asked the professor if she wanted to arrange additional classes for Rain. But Caroline believed that Rain should be given the opportunity to act and not interfere with him at all, since she was interested in how he would behave in other situations. The rector turned her gaze to the documents, raised her eyebrows slightly, and the name Ludwig made Medelia frown. She noted that everything would soon become clear, since Owen, known as one of the toughest teachers, had been appointed as the class teacher. And for the girls it was strange that Rain did not want to accept any awards, because he did not like it when it turned out that he was a hero. Medelia noticed that he just preferred to quietly read his books, which was also strange. And the professor said that the strange ones always turned out to be good magicians. Perhaps it was a sign. Then Caroline noticed that the rector was somehow gloomy and asked if something was bothering her. Since Rain caught that thief who was somehow connected to the Dark Church, something was troubling her. Even the Special Affairs Department contacted the school and were supposed to arrive soon. So she had a bad feeling. She told the professor to be ready. The next morning, Rain was informed that he had been accepted, despite the fact that he had missed the exam due to being late. Professor Caroline suggested that he pretend that he had passed an additional exam and was included in the list of successful candidates. She was worried that the extra exams would be seen as a disgrace for those who failed the regular exam. But this was not a problem for Rain, who accepted the offer out of fear of having to retake it. So he stood before the gates of the greatest magical university of Delayton, where the pinnacles of the intellect of the sacred empire gathered. Lane stood in front of the main gates of Delayton, where the ceremony was to begin, lost in his own thoughts. He thought quietly that he had never had any real connection with the magical schools. After all, in his past life he studied magic with the head of the school, Osiris, and in this life with his family. Even then he didn't feel the need to learn from anyone, but he needed to find what Esther had left behind, waiting at the end of the road. In the meantime, he must improve his magical skills at least to the level of his previous life. Christa stood before him, wearing an academic cap and a white robe adorned with the symbol of a sleeping dragon. They greeted each other, and Christa wanted to thank him for helping her in the battle against the thief. But she changed her mind and shouted that she could have managed on her own without his help. Surrounded by whispering students, Christa Varden shrugged haughtily, as if expecting this attention, and proudly said that everyone knew her and that she was the most popular in this generation. He chuckled weakly and remarked that she seemed to be much more popular than he had assumed, and she said that only the Republic's spies did not know her. Christa informed him that Rain was officially a rival that she had acknowledged, so she considered him lucky. The guy couldn't stand annoying creatures like her, and he remembered that there was another one like her. The brat the boy met in the tower who insisted on being treated like a high school student since she entered the tower first. And she was just as boastful as Christa. But suddenly, as if remembering something important, she abruptly retreated and stood in a fighting stance. Christa passionately demanded a fight, assuring that their relationship was built on blood and duels. Christa shouted after him, accusing him of neglect, and immediately activated the magic circle. At that moment, a sandstorm burst out of the main gate, covering the students entering the ceremony hall. Fighting her might bring too much unwanted attention to Rain, especially on the first day. Christa boastfully asked if he had realized her true abilities, and if he was going to be serious now and show her his power. Lane was seething with rage as she didn't care about her surroundings and needed to be put in her place. At that moment, a cold, sarcastic voice filled with mockery came from behind him. An unknown observer sarcastically called them a comparable experiment in which both were extreme points. After all, on the one hand, there was the best newcomer, Christa. On the other hand, he is a genius child prodigy who barely passed the additional exam. Turning around, they saw a colorful character named Hubert. Hubert was from Rohwinam School and was also a graduate of Delayton High School, and his name was well known to many students. And he had been in a long-standing rivalry with Christa, with whom he constantly had intense magical clashes. Hubert told the boys to continue the conflict between the students, because for him it was a great way to brighten up a boring day. But Christa said the quality of the audience was too low, and she was downright unhappy, even though the hint was clearly aimed at him. And it would be unfortunate for the girl if Hubert fell into her magic and flew away somewhere far away. She said that he should be grateful to her for her attention. Hubert jokingly said that he was so grateful that he almost had tears in his eyes, but hinted to her that it was shameless to open her mouth when she couldn't cope with him. Christa was not afraid of him at all, and confidently told him to show everything he was really capable of, so as not to be unfounded. Hubert grinned as he looked at the girl and said that her proud nature had not changed at all, and by continuing to live like this, she was disgracing her family, and he felt sorry for her. Then Hubert finally paid attention to Rain, because before that he had been so insignificant to him that he had not even noticed his presence. He asked Rain why the genius young master who entered through the additional test was staring at him like there was something on his face or his words had hurt him. But Rain had only one question. Who was he to act so self-confident and talk as if everyone around him owed him something? And the guy asked if he knew how to use magic at all, because if Hubert was going to fight him, he had to be good at casting spells. Hubert had not expected such confidence from Rain, and the boy's words struck him as shocking, and he wondered if this impudent newcomer was taking on too much. After these words, the audience watching what was happening fell silent, because they felt a real cold in the air. Everyone knew who Hubert was, because he was a recognized genius who took second place in the most prestigious high school. When Hubert clenched his fist in disbelief, Christa couldn't help but laugh loudly, pointing at him. She mockingly said that he should be ashamed, because he got involved with a person he didn't even know and already lost. Hubert got angry at her words but did not have time to answer. Because an assistant approached them, she sternly ordered them to enter the hall, because the opening ceremony was already beginning, and Christa, as a representative, had to be ready. Christa gave Lane a finger, as if she wanted to pierce him with her gaze, and promised that next time she wouldn't miss the chance to defeat him. Her words caused a murmur among the students, as no one expected that Christa considered Rain her rival. Some people doubted it, because they seemed to have nothing in common, and they compared who was stronger, since Rain was Director Scalzi's assistant. And Rivarden's students simply looked at each other and went into the main hall, quietly smiling and not commenting on anything, because they did not believe in Rain's power. The host announced the beginning of the 1388th Delayton entrance ceremony and asked all first-year students to stand up from their seats. While the opening speeches and organizational formalities were going on, Rain could barely hold back a yawn, bored with what was happening, and waited for the tsardom to end quickly. The rest of the students looked much more animated, many of them beaming discreetly with pride at having entered the Empire's main magic school. But the atmosphere in the hall changed dramatically when the host announced that the university president would now give a welcoming speech. There was a clear rhythmic sound of boots, and all heads turned towards the stage, sensing the approach of a special person. The leather robe swayed smoothly with each confident step. The woman who appeared was so beautiful that the first-year students froze, amazed by her appearance and impressive presence. It was Medelia Page, a woman with light purple hair who was said to be the strongest mage in the Empire at the present time. She was a descendant of Amitsa Page, the founder of magic, and the head of one of the oldest magical families known throughout the Empire. For many generations, members of her family have held the post of president of Delayton and headed the Magic League. When Rain saw this hair color, he immediately remembered Elen Page, whom he knew from the Lynn era. This hair was genetics. Medelia greeted all the freshmen and introduced herself as the president of the university, addressing everyone without exception. She congratulated the 233 first-year students gathered there on their admission, but warned that half of them would not survive until their second year and would either be held back or expelled. This news caused surprise and alarm, and the faces of many of the students became paler than they had been at the beginning of the ceremony. She then explained that of those who remained, only a portion would be able to move on to senior courses, and less than 30 people would receive a diploma, because Delayton was not just an educational institution, but a forge that tested the strength and potential of each person. The audience froze in shock, because almost no one expected to hear such harsh words on the day of the inauguration. She compared students to rough stones that must be polished and tested to become jewels, and those who fall behind in the competition will not even be eligible to receive a diploma. Suddenly she raised her hand and pointed directly at all the students, as if to emphasize that this concerned each of them personally. Sternly and decisively, she ordered them to polish themselves until they became stones with their own unique shine. These words sounded not like a request or advice, but like a strict and categorical order that did not allow for objections. The ones who reacted the most strongly were those who scored the most points, including Hubert, who just chuckled. Delayton lived by the principle of eternal competition, and anyone who could not keep up the pace automatically lost the right to finish. Rain liked this system because it didn't take into account birth or rank, but only valued true skill. At the end of her speech, Medelia wished them to meet in 3 years, not as students, but as real magicians. She turned and calmly walked down from the platform, leaving behind only the rustle of her cloak and the echoing sound of her footsteps. The audience applauded, unable to contain their excitement and tension. Medelia's speech was perfect. Rain chuckled and clapped his hands lazily, feeling a strange excitement, as if something had finally become interesting. He thought that perhaps university life would not be as boring as he had expected at the very beginning. Meanwhile, Professor Caroline and Teacher Owen were watching what was happening on the balcony. The woman liked the energy of the ceremony and the students, but Owen noted that their energy had to match their abilities. Teacher Owen expected high-level students, but he saw in them only stupid people with manure in their heads. Caroline didn't understand what he meant at first, but he repeated that all students were doomed to fail. After the entrance ceremony, Rain received handouts for the study assignments and headed to the Hall of the Sleeping Dragon, which was reserved for first-year students. The snow-white building resembled a lying dragon, which symbolized the worship of these creatures as the pinnacle of magical evolution. Walking along the corridor filled with spring light, Rain reached the required classroom, checking the name indicated on the brochure. He silently opened the back door and looked around the room, which was simple in structure but elegant in decoration. The smooth rows of desks with elegantly curved chairs and fluttering curtains created a sense of peace mixed with the sense of blooming spring. His place was by the window at the end of the left row, and, propping his chin on his hand, he sat down, looking out at the class with a slight weariness. A moment later, a familiar man approached him and sat down next to him with a lazy smile, as if enjoying the possible chaos in advance. It was Christa. She casually threw out that the heavens were clearly cruel, since they had seated them next to each other and forced them to compete from the very first day. Hearing her voice, Rain groaned internally, not hiding his displeasure, since he did not expect to see this particular face among his neighbors. The girl behaved cheerfully and slightly defiantly, and her carefully styled hair emphasized her aristocratic origins. She, as always, insisted that she was the best student. She was happy that she was sitting with Rain and would be able to turn up his arrogant nose. Then a girl, the daughter of the Panton family, joined their conversation. Rain recognized her by her badge as Gertrude Panton, a member of the baronial family subordinate to the Warden family. She insisted that, in fact, Christa's behavior was part of her charm. But even without this, she still considered Christa charming, at least more so than someone who was only impressive in appearance. As the spring wind touched the curtains, Rain suddenly remembered the distant past, the scent of which touched his memory. Where Frida asked him if he ever wanted to study at school, to which Rain answered no. Since he was a 4-star elite mage back then, he didn't think that school could teach him anything new and thought that school was a waste of time. Frida did not agree with his words. She believed that school was not an easy place where one could study to achieve academic success. Rain looked at her in surprise and asked what was the most important task then. The answer was people. It was then that he began to wonder whether he needed such acquaintances, and whether there was any point in trying to understand someone in this new place. Just as he was about to sink into despondency, the teacher's door swung open, and a tense silence fell over the classroom. A burly man with broad shoulders walked in, looking at the students as if he was going to eat them alive. Some students whispered that he looked like a gorilla, not a teacher, and the atmosphere in the classroom instantly thickened. Christa, noticing him, also tensed up, and Rain was surprised to see uncertainty and slight fear in her eyes. She explained that it was Professor Owen, notorious for his cruelty and tendency to fail students. He was considered a specialist in framing failures, and many people left the academy because of him, without lasting a single semester. Owen looked around the audience with a hard look, expressing his incredible disappointment that these were the people he would have to teach. The teacher tossed chalk and believed that the students had only manure instead of brains. And when one of the students did not listen to him but looked away and was distracted, the chalk immediately flew into the student's neck. Everyone sat up straight, and a wave of silence mixed with oppressive tension and fear swept through the classroom. Owen continued, arguing that they were deluded if they thought they had achieved anything simply by entering Delaith. The teacher ridiculed the notions of court service and luxurious living, saying that such hopes had no place here. He promised to call them masters if they suddenly showed at least some real results worthy of respect. But for now, they were monkeys to him, barely growing fur, and they still had a whole mountain of things to learn. When he asked if there was anyone from the 8 great schools among them, Hubert and 3 others raised their hands. The professor sighed heavily, blaming these students for their poor performance and the fact that they could no longer be corrected. So Owen didn't expect any contribution from them and asked them to just not interfere. He then asked if there were any descendants of magical families here, and Rain and Christa raised their hands. Owen grimaced and called them disgusting. He thought they were acting all know-it-all and arrogant without having experienced any difficulties. The professor joked and told them to go home, first learn to change their clothes on their own, and then come back. He humiliated almost everyone with astonishing impudence, and Rain caught himself thinking that he had never heard such language even at the front. Owen reminded them that over the next year his task would be to turn these students, whom he considered lower than monkeys, into at least somewhat useful magicians. Not a single student said a word, but Owen could easily see the fear lurking in every look, and he warned that anyone who failed would be thrown out. He asked if they were really silent from fear, and received a unanimous "no, sir" from the red-haired student. The teacher said that since they were not afraid, they would immediately receive the assignment. Everyone had to form teams of 2 for the test, and the last team will be eliminated, without the right to retake the test. The word exception rushed through the ranks, causing excitement, as if it could actually happen right now. Some believed his words, while others thought that he just wanted to scare them. Owen turned to the board, where he immediately began drawing a magic circle, adding ancient runes to it. Lane noticed that the structure of the circle resembled a mathematical problem that could be solved in different ways. The time limit was only 20 minutes, and Owen promised to kick out those who failed or were the last to do so. When the students did not respond immediately, he exploded in anger, ordering them to begin immediately and to pair up. The students hurriedly took out their pens, ink, and magic paper, trying to transfer the complex circle to the solution. Owen joked that even monkeys could solve 2-star magic if they put their minds to it. Christa confidently analyzed the structure of the circle, recognizing in it the properties of the wind, transmitted through the runes of evaporation and disappearance. Rain asked her to hurry up and help him. She told him to derive the solution manually, using methods of constructing formulas through matrices and cubic functions. The guy asked her with a grin if she really needed to make things more complicated, but she replied that she wouldn't tolerate him getting in her way, and he scratched his cheek in surprise as he watched her continue writing with determination without looking up. Her confidence, dexterity, and control over her hand spoke of the burden she bore as a representative of her family. Christa Varden was the 3rd daughter of the Margrave, and her family, despite its glorious past, had long been in decline. The older sisters had proven completely useless, and now all the family's hopes rested on the shoulders of Christa. It was in these circumstances that Christa was born and grew up, knowing that her future was the future of her entire family. She clearly stated that only her efforts could restore the honor of the family, and the magic circle was almost complete. Meanwhile, Rain was trying to find a solution, and she was angry with him. Then, without taking her eyes off the formulas, Christa asked if he had found the answer function, and Rain immediately relayed the solution. And suddenly, unexpectedly, a spring wind burst through the window and made the curtains flutter sharply under the pressure of the flow. The wind blowing towards Christa and Rain's desk was so strong that the paper began to bend, losing its stability. It looked like someone did it on purpose, using magic. There was a sharp scratching sound, and a sudden jerk tore apart the magic circle, leaving only one empty space. Christa froze with a surprised expression on her face as she looked at the ruined work, and couldn't help but breathe raggedly. She said out loud, without realizing it, that she could not use the broken circle and had to start over. Owen asked to do the calculations without making any noise, and only then did Christa calm down. Rain followed the residual trace of magic in the air with interest, having noticed it thanks to Belle Cidius's ability. The trail led straight to Hubert, who was sitting there as if nothing had happened. At the Rohirrim school where he studied, they taught a secret wind technique known as soundless and colorless, which erases traces of magic. This technique allowed spells to be cast without any visual or auditory cues, making them invisible. Hubert had already reached a basic level of mastery of this technique, which made him dangerous even among the best students. Rain took a deep breath, realizing that the destruction of the paper was caused by someone else's sabotage. Christa leaned over to him without hesitation, asking for a new sheet of paper with a look of despair on her face. She explained that there was almost no time left and she urgently needed to redraw the circle and re-enter the formulas. Even though it had taken 12 minutes, she had a chance to finish in the remaining 8 if she did it quickly. She had the solution process in her head. She couldn't afford to be expelled on the first day, otherwise the whole plan of restoring the family would collapse. Rain calmly said that with her method, she definitely wouldn't make it in time, no matter how hard she tried now. And he said that the task was doable, but the solution was too difficult for Christa. Christa was about to grab him by the collar, but he raised his hand and confidently took the brush in his fingers. His hand moved very quickly and confidently, as if he were creating not a drawing, but a work of art. And with one precise movement, he drew a magic circle, as if he had drawn it thousands of times without a single mistake. Christa froze in amazement, seeing how cleanly and quickly he reproduced the required structure of the circle. Rain told her that if you panic over such trifles, then you will not be able to become a magician in any business. And he explained that a magician always needs to keep a cool head, even if everything doesn't go according to plan. After all, in the world he came from, 8 minutes did not exist, and there was no second chance after a mistake. There, every moment mattered, and any delay could lead to an irreversible edge. If Rain had been late there, even by a second, it would not have been a question of a reprimand, but of a final collapse. The guy confidently said that this time he would lead himself and let Christa try to keep up along the way. Melanie and Hubert walked proudly towards the teaching platform. When Hubert was about to hand in his work, he involuntarily glanced at the side where Christa and Rain were sitting, chuckled with a smug smile, and handed the paper to the professor. Owen passed his hand over the drawing and mana flowed into the circle, filling the paper with a magical glow. The class was plunged into a shimmer and then a brief fog as the circle activated and the runes disappeared without a trace. Owen praised the precision of the evaporation and departure runes, and noted that the result was quite acceptable for their level, considering that they had done it before anyone else. Melanie beamed with joy, but her expression instantly froze when Owen announced that they were both graded Cs. Hubert frowned sharply, not understanding why they had received such a low grade despite their speed and accuracy, and he asked doubtfully if even that was considered insufficient, and what could be wrong with their work. Owen replied that the one who uses hidden methods must be the first to guess what their shortcomings are. Hubert didn't say a word, although he felt a chill run under his skin, as if his secret was about to be revealed. Melanie wanted to say something, but suddenly she felt someone stop next to her and turned around. Christa and Rain approached the platform from behind, and their appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Because everyone saw that their sheet was torn, but they managed to finish second. Rain held a piece of paper with a magic circle drawn on it, and the wind rustled softly along its edge. The smell of fresh ink used in the process had not yet had time to fade, confirming that the circle had been drawn recently. He approached Owen with a serene expression and politely asked him to evaluate their work right now. The professor tore up Melanie and Hubert's paper and said it was no match for his mother's wart. Then he was ready to move on to Rain and Christ. He was ready to expel the newcomers from the magical family. When Owen took the paper with the magic circle, Hubert, who was watching from the side, almost opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at the lines, the teacher froze and whispered in surprise that the circle presented was different from the one he had given. While he had given a circle with a double fan shape, they had drawn another one with an additional circle on top of the fan. This design signified a mixture of attributes, since the fan represented air and the circle water, and this made the formula double. Rain explained that the evaporation rune was easier to calculate through a water base, turning the complex equation into a linear one, and by using a first-order equation, the activation time was accelerated. Owen thought it was great that the guy knew this, because they didn't even mention it in high school, and Christa suddenly looked at Rain suspiciously and asked how he knew such things if they didn't cover them in high school. Rain said that the lessons were strange and that you can't use magic properly until you understand the runes, which surprised Christa. Owen looked at Rain with interest, his eyes flashing with excitement, and he decided to test the young man's words in practice to see how effective the proposed theory was. He cast mana onto the paper and light began to fill the magic circle, revealing complex patterns drawn out by the ink. When the light reached its peak, the spell worked, causing the water to actually evaporate and a mist to rise up from the paper. And then, like a gentle touch of wind, the magic of departure scattered the fog in all directions. The class froze at the sight, because this was not just a magical solution, but almost a work of art on paper. The water ended up all over the auditorium. It was something more than anyone expected, after which the fog disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the students could not believe that the teacher, always rude and arrogant, suddenly smiled and applauded. Owen admitted that in 13 years of teaching, this was the first time he had seen such an original and daring solution to a problem. Hubert whispered that this could not be, and that it was probably an accident or a masterfully created illusion. Owen said he was annoyed, but he would give it an S, the highest grade he had ever given this type of test. Christa couldn't believe what she was hearing and looked between Rain and the professor several times before screaming with joy. Rain thanked him, and Christa clasped her hands as if she couldn't contain her delight, and whispered her thanks with a trembling voice. Christa, who had always been considered proud and unapproachable, could not cope with this new feeling. She had intended to simply say thank you, but her emotions became confused, and instead she ran out, muttering something incomprehensible. Owen asked her to stop being happy and go to her seat, otherwise he would lower her grade. The girl immediately calmed down and apologized. The same thing happened to Hubert and Melanie. He told them to take their places. Hubert, who had been sitting silent and pale until now, felt a cold creeping slowly down his spine. The reason was Rain's gaze, which met his eyes and penetrated into the very depths of his consciousness. There was no anger in that look, only a warning, direct and calm, but that made it even more frightening. Owen told the boys not to make him repeat himself, or they would get discipline. And they parted. Ryan told Hubert in the back that next time everything would be different, and he would not slip away. Either way, the students who passed the symbol test survived their first lesson under Professor Owen's harsh criticism. For some, the lesson was easy, but for others, it wasn't so easy. Christa knew that the whole miracle was created entirely by Rain's hands, without her intervention. Thanks to him, they were able to stay and study. She felt gratitude, shame, surprise, and something else that made her heart beat a little faster than usual. She tried to find the right words to express her gratitude, but her voice got stuck in her throat, and she simply ignored Rain. Owen announced that classes were over for the day. The teacher saw fatigue and fear on the students' faces and warned them that next time he would show something even more difficult. And those who fail will be left behind. He asked them to hammer the lesson into their heads as if their lives depended on it. And finally, after completing all the classes, Christa gathered her pride into a fist and took a step forward. She said thank you, but her voice was very quiet and Rain couldn't hear it. He asked her to repeat it again. When she addressed him by name and their eyes met, her face instantly flushed crimson. She asked him not to mock her and not to make her repeat it. Christa, who had always been considered proud and unapproachable, could not cope with this new feeling for herself. She was going to express a simple thank you, but her emotions were confused. And instead of thanking her, she said that she would return the favor next time, and that they were still rivals. Meanwhile, while they were arguing, the news that Owen the gorilla had given someone an S in first grade spread throughout the academy like a gust of spring wind. One smirked and remarked that Hubert, that smug guy, had finally gotten his humiliation, while the other said that Christa had probably done it all herself, and it was no wonder that the result was like this. The third one joked regretfully that if he had been in the same class with them, both of them would have had to hide their eyes from shame, and no one doubted that the credit belonged to Christa, because she had long been considered a genius, while Rain remained in the shadows. The next day, they stood in front of the dormitory. It was called the Hall of the Two Dragons, because two identical figures in the form of writhing dragons were wrapped around the majestic twin towers. The distribution of students among the dormitories depended primarily on their social status, so noble children were sent to the top floors, and commoners to the lower floors in order to avoid conflicts. Christa showed off that she would live on the upper floors and the guy on the lower ones. The pink-haired girl hurried after Christa up the stairs, while Rain, as an applicant with an additional exam, calmly remained on the lower floor. Because his room was on the first floor, other students passing by would glance at each other with interest and whisper, discussing his status and background. Some of them were surprised that the eldest son of the Ludwig family was here, and openly expressed their doubts about his talents and true abilities. One student loudly stated that if Lane had been truly bright, he would have passed the main exam instead of being among those who took the additional one. Despite all this, Rain didn't even turn around or show any irritation, as he was used to such conversations and had long since learned to ignore such remarks. He took out his dragon ring and student ID card, which he had received from the commandant, and without unnecessary emotions, he applied them to the door lock, and a bright magic circle appeared on its surface, and the door opened. The room he entered turned out to be a single room, as was customary for the descendants of noble families, and was equipped with everything necessary for comfortable living and study. There was a massive bed, a desk, a bookcase with books, and magical lamps that created a soft light, as if it were a master's tower. Looking at the surroundings, Rain muttered that it all reminded him of the surroundings in the magic tower, as if he had returned to the place where he had once spent his best years. He thought that such an environment would help him more easily integrate into the future life of a magician, because many things here were similar to his past in the Osiris Tower. He lay down on the made bed. He reached for the magic lamp and looked at the shadow that fell from the light directly onto his face. The first day of classes left only impressions, but did not provide any specific benefits, and Rain was already thinking about a plan to gain important knowledge faster. He briefly considered whether he should go to the Vatican right now to examine its remains, but he quickly discarded the idea because he understood that he did not yet have the necessary power and influence to interfere in the affairs of the world. Placing his palm upward, he began to summon magical power, and soon a magic circle resembling a hot flame lit up on it. Slowly adding layers, he completed 3 circles, each of which rotated smoothly and emitted harmonious energy, as if conducting a living dialogue. But when he tried to add a 4th layer, an unexpected pain in his shoulder blade area disrupted the flow, and the magic dissipated into a transparent fog. He sighed and thought that his current magic power was still not enough to fully use 4-star magic. Rain knew he would have to study hard and build up his strength at the same time to reach the heights he remembered from his previous life. At that moment, a light rustling sound came from the open window, and he heard the flapping of wings, which made him instinctively raise his head. An owl sat on the windowsill, calm and graceful, with a clear expression of attention that distinguished it from ordinary birds. The owl carried a small wooden box on its paws, firmly attached and looking as if it contained something important and personal. The guy came closer, wondering who could have sent him the message, and carefully removed the box to open it and read the contents. Lane's name and class name were engraved on the surface, but the sender's name was not listed, which made him slightly suspicious. He frowned, thinking that perhaps it was his father's work, but he was unsure and carefully lifted the lid of the wooden container. Inside, neatly laid out, were 2 books, old-looking, with heavy covers and the scent of magic dust soaked into every page. The larger one, as if it had just come out of the bookbinding workshop, shone with the freshness of its pages and the smell of new paper. The smaller one had an old and fragile cover, with worn leather that crumbled at the slightest touch and exuded the scent of time. Rain felt his heart beat faster, and it was as if a cold current had pierced his chest, filling his body with sticky sweat and anxiety. It was the same diary that he always carried with him. He remembered how at the last moment before parting, he gave it to Esther, hoping that she would preserve at least part of his essence in it. Rain cursed under his breath and ran to the window to see who could have given him such an important thing, but saw nothing. There was no trace of the owl outside the window, as if it had never been there, and only the wind fluttered the curtains, creating an oppressive silence. The guy thought, maybe someone knows his identity? In addition to the academic buildings and dormitories, the academy provided special magical grounds where students could train safely and effectively. To fully master magic, modern equipment was required, but if there were no tools like magical targets, then practicing accuracy became almost impossible, especially for beginners. The girl with the pigtail watched the stopwatch and reminded her ally, Christa Warden, sweating from the effort, of the time. In the training arena before her stood 5 sand soldiers, each attacking moving magical targets with frightening precision. Gertrude looked at her with concern and asked if something was wrong, because she seemed especially tense today. But Christa waved it off, not wanting to share her thoughts, although her movements were more abrupt than usual, and this did not escape notice. With only 5 seconds left, Gertrude noticed a hint of mischief in his voice and mentioned Rain's name again. Contrary to expectations, Christa did not lose her head in these last seconds, but on the contrary, with particular precision, destroyed all the remaining targets, because she was irritated by the fact that she had to see Rain's irritated face. After the training, the sand soldiers simultaneously threw their spears and disappeared, and Christa, without looking back, turned to her friend, who thought that it was probably true that Rain had helped her during the exam. She was surprised because the Rain Ludwig she had met as a child at a family gathering was completely different. Finding himself in the central hall, filled with students with books and in meditation, Hubert heard a scream that broke the relative silence of the floor. A muscular student named Logan, lazily stretched out on the sofa, did not hide his mockery, and smugly let out a remark that Hubert the loser got a C. Hubert warned him that if he continued to joke, he would destroy him instantly. Logan asked Hubert to calm down because he was so scared that he was ready to wet himself. He reminded her with a grin that even Christa had gotten an A, but she carried sandbags like a normal student. One of the students asked again what the bags were, and then Logan began asking who Christa's mysterious partner was. When he spoke about Rhine, there was a sarcasm in his voice, as if he wanted to provoke a reaction and start a squabble with Hubert. Within the magically charged atmosphere, the tension became palpable, and electrical flashes began to appear in the air. Before the conflict could escalate into a duel, a cold and commanding voice was heard, stopping them as if on command. A girl with bright red hair and gray eyes, from which a cold confidence emanated, appeared in the doorway. Logan abruptly changed his tone and with feigned ease assured that it was just a joke, and he didn't mean anything serious. Even as a member of a prestigious school, he internally acknowledged Lillian's superiority and did not dare to contradict her. Her reserved but impeccable appearance immediately attracted attention, but at the academy they spoke of her not for her beauty, but for her strength. She was a graduate student at Rivendell School. Logan smirked and invited Lillian to join the discussion on how to eliminate Christa and the mysterious student next to her. But Lillian only calmly rebuked him, saying that he had not advanced in knowledge precisely because he was chasing after nonsense. Even under her criticism, Logan continued to smile, not hiding his admiration, while Hubert only snorted contemptuously. He stated that Logan had better stay away from his people, otherwise the consequences might be unexpected for him. After these words, he angrily pulled the rest of his magic back into his body and slammed the door of the room behind him in irritation. Finding himself alone, he hit the wall to calm the storm of emotions raging in his chest and preventing him from thinking clearly. Hubert remembered the exam results again and whispered Rain's name under his breath, wondering how he could have done it. He thought about how he had been a teaching assistant to the former archmage for 3 years, which seemed impossible for such a student. To hold such a position, one had to explain formulas and theories better than many of the academy's teachers. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it became to find an answer to the question of who this mysterious freshman really was. Meanwhile, Rain was reading the book that was given to him in his room on the bed. In the book, the first part told about Lynn's life, and the second part told about the magic and fighting styles that he used. Rain found it incomprehensible what happened then. He was interested in how someone managed to find out about his identity, and why, if they knew, they did not contact him. As he read the book, the clock hands were already pointing to 11 o'clock in the evening, and the room gradually began to feel the familiar silence of a nighttime dormitory. This was the time when the rules required the lights to be turned off and entry into the dormitory was prohibited unless the student had applied for an extension in advance. Rain wondered whether he should turn off the light before the commandant arrived, or whether it would be better to continue reading before he was noticed. He had already gotten up to turn it off, but his gaze suddenly fell again on Lynn's old diary, which was lying nearby on the table. A vague thought flashed through his mind that he had forgotten something, and an unexpected feeling of uneasy déjà vu made him open the cover. As soon as he turned the first page, a butterfly flew out of the diary with a thin burst of light, emitting blue magical sparks. Rain knew this spell. It was Rudian, but not the one he created himself, but the one that Lynn had once developed when he was an archmage. But what surprised him most was that the color of the butterfly became richer, darker, and deeper than in his memories of the past. He involuntarily shuddered because the magic created 3 centuries ago was still active and did not crumble as it should have. As Rudian gently landed on his hand, the magical particles lined up in the air with blue light, forming incomprehensible symbols. A message appeared stating that it was now possible to inherit research on unique magic, with the current progress rate of 37%. Unlike normal spells, this magic could not be transferred to others, as it depended on the personality and perception of the magician. The equation was described by a fluctuation of probabilities, where the coordinates of magic changed depending on the internal formula. These were the 12 runes that Lynn had created during the war, and Rain was sure that all of them had failed back then. But now, seeing the 37% progress, he felt that perhaps it had not all been in vain, as he had previously thought. He looked at Rudian with doubt, because he knew from memory that this was only 4-star magic, and not something more serious. Never before had magic of this level been able to detect progression to 6-star rank, and this was suspicious. But if all this information was true, then his current situation opened up a completely new path and new opportunities for him. He suddenly chuckled quietly, remembering how he dreamed of seeing the truth at least at the end of his life, sacrificing everything for the sake of one glance. But if now the path was already illuminated and progress was measurable, then in this life everything could have been different, easier, and more productive. Now he didn't have to save his strength for a sudden battle. He didn't have to sacrifice everything for an unformed idea. Rain realized that he could now explore and work on formulas without fear, without limiting himself to the previous framework, and decided that he must set a real goal for himself and move towards it systematically, step by step, without wasting time. With delight, not hiding his joy, he suddenly jumped onto the bed, hugged Rudian's butterfly to himself, and began to spin around in a rush of emotion. Early in the morning, with renewed strength and hope, he pulled on the robe of a magician for practice and slowly walked out of the gates of the hostel. A thin rain fell from the sky, clouds covered the sky with a gray blanket, and under the influence of the mountain range, the humidity filled the air with a soft, warm breath. Rain paused for a moment, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the roof, and then carefully tucked Lynn's diary into his chest pocket and stepped out into the rain. The boy went to a place where one could freely practice magic, and there he met a beautiful girl. It was the head man who led him to the battlefield. She told him that the battlefield was for those who wanted to practice magic freely, without holding themselves back in power or scale. This open training arena was surrounded by protective spell barriers, ensuring complete safety. To enter, one had to pass through a fire barrier, thanks to the student's ring. But as soon as Rain brought the student ID ring to the circle, the fire retreated, creating a passage. A magical voice echoed within him, greeting him by name, mentioning his class and informing him that all rooms were currently available. He chose room 15, without hesitation, as it was the closest. After confirming the entrance, a passage opened up in front of him, leading to a fan-shaped sector where each room was protected by a 3-star barrier. He cast a request to create a solid target, and soon light penetrated the magic circle on the floor, summoning a massive stone golem. The creature's magic level was only 2 stars, but that suited him just fine, since what was needed was precise observation, not a battle of endurance. The boy nodded softly and opened Lynn's journal, intending to start with the first of the runes he had developed, called Yun, meaning writhing. This rune, according to his plan, was supposed to give fire magic the ability to burn slowly, penetratingly, as opposed to the standard instant burst. Rain prepared a magic circle in the shape of a triangle, typical for fire school spells, and summoned a scarlet ring above his palm. He began to engrave the Yun rune into the center of the magic circle, but the magic dissipated, turning into glowing particles before completion. Rain concluded that the star spell alone was not enough to hold the rune, and decided to increase the flow of energy through deep breathing. Feeling the magical energy gathering in his shoulder blades, he straightened his palm, and a flash of lightning illuminated the space in front of him. A triangular magic circle appeared, then a second and a third, until they all began to rotate, gradually weaving the Yun rune into themselves. The guy realized that all his magic was now concentrated in these 3 circles, and although it was ineffective, the result could still be considered an experiment. He began calculating equations using matrix mechanics as a basis and allowed his magic to violate normal physical principles. A stream of flame gushed from the palm, which did not explode, but twisted and stuck to the golem like living coals or fire insects. It seemed like the magic had failed, and Rain was about to get upset. But the fire continued to glow, soaking into the golem's body, slowly warming it from the inside. At this point, Hubert, who had come out for his morning training, stopped and began to watch what was happening with a barely noticeable mockery. He thought that since the spell only contained 1 rune, it couldn't be higher than the level of 1 star, which looked extremely weak. Hubert expected to see the usual fiery explosion, but in front of him, there was only a smoldering effect. As if Rain was practicing the most basic magic, he remembered the talk about the 3 years of experience of the professor's assistant, and began to think that perhaps all this was just an exaggeration. But as soon as he had taken only a few steps away, an unexpected result occurred that completely changed his mind. The golem fell to the ground as if suddenly mown down, and the impact caused a vibration that only protective magic managed to contain. The golem shattered into pieces and fell heavily to the ground, causing a tremor to shake the floor, but it did not spread beyond the training room due to the effect of the shock absorption magic. Inside the split stone body, molten fragments were visible, which gradually disappeared, as if removed from a red-hot core. The flame, imbued with the property of the Yu rune, slowly seeped into the cracks of its body and imperceptibly burned through the core. The intended effect was achieved, but it took a full 30 seconds before the golem, which only had a level of about 2 stars, was destroyed. This result was too slow, and Rain wondered if the reason was the incompleteness of the rune or the lack of precision of the mathematical theory. The thought of finding the error excited him, because that was the real joy of the experiment. He decided to change the rune, or even try a completely different mathematical model to find out where the source of inefficiency was hidden. Rain summoned Rudian again, and saw that the Yun rune had been transformed into a more refined version after rethinking the theory behind the matrix mechanics. Rudian's hidden function, in addition to analyzing the surrounding magic, also allowed him to record and organize the progress of ongoing research. Rain called it a truly precious entity. The message from the magic spirit confirmed the possibility of inheriting the progress of unique magic from the surroundings, and the progress reached the level of 37.1%, indicating the success of the tests. Rain wondered if it depended on the completion of the formula, the purity of the new rune, or the fact of practical training itself. He quickly brushed aside unnecessary thoughts because he had enough time, and the result, even if small, was already evident. Rain turned around and saw a familiar figure training alone on the other side of the room. It was Hubert, a representative of the Rohirrim school, who was focused on destroying targets with streams of deadly wind. He easily destroyed the flying threats, not giving them a chance. Not a single flying monster could even fly close. He cut them in half with his magic. Then Rain thought that Hubert was not bad, but strong. At least it turned out well. Rain noted that every time the young man released magic, his face was distorted by some kind of tense irritation. He could not understand why such people did not reflect joy from magic in their eyes, but only suffering and anger. Shrugging, he stopped thinking about it and decided it was time to return to the dorm and get ready for the next lesson. It was Owen's next lesson. He explained that the procedures necessary for casting magic were divided into 3 stages: creating a magic circle, engraving a rune, and mathematical calculations. Among the stages, many magicians had difficulty with the 3rd stage, mathematical calculation, because if at some stage an error in calculations is made, a catastrophe will occur. And to prevent the students from turning into coal, Owen decided to show a mathematical formula. Owen decided to give them an example and gave them the task to solve it using Lynn's discriminant. This might have been too much for their tiny brains to handle, so Owen was generous and gave them a full 10 minutes, since the formula was super easy for such dummies. The thought was spinning in Rain's head about who exactly had given his formula to the outside world and who had allowed it to be included in the program. He recalled that Esther and Frida barely had a command of elementary arithmetic, and neither of them knew his formulas exactly. The thought of how many of these formulas had become part of the official magical system made him irritated and suspicious. But one person came to his mind, but it was unlikely that she could do it. It was a pesky child who proclaimed herself his disciple and stubbornly followed him around. Her name was Terrina, but it was impossible because it was more than 300 years ago. Rain, meanwhile, tried to help Christa, but she was against it because she considered herself a genius and everyone else below her rank. Owen reprimanded her for not keeping quiet, and she immediately apologized. While Rain was solving the problems, Christa suddenly nudged him with her elbow, as if trying to draw his attention to something important and personal. She held something out to him in her hands, looking away as if she was embarrassed by her gift and did not want to explain anything in words. It was a well-made wooden box, decorated with carvings, which suggested an attempt to give something homely and unusual. Christa said she baked him cookies because she had some time left after magic practice. After all, Rain believed that she was in his debt for helping her. When he opened the lid, a cold sweat immediately ran down his back, and his heart sank with a feeling of inexplicable anxiety. Inside lay something strange and charred, reminiscent of a cookie, but more like a sacrifice. Rain imagined how Christa might add dirt from the battlefield or coals from the fireplace to the dough, as if she were taking revenge for an old grudge. His face turned pale and his fingers clenched, as if his body was trying to protect itself from the presence of this charred threat. Meanwhile, the students nearby began to discuss his formula, not noticing his inner panic and look of horror. Someone whispered that Lynn must not have been a man, but a deity, because only a celestial mind could explain something complex so simply. Rain had to stop himself from shouting that he was definitely a man who simply hadn't had time for a proper confession while he was alive. When someone said that he might be an angel with wings, Rain blushed as if a lightning bolt had been fired in his direction out of shame. Christa noticed this, and tilting her head, she concluded that he was embarrassed by something sweet and personal, because she gave him cookies. Owen was already standing behind Christa. He was ready to lecture her again on how to behave. The teacher said that she was a monkey that needed to be sent to special classes. When the bell finally rang, the class literally exploded with relief, as if the air had become lighter and cleaner. The fourth period of training was attending club classes, and Christa asked Rain what club he was going to join. The girl was going to go to the Magic Volleyball Club, because the descendants of the Magic family are obliged to maintain dignity by playing Magic Volleyball. Rain didn't know which club to go to because he really just wanted to hide among books and silence, and the thought of sports clubs irritated him because he didn't want to run or fight for status. Delayton Academy had a club system that encouraged active interaction and friendly competition among students from all faculties and areas of study. The first was the Combat Magic Club, where students could hone their skills and demonstrate their strength in controlled duels and training under the guidance of experienced instructors. The second was the Fire Attribute Magic Club, which specialized in the study of magical items and their application in practical and theoretical studies. The third was the Festival Magic Club, a large-scale annual event that brought together representatives of different associations. Clubs were created by students united by common goals or motives and received funding for their activities after approval by a professor. This gave everyone the opportunity to devote themselves to research outside of their studies, so Rain carefully considered the offers. The choice was much greater than he thought. But Christa was always distracting him, and he couldn't concentrate. The girl reminded that a magical family must join a magical volleyball club. Despite this, Rain was in no hurry and wanted to carefully consider all the options in order to make his own choice, because his father would not interfere with his choice. At this moment, Gertrude approached them and spoke with the air of a person accustomed to serious conversations. She proudly explained that the Magic Volleyball Club was considered a royal club and a status symbol for the descendants of prestigious houses, and that Rain should join it. But Rain became interested in the local development magic club, which seemed more relaxed and less formal than the sports clubs. Memories of his conversation with Esther, who had talked about the future and a world where people could do what they loved, floated through his mind. Esther said that when Lynn grows up and there is peace, there will be an opportunity to just live and do what brings joy. Rain was asked where he was going, and he confidently replied that he was going to visit the local development magic club to learn more about it. Gertrude watched as Rain walked away and sighed, not understanding why he would abandon the traditional path and not appreciate the importance of the sports club. The girl thought that the glory of the Ludwig family, which had long been rivals with the Page family, could fade away if Rain did not live up to expectations. The smile on her face took on a satisfied tint as she recalled the recent events that had changed the state of affairs in Page's family. The disappearance of Page's eldest daughter was a turning point, after which Gertrude began a new life under Lady Christa's guidance. But when he turned around, Christa was no longer there. No one knew where Christa had disappeared to or whether she was going to follow Rain or go her own way. It turns out that Christy was following Rain, but she said that she wasn't following him, and she was just interested in what the local magical development club was like. The local development magic club was located on the 3rd floor of the West Wing. The door was ajar, and just as he was about to knock, he heard a sharp, piercing cry that made him start. The voice, thin and frightened, expressed indignation at the conditions of the club and the injustice of what was happening. A certain man claimed that the strong always become the masters, and that this was the main rule of the Delayton Club, so the room was useful to him, and he asked to give it to him. Rain didn't recognize the voice and asked Christa who it was, to which she replied that it was Logan, a rising star at Chehak High. The Chehak school specialized in producing magicians with an emphasis on martial arts. The conversation suddenly turned to a challenge to a magical duel. Logan suggested settling the dispute in combat, hinting at his opponent's lack of courage. Rain felt the situation getting heated, and his gaze met Christa's, who explained that the academy had a strict limit on the number of clubs and there were few rooms. If someone wanted to create a new club but there were no places, they could try to take over another club by force or magic, which reflected the fierce competition within Delayton. The ideology of endless competition also extended to the clubs, where everyone sought to gain an advantage at any cost. Rain thought about it, wondering if this approach was too radical, but Christa assured him that there was nothing wrong with it, since this was how disputes were resolved in their world. Another man said that the 8 schools did not know the whole truth, since research and academic development were only a small part of what magic had to offer the world. And Logan said that magic had not yet been introduced into everyday areas of life, such as agriculture, construction, and helping those in need, although this is where its potential could be fully realized. If there was an effective system that allowed people to get real help through magic, many social problems, including poverty, would be solved. The club was founded precisely for the purpose of exploring such possibilities, and the founder was reluctant to hand over his work, as he understood how important and valuable it was to society. Eventually, it was decided to hold a magical duel to resolve the differences and determine who was truly worthy of leading and influencing the future of the club. The club leader, backed against the wall and with his glasses damaged, was stunned and tense, realizing the gravity of the situation and the responsibility that lay on him. Logan scoffed at the fact that even the club's most talented leader couldn't keep the situation under control. He insisted that the senior students were not producing results, and that it was stupid to believe in the pathetic research left behind by these worthless people. As the leader's eyes closed in pain, Logan asked if he had just woken up, and he said that he would wake him up completely and grabbed him by the shirt and was ready to smear the leader against the wall. Suddenly, something stopped Logan, and the leader's body was torn from his hands. It was Rain who challenged Logan to a magical duel. The guy said that he would immediately join the club and was ready to vouch for the leader. Inside him, a mechanism continued to develop, a system that recorded progress in the study of unique magic, reflecting the steps on the way to the goal. This mechanism showed growth of 8/10, and every percent brought it closer to discovering new possibilities. Rain remembered Esther saying that magic could do almost anything. For example, if they created an oasis right in the middle of the desert, they would be able to help travelers looking for water. Esther then asked him, when the expedition was over, to create spells that ordinary people could easily use to improve their lives. It was a mission he took to heart and thought about even in the most difficult moments. So he decided to help the club leader to fulfill Esther's wish. Logan, with an arrogant expression on his face, as if he found the whole situation absurd and funny, asked what the new member was doing here. Following the boy, Christa entered, her presence reminiscent of the combined achievement of the talents of the graduate students from the 8 great factions, which immediately made her stand out from the rest and added weight to her name. Logan asked Rain again, or did he misheard him when he mentioned a magical duel? Clearly believing that this challenge would be an easy victory for him, laughing at his confidence and anticipating his superiority. His mocking laughter, coming from his lips, did not reach his eyes, in which there had long been no joy but only a cold expectation of a collision. Rain suggested forcing the rules by offering to abandon combat magic, which caused surprise and even indignation among those around him. And then he suggested using only the magic developed in the club, limiting himself to just 3 spells, which set the condition for a test of pure skill. Logan, shocked and slightly incredulous, couldn't help but laugh, clutching his stomach. He reminded that the official admission takes 3 days, and thus the duel can only be between individuals and not represent the interests of the club as a whole. It was time to decide, and Logan promised to give up the club if the young master was defeated, and also to protect him from any provocations from the other students. Christa narrowed her eyes, realizing that offering such generous terms could not be without a catch, and would definitely require some kind of payment or concessions. That was it. Logan's condition was that if he won, Rain had to apply for expulsion from Delayton. Christa expressed doubt that he would really leave the club, but Rain confidently assured that everything was under control and he would win in any case, without a drop of doubt. Rain, as the direct heir of the Ludwig family, risked the prestige of the entire family if he submitted his resignation, but he was not going to back down. He told Logan that he was ready to fight at any time and let him choose the date and time himself. Logan, with a mocking laugh, suggested that they meet at the famous Dragon Field at 6 o'clock in the evening without delay, and he said that he would invite the professor as a judge. Logan was confident that he had landed a real big fish in the duel, and that his elders would be pleased. After all, if he manages to win over other descendants of influential families, then perhaps one day he will be able to claim the honorary post of the next director of the educational institution. While Christa remained in the clubroom, breaking the silence with a heavy sigh and pressing her palms to her temples, feeling the tension caused by the young man's determination. She tried to convey to Rain how serious and dangerous his situation was, reminding him that a magical duel was not just a game, but a serious test on which much depended. The freshman, lacking experience and understanding of status, seemed to her too self-confident and thoughtless, as if he did not realize the scale of his decision. Rain didn't argue, and just quietly looked at the rows of scientific books standing on the shelves of the club, which irritated Christa even more and caused a wave of anger in her. As a result, she waved her hand, leaving him alone. The young man, left alone, thoughtfully tilted his head, trying to understand the reason for her irritation. At that moment, the leader he had saved approached him, picked up the fallen glasses, and calmly explained that children from magical families usually avoided participating in such duels. His student ring bore a seal in the form of a dragon with outstretched wings, the mark of a sophomore rather than a freshman. Rain asked why he thought he had made a mistake. The reason was simple: they had a lot to gain in life, but even more to lose, so caution and calculation always came first. The leader admitted that he was more wary than grateful, and he did not understand why he decided to help him in such a difficult situation. Rain tried to justify himself by saying that he had actually just remembered some homework he had forgotten to do, and so he decided to stay and help. The leader thanked him, but he warned him not to underestimate Logan. The club president warned that Logan was a special type of mage, specializing in physical combat, with excellent compatibility with regular mages. And thanks to his strong physical abilities and character, Logan has already won several duels, where the winning percentage was 90%. The club president noted with bitterness and a slight smile that Rain had acted too recklessly by calling on such a strong opponent, while realizing the complexity and risk of the situation. The leader admitted that he himself did not deserve such help, and that his story was far from great, as was the club. After all, he grew up in a rural community where residents came together to help him pay for college. He joined the club to study magic and, in the future, to give back to his home village and make it a better place, which made his motives more simple and personal rather than driven by ambition. He said with bitterness and tears in his eyes that it was a pity that fate had decreed it this way, and in the end he had achieved nothing. However, for Rain, who was labeled as a loser, the winning percentage meant an even tougher test, as the club was going to cease to exist anyway. And since he agreed to a magical duel, in connection with this, he asked to borrow a couple of books related to the club's magic. Rain said that he would return them when the duel was over, and the leader asked if he knew why Archmage Lynn started practicing magic. The answer was simple: in order to survive. Meanwhile, rumors of a magical duel had already spread throughout Delayton. Rain didn't expect everyone to find out about it so quickly. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar voice calling him. Turning around, he saw his aunt Elen, who announced that she had finally found him. It wasn't entirely clear from the expression on Rain's face whether he was happy to see her. She walked up to him, wrapping one arm around his neck and pulling him close, while with the other, she delivered an unexpected blow to the top of his head, as if simultaneously expressing affection and severity. Elen said that she had been sleep-deprived lately, but thanks to Rain, she was now awake because she learned the news that the genius of the Ludwig family would be participating in a magical duel. She grabbed him by the neck again and said that he was a fool for agreeing to fight Logan from the 8 major schools. Because her little nephew had caused quite a stir, she wanted to get drunk on liqueur. After Elen let go of Rain, he ran his hand over the top of his head, stroking the swollen bump. and she warned that if Logan hit her, it would hurt a lot more. Rain asked if she came here because of worry and excitement, or for something else. Her sharp and mocking answer made it clear that her concern was not expressed in open alarm, but rather in a hidden, almost elusive excitement that she did not intend to show. As she turned to leave, Rain asked for forgiveness, but promised that the duel would not bring shame on their family. But despite his intentions, it has already become a question of family honor. Because of Rain's thoughtless actions, in the worst-case scenario, he would be exiled, Elen warned. But Aunt warned him that everything was fine, and she was irritated by people who laughed at him like a worthless offspring, so she came to him. And since he had already started this business, she wished him good luck and to trample everyone properly, because the name of the Ludwig family was on his shoulders. Elen ordered to make it so that others could not even think about rising to the level of Rhine. And then, after a long time, a smile finally shone on the guy's face. He was ready to teach everyone a worthy lesson. Rain stood in the arena opposite Logan, lost in thought that he couldn't afford to disappoint those who believed in him. And now he has to prove that the Ludwig family name is not just words, but a promise. Two students, hearing the excited shouts, stopped abruptly and turned around, and then one of them asked the other where they were going in such a hurry at such a late hour. The crowd hurried towards the arena because it was there that the loud duel between the famous strong student Cheharka and the mysterious young heir was to take place. The stadium, aptly named Dragon's Blood, was located in the northern part of the campus and towered majestically over all other buildings in Delayton. Even the teachers couldn't resist coming to the stands, and among the spectators were such famous names as Caroline and Owen. Professor Owen admitted that he was not interested in kinship or status, but solely in the strength displayed on the battlefield. Professor Theon, a man with cold eyes and stern features, officially opened the ceremony of the magical duel in front of many students. He recalled that the school recognizes the duel as an official fight and guarantees that all agreed conditions will be fulfilled by both parties. As he called for the participants to come forward, Logan took the first confident step, throwing his school cloak off his shoulders and causing a commotion in the hall. His torso was wrapped in bandages, and his rough leather pants completed the image of a warrior, confident in his victory and superiority, and on his body one could discern magical circles burned into the skin, which enhanced his physical strength. Meanwhile, in a remote part of the stadium, Christa was hiding, camouflaged and tense, while Gertrude watched with a smirk. Christa, feigning indifference, tried to maintain her dignity, claiming that she had come only for the spectacle and not at all out of concern. Gertrude confirmed her words mockingly, but her eyes glittered with the understanding that behind this bravado there was anxiety. At the other end of the podium, Professor Caroline looked thoughtfully at the situation, analyzing the characteristics of close combat mages. Mages who possessed winged spells were formidable opponents for inexperienced students who were unable to quickly activate their defenses. When Rain finally entered the arena, there was a strange silence, as if no one could believe what they were seeing in front of them. His entrance caused a roar of laughter among the audience, who expected at least a modicum of seriousness. He appeared with a regular broom in his hands instead of a weapon. Logan was also surprised. He thought he was holding some kind of wooden stick, but it was a broom. Even Professor Theon froze in confusion, unable to immediately understand what was happening, and demanded an explanation from Rain. Rain calmly replied that he had taken the broom from the library and had just finished cleaning, and that the weapon was at hand. He calmly clarified that he was going to use it in battle, not seeing anything strange or forbidden in this. The professor replied that formally this is not prohibited, although it raises a lot of questions from everyone present. The crowd, barely hearing this answer, burst out laughing even louder, and the faces of Christa and Gertrude stretched out with shame and incomprehension. Logan, laughing, assumed that Rain was simply asking for mercy and expressed his disdain, promising not to be too harsh. Rain sighed, scratched his head, and spoke like an older student who was unhappy with the way the youngsters were talking lately. He reminded that magicians are not required to shout out spells like actors on stage, and that power matures in silence and concentration. Logan wanted to explode with anger, but Professor Theon, seeing how the atmosphere was heating up, hastened to stop the conflict. He asked the final questions about agreement to the terms and conditions and received confirmation from both parties without delay. The conditions were strict. If Logan lost, he would join the club, and if Rain lost, he would leave the academy. They both confirmed that they would not challenge the judge's decision and that they were prepared to face the consequences of their actions. Theon activated a magical barrier and retreated, reminding the fighters that they had 10 seconds to prepare. At this time, in the faculty office, Assistant Ellen Ludwig tried to push the professor to go to the arena. Elen, with an air of indifference, said that she had nothing to look at and accused her assistant of simply wanting to relax in her absence. The spring breeze came through the open window, gently swaying Elen's black hair as she chuckled with her eyes closed, the words echoing in her memory that Rain could be the vessel of the sage, meaning he carried great power within him. She thought about how great his talent must be if even his stubborn father and brother could come to an agreement for his sake, and she quietly whispered that the outcome of this duel was predetermined from the very beginning, and there was absolutely no need to watch it. And Rhine was already ready to enter the great battle. Logan was also ready, as he was confident of his victory. Well, it's time to begin the legendary magic duel. Judge Theon announced the start of the battle, and the stands immediately became noisy. Logan loosened the bandage on his chest with a slight grin, revealing to everyone present the elegant magic circle drawn directly over his heart. He activated the Chihak school's body-enhancing technique, and each of the 3 rings contained glittering runes that flickered in rhythm with his pulse, as if ancient symbols had come to life in time with his breathing. Gertrude Panton, watching from the stands, let out a small sigh of tension, realizing that Logan was trying to finish it all in one go. As Logan touched the circle, mana flared and seemed to gush out, illuminating his chest with a glow that spread throughout his entire body. Hubert, who was observing, believed that a small error in such a technique could lead to broken bones or ruptured internal organs. And Professor Caroline watched with restraint as the streams of mana pierced Logan's veins, raising a vortex around him. It was no surprise to her that Logan was considered one of the great graduates of the Chihak school. Jing-type magic quickly filled every muscle and bone, giving Logan strength and flexibility beyond normal. Despite its outward power, Jing's magic had a price, because the slightest mistake could harm the owner of this improved body. Like a storm swirling around Logan, his body pulsed with energy, his hair fluttering under the pressure of mana. He confidently declared that he would finish the fight in 10 seconds, and the next second he moved like an arrow that had been shot off, and his jump left deep marks on the smooth floor because he had used the power of mana. The crowd gasped because the speed was frightening, and no one expected that someone could move so quickly. Folding his body and giving his body momentum, he delivered a straight blow, reinforced by all the techniques and knowledge of the Chihak school. Each movement was accompanied by bursts of mana embedded into the blows, which could not only attack, but also explode the target. This blow was aimed straight at Rhine, with the expectation of an instant victory, since it was impossible to react quickly against such a force. But in the next split second, something incredible happened. Something gently touched Logan's solar plexus and interrupted everything. The force of the blow, the momentum, and the spin were all gone, as if all the energy he had put into the attack had turned against him. The powerful blow seemed to shatter the bones in Logan's body, and then his body flew high into the air, just from some broom. Christa and Gertrude couldn't believe their eyes. They were in complete shock. Professor Owen even opened his mouth in surprise when he saw Logan fly into the air, as if the blow had hit right at his center of gravity. The attention of everyone present instantly moved to the broom in Rain's hands, where blue mana was glowing, enveloping the tree, the legendary staff technique created by the mage. Lynn suddenly appeared right in front of them, causing shock to the teachers. This technique was a symbol of respect for the heroine Esther, who believed that magicians should also be able to defend themselves in close combat. Even Professor Caroline couldn't hide her surprise, because Osirius's technique was considered exceptional and was guarded for decades. To use such skill, even in a simplified form, meant having outstanding mana control and technical training. An ordinary broom in the hands of an inexperienced student should have scattered from contact with a body covered in magical reinforcement, but the guy seemed to have strengthened its strength with magic and gained strong control. But Rain twirled the broom with ease, throwing it behind his back as if it were not a weapon, but a part of his daily life. The crowd, seeing this, exploded with screams, not believing their eyes, because the blow was clearly beyond even Logan's strength. Logan, without losing his composure, forced his body to flip in the air, slamming his feet into the ground to stop. A long mark on the marble confirmed the force of the blow, and Logan was thrown back almost 5 steps without the opportunity for an immediate response. He pressed his hand to his solar plexus, checking to see if anything was broken, and for the first time, a look of uncertainty appeared on his face. His body, covered in protective magic, cracked as if the strengthening technique had been overcome by a precise strike to the energy point. As he tried to understand what had happened, Rain's voice sounded lazy and sleepy, like a mocking wind on a summer afternoon. He reminded that 10 seconds had already passed and the fight was still not over, and this was beginning to tire and irritate him. Logan couldn't come to his senses. He couldn't understand how his body had broken from the broom, a useless noble brat. With a smirk, Rain warned that he didn't like to drag things out for too long and was going to finish everything in the remaining 6 seconds. He advised Logan to grit his teeth, because now everything was going to get much more painful and much faster than anyone expected. Despite the acute pain, Logan struggled to his feet, his whole body expressing his determination to continue the fight to the end. He told Rain not to show off, since his one blow didn't mean anything. Logan gritted his teeth, furious that his plan had only worked for a second, and slammed his foot into the ground, causing a loud thud. The marble shattered, and even the air above the arena trembled with resonance as he activated his true power. The impact threw Rain several meters into the air, but he remained in control of the situation. Every piece of ground was cracked and crushed, as if a giant hammer had struck the arena, leaving traces of destruction. The crowd of spectators, captivated by the action, gasped in tension as they realized that Logan had gone into full attack. With a heel turn, he threw the marble fragments forward, creating a curtain of rubble that obscured his movements. Rain tried to deflect the flying rocks with his simple wooden mop, keeping his balance and not losing his momentum. Due to the high density of the fragments, Rain could barely make out Logan's figure, but he continued to watch for the slightest fluctuations. A large shard of earth, slipping through the curtain of dust like a shadow, suddenly appeared behind him and struck out with a blow full of fury and concentrated mana. But Rain, as if he had foreseen everything in advance, slightly turned his body, and the mop took the blow on the edge of the reinforced shaft. The clash between the wooden mop and the fist coated with enhancing mana sent a loud clang of energy through the arena. The force of the blow still pushed Rain back, and his feet cut 2 furrows in the ground all the way to the edge of the arena, but his face remained calm and his breathing even, as if he was simply retreating according to a pre-planned scenario. Logan growled in frustration and struck again, putting into each blow the pent-up anger and resentment he had accumulated for the previous humiliation. The whirlwind of attacks hit Rain with such force that a huge explosion deafened the spectators and made the stands tremble from the unexpected impact. In the huge plume of smoke that rose above the arena after the explosion, only one blurry shadow was visible, the silhouette of which was difficult to recognize, even with a strained gaze. Logan's feet suddenly felt stuck where he stood, as if the ground itself had closed in around them and wouldn't let him move any further. The floor beneath him turned into a viscous, muddy substance like mud and froze his every movement. Logan couldn't understand what was going on, but he had heard that such a magical substance was used to plow fields. He didn't attach much importance to it, because he was sure that it was just a simple, one-star spell that couldn't interfere with him. From above, Rain's voice could be heard standing on a mountain of earth that had risen up after the marble had been destroyed, and he said that it was a spell that created a temporary dam during a flood, and it was a 2-star spell. Those present could not believe that 2 spells were cast almost simultaneously without hesitation. Some people thought that Rain was using support magic, although his calculation speed was not within the usual range. Professor Owen chuckled quietly. He considered it an ideal tactic for Rain because he stood on a platform of rock fragments and provided himself with visibility and distance. Owen was impressed by his strategy of neutralizing Logan's close combat skills, and how Rain anticipated the attack and turned the ground into mud, binding his legs, and moreover, was able to cast the 2 necessary spells almost simultaneously. Caroline narrowed her eyes, finding it impossible to carry out such a plan without lightning-fast calculations and mana control. Rain took the broom in his hands and threw it towards Logan, saying that now it would all end. This unexpected act attracted the attention of the entire arena and caused an instant silence, paralyzing even those who did not usually follow the fights. Christa and Hubert jumped up from their seats in disbelief, not understanding why Rain was attacking from such an unsafe distance. But Logan, clenching his fist, began to concentrate all his mana in one place, preparing the final blow. He gathered the energy from the core and Dantian, strengthened to the limit, and time slowed down for him. He saw the broom approaching from above, saw Rain's face, and already knew how he would break the weapon and strike. The blow pierced the broom, shattering it into pieces, and seemed to have already made Rain tense up, anticipating the end of this magical clash. And then Logan's fist shot forward at maximum speed, aimed straight at the guy, with the intention of finally turning the tide of the fight. Rain stood frozen in place, not moving a single step, just like the entire audience, who were watching this scene with bated breath and anxiety in their chests. Logan was sure that he had hit the target, because his calculations could not fail, and at that moment he mentally celebrated the victory. But the fist, contrary to expectations, hung in the air, and his body did not move, as if time had frozen and everything had lost its meaning. Rain calmly said that he used magic that breathed temporary life into dead plants, and it only worked for a short moment, but it was enough. He pointed out that the source of the strange stop was the fragments of a broken broom, which did not disappear, but on the contrary, activated. These fragments, filled with life force, merged together into sticky vines that wrapped around Logan, as if a web had grabbed him completely. Rain said with a slight smile that he had cast exactly 3 spells, as he had promised at the very beginning, strictly following his words. And Logan only got angry, because he couldn't do anything else. Rain chuckled slightly, as if this was all just child's play, and confidently added that it was now time to end the entire scene. The guy picked up the broken part of the branch and squeezed it tightly with his fingers, feeling the remnants of magical energy permeating the wood. And he was ready to finish this magical duel, fully concentrating on the last move, which was supposed to dot all the I's. Logan continued to thrash about in the branches, desperately trying to break free, his pride not allowing him to accept defeat without one last try. If he loses like this, his name will be disgraced throughout the school, and everything he achieved before will become an empty sound. Rain put in a lot of magical power, so it was difficult for Logan to move in the sticky vines. Considering the plant's characteristics and ease of control, the guy thought it would be worth improving. But he told Logan not to worry, because he would soon feel much more comfortable. The feeling of impending pain and complete helplessness overwhelmed him so strongly that he looked more like a frightened child. The sharp end of the branch was right next to his eye. Logan squeezed his eyes shut and tensed his entire body, barely exhaling from excitement, waiting for the blow that seemed to be coming right now. However, instead of pain, there was only a light sound of impact, as if something metal or wooden had knocked on the surface. Feeling no pain or strange smell, Logan forced himself to open his eyes and saw Rain's back standing calmly in front of him. Logan shouted the question in shock, not understanding why Rain hadn't followed through, as if it was some kind of mockery. The guy responded calmly, saying that the fight was already over, and there was no point in continuing what had already ended naturally. And he asked Logan to shut his mouth since he lost. Rain asked, or did Logan understand what it was like to get hit hard? And he asked him from that moment to stop doing bad things and live a good life. His words, spoken simply and without pressure, for some reason resonated in Logan's soul, as if awakening something long forgotten in him. Logan remembered how he spent his entire life in a harsh place, where every mistake was punished, and no one spared the weak. In this world of magic, strength was everything, and the weak disappeared, regardless of gender, age, or merit, and no one doubted this rule. A voice from the past, filled with anger and disappointment, surfaced in his memory, as if reviving difficult scenes from his youth. He heard the familiar reproaches that if he couldn't cope, he wasn't worthy of being called a magician, and again he felt that old heaviness in his chest. But Rain's words sounded different, calm and simple, reminding that a magical duel is not the end of life, but just a test. When the roots were completely destroyed, the guy thought that they had lasted for quite a long time, so it seemed like it was magic with enough practical application. Then he remembered that a magical duel only ended when one side surrendered or suffered complete collapse. So he caught Logan in midair and delivered a powerful blow to the chin. Rain did not consider this an attack, since the outcome of the fight had already been decided earlier. The students who were watching everything that was happening were shocked by this ending, because they did not expect that everything would end exactly like this, because just recently Rain spoke of mercy and suddenly attacked. Meanwhile, Logan lay motionless on the broken ground. Professor Theon, who had been silently watching all this, finally removed the protective barrier and officially announced the name of the winner to the entire hall. Rhine Ludwig's name echoed throughout the arena, and the students all let out a collective breath, realizing that they had just witnessed something exceptional. No one could believe that the same young master, who had previously been the subject of only ridicule, was able to defeat Logan with such ease, and the crowd began to animatedly discuss what was happening. Gertrude blinked hard, trying to process what she saw, and Christa nodded, as if she knew this was how it would go. Owen and Caroline were also shocked, not expecting the newcomer Rain to win. Meanwhile, Rain saw someone at the gate to the arena. It was the president of the club. He ran forward without hiding his emotions and bowed before Rain with tears in his eyes, gratefully whispering words of appreciation. Rain muttered that it shouldn't be called grace and scratched his head, asking them to just do their jobs and create useful magic. And then Rain asked how he could repay the kindness done by the club leader, who had no idea what he was talking about. The guy explained that kindness was a spell that he used, because he borrowed them from the club, and in all the spells he felt the instinct of the club leader, although it was not perfect. Rain said that the efforts of the elders were not in vain, and that they would continue to create more magic for local development. He gave the leader confidence and said that he would definitely succeed, and he beamed with a smile. The feigned indifference behind which sincere concern was hidden struck even the most indifferent observers, and Rain's departure was accompanied by respectful silence. But he wondered what Esther would say in that case. But the thoughts immediately went away, because he was not Esther, but still he was interested in whether he managed to save his face. The students excitedly discussed how Rain was able to defeat Logan, not believing in such a possibility, and whispering among themselves in surprise. One of them said that he saw everything with his own eyes, and that the guys from the prestigious Magic Academy spoke about the incredible power of Rain, who ended the duel with the help of powerful black magic. Voices came through the moonlit window, saying that it was now clear that this guy was not a worthless young master at all, but a talented user of black magic who was quickly gaining strength. In the infirmary of the main building of another magical academy, Logan was about to get out of bed. Then he touched his bandaged forehead, feeling a slight pain, reminding him of the recent fight. Professor Owen stood over him and asked Logan what it was like to tarnish the name of his school. Upon seeing the professor, Logan immediately straightened up and sat motionless, remembering the strict rules of the Check school, which was famous for its discipline, tougher than that of a soldier. Professor Owen demanded a report and confession about the magical duel, Logan said. Good big brother. Owen instantly became angry, reminding Logan that he should now call him professor instead of big brother, emphasizing the formal nature of the relationship. Logan apologized and explained that it was all due to extreme fatigue that had accumulated after many difficult fights and intense training. Then the teacher advised him to have a good rest, since he himself had seen all the weight and tension of the difficult fight that had just ended. Logan feared for the school's reputation, fearing that the elders would take harsh measures against him for losing, since the T-Hark school did not forgive weakness. The professor called Logan's behavior a manifestation of genius that was unlucky, and reminded that praise does not make the school a personal property, and success requires perseverance. Logan felt a deep respect for his older brother, who was an example and support, despite his strictness and harshness. He tried to understand what exactly the professor meant when he spoke of the great Scalzi Ludwig, who was the greatest magician of the previous generation. Legend has it that Rain was this mage's assistant for 3 years, and despite his possible lack of academic credentials, his skills were impeccable. This caused Logan to resent the descendants of noble families who received education and opportunities through blood rather than talent. Owen advised his brother to establish contact with Rain, since apparently he was a real genius, with whom it was better not to argue, and he became a figure to be reckoned with, because one day he would become a big shot in the world of magicians. But Logan didn't want to agree, because he considered Rain a disgrace, and that he would definitely defeat him next time. Owen considered her brother a blind and stupid ram, because Logan was beaten in close combat and was a loser in the arena, that even Rain beat him. The teacher insisted that Logan had been watching Rain more than anyone else and had sensed him, so let him do whatever he thought was necessary. And as he was leaving, he told him not to forget to fulfill his promise, since he had lost in a fair fight. After the professor left, Logan looked at the door for a long time and sighed with relief, realizing the gravity of his situation and the trials ahead. He knew he didn't want to challenge Rain again, especially if he used all his strength, because the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. Despite everything, Logan repeated to himself that he was not afraid, but simply stopped resisting at the request of his older brother, maintaining his pride. 15 minutes before the magical duel with Logan, Rain was in the central library of Delighton, as it contained huge collections of historical books and biographies, as well as many other publications. He thought about the fact that Lynn's diary was delivered to him, and it was strange for him. Rain approached the librarian and asked where he could go to find some books. The girl showed him 2 books. One was about the life and achievements of the palace archer Kays, and the second was about the priestess of the fire dragon Frida. Rain immediately smiled when he saw the book covers. A summer day 300 years ago came into his mind when Frida suddenly decided to make a strange bet. She cheerfully suggested betting on whose biography would be thicker, confident of her victory, and he then sighed in irritation, considering it stupid, because he did not care about the rating compiled by a person, but he could not resist her cheeky smile. Frida covered her mouth with her hand and mockingly accused him of fearing the legendary shrine. Just as he was about to parry, Esther, who was practicing her sword swings at that very moment, intervened in the conversation. She, without looking up from her workout, said that she was betting on Lynn, causing a brief moment of silence among everyone. Frida snorted and called it unfair because she always praised Lynn, but Esther's eyes were not defiant, but sadly distant. Lynn asked her why she was sure he would have the most pages in the biography, trying to understand her thoughts and motives. Esther evaded the answer, giving various reasons and explanations, after which she quickly left the conversation, as if avoiding the topic. Then she finally told that since she had limitations in her lineage, she could not live long. Kays, being the eldest in the group, also had a limited lifespan, and Frida was not much different in this regard, which sadly affected their fates. Lynn was the youngest among them, so it was logical to assume that he would live the longest and leave the richest biography for future generations. That is why his life path had to be the most voluminous and meaningful in order to preserve the memory of him for many years. Esther then joked that of course no one knew what the future held, but she hoped they would see Lynn's biography. He had no idea then that he would be the first to disappear from their squad, leaving behind only empty pages and unspoken words. Looking at the books of his comrades, he whispered to himself that he had lost that old bet and would no longer be able to pay off his debt to Frida. He opened both volumes to compare their thicknesses and noted with irony that the victory had gone not to Frida, but to Kay's, at least in this respect. And he was amused to learn that Kay's book was a little thicker, perhaps because it was published by the Imperial House. Inside, it was written that Kay's was known as a holy archer who founded the school of the drunken archer, which emphasized archery while intoxicated, and through this he trained many students. And then Rain was surprised because he read that he married a noble lady 20 years younger than him, and even had descendants. It truly warmed him to think that his friend had been able to find a simple, but in its own way, happy continuation of life. Kay's story seemed straightforward and even bright, but Frida's biography seemed much more mysterious from the first pages. Opening the book and leafing through a few pages, he noticed something strange that immediately caused internal unrest. There were no records after 1168, which was unclear. He read that she had led the Republic for a long time as a priestess, but her subsequent whereabouts were unknown. She did not reappear until 1200, and the Republican Witch Association officially declared her dead. Rain thought it was strange for someone who loved being the center of attention to die alone. However, he did not immediately reject this version, because he knew that time can change even the most striking and eccentric personalities. He closed the book and was about to leave the library when suddenly a feeling arose within him that he was missing something important. His thoughts returned to Frida, and he wondered if it had been too easy to accept her disappearance as something ordinary. He knew Frida like no one else, and therefore he could not believe that she simply disappeared without a trace, as if she had dissolved into thin air. He wondered if Frida had changed towards the end of her life, or if there was something more behind her disappearance. Perhaps someone had made her disappear. Rain continued to think that the priestess who saved the world had disappeared, perhaps due to someone's actions. The guy wondered if her personality had changed in recent years, and he realized that the book he had read was not suitable because it had little information. He wondered whether he should not look for more complete and reliable books from the Republic, where other important information about the past might be stored. Looking up from his thoughts, he noticed the librarian handing him another book, clearly finding it useful for his research interests and purposes. The girl understood that Rain wanted to know more about Esther's group, so she decided to help him find additional materials for study and expansion of knowledge. At first, Rain wanted to refuse, but when he saw the cover, he froze, because in front of him was the book of the Ash Shaman about Terrina, the student of Lynn and Frida. An image of a girl with blue hair running through a field full of flowers, lively and mischievous, far from the image of a temple servant, came to mind. Rain was slightly surprised by this memory, and the librarian noticed his shock, asking if everything was okay and if he needed help choosing literature. The guy replied that everything was fine, thanked her for recommending the book, and began reading the first pages of the new edition with interest. He could not understand how such a seemingly simple and young girl could become a shaman. After all, shamans who controlled spirits belonged to the highest class of witches and possessed rare and powerful abilities. Was he curious, or did Terrina manage to become more successful than Frida? Terrina became Frida's successor, and what's more, her life lasted from 1994 to 1413, which seemed impossible for an ordinary person. Rain was shocked. If the dates were true, she had been alive since he was a baby, and had possibly been watching over him from the very beginning. He couldn't believe that a person could live so long, given the information about Frida, so he decided that he still needed to find the book from the Republic. His fingers trembled as he turned the first page, but at that moment the sound of bells rang out throughout the university. Normally he would have ignored it, but he had a magical duel with Logan and couldn't afford to be late. Although this duel was not entirely his business, he still promised to take part, and so he realized that the time had come to go to the battlefield. He approached the librarian, asking if he could hold the book temporarily, since the reservation service was not yet available to first-year students. The librarian agreed with slight hesitation, promising to put the book aside until someone else showed interest in it. Rain promised to be back within 15 minutes, turned around, and headed towards the north end of campus, towards the fighting arena where he had fought Logan. After winning the magical duel against Logan, Rain rushed back to the library. When he entered, he saw that the librarian Karen looked very agitated and was apparently looking for something. The girl asked Rain if he hadn't taken the book with him. It turned out that the book he left behind before leaving had disappeared, despite the fact that he knew for sure that he had not taken it with him. The library system excluded the possibility of taking books out without registration, since in such a case, a magical alarm would be triggered. However, the book disappeared without a trace, as if it had dissolved into thin air, which made the situation even more suspicious. The girl felt an internal awkwardness and took the blame on herself. She usually remained calm, but now she looked shocked, but still politely apologized and promised to deal with the disappearance. What was especially strange was that the books by Kays and Frida remained in their places, but only Terrina's biography disappeared, as if someone had specially chosen it. Realizing that the problem could drag on, he suggested simply purchasing a new copy. However, the librarian continued to insist that it was his fault and he should report the incident to the library management. But Rain considered such measures excessive, believing that disciplinary proceedings would not lead to anything useful and would only drag out the case, and he also understood that it would be almost impossible to find such a voluminous and specialized biography in a regular store. For the boy, this was not so much a favor to the librarian as a sign of respect for the memory that the missing book had revived, and he asked the librarian to register the loss and order a new copy, promising to cover all expenses upon receipt of the receipt. Despite the resistance, the librarian eventually relented and gratefully accepted the offer, bowing in acknowledgement. She sincerely thanked the guy, calling him Lord Rain. Returning to the dorm, he fell exhausted onto his bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time, trying to make sense of the growing chaos. He wondered whether he should perceive what was happening as a chain of accidents, or recognize in it a pattern and someone's will. Lately he had heard the word thank you too often. For him, it was a waste of time, but he didn't feel bad, which was strange for him. He thought that it was probably the changes in his body. Then he thought, perhaps he became more free in life, but in any case he believed that something needed to be done about this incident. Although he didn't like to complicate his life, the events that were unfolding increasingly resembled a carefully thought-out script. First, Lynn's diary fell into his hands, which he entrusted to Esther. And then, just as he began to investigate the past of his companions, the Chronicle of Terrina disappeared. He wondered if someone could have deliberately planted the diary, and then watched his actions from the shadows. The only one who could have known that much about him was Terrina. But the thought seemed illogical. Firstly, she had long since left this world, and even if we assume the opposite, it made no sense for her to act so secretly. He went through everyone he knew in his mind, but almost all of his former comrades had already left, leaving behind only empty names. My thoughts reached a dead end, and my head became increasingly heavy, as if from an excess of stress and fatigue. He realized that trying to find the answer on his own was a waste of time, and decided to do something more productive. Opening Lynn's diary to review old notes and math problems, he was suddenly confronted with a surprising message. The system indicated that the research could absorb experience from the environment, and the current progress was nearly 38%, and he couldn't understand why the progress had increased. Rain tried to analyze what had happened during the day for the indicator to grow by almost a whole percent. In his thoughts, he went over recent events, but apart from the magical duel and the use of force against Logan, nothing came to mind. He wondered if it was possible that the progress had increased precisely after he had used magic on a living person. He wondered if this meant that the path to truth lay through violence. Perhaps the door to truth had to be opened by force. At the same time, Rain clearly realized that he couldn't just grab random people for the sake of experiments, because the consequences could be devastating. His assistant told him not to worry and suggested that they think it over together. She insisted that although force could rule the world, it did not seem like something that worked only through force. After all, besides strength, Rain did nothing else. Only earlier he used the same technique on the golems in the arena, and then the growth was only 0.1%. But after the fight with Logan, who was a living being, it increased by only 0.8%. At that time, there were no other clues, so it remained to test this theory. But using magic against living beings inside the school could be problematic, so he thought maybe he should try being an adventurer. He briefly thought that being an adventurer would give him more freedom to explore magic and open up new fields. After all, he didn't need any awards or recognition, only the opportunity to improve magic and discover patterns in its structure. After the magic war, Rain began a new life, which came with some annoying and unwelcome consequences that turned out to be side effects of his recent victory. An ordinary morning and the way to class became the reason for intrusive conversations when students, especially girls, began to approach him with useless attempts to start a conversation. Some recalled meeting in dreams, others claimed to live next door to each other in the dorms, but they all talked too much, without waiting for an answer and not noticing the obvious irritation on Rain's face. He didn't want to make contact. He didn't want to hear names. He didn't want to remember faces. He knew that getting close to them was pointless and not part of his plans. When he said this out loud, the students' reaction was predictable. They did not take him seriously, considering everything he said to be a strange joke from a representative of a noble family. His grim and honest face only increased their laughter, as if they had agreed to ignore any manifestations of coldness and accept them as part of the image. A little later, a new nickname stuck to him, another and meaningless one, like all the others, and he, as usual, did not attach any significance to it. The conversations in the classroom were cut short when Christa Varden walked into the room, her voice cold and sharp as it echoed throughout the room, causing everyone to step aside. A restrained snort and a haughty gait revealed her as a noble girl who was accustomed to attention, even if she did not need it. Gertrude Panton walked alongside him, radiating a playful mockery, and her quiet whispers directed towards Rain only increased the sense of a strange game unfolding before his eyes. Christa, passing by, demonstratively turned away, sat down next to him, and stared out the window, as if not noticing his presence, turning into a motionless stone statue. She did not say a word, but radiated a tense silence, like an offended queen whose silence must be understood without explanation. Rain, not known for his sensitivity to such moods, did not immediately understand what had caused this change of mood, but he did not try to guess. Christa finally broke the silence, crossing her arms haughtily and raising her chin as if giving instructions to invisible subjects. She said she was tired of watching him feign weakness, even though he had such skills. Christa told him to straighten his shoulders and walk confidently, because strong people should show their strength, but he was still able to defeat Christa and Logan. There was a challenge in her words, sincere and almost belligerent, as if she had finally recognized him not as scum, but as a worthy opponent whom she would not be ashamed to defeat. Now she expected only one thing from him, not to lose to anyone until their next fight, so that their duel would become a true pinnacle in the history of the Academy. Her words sounded like an oath, spoken solemnly and sharply, and when she finished, the class fell silent for a moment. In response to her intense gaze, Rain remained calm, not hiding his eyes and showing neither surprise nor anger, only cold indifference. However, the drawn-out tension was broken suddenly and even absurdly when he reminded her of her first lesson with Professor Owen and the possible penalty for a forgotten textbook. Christa's reaction was so sharp that she immediately sat down and began rummaging through her things, and her feigned arrogance crumbled to dust. Gertrude couldn't resist and ran her hand over her forehead, realizing that all the pre-prepared theatricality had been ruined by one insignificant remark, because everyone knew that Christa had been rehearsing this phrase all day yesterday. After a busy week of classes and rune lessons, Rain prepared to meet Karen, the junior librarian assigned to the central library for the weekend. When he first entered there, he saw her worried face, which indicated some kind of problem. The girl told him that all books dedicated to Terrina had been removed from sale. She even contacted all the publishing houses of the Empire, who reported that the books were no longer available and were not planned to be sold. She didn't know the exact reason, but it was said that the Golden Children, which was the heresy investigation body of the Light of the Dragon Church, suddenly put all books related to Terrina on the censorship list that year. Rain wondered what could have caused such a reaction after her death, since if there had been serious allegations, an investigation would have begun during her lifetime. Karen said that she read these books because they were required reading if you worked in the library. Moreover, the girl was a follower of the Archmage Lynn and Frida, and Terrina left behind as many great achievements as these two. Karen insisted that there was nothing suspicious in Terrina's book, just a story, and since it was a biography, even if there had been dangerous content, it would have been filtered out by the censors. Rain realized that it was no longer possible to obtain a copy of the book in the usual way, and decided to turn to the black market, where rare and forbidden artifacts were sold. The black market could provide what was needed, but it was a risk, especially if the purchase was linked to the Ludwig family name. In order not to drag his family into a potential scandal, he decided to act alone and use his personal funds, but there was a new problem. He did not have the necessary amount. Karen offered to help, but her salary of 30 silver turtle coins was barely enough to survive, not to buy a book worth 3 gold. He had to admit that without his own income, he would not be able to advance, despite his noble birth and family title. The idea of a stable and secure life, which seemed guaranteed after reincarnation, suddenly crumbled before the simple question of where to get money. He considered many options, including street magic and teaching, but everything came down to licensing, reputation, and long terms. Among all the ideas, there was only one real possibility left: to risk one's life for the sake of profit and new magical knowledge. Becoming an adventurer was not only a way to make money, but also a cover for experimenting with magic in combat conditions. Karen didn't agree with him because how could Rain engage in adventures and low deeds, being from a great family? She wanted to sort everything out herself, to somehow help him because someone stole the book. But Rain didn't want to involve her in the matter, and said that if everything went well, he would be able to earn the required amount, and this was the only way that came to his mind. The next morning, the head librarian began checking the list of books issued and noticed a familiar entry. The book on Terrina was listed as belonging to Rhine Ludwig, a first-year student who was not allowed to borrow books in the first semester. The head librarian frowned, remembering that access could only be granted by permission, and began to find out who was responsible. It quickly became clear that the person on duty that day was Karen, a girl who had only worked at the library for a few months. Doubts grew when other librarians reminded them that Karen was usually very careful and not prone to such mistakes, so they thought the boy might be begging. One of the senior staff members suggested that perhaps the book was given not to Rain, but to Professor Elen, and the writing was simply illegible. And since everyone was talking about Raina then, because of her victory in the duel, she could have been mistaken by accident. The employee noted that Karen had been spending a lot of time with Rain lately, and perhaps was even in love, and when a person is in love, even bigger mistakes are made. In that case, they thought everything was fine, and after the meeting, they wanted to change the reader's name to Professor Elen Ludwig. They said there was romance in the life of an adventurer, but Rain knew it was just a high-risk job where lives were put on the line for money. The original concept of the profession seemed noble and honorable, but much has changed since the Adventurers Guild was founded 300 years ago. Where adventurers had once aided heroes in covert missions, they were now mercenaries, fighting monsters and solving problems that the army couldn't or wouldn't discuss out loud. The guild, which has grown to branches in every city, has become an integral part of the world's fighting power, defining it through levels and ranks. Over 300 years, adventurers have gained the status of trusted experts and have been divided into ranks based on strength and achievements. Rain felt mixed feelings as he entered the 3-story stone building of the Adventurers Association. In the morning, the lobby was filled with conversations of adventurers about the latest quests and dangerous monsters, such as rat spiders, whose prey promised decent rewards. After all, ever since the Red Dragon Legion left, the mountain range had become full of monsters, and for adventurers, it was a gold mine. For Rain, who remembered the name, information about rat spiders was valuable. In this world, knowledge was more valuable than gold. When it was his turn, a haggard secretary in uniform asked him to show his student card to register as an adventurer. She warned that the process would take no more than 10 minutes to verify personal data. The name on the ID card, Rain Ludwig, surprised her, because he was a nobleman from a powerful family and not a simple commoner magician. She immediately stopped poking him and treated him with respect, but she didn't understand why he needed to register as an adventurer. He was asked to fill out a registration parchment which required him to indicate his magical rank, the spells he used, and other information that was especially important for nobles. And they warned that the association is not responsible for any possible problems that arise during the work. This agreement was created a century ago after a series of lawsuits, and is now binding on all members of noble families. After filling out all the documents, he was given a magical certificate. So far, it has been made of iron, but then the level will rise in turn: brass, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. But not everyone received the iron level from the very beginning. Those who had combat experience before becoming an adventurer. Then the level in the association depended on other factors. The girl said that the certificate simply showed whether a person had the ability to carry out orders, and in general, it was necessary to pass exams to determine the level. After which, everything was clear to the guy, and the secretary wished him success, and suggested that the higher the level, the more and more difficult the work they would offer. Rain was pleased that he had a certificate that allowed him to receive a reward for exterminating monsters, because this way he would be able to enter dangerous areas and thereby increase his scope of activity. He had 44 silver coins in his hands, and his target was the spider rat he had heard about from other adventurers. The notice board stated that one spider could be traded for 2 silver coins, and additional materials such as skin, teeth, or bones could be traded for even more. All that was left was to catch as many of them as possible, so he set off on his way to the Red Mountain. The foothills of Songrubong, the nearest peak of the Red Mountains, became a bustling business district where trade was carried out by adventurers. There were also alchemists and blacksmiths, each offering goods or services in the hope of making money from the upcoming battles. The mountain range, once a refuge for the Red Dragon Legion, has now become an arena for adventurers. After all, the dragons left it more than 200 years ago, and their place was taken by monsters, who were now exterminated for money. When Rain reached the beginning of the climb, he saw that the old stone steps leading to the Fire Dragon Sanctuary were still standing. It was as if time was sparing them for the sake of the memory of the past, when he was there with his comrades. And Rain told Frida that everything was fine, her house was safe and sound. Having examined everything, he was already ready to go and destroy all the pests on Earth. Rain was about to take the first step onto the old stone stairs, when he suddenly felt someone approaching. A tall, slender, and energetic young man in a leather hunting suit appeared before him, and his movements were so silent that they seemed imperceptible. Rain frowned and narrowed his eyes, feeling that the stranger had no trouble identifying him as a mage, despite the school uniform he was wearing that day. Behind the guy was a bow and arrow, which clearly indicated that he was an archer. He invited Rain to join their group, because they were just missing a mage to complete the team. Without hiding his slight irritation, Rain was preparing to refuse further communication, but the archer's unexpected gesture made him stop and pay attention. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared behind the guy, swallowing them both, and in front of Rain appeared the figure of a giant, whose name was Bart. It was a very strong silver-level vanguard fighter, but Rain thought it was a real monster, but the archer asked him to refrain from insulting him, because Bart was sensitive. Next was Sam, who was a priest and looked like an ordinary guy. And then the brilliant archer himself introduced himself. His name was Rem. Rain asked them if they were by any chance a group of criminals waiting for entry-level adventurers. After all, they had a rather suspicious appearance, as if they were trading people, and under the pretext of joining the group, they were disguising the kidnappings. And Bart started to get angry. Rain was already ready to fight him, but only tears came from his eyes. Embarrassed by the accusations against the company, Rain could barely contain his emotions when he saw the giant's eyes fill with tears, and the archer tried to calm him down with a friendly pat on the back. Incredibly, this stern and eerie-looking giant hid a tender heart that could evoke sympathy even in those who met him for the first time. Rain asked why their group needed him if he only had an iron level. The archer explained that ranks didn't really matter here, and that he was able to recognize people by their inner strength and aura, sensing the power in Reyna at first glance. He even brought his face closer to Rain, as if trying to sense his essence, and smiled with a slight mockery, which caused the young mage to let out a barely noticeable sigh. When the priest intervened, he said that young students sometimes got into trouble when they came to earn money. Rain began to realize that hunting monsters alone could be too dangerous and reckless, and he thought whether he should accept the invitations or not. He tried to weigh all the pros and cons. Then he decided that it would be more convenient for him to act alone. But when they said they knew where the rat spiders lived, Rain's opinion immediately changed. He immediately turned to the archer and said that if they needed his magic, they could calmly contact him. Blushing slightly, Rain admitted to himself that he actually wanted to test his new acquaintances and wasn't against forming a real team for the dungeon. There were puzzled looks around him, and he heard someone in the group call him weird, but in his heart, Rain knew he had made the right choice. Despite doubts and obstacles, the new group had a chance to successfully cooperate, and Rain felt that this event could change his path in this dangerous world. As they argued and walked further and further into the Red Mountains, the surrounding area became more deserted, and strange and ominous sounds came from behind the rocks. A desperate cry rang out, cutting through the roar of battle, causing all the adventurers to stop in alarming silence and turn their gaze towards the source of the noise. Something huge was approaching them, and in its mouth, the size of the creature shocked everyone. And in comparison to it, even the impressive Bart seemed like an ordinary middling warrior. Even the experienced explorers could not contain their fear when they realized that this giant figure was the Rat Spider Queen, who had come to the surface against all expectations. She was twice as big as the average queen. Even in manuscripts, there was no such thing. Apparently, everyone forgot about her long ago. A dull thud echoed across the ground, and at the same moment many felt it tremble beneath their feet as if the queen were moving towards them. Those who lacked self-control screamed and ran away without thinking about the consequences, although this only made the monsters even more angry. Bart, the only one who remained calm, shouted for no one to turn their backs, because retreat was the most dangerous decision. There were also a lot of small rats there, which didn't seem scary. But Sam the priest said that it was better to retreat, although Rain did not understand why, because he did not see anything scary in them. Sam warned that the rat spiders under the queen's control become tens of times more dangerous. Under normal conditions, they act chaotically, but near her, they begin to move with frightening coherence, as if on an invisible order. The glow in the monster's eyes became ominous, as if a command to attack had flared up inside them, engraved with the sign of their ruler. The newcomers did not pay attention to this signal and continued to run, which only accelerated their tragic fate. The spiders caught up with the fugitives with astonishing speed and sank their teeth into them, tearing out shreds of flesh without the slightest delay. Rem clenched his fists in anger and quickly drank the contents of the pumpkin hanging on his belt. As if preparing for the final shot, it was clear that the famous technique of drunken shooting would begin now. The idea behind this technique was that the more intoxicated the shooter was, the more powerful and accurate his shots would be in combat. But the method was risky as it could lead to nausea or complete loss of consciousness during the battle. However, Rem did not hesitate, and 3 arrows were immediately placed on the bowstring, launched at an insane speed in a variety of directions. Rem gave the commands and Sam rushed to the wounded to heal them, while Rain stayed close, protecting him from attacks. And then Rem put 5 arrows on the bowstring, took aim at the queen, and abruptly released the taut string. The arrows flew in a confusing pattern, but all hit the same spot on the monster's body, causing significant damage. Hit in the left eye, the queen roared, emitting a dull sound that made the leaves tremble and hearts clench. Hundreds of rat spiders immediately rushed towards Rem, as if they were part of her body, and their eyes burned with rage. Bart walked towards this wall of flesh, swinging his axe so hard that the ground shook from the force of his blow. With each swing, he cut a path through the ranks of monsters, and Rem's arrows followed him into the gaps, finishing off the survivors. Rain was shocked by the guy's teamwork. As a gap opened up in front of them, Bart gripped the axe with both hands, ran forward, and brought down a blow from the sky. The adventurers in the distance gasped at what they saw, amazed at how great the strength of Bart and their crew in general was. With a battle cry, he brought the axe down from above, aiming for the crown of the monstrous queen. The blow was enhanced by gravity and the weight of the weapon itself, and seemed likely to cut the monster in half. But instead of the expected crunch of armor and bones, the axe suddenly stopped, as if it had crashed into an invisible wall. The warrior's intuition immediately screamed alarm, and even Rain felt an icy chill run down his spine, foreshadowing trouble. He shouted for Bart to back off, and without thinking, Bart let go of the weapon and rolled to the side. At that very moment, a dark blue poison burst out of the cut on the queen's body, and a bubbling stream gushed downwards, corroding everything it touched. Bart's axe melted right before his eyes, and the grass beneath it turned black and withered. The wound on the monster's head, seemingly fatal, healed in a matter of moments. Rem, initially stunned, now looked at the queen with genuine surprise. The creature was able to successfully regenerate itself, and was already standing in front of Bart, ready to move into the attack. Rem immediately began shouting that they needed to retreat, since they were not strong enough to deal with the queen. The queen, without wasting a moment, darted forward, aiming at the unarmed Bart, like a hungry animal at its hunted prey. Grabbing the monster's mouth with his hands, Bart tried to hold it back, but the monstrous force pressed him into the ground more and more with each passing second. The creak of armor, the crack of bones, and a muffled groan escaped simultaneously as the metal gave way under the pressure, and his fingers clenched in agony. Rem continued to shoot, maneuvering among the enemies, but the arrows, stuck in the queen's body, did not bring any result. The queen seemed to stop noticing everything around her and focused only on one thing, finishing off the one who dared to challenge her. Rem couldn't get any closer because all the rat spiders were restricting his access to the queen and Bart. Rain's face turned pale, not only from the horror of what was happening, but also from the realization that he had encountered something similar before, and it could not be a coincidence. This cold, this foul stench emanating from the monster's blood, all this was a sign of ancient forbidden magic, which was not customary to speak about out loud. He could not help but recognize this poison, because it corroded not the body, but the soul itself, destroying will and memory, leaving only emptiness. Because of him, Rain himself was forced to fall into a deep magical hibernation, sealing himself in time to contain the spread of the filth. And if this poison is here again, then perhaps there is a high-ranking black magician hiding nearby whose power allowed this queen to be strengthened. The thought that the remnants of the Black Church were still alive made his heart clench and his temples pound with anxiety. Sam asked for help, because he himself could not use attack magic, and besides Rain, there was no one who could fight back the queen. Rain didn't want to get involved, didn't want to fight, didn't want to face again what had already ruined his life. He asked sharply how much the queen might cost, because he understood that without a reason he would not be able to explain his intervention. As soon as Sam said the amount, Rain gritted his teeth and his gaze darkened. 20 gold, like for 1,000 ordinary rat spiders, the money would be enough for a rare magic book. It was not heroism or nobility, for he intervened only for the sake of money, for his own benefit and the opportunity to gain power. And even if someone thinks otherwise, Rain knew the truth. He was doing this only for money, and there was no friendship here. However, somewhere deep in his mind, the smile of Bart and Rem, who urgently needed help, surfaced, and he felt irritated by this feeling. Rain went out to the rat spider queen and called her names to provoke her into an attack on him. After muttering the formula, Rain extended his hand forward, and a magic circle began to form from sparks and symbols, weaving into a 4th-level pattern. Rain released a magic circle straight towards the queen, putting all his remaining mana into it, and the space shook from the resonance of the formulas. The glittering pattern filled everything in front of him, expanding to its limit and flaring into a blinding yellow light that erased the darkness for a moment. Even the queen, despite her monstrous nature, instinctively recoiled, shielding her eyes with long, clawed fingers. While the monster was disoriented, Rain jumped up to his fallen comrades and pulled Bart, then Rem, away from the danger zone. He gestured to Sam to look after the wounded, handing over the care of his comrades to him, and then turned to the rest of the adventurers, demanding that they protect the healer. Realizing that he would not receive help to end the battle, he gathered his strength, accepting that he would fight the queen alone. The creature swayed, supported by its surviving limbs. One of its legs was burned to the base, but it showed no signs of pain. The body was already beginning to recover, the flesh was bubbling, the veins were stretching, and a primordial force was pulsating in the coal cult. Even without legs, the queen continued to radiate rage and fear. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light, and she herself was ready for a new attack. In that case, Rain decided to use 3rd-level magic. Objectively speaking, Rain's physical talent for magic was noticeably lower than Lynn's, both in terms of stamina and the level of mana available to him from birth. It was a pity that the noble origin of the mage was inferior to the innate gift of the orphan, because in practice it was the initial supply of mana that limited the path of growth the most. Rain had less than half the amount of mana in this body that Lynn had at 16, so every spell required precise calculation and maximum concentration. The guy released black balls at her, which exploded right on the queen's body, leaving behind a barely perceptible trail of smoke and fire. But the creature did not fall, it continued to fight, as if not noticing the damage and continuing to persistently move forward, not giving its enemies any rest. Rain realized that even though he was using the 3 stars magic at full power, there was no guarantee that it would work properly and that he would be able to defeat the queen. Besides, the magic and power he used had a limit, so he had to find another way to deal with the creature. And first of all, he decided that he had to understand the enemy. He whispered to Belle Cidius, activating the magic of analysis, and a red star flashed in the guy's eyes. A magic circle, a combination of 2 rhombuses and 1 decagon, spread before my inner eye. A chill ran down my spine as it became clear that the queen's spell was based on 3rd-level dark magic, and any attempt to interfere through Belle Cidius could cost him his consciousness or soul. There was too much poison, and his body might not survive such a dose, so he decided to distance himself a little from the queen. And if he couldn't take out the queen with Belle Curious, then he only had 4-star magic left. But Rain was worried that it would be reckless, and he would fail, and that would be the end of his life. Moreover, there had to be a black magician somewhere nearby, So the risk was very high. Thoughts did not leave Rain. He thought about how he should have acted correctly. At that moment, Rem, hearing Rain's words, began to rise from the ground, despite his fatigue and wounds, preparing to come to the rescue at any second. Sam wanted to stop him, because the bleeding had not stopped, but the archer assured him that he felt fine and could cope. He asked Sam to look after Bart and heal him completely so that he could get back on his feet and continue fighting if necessary. Rem, wasting no time, rushed to help Rain, mercilessly destroying the little rats who tried to interfere with their common task. Meanwhile, Rain continued to think about his actions, until suddenly something strange crashed into the tree next to him at great speed. An eye crashed into the tree with force, and Rain hoped that it was not one of his comrades, because the situation could become even more dangerous and unpredictable. Raising his head, he was shocked to see the queen throwing her children aside like a merciless mother, sparing no one in her path. One of the rats landed right on the branch where Rain was sitting, breaking it under his weight. But the boy instantly rose to continue the fierce and intense battle with the queen, not allowing himself a second of weakness or hesitation. Rain was even afraid to look into the eyes of this terrible creature, because he saw something like this for the first time and felt the full weight of the moment on his shoulders. Just when it seemed like the queen's forces were beginning to overcome Rain and wash over him with a wave of merciless power, an arrow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and flew straight into the rat's eye. From such unexpected and strong pain, the creature collapsed to the ground, as if struck by a powerful blow. But this pause did not last long, and the queen's body began to quickly regenerate. The queen rose to her feet quickly, her gaze hot, full of rage and searching for the culprit of what had happened, trying to determine who dared to offend her so much. Her eyes fell on Remus, who held the bow tightly in his hands, and the queen made it clear that he would definitely pay for this bold and daring act, threatening him with her relentless rage. But Rem seemed not to feel any fear of this terrible creature. He stood calmly in place, without moving and without showing the slightest sign of alarm. The rat, noticing his carefree behavior, turned sharply in his direction and warned that ignoring her danger would inevitably lead to bad consequences for Rem himself. However, the boy did not stop mocking the queen, deliberately provoking her, trying to distract her and force her to move away from the exhausted Rain to give him some time to rest. After that, the rat rushed towards Rem, running at incredible speed on its many legs, as if the threat had become even closer. All the people around were seized with panic and began to shout loudly at Rem, begging him to retreat and run away, realizing the full danger. But Rem remained where he was, enduring the tension with equanimity, because he already had a carefully thought-out plan in his head, and he knew that it was too early to take any step. But the creature was approaching faster and faster, and even Rain could not hide the growing excitement and anxiety in his eyes. He concentrated all the power of magic in his hands, feeling how the energy pulsated, preparing to release a charge directly into the approaching rat. When the monster came very close to Rem, he began his decisive action with lightning speed. Rem threw a sharp throwing weapon straight into the creature's eye, and it fell to the ground again, unable to continue moving. After which he loudly shouted to Rain that he had distracted the rat spider as best he could, and now it was Rain's turn to act, assuring him that he would definitely cope with this test. Rain hid behind a rock that even the keenest eye couldn't see. There he could concentrate. The guy opened his palm and a ring of light flashed in it, denying the usual equations of the world and distorting space itself. The outline of the magic circle appeared in the form of 4 overlapping triangles, each of which symbolized one of the attributes of fire, ancient and merciless. Meanwhile, Rem continued to fight the queen, dodging her attacks time and time again, clutching the bow in his wounded hands despite the pain and fatigue that clouded his vision. His body was on edge, his breathing was ragged, and his legs were buckling until the next lunge of the monster proved decisive for him, throwing him away like a broken doll. He flew several meters, hitting the ground with force, where he lay, mutilated, exhausted, and unable to rise even on his elbows. Meanwhile, Rain continued to try to activate the magic circle to the end. Since the creatures of darkness did not die from simple blows, they could only be destroyed by fire, incinerating existence itself. Rem lay there, covered in blood, unable to feel his legs or fingers, but a strange smile remained on his lips, as if he already knew that he had done everything he could, and that was enough. Rain, watching Rem writhe in pain, clenched his fists, feeling helpless, because he couldn't get closer and help him without interrupting the ritual. The rat spider queen slowly approached the fallen archer, raising her paw for the final blow, and a sense of impending doom hung in the air. But at the moment when the clawed limb fell down, Sam managed to run up and pull Rem aside, saving him in a split second from certain death. The blow of the paw tore through the ground, leaving a huge crater in the place where Rem had been lying a second ago, from which dust and fragments of stone poured out. The rest of the adventurers froze in stupefaction, not believing that someone dared to throw themselves under the queen's blow and manage to save someone. Rem raised his head with difficulty and looked in surprise at Sam, who, despite everything, was nearby and did not flinch before the monster. Sam grabbed him tightly by the collar and made it clear that he would not let him die here while he could do something. The priest quietly looked at everyone who was still alive and mentally promised that they would definitely return together so that they could then smile at each other without regrets. He focused on the wounded body, and warm healing magic began to shine in his palms, slowly filling Rem with strength. Rem, lying on the ground, barely audibly apologized for his reckless heroism and thought that when it was all over, he would definitely write everyone a letter of apology. While the guys were talking, they didn't even notice how this monster approached them. Meanwhile, Rain finally managed to. The runes engraved on his palm shone with 4 names: Yul, Pak, Ka, Khan, each of which carried the element of destruction, coverage, and binding. The bright light of the magic circle became blinding, burning more and more intensely until a storm of magic swirled around it, awakening the nature around it to pain. From the terrifying pressure of mana, the trees cracked and bent, as if they too sensed the approach of an unknown catastrophe. To activate the magic, he had to solve 14 polynomial functions and 7 rational expressions, converting each of them into mana. And then the magic erupted, sending a wave of flame into the sky that illuminated the entire forest for a second, casting shadows into the distance. The Ka element was the first to work. A thin beam separated and protected all the people, surrounding them with a barrier, and the flame rushed further to the target. The second element was Yul, a horned firestorm that pierced the sky, engulfing the entire space in a flaming ring up to the queen. The third one activated the Kyun rune, compressing the stream of fire into one point, directing all the power into the charred body of the queen, not allowing her to escape, and the calculations of the coordinates were completed. And the solution to the equation of great power was completed. The body of the queen was slowly burned to ashes, and the last one to explode was Pak, scattering sparks like rain, and the world lost its color for a moment, dissolving in white heat. The powerful explosion that followed broke the silence, and its echo rolled for a long time through the mountains, like the voice of an angry god. The queen's body, made of bones and chitin, was reduced to ashes, along with the darkness inside her, which disappeared without a trace. Ashes and flames scattered across the field, engulfing both the monsters and the remaining seekers, depriving them of their last strength and hope. The smell of burnt flesh and melted fat penetrated even to where Rain lay, completely exhausted and unable to rise. All the other adventurers were thrown back by a powerful blast wave, as if by an invisible hand, from the center of the blazing explosion. The firestorm burned everything around to the ground, turning trees, earth, and everything that touched its breath into ash. A huge storm of flame and smoke rose above the area, which could be seen for many kilometers, as if a whole nuclear bomb had exploded. Rem and Sam fell to the ground, as if they had let go of their last worries, realizing that the fight was over and they had survived for now. Raising their heads, They saw that there was nothing left of the queen, only standing ashes. There was silence among the surviving adventurers, broken only by whispers of incomprehension, for no one knew who had done this. Rain sat on the rock and thought how pathetic it all was, that he even smiled. After all, he remembered that in his past life he could use such magic 7 times in a row without any problems. Rain tried to stay conscious, but his strength was leaving him, and the world before his eyes was blurring more and more. When the queen died, the spider rats turned back into normal rats. Someone shouted that the rat spiders were escaping, and chaos erupted, breaking the silence as the seekers rushed after their prey. Rem looked at the ashes left behind by the queen, and could not understand how Rain had destroyed her with literally one shot. Then they remembered Bart, who lay powerless, and immediately rushed to help him. Sam tried to cure him, and in the end it worked, because Bart had a pretty strong physique, so it was easier for him. Bart woke up, apologized to Rem for not being able to help, and asked how he was. He said he got the help he needed, so everything was fine. But this fight will be a lesson for them, and they will know that queens regenerate very well, and such information was not even in the database of the Adventurers Association. When they looked around, no one saw Rain, and they worriedly tried to find him among the fog and rocks. Sam pointed to a secluded place near the cliff, where he allegedly saw Rain hide shortly before the activation of magic. They found him in that place, and he was shaking. Apparently his mana ran out, and Sam began to regenerate him. They didn't know exactly who did that fire magic, but they suspected it was Rain, since he was sitting there powerless, having used up all his magical power. Rem was surprised, because he did not understand why he had to hide behind the rock, because the queen was attacking from that side, and he did not need shelter, and his name would be on everyone's lips, like a legend. When he was unconscious, memories of the past suddenly returned, washed over him with special warmth, and made his heart clench. Lynn then asked that his name not be included, as he did not wish to join the ranks of the team of heroes. The propagandist who arrived on behalf of the Empire could not understand why a man who had rejected glory stood before him. Even his closest party comrades seemed confused, for their reaction was filled with genuine incomprehension. It seemed strange to them that the man who had fought alongside them had suddenly distanced himself and erected an invisible wall. Lynn just looked away in embarrassment, trying not to meet their eyes, as if he wanted to avoid any explanations. He said that he had neither generosity nor a penchant for heroic deeds, and initially followed them only out of personal interest. Lynn did not bear the evil fate that Frida and Kays did, and he did not have a mission that he had to fulfill, like Esther. After all, he didn't give his all for anyone because of his pride, and he thought that the fact that they were all together was just a simple coincidence. Therefore, he thought that he had no right to put his name in, because he thought that because of this, his reputation would go down the drain. But his 3 companions, looking at each other, suddenly smiled and said that he was a cutie. One of them patted him on the head with good-natured mockery, clearly not taking his words seriously, but rather with tenderness. He listened to the fact that he didn't need to change, he didn't need to be different, because he was already accepted the way he was. He realized that his silent caring and hidden kindness was what really made him special. He was advised to simply help others, even if only a little, to leave a bright mark on this world, so they wanted to remember him not as an ideal warrior, but as a person who simply tried to do good. This is how he will be passed down from mouth to mouth, called the Archmage of the party of heroes who fought and felt. These words and feelings, like tears, pulled him out of his sleep and returned him back to reality, where everything was different. Before his eyes, the evening city spread out, filled with street noise, twilight light, and the voices of passers-by. He felt a strange lightness in his body, and his gaze slid higher than usual, as if someone was carrying him in their arms. From below he could hear excited voices, among which he recognized the familiar voice of the archer, Rem, Bart, and Sam. They said they carried him to the school, fearing he would not make it back before the gates closed. He was surprised that it took so long to wake him up, although his friends tried their best, but fortunately they remained unnoticed by the black magician. His body was still in pain, his muscles ached as if from multiple injections, and his mind was struggling to gather itself together. He felt that the overexertion of his mana had left an imprint on him, and now he had to be more careful. Bart, carrying Rain in his arms, carefully asked if he really did that magic. Rem warned that it was better not to lie because they would find out everything anyway. At first he remained silent, but then admitted that he did not deny it. There was nothing to hide. The boys thought he wanted to keep it a secret, so they wrote in the report that they used a whistle bought from a peddler. Then they asked if they needed to edit the report they submitted to the association. Rem thought that he had some reasons for keeping it a secret, so he wasn't going to pry into their souls. But at the end, he said that they were in his debt because he saved them all. But he didn't think that they should repay the debt because he himself would have died if he hadn't used fire magic. Then they decided to give him all the awards they would receive that time. But Rain thought it would be fairer to split everything in half, and Rem said that Rain was dreaming and the entire reward should go to him. Almost simultaneously, they both couldn't help but laugh, as if they felt the tension dissipate. He hesitated a little and said that he only needed 5 coins, and that they should divide the rest between themselves, but his attempt to refuse was immediately stopped because everyone understood that he deserved his share. Rain said that he had done nothing special, so he could only take the amount he needed, but the group felt that they had done nothing either, but owed him their lives, so they ordered them to take everything. Rain waved it off and added that he was simply paying for the delivery from the Red Mountains in this way. He recalled that he could have found himself in a much more difficult situation if not for the help of this group. Bart was about to object again, but Rem jumped forward and gave a thumbs up to defuse the situation, and said that he and Bart were going to become better adventurers so Rain could invest in them. Rain couldn't help but smile, and for the first time in a long time he actually laughed heartily and agreed that the idea was not bad. Sam called out to him cautiously, as if he was not sure whether to start a conversation, but still decided to do so. He asked if he was really interested in Terrina. Rain confirmed that he was still interested. He whispered in his ear that when he was studying, he accidentally heard something that Terrina practiced black magic in her later years, but these were just rumors. It was already time to say goodbye to the guys and return to the hostel. Waving his hand at them, all thoughts were now only about Terrina, who seemed to have practiced black magic in the last years of her life. He entered the hostel, sat down at the table, and took the book in his hands. He feverishly took out the book, The Life and Achievements of Archmage Lynn, and immediately began looking for the index at the end. The page clearly stated Terrina's name, and next to it were links to several specific pages where she was mentioned. He began to read each of them greedily, but nowhere did he find even a hint that she could use forbidden magic. The book said that Terrina was found in a ruined village, completely flooded by the abyss, among the ruins and remnants of the past. He didn't understand how she managed to survive in a place where even adults couldn't stay alive and conscious. The memoirs mentioned that she was about 7 years old at the time, and she was crying silently in the cold and fog. Lynn then lit a fire from the torn pages of his diary to warm the girl. He just wanted to help a little and leave without interfering, but he couldn't go even 10 steps. He heard a muffled cry behind him, and his heart sank, causing him to turn back to the girl. The guy started to take something out of his bag, and the girl got really scared. Did he really decide to destroy her? However, he only took out a stale piece of bread that he had left over from his last stop. He handed over the food and said that he would not ask for anything in return. No money, no favors, no words of gratitude. The girl looked at him with wide eyes, not believing in the kindness of a completely unfamiliar magician. At this time, Esther and Kays, noticing the smoke from the fire, headed in that direction, hoping to make it before nightfall. Terrina did not touch the bread, as if the food brought back fear or bitter memories. But Lynn warned that bread was all he had to eat, and there was nothing else. But suddenly the girl spoke. She said that her entire family, friends, and all the people dear to her died. Lynn asked the girl if her village interacted in any way with the outside world, to which she replied that she didn't know. He understood it right away, because he himself did not know about the existence of this village, although it was understandable because it was a distant outskirts. And besides Terrina, there was no one left in that village who could help remember that place, which was sad. A life that no one will remember and no one will talk about could have been the fate of this girl lost in a flooded village. Lynn thought that if she disappeared without a trace, then even the name of her hometown would disappear from the world's memory forever. But the girl was trembling, and with tears in her eyes, she whispered several times that she did not want to disappear and wanted to continue living. Then Lynn picked up the bread, brought it to her face, and said that if she wanted to survive, she had to eat a lot and become stronger. He also asked her to preserve the memory of the village and the people who were there and who are no longer with her. She realized in complete silence that she was alone and slowly extended a piece of bread to her lips, squeezing it in her shaking hand. It was that quiet moment that marked the beginning of their strange connection, and from that day on she never left Lynn's side. The book claimed that Lynn took her on as an apprentice because of the magical gift he supposedly recognized in her immediately. In fact, she really did have incredible magical abilities, and almost every spell worked the first time. All of Lynn's comrades looked at her in amazement because no one expected such results and such strength from the child. However, Lynn himself did not believe then that she would grow into a magician who would one day be able to eclipse even masters with a great name. When they discussed whether to leave the girl in the temple, he was the only one against it. Remembering his own past, he knew that a girl without status and influence there would not get a chance for a normal future and would be forgotten. But even after they separated, she had the necessary magic, with the help of which she could survive alone, relying only on her own strength. He remembered how he had taught her step by step how to put out small fires, explaining the basics of controlling the elements through concentration of will. Terrina repeated the exercises every day with rare persistence and never complained, even when her fingers trembled from fatigue. They even learned to use earth magic to save those who fell, magic that could help all people. When he gave her a name, he explained that it meant learning in an ancient language and hoped that she would justify his choice, and his companions then joked that he was too soft with her, but he knew that he saw in her himself from the distant past. He couldn't explain whether it was compassion, pity, or an intuitive decision, but he didn't regret it. But every day he noticed how her abilities grew, how she mastered magic faster than other students. But they couldn't do it forever, and the day came when they had to say goodbye. The girl was very sad to say goodbye to the guy because she was very used to him, and he was a good teacher. But surprisingly, Lynn was able to say goodbye to the little one calmly, without much emotion. He gave her to a new family and quickly left that place because he felt awkward. She entered her new home with some man. He greeted her nicely in a new big building, but warned that she would get used to it over time. The man said that everything would be fine and that she had nothing to worry about, because from that moment on, they became her family. But Terrina said that this was not her home and they were not her family because she considered only Mentor Lynn to be her real family. When one of the priests had finished his business, he went into the houses to announce that they had finished registering the newly arrived student, Terrina. But his comrade was hanging on a concrete beam, twisted into a tree root. The priest realized that it was Terrina's student and wanted to send guards to look for her. However, his comrade, hanging in the air, said with a wry smile that there was no need to search, and asked to simply leave everything as it was and forget about this incident. Because Terrina apologized after using magic, and she was actually very sorry, but at that moment, she felt that she should be next to her mentor, Lynn. And as soon as his group left the city and had already walked a long way along the rocky road, Lynn suddenly heard a desperate voice from behind, shouting through the wind the word, "Mentor." When he stopped and turned around, there was a look of deep surprise in his eyes, for he had never expected to see Terrina running after them through the dust and hills. He asked why she wasn't in the new house. The girl said that she had escaped, thanks to the magic he had taught her. Terrina, almost in tears, asked Lynn and his comrades to take her with them. She promised that she would not cause any problems. They thought for a long time and agreed, but Lynn warned her that they would not be able to be together until the very end. And then the guy remembered her words that she escaped with the help of magic, and he thought that she harmed this man, but she denied it, said that she did everything painlessly for the priest. She just tied him up with roots. Lynn asked her to always remember that magic should not harm other people, but was born to help and protect. This is how Terrina gradually became part of their cheerful team and joined the journey full of adventures and challenges. As they traveled, Terrina's hidden talent became more and more evident, surprising even the most experienced mages. Lynn felt a little restless and fidgety, but Terrina's abilities surprised him to the maximum. The girl's innate gift began to develop in different areas of knowledge under the guidance of team members. For example, Frida taught fire magic, and Kays taught how to move quietly along the branches of a tree, and the girl was like a sponge. She easily absorbed knowledge concerning magic and new techniques. Esther showed how to destroy barriers with precise magical strikes and taught how to distinguish weak points in a structure. But of course, there were also moments when Terrina resisted, but still continued to develop her skills. They were a friendly and strong team. They often joked about each other, but there were no hard feelings, because they were real comrades. Soon the girl grew so much that she could fight the monsters that had previously frightened her with just one roar. It was then that the team officially accepted her into their ranks, giving her not just recognition, but also a place among them. Terrina was beaming with happiness and literally jumping up and down with joy, unable to contain her sincere emotions. And Lynn was truly happy for her with all his heart, because he saw how she turned into a real magician. They continued to confidently move forward, fighting monsters and overcoming any threats along the way. However, their great journey was gradually approaching its end, leaving behind many memories. Before the final battle with the Abyss, Terrina's power had grown so much that even Lynn was a little surprised by her progress. But despite this, Lynn resolutely refused to take her with him and ordered her to remain in the city for her safety. But Terrina wanted to fight. She didn't understand why she couldn't go with them, because they knew what she was capable of. This power would have been enough. Esther also agreed with Lynn. She believed that they could not take her with them, because it was very dangerous. Terrina then turned to Frida and Kays, hoping that at least they would help persuade the boys. After all, they had been through so much together, and she believed that leaving her alone was wrong. But Lynn said that she was still too young, and the enemies they were going to fight were too dangerous. And the journey initially began with the four of them, but for Terrina, unfortunately, it must end. Lynn told her not to worry because they didn't abandon her, and he would return soon and continue teaching her magic. With tears in her eyes, Terrina promised that she would wait for them and try to become even stronger for the sake of the future. Thus ended the story of her journey with them, and their touching chapter came to its sad end. Rain sat in silence and slowly closed the book, stopping at that very moment of memory. He only wondered why she got involved with black magic. What was more suspicious was that all the books dedicated to Terrina were suddenly subject to censorship. Then he suddenly remembered Lynn's diary and opened it, looking for clues to current events, and at that moment, the magical butterfly Rudian flew out of the diary and gently landed on the top of his head, shimmering with light. A notification from Socrafres appeared on the page stating that the progress of research into unique magic had increased by 2%. He was genuinely surprised by this growth and thought that perhaps the growth was related to the destruction of the Rat Queen, but in any case, there was still a lot of work to do. He thought that perhaps it all depended on concentration and the effort put into learning complex spells, but his attention was drawn not to this, but to the inscription in the lower corner of the page, written in a strange handwriting. It said that his mentor was the coolest in the world, and this phrase was written in the language of the Republic of Dragons. Above the inscription was a clumsy drawing of Lynn hitting Terrina on the head with a pen for disobeying in class. He had then scolded her for her mischief, but now He simply looked at the drawing with a long silence and unspoken warmth. Due to reports of the appearance of the rat spider queen, traffic in the Moss Peak area of the Red Mountains has come to a complete standstill, and the Adventurers Guild has officially banned rat spider hunting until their arrival. However, the two mysterious people calmly crossed the border of the zone and headed deeper, despite the danger. One of them irritably stamped his foot in front of the mutilated body of the rat spider queen and whined with anger. She had put half a year of effort into this plan and was now furious at its sudden failure. The man was checking the charred trees and the ground, still warm from the recent magical explosion. He noted that the heat had not died down, and the radius of destruction indicated the use of magic no lower than the 4th star level, and the girl only snorted and recalled that Rem and Bart were to blame for this with their ridiculous party. The girl became even more angry and said that she would not calm down until she punished the culprits and vented her rage. She spoke angrily about how she wanted to cause suffering and take revenge for spoiled plans and wasted resources. He said that since the operation had failed, they needed to focus on more important tasks than banal revenge, and she screamed and demanded to explain what exactly he considered so important that he would delay retribution. He replied calmly and coldly that now they needed to focus on one thing, Lady Terrina's report. Rain yawned widely and headed to the club room. The second years greeted Lane warmly, greeting him and asking worriedly about his well-being. When he entered, Rain was surprised to find that there were more people in the club than he expected, and since the class had already started, he quickly took a free seat. The teacher introduced himself as Joan and explained that the club's goal was to study and create magic that could help develop local regions, especially in the areas of agriculture and fisheries. Joan was pleased that so many listeners had gathered, and he hoped to get along with everyone. As soon as he began to talk about the goals and objectives of the club, a late student entered. The friendly atmosphere instantly turned tense when Logan entered the room, and the conversations died down, and the older students began to retreat to the sides with awkward smiles. Logan introduced himself calmly, saying he was a freshman from Chehak High School, his voice especially clear in the tense silence. The teacher, not noticing the awkwardness among the students, greeted him enthusiastically and offered to choose any free seat, not hiding his joy at the new participant. But there was only one free seat left, at the last desk near the Rhine. Logan had to sit next to him, and then the teacher began the lesson. Joan said that the magic was often used by court magicians serving the lords, but its beneficial influence almost never reached remote villages, and the people there suffered from a lack of resources. The return of black magic in this era made him think about the need to urgently reconsider his life priorities and survival strategy. Rain knew that Lynn's diary hadn't just appeared in his possession, and it was entirely possible that sooner or later he would run into the person who had sent it, which meant he needed to be prepared. He summoned Rudian and activated the spell to test his physical condition and assess his own magical potential. His greatest weakness and problem was his physical strength, and Rain understood that no matter what, he needed to strengthen his body as soon as possible. Rain thought that all these running and fitness fans were probably some kind of fools, since they voluntarily subjected their bodies to such torment. But still, training alone would not be enough. Lane came to the conclusion that he urgently needed a mentor, and at that moment his gaze fell on Logan. Sitting nearby, he approached him and quietly asked for help with training, causing him not only surprise, but also immediate tension. After all, Logan didn't understand how Rain could train with a loser. Rain asked him not to refuse him, especially since Logan was the best in the group in terms of muscle mass gain. Logan continued to think that Rain was just making fun of him and said that he accepted his defeat and asked her to stop making fun of him. And the man asked not to joke about his faculty, because they had nothing to do with his defeat. Rain said that he didn't have time to make fun of others, and since Logan misunderstood, he decided to tell him straight. He acknowledged him as strong and asked for help and spoke directly without sarcasm. And I asked for this personally, because I personally saw his strength, and was truly surprised that someone at such a young age had achieved such strength. After all, a strong body was the foundation, and Rhine didn't have it. He wanted to devote all his time to training, and he didn't want to waste time, so it was worth training under the guidance of the most promising person in this field. And then Logan thanked him for the kind words and agreed to his proposal, because he himself understood that there was no more qualified person. But even after that, Logan began to hesitate, because he belonged to 8 schools, and Rain came from a great family of magicians. He couldn't shake the thought that by all rights they should be rivals, and not asking each other for support and help. Then Rain suddenly used magic, showing that he could deal with Logan at any moment, but he does not consciously do so. After all, if the guy reasoned the same way as Logan, then he would have been dead long ago. Logan, hearing this, thought seriously and asked why Rain didn't do it anyway, if he had the opportunity to do so. Rain calmly explained that they were not enemies or fighters on the battlefield, but ordinary students studying magical disciplines. He reminded that they were not at war, but in an academy, where knowledge was important, not conflicts and hostility between schools. Patting Logan on the shoulder, Rain added with a slight smile that from now on they were just colleagues moving towards the same goal. And then Logan finally agreed with his persistence, because he himself did not expect that he would not be able to come up with a worthy objection. And from that moment on, their first joint training began in the gym, filled with the hum of magical runes and iron. Logan taught the boy how to do push-ups correctly, and at the same time told him to hold the position for 10 seconds at the end of the exercise. When Rain weakened and sank, Logan would sharply raise his voice and warn that this was not a game, but serious business. Rain just wanted to shut him up then, but he understood that if he wanted to grow in physical strength, he needed to listen to Logan and his advice. He tried to do everything with full dedication, and even Logan himself was surprised at how accurately he followed his commands. After a series of push-ups, Rain fell heavily to the floor, sweating to the last thread, and Logan knew his efforts were sincere. But he didn't let him relax. Logan ordered him to get up and move on to the next task, but Rain couldn't even get up, because his body didn't obey him, and the coach was surprised because he didn't know how the muscles of newcomers ache. Then Rain asked what would happen if one of the students saw them. They would point their fingers, because just recently they were fighting in the arena. He couldn't believe that Rain needed strength just for show, but he answered calmly, lying on the floor and not raising his head. He said he wanted to get rid of those who continued to whisper behind his back, and his voice was full of weariness but determination. Logan couldn't help but smile as he liked this approach and extended his hand to help him up from the floor. In the opposite wing of the building, Professor Owen, watching the training, did not hide his joy and almost beamed with pleasure. Christa, seeing them together in the gym, screamed in surprise, deciding that a fight had started between them again. The guys hastened to explain that this was a regular training session, but the girl could not believe such a sudden truce. Logan offered Rain a flask, inside of which splashed a thick and strangely glowing liquid with a magical hue. It was a magical protein, a special mixture of proteins and magic, developed by the Chikak school. Christa screamed furiously, demanding that Rain not drink it, because not long ago Logan did not miss the opportunity to humiliate him. But Logan calmly asked her not to interfere, because now they were doing something much more important than the arguments of the past. But Christa continued to scream until Owen appeared behind her and said that she was making too much noise. When Christa shut up, the guys asked Owen what brought him here. Owen said he had a message for them, and unfortunately it wasn't a happy one. After this, Owen said that he would start with the bad news so that later everyone would feel at least a little better, and loudly announced the approaching midterms. The exam was supposed to start in 3 weeks. Rain was not upset by this news, but on the contrary was happy, because it was possible to find out what they had learned. Christa said that in Delayton it was an unusual exam. In fact, it was the same as a transition to a new stage of life, and there will be those who will be able to move forward, but there will also be those who will fall behind. Because of the ideology of Delayton, there was endless competition, and those who did not meet the requirements were expelled. so Owen warned them to be prepared for anything. Rain was lying on his bed in the dorm, about to take some useful notes for the exam because thoughts about it just wouldn't go away. As a temporary solution, he decided to use Lynn's diary to at least record the key points he needed to know. But as soon as he opened the diary, Rudian burst out of it, and her behavior looked much more unusual than before. The particles of light she emitted became brighter and larger, and the surrounding sounds began to disappear, as if they were cut off from the outside world. Everything around seemed to stop, and Rain and Rudiana found themselves in a distant space where only the two of them remained. Then a system message appeared in front of him, indicating that the progress in learning the unique magic had reached 40%. He frowned, because he couldn't understand why there was a leap in progress now, when he didn't even use magic. And just at that moment, a sharp, piercing pain flared up in his left palm, as if it was pierced by a flame, and the message changed. It was said that this was a new magical formation, the Holy Stream. And it was reported that in the mental barrier, the Holy Flow, the success rate of the magic combination when using unique equations increased by 33%, and the power by 66%. He realized that he could activate this barrier with a special sign, but he didn't have enough mana to fully launch it. Even in this state, he realized that this was a serious discovery, and his development of unique magic had moved to a new stage. The barrier could be activated with a certain gesture, designated by the Ra symbol, which also had a meaning. His head was spinning with pain, but he assumed that this was a new stage in the development of unique magic. He wondered if this was a practical barrier that could be used even outside the safe magical domains. The very name of the barrier made him think of two ancient sages, famous for their unique magical techniques. When his thoughts reached this point, he clenched his teeth in pain and whispered one single word that expressed everything: incredible. Having quickly prepared for his trip to the black market, Rain left the Delighton school grounds without hesitation, hoping that the day would be peaceful and useful. The only unusual detail about his appearance was the bandages wrapped around his left arm, hiding the shimmering runes that flared up with every change in the magical flow. The boy enjoyed the warm spring sun and the subtle scent of fresh flowers, because for several days he had so many that he almost went crazy. Right in front of him, a noisy and eccentric group of adventurers suddenly appeared. Rain apologized because he ran right into one of them. But when he raised his head, he saw in front of him his previous group, Bart, Sam, and Rem. Although they hadn't seen each other for a couple of days, the guys were happy to see each other. Before Rain could even react, a huge warrior named Bart, who seemed almost like a golem, grabbed him by the shoulders and carried him away, not giving him a chance to escape. Rem, walking alongside, cheerfully explained that this was an official gratitude ceremony, and his absence would look strange against the backdrop of the loud praise addressed to him. Rain demanded to be put on the ground immediately. But, to his irritation, Bart continued to carry it as if it were especially valuable, and said that the ceremony would not take much of his time, especially since such places sometimes needed to be visited. And they went straight to the central office of the Adventurers Association for the reward. Rem reported that the situation concerns not only the local branch, but also the entire southern headquarters of the Alliance, which allegedly showed interest in them. Rain froze in surprise because he didn't expect that a simple foray to the surface would be followed by consequences at such a high level. Dozens of spectators, from ordinary citizens to other adventurers, had gathered in front of the fence, and when the four warriors came into view, the guild staff led them straight onto the stage with smiles, causing a flurry of discussion. The crowd recognized Bart, nicknamed Black Iron, and his companion Rem, known as the Drunken Gunslinger, which immediately attracted attention. The focus soon shifted to Rain, with red eyes, who looked too sophisticated to be a normal adventurer. Some onlookers began to wonder if this guy belonged to the powerful Ludwig family. Rain turned to his companions, and with an involuntary grin wondered what all the fuss was about over a simple battle, and Rem reminded him that it was he who ended the fight with one spell. It was amazing. Rain tilted his head innocently and suggested that perhaps Rem had overestimated himself, since it was so difficult for him, and he already clenched his fist and was about to kick Rain in the side. Bart chuckled softly and noted that, despite all the bravado, none of them felt weak until that very incident happened. He said this with a hint of bitterness in his voice, as if admitting that for the first time in his life he felt how precarious his status in the guild could be. At that moment, a barely perceptible but powerful stream rolled over the entire area, which sent goosebumps down everyone's spine without exception. Without even noticing, the knights straightened up for a moment, instinctively sensing the approach of something important and incredibly powerful. Someone walked onto the stage and the crowd let out a surprised gasp, as if they had seen a legend come straight from the pages of a book. The eyes of all present turned to the figure in the center, whose appearance was accompanied by respectful whispers and growing excitement. Imperial Star Leorin, the holy bow of the Emperor's 4 battle stars, the representative of the Alliance's southern headquarters, personally arrived at this place, emphasizing the importance of the events that had occurred. The Empire gathered the best martial artists of the time under the Emperor, granting them not only great power and honor, but also special powers in the affairs of the Empire. Sam knew from somewhere that they were called the 4 martial stars under the Emperor, and each of them was a symbol of absolute power and unrivaled skill in their own direction. On the other side of the stage, Rem reacted violently, waving his hand in obvious irritation as if trying to brush away something annoying. Leorin, noticing him, immediately spoke happily, as if he had seen a long-lost younger brother or a restless student from the past. Rem barely restrained himself, looking away and muttering under his breath as if trying to end the conversation, but Leorin continued to have fun. With a smile from ear to ear, he laughed loudly as he recalled how he had escaped from the martial arts hall, changed his hairstyle, and become an adventurer. Ignoring Rem's attempts to avoid attention, he continued to pat him on the head like an older brother proud of his stubborn younger brother. He then turned to Bart, quickly assessing him with his gaze and unmistakably determining that he was the leader of this entire team. Bart nodded in response, not denying it, because it was he who made decisions and led his comrades forward in difficult moments. Leorin, after listening to the short story, immediately noted that Bart really looked strong enough to handle the queen. Then he added that he understood how troublesome it was to have such a restless character like Rema on the team. Bart calmly said that he didn't need such comments because he and Rem complemented each other, covering the team's weaknesses. Leorin nodded approvingly and expressed hope that Bart would soon be promoted to platinum rank, since he had considerable potential. After a short greeting with Sammy, he walked towards Rain, came close and tilted his head, peering closely into his features. He said he felt a familiar impression, as if he had seen Rain before, although he could not immediately remember where or under what circumstances. Meanwhile, Rain froze, because in front of him stood a man who looked strikingly similar to Kay's, his comrade from the past, who lived 300 years ago. Leorin continued to look at Rain and could not understand where he had seen him. Taking out the documents, he ran his eyes over the name and stopped at the last name, suddenly realizing who this young man really was. When he read Rain Ludwig, his face lit up, for he immediately remembered old Scalzi, with whom he had shared the same views many years ago. Scalzi was the former star of magic, and he and Leorin were old friends who had met many times in the past at official ceremonies. Leorin laughed heartily, remembering Scalzi, and even patted Rain on the head, as if wanting to convey the warmth of long-standing respect. He added that one cannot sit in a room all the time, immersed in books, because a real man should be able to enjoy a free life. He remembered that if Kays could speak, he would definitely joke at such a moment and add a sarcastic comment, because in the past, in order to protect a friend, Kays took the blame in court, and for this he was punished. His tongue was deprived of the ability to make a sound. Rain saw on Leorin's back the cane of the Lord King, a weapon he had not seen for a long time. And at that moment, the weapon hanging behind Leorin's back suddenly flared with a bright light and began to emit the breath of the world tree, causing those around him to instinctively freeze. Leorin grabbed the cane in amazement as it came to life right behind him, as if recognizing not him, but someone else who was very close. In order not to attract unnecessary attention, Leorin discreetly hung the bow back on his back, because it was time to begin the ceremony. Alliance Representative Leorin praised their bravery at a critical moment, calling the group's actions an example of the true spirit of adventure. Rain finally realized that this entire ceremony was intended more as a symbolic gesture than as a reward for defeating the monster. The organizers sought not so much to express gratitude as to inspire other adventurers to follow the same path, taking risks for others. The reward was 2 gold coins and 500 contribution points, which in itself seemed more generous than anyone expected from this formal ceremony. Many adventurers began to invite the guys to their guild, even promising them exclusive conditions. Few knew that without Rain's cool head, the outcome of the entire battle could have been completely different and far more devastating, and Sam wondered if he was okay with no one knowing about his contributions. Reyna was quite happy with everything, because he never aspired to become a successful adventurer and did not set such goals for himself, and it was better that no one knew that he possessed such magic. Rain understood that if he stayed and waited until the end of the ceremony, he would definitely be inundated with offers to join various teams. Watching the noisy crowd that surrounded Rem and Bart, Rain carefully disappeared into the crowd, intending to quietly slip away to the side. But behind him stood some girl in a hat, who apparently was watching him. He decided that he needed to get to the black market faster and focus on training his mana to get closer to his goal. He really needed mana because without it, it was impossible to activate the barrier. Rain activated Rudian and saw that he was still 8,000 short. There was still a lot of work to do, but he thought that once he found the book, he would be able to focus on preparing his magical power. After all, the mental barrier was the area that he could not reach in his past life, and now it was in front of him, which made him strain himself. Rain quickened his steps because inside him there was growing impatience and a premonition of something really important and significant. But suddenly he stopped, hearing a voice that sounded over the entire square. The hidden man warned that no matter how he tried to get into the black market, he would not succeed. Rain winced at the mention of the black market and for a moment wondered how anyone could have known about his plans. The voice continued to explain that for some reason the market was temporarily closed and all the owners had disappeared. Rain felt a slight tightness in his chest and turned to see who was speaking with such confidence and knowledge. In front of him stood a man in an old torn robe and a worn felt hat with an expressive, friendly smile on his face. He came closer, and with politeness in his voice, said that he represented the Magic Alliance and wanted to talk a little. The man calmly sat down at a table in a modest street eatery and politely placed an order with an approaching vendor. Rain immediately realized that his interlocutor was starting a long game and irritably demanded that he stop wasting time and get to the point. The stranger said that Rain need not fear him and warned that he was not going to interrogate him about why he went to the black market. Rain couldn't understand how he knew that he was going to the black market, although what was stranger was that the stranger's magical power was quite impressive. The interlocutor did not prolong the pause and politely introduced himself as Torrin Slade, who works in the special department of the Union of Magicians. He even showed the rune of the Union as proof. Torrin remembered with slight nostalgia the times when he worked as a secretary for freshmen under Rain's father, who was the head of the council. He said this so as not to look suspicious, especially since he was a big fan of young Mr. Rain. He admitted that he had come to check a couple of things and asked if the magic that had knocked down the rat spider queen had been his. Torrin explained that Bart's party had not visited magic shops for a long time, and there was no record of purchasing such a powerful scroll. And even in the last 10 years, there has not been a single 4-star mage who could create a fire retinue of such power. So he thought that Lord Scalzi Ludwig did something like that for self-defense for his grandson. But that turned out to be wrong too. Thorin's cold eyes seemed snake-like and expressed the confidence of a man who already knew the answer and was simply waiting for confirmation. Rain said he wasn't hiding it on purpose, it was just one thing he was worried about. Rain tensed up at the mention of black magic and didn't know if Thorin was being specific or just testing his reaction. His thoughts were racing as he tried to figure out how much this man was really knowledgeable or just playing a cunning game. The atmosphere became so heavy that time seemed to stop, and it seemed as if the air itself was pressing on the chest. At this moment, the waiter cheerfully announced that the chicken kebabs were ready and placed the plate on the edge of the wooden table. Thorin smiled again as if nothing had happened and began to eat with gusto, without sharing the dish with his interlocutor. Rain looked at him in bewilderment, surprised at how easily he combined serious conversation and strange carelessness. He stood up from his chair, irritated by the ambiguous hints, and was about to leave without waiting for the continuation of the meaningless dialogue. Thorin calmly wiped the juice dripping from the skewer and spoke again, this time without beating around the bush, voicing his real purpose for the meeting. He proposed to Rain to be selected for the Magic Guild's special task force and observed his reaction. He assured that it was about the future after finishing school, because his father was alive and was not going to leave his position in the near future, so Thorin suggested that he and they neutralize magical criminals. Service in such a detachment promised the magician not only prestige, but also rapid career growth, recognition, and access to special resources. But Rain turned away in disgust because he was tired of battles and did not strive for fame or position in magical society. However, Thorin said one phrase that changed the course of the conversation so unexpectedly that Rain involuntarily froze in place. He said that the activity of the Black Church had increased sharply, and the situation could become serious if nothing was done in advance. Thorin added that the leadership of the Magic Guild denies this, hoping that the storm will subside on its own. But this is a delusion, but Thorin was sure that something big was approaching. The thought came into his head that if the threat became real, he might intervene, but for now it was not his problem. He answered reservedly that he would think about it, and mentally added that he would prefer peace to new combat missions. Rain saw no point in heroism and felt that he had the right to at least take a break from the endless battles. Thorin did not argue, but made a last attempt by giving information about a safe way to get to the black market, and hinted that it would be possible to use the escort mission for important persons when the post-election holidays began. Rain only sighed in response and quietly shook his head, mentally noting how dangerous this man seemed. He thought that these were exactly the kind of people he would not want to cross paths with, even if they were on the same side. The woman who was dozing on the roof yawned and jumped down lazily, shaking off dust and stretching after a short nap. Her name was Tyrantid. She also worked in the special department. She reproached Thorin that there were many ideal first-year students in Delayton, but why did she choose that natural disaster, hinting at Rain? Thorin said with a slight grin that Rain was definitely not part of the golden generation despite his age and talent. Another magician cried out in surprise, asking why he was so sure, since Rain had outstanding abilities since his youth. Thorin thoughtfully explained that he only wanted to test a certain theory, and it seemed that Rain was not connected to Terrina, but the girl did not stop insisting that looking for Terrina among the students was too strange because it was extremely unlikely. Thorin calmly admitted that it was just intuition, but perhaps the trail goes back to before entering the academy, and noted with irritation that he could not put someone like Rain on par with the other first-year students, and he believed that the difference in potential between him and the others was so great that comparing them was simply pointless. He quietly thought to himself that Kevin had created a monster capable of eclipsing all the students of his generation, and admitted to himself that for the first time in his life, he felt real fear about the future of one single creature. Librarian Karen smiled sadly after she learned that it was impossible to get the book she needed. She said that it only happened because of her carelessness, and thanked him for trying to find it. She said that she was most afraid for Rain himself, and asked him to be more careful in his actions. Rain thanked her politely, and immediately asked if she had spoken to anyone about the black market, hinting at Toran. Karen tilted her head in thought and tried to remember a similar person in the last few days, and remembered that one person from the Department of Magic had actually come by but had not communicated with her personally. She heard that he came, remembered the old days, said that he had known high-ranking librarians for a long time, but unfortunately she had not met him and did not know what he looked like. Rain frowned because that man clearly knew something, but now it became clear where he could have found out about it. He decided to put his doubts aside since time was running out, and went back to the hostel to continue his preparations. There were already 2 boxes that he had bought standing in front of his door. Inside were soul pearls, with which he would be able to store the necessary amount of magical power for the mental barrier. Rain chose the largest and highest quality spheres, calculating that each would hold about 4,000 units of mana. If you combine this with his current reserve, he can reach the required 20,000 to activate the barrier. Placing his hand on the sphere, he concentrated, and soon the ball was filled with blue light, emitting waves of magical pressure. Sweat ran down his temples, and the internal structure of the mana vibrated inside the glass ball as if preparing to explode. And the ball threw him back several meters with a huge flash. The introduction of magical power was complete, and it was necessary to wait until it was safe. When the flow stabilized, he sat in the lotus position and began deep meditation, aligning the energetic rhythm. Rain patiently recuperated every drop of energy until the next day's twilight fell outside the window. Opening his eyes, he immediately formed a hand seal with both hands, preparing to activate high-order magic. He recited the name of the mental image form and concentrated mana in the center of his palms, surrounded by a shining pattern. At that moment, one of the spheres cracked and instantly flew apart from the overstrain of mana inside it. At the same time, a sharp pain pierced his body, as if a knife was scratching the very core of the magical core. Rain thought it was a failure and sighed heavily, preparing to admit failure in his first real experiment. However, at that very moment, the symbol on his left palm suddenly began to glow with warmth, reminiscent of a flaming brand on his skin. A shining magic circle appeared around him, consisting of 5 rings, each of which contained special runes in the east, west, south, and north. The runes glowed brightly. Each rune reflected the deep ideas of flow, dimension of the world, and expansion. Particularly striking were the mana lines that connected the central circle to the rest of the symbols in a patterned pattern. In these lines, one could discern traces of Lynn's incomplete runes and theoretical models of her magical mathematics. He tried to activate the magic he had recently used in the Electric Dragon arena and held his breath. The runes and formulas responded instantly, but then were modified by new symbols and clarifications. What had previously been ineffective was now strengthened automatically, as if the circle were correcting its weaknesses. It was amazing to the point of absurdity, because no one taught magic above the 5th level, and everything was achieved only through experience. But before his eyes, a system opened up that could lead him by the hand to where no one had gone before. It was incredible, and the boy couldn't help but let out a cry of delight as his magic core began to ache, the magic circle crumbling into light and disappearing into thin air. Rain knew that his mana had completely run out, but he was too happy to regret it, and he fell back and laughed loudly, like a child rejoicing over a long-awaited toy, and he couldn't help but smile. The clothes stuck to his body from sweat, but he felt lighter than ever before, and he remembered the words of the sage Riot Woden, who said that the barrier of the mental image reflected the mind of the magician. And now he understood that the thirst for truth was embodied with the help of thought, because the holy stream did not give new knowledge, and it only supplemented his superficial knowledge and abilities. However, this method was ideal for him, because now he could independently study all the magic without resorting to anyone's help. Initially, the weekly meeting of the teaching staff was simply a routine report from the class teachers of the junior courses on academic matters and rare organizational issues. But this time, the atmosphere in Delayton's meeting room was noticeably different from the usual routine, as if there was a premonition of change in the air. Rector Medelia Page reported that they have sorted out the schedule for undergraduate students. Vice Principal Kyle suggested that they focus on the freshmen for the week as they worked out their internship placements. This measure immediately enlivened the other professors. Theon of them smilingly remarked that the first years this year were especially bright and talented, and Owen expressed impatience, waiting for the moment when he could personally assess the level of their preparation and magical abilities. And Professor Ivan was interested to see the young guy, a disaster, hiding his talent, hinting at Rhine. Elen, arms crossed and chin raised, stared at him with an expression full of contempt and quiet condemnation. The situation was tried to be smoothed over by a smiling Caroline, who spoke softly and diplomatically to calm the atmosphere. She defended Ivan, saying that there was no evil intent in his words. However, Ellen only grinned and threw a warning in response. She reminded that the title of mentor of the most brilliant girl magician could soon end up with someone else. Caroline giggled and replied that she would gladly accept this challenge. Meanwhile, the Academy president, Medelia, was thoughtfully drumming her fingers on the table, staring out the window, as if looking for answers there. For a brief moment, her thoughts drifted to the distant past, and she quietly whispered the name of the girl who was no longer in the room. If the original timeline had not changed, Cassina would have undoubtedly taken one of the leading places among the Golden Generation. Medelia was lost in dreamy thoughts about the impossible for a second, but then slowly exhaled, returning to reality. Her memory was stopped by Professor Margina, who said that they needed to hurry. And Medelia asked to notify all students that exams begin today. Meanwhile, sitting at his desk in the classroom, Rain thought that Logan's training was becoming more and more difficult every day. But thanks to this, the boy's physical strength had improved. The classroom was noisy and bustling, as if everyone had suddenly learned of some important event and could not remain calm. Like a swarm of bees that had broken loose from its chain, classmates were bustling about, shouting something, and hastily packing their things. Christa reported that the commotion was due to the briefing for the midterm exam, which was about to begin in the assembly hall. Rain was surprised, since the exam was supposed to start in a week. Christa explained that in Delayton, the principal and teachers can change the schedule at their discretion. Gertrude intervened in the conversation and said that this was done so that the students would not have time to learn everything at the last moment. For example, last year, they announced the schedule and started the midterm exam immediately the next day. Rain liked this attitude of the teachers, but Christa said that by such actions they were simply abusing their power. But he believed that in such a case, a student could demonstrate his skills at any time, and this was really considered real knowledge, and the professors knew this very well. Gertrude agreed, but she was furious with the guy, and even more furious that his words were true. For her, in any case, children from powerful families were disgusting, except for Mrs. Christa. And Christa agreed with the guy's words because in order not to end up upset, you always had to make an effort. Then they went to the first floor of the main building, where there was a large assembly hall. When the guys walked, they saw sad students who failed exams or saw a difficult ticket. Gertrude and Christa were even scared for a while because they were worried that they might fail the exam. On the way to the gathering place, Rain suddenly came across a familiar face standing in front, as if it had been waiting for him specifically. Tall and imposing, Logan towered over the others as he turned and waved with a slight smile, and they chatted about their training and the magical protein as if they had never been enemies. Gertrude stood behind and whispered under her breath, struck by the unexpected warmth in their communication. It was hard for her to believe, because at the exams, they could be enemies. And Rain calmly replied that Logan was his trainer, not his opponent, and even gave him magic protein every day. Gertrude almost stumbled from shock. In her eyes, such closeness seemed almost naive and unacceptable, especially during the exam race. Logan, seeing Gertrude's psychosis, offered her some protein too, but she said that she was not in the mood for jokes, and if Logan wanted to fight, then he should get his ass ready. And Christa intervened in their conflict, telling them to shut up because they were making a lot of noise, and the assembly hall was not the place for this. Logan thought that Christa was too sensitive and did not understand her worries, since her skills were an unhindered pass further. But the midterm exams were easy in words, but they were arranged to weed out students without skills. As a result, every semester 20 students were expelled. And Christa warned that if the guys want to stay, they must make every effort. It was at this moment that Professor Caroline slowly walked onto the stage, and the room instantly fell silent. Her soft voice sounded especially clear against the background of tense anticipation and quiet conversations. The professor explained that the exam would last all week, starting today, and would be taken individually or in pairs. Then she said something that shocked everyone. Grades will be given in accordance with the system of the responsible teacher, and if the teacher makes a decision about expulsion, then the student had to pack his things and leave the dormitory within a day. The professor added that first-year teachers would not be involved in the assessment due to possible bias, and it was at this point that she introduced the chief examiner who would oversee the test. Immediately after these words, an elderly woman entered the hall, radiating unimaginable magical power. Hunched over, with a cane in her hand, she looked fragile, but each of her steps was echoed by a wave of mana. Logan and Gertrude, standing nearby, beamed with delight, as if they had witnessed a living legend. And Rain only slightly bowed his head, not fully understanding what was happening, since he was seeing her for the first time. Gertrude explained that the grandmother was the head of the Union of Magic. This was considered the most honorable position that could only be occupied by an outstanding magician, recognized by all the magicians of his time. And now Margana was the head teacher at Delayton. Gertrude explained with fervor that it was she who became the successor of Scalzi Ludwig, the legend of the previous generation. Then Rain was surprised, because he realized that she was probably on the same level as her grandfather. And behind Margana stood other outstanding personalities of the teacher. The first was Kyle, a genius who graduated with the highest scores among 1,300 groups. The second professor, Zeron, who built her own magic tower at the age of 20. And the third sister, Reyna, Elen, who had her own column in the Magical Herald. These were professors who made up the elite and headed the second and third years. Suddenly, Margana's voice thundered through the hall, and her words fell like a barrage, causing everyone to freeze in place. The magic woven into her voice was so powerful that it seemed to paralyze the air and deprive one of the will to move. Like a bolt from the blue, she pounced on the students with criticism, forcing them to remain silent. She did not intend to praise them or encourage them, but openly stated that the examination was designed to identify the unfit. Margana made it clear that the professors who would be grading the exam were different from the professors who had supervised their studies in their first year, who had treated them like children, and these words hurt Owen a little. The examiners were heartless people who excluded students whenever they thought they lacked ability. And then Margana, seeing the students' faces, realized that they had realized the seriousness of the situation. Also, exams will be held at different sites, and the location will be determined taking into account the individual abilities of the students. The location of the exam was to be announced the next day, and after receiving the information, the students were to go to that location. After all, it was Delayton. The strong went forward and the weak must leave. And after that, Margana shouted that it was time to start the exams. The students found themselves in an exam area on a red mountain range, with rocky slopes in the background. Associate Professor Kyle addressed 40 first-year students standing at the entrance to a dark cave. He announced that they would have to go through this labyrinth using the entire arsenal of knowledge, skills, and magical abilities that they had, and these words threw the students into confusion, and they began to look at each other with obvious concern in their eyes. Rain was confused and could not remember if there was a labyrinth or a cave in that area. The boy then dared to tell the professor that the Red Ridge was the sacred land of the Red Dragon Corps, so it was surprising to him that there was a cave in such a place. Kyle confirmed Rain's words and admitted that the cave was artificially created specifically for holding exams, and what happened inside was controlled by the professor, so he told them not to worry about safety. Then Kyle added that they could get hurt, but there was no threat to their lives, and the main thing was to think about passing the exam because it threatened expulsion from Delayton. After that, he was going to talk about the grading system. Compared to absolute grading, Kyle preferred relative. Therefore, first place received S level, second and third place A, and so on, and those who received F level had to retake the exam, although some would be expelled immediately after the exam. The evaluation criterion was the time spent on completing the labyrinth. By completing, he meant destroying all the targets located inside the labyrinth. The exam was also taken in pairs, and those who did not complete it within 40 minutes would be immediately expelled from the school. Before announcing the pairings, Kyle explained that based on the results of the entrance exams, an average was calculated and pairings were formed based on this data. And after reviewing the list, he asked to split into pairs in accordance with it. Rain tried to crane his neck to see the list, but suddenly something flashed in front of his face. He saw a piece of clay fall to the ground and be crushed by a graceful boot with a dull crunch. Raising his head, he saw Christa, who mockingly said that fate itself had decided to link them into a team, as if laughing at him. Rain sighed to himself, and she warned him that she would deal with him just like she did with the clay toy. As Rain exhaled quietly, the familiar silhouette of a tall and impressive young man slowly approached him. He smiled with relief, because this was Logan, the heir to the famous Chehark clan, which was famous for its warriors and strict discipline. Logan said in a calm tone, as if it was a given that they would be a team in this test. Rain laughed with a hint of respect and restrained warmth. Calling Logan his mentor and shaking his hand with pleasure, they agreed that they would do everything possible to pass the exam. When Christa found out that the two of them were in a pair, she immediately started screaming, because the distribution was extremely strange and unfair for her, because she considered them the best students. Rain realized that at that moment she recognized his abilities, and the girl immediately said that he was not as strong as her. A whisper immediately began among the students, and glances turned to this strange pair, causing a slight excitement, and few remembered how recently these two had clashed in a fierce duel, showing what they were capable of. And Christa decided to stop her bad thoughts, and was sure that she would still take first place. And Rain was a little surprised by Christa, as if she was ready to put her life on the line for the exams. Then he turned his gaze to Logan, who was sitting next to him, and asked more calmly about the purpose of such exams and their impact. He was interested in whether it was important to graduate from the academy with the highest marks, or if all this was meaningless. Logan, not losing his confidence, asked a counter-question to clarify Lane's intentions and find out his mood. When Lane hesitantly confirmed his ambitions, Logan explained that such exams only occur 4 times a year. According to him, only those who receive the highest marks at each stage can count on first place in the graduation. He added that even one failure can cross out all previous successes and change the outcome forever. Rain looked at Christa with unexpected directness and spoke words that for the first time sounded like genuine determination. He apologetically hinted that this time he would not be able to treat her as easily and calmly as before. These words made a strong impression on Christa. Her body involuntarily shuddered from the unexpected tension. When Kyle announced that the first 20 teams had 10 minutes to prepare, tension instantly filled the air, and he warned that the countdown would begin after those 10 minutes had passed, even if the team had not yet entered the maze. The labyrinth was not just a tangle of corridors, but a magical house of wanderings with many branches. There was no direct path inside, and it was almost impossible for students to understand its entire structure in a limited time. Understanding this peculiarity, Kyle created 20 different routes and assigned each team to a separate entrance. An argument broke out in one of the teams when the students began frantically discussing what magic to use to get through. Someone suggested keeping the lighting up all the time, without thinking about the consequences and mana consumption in a long passage. Another student, more sensible, suggested using the branches for torches instead, to conserve magical power. When Kyle's assistant asked why the exam had to be conducted in this particular format, the professor responded with interest. He explained that only by facing unpredictable difficulties can one reveal the true character of a magician. After all, in such situations, all thoughts disappeared from the head, and the ability to make decisions declined, and their implementation slowed down. Kyle emphasized that it was at moments like these that real talent was revealed, and exams were just a basic assessment for identifying talent, because they found kids with such abilities and encouraged them to develop and learn. Logan, looking towards the labyrinth, thought over a plan. He suggested going inside and simply destroying everyone they saw. Rain thought his option was not bad, but suggested that it might be better to have a backup plan, or rather a strategy like lighting, attack, defense. After all, if you don't take into account the limits and distribute magic incorrectly, there could be problems. But for example, if you save light magic, you could distribute forces between defense and attack. Christa heard their plan and laughed. She asked Rain how with such an ordinary plan he thought he could be the best. The guy asked her not to chat and to think about getting through the labyrinth, but she informed them that their plan was already ready. Logan immediately intervened, stating that it was difficult to find original techniques in the limited conditions of magic, and Christa only narrowed her eyes and with cold determination declared that she would show everything in practice in real conditions. She reminded Lane that he dreamed of being first, and today he would find out how big the difference was between them, and throwing back her hair, she headed towards the entrance to the labyrinth, with her head held high and her steps confident. Her partner, Rumlow, looking a little timid, hurried after her, trying to keep up with the assertive girl. When Christa loudly announced that she was ready, Professor Kyle nodded calmly, and his assistant activated the magical tool attached to his wrist. The window that appeared in the air displayed the team's name and the passage it was assigned to, as well as the target class of the test. The essence of the test was to eliminate the assigned targets faster than other teams. Christa, without wasting any time, extended her palm forward, and streams of concentrated magical power began to flow from her fingers. The magic circle that appeared on her hand was built in the form of a double rectangle with two glowing runes in the center. One rune signified obedience, the second revelation, and together they formed a fundamental spell of earthly nature. The partner, thanks to reconnaissance magic, determined where the enemies were, and Christa used earth magic, and the ground began to tremble under her feet, and from there soldiers made of sand slowly rose up. Seeing this scene, the students gasped, amazed at the speed with which Christa activated the spell and summoned the creatures under her control. One of the students whispered that there were more than 10 of them, which was clearly beyond the normal abilities of most first-year students. These creatures were clad in ochre-colored armor, and each of their steps was accompanied by a dull sound, like the echo of an ancient ritual. Even Kyle couldn't hide the glint in his eyes as he watched the 10 sand guards line up in front of their mistress. This magic, although it belonged to the second star, required great endurance, concentration, and precision in control. The Warden family's hereditary magic, created by the second elder, was perfect. Moreover, Christa, at such a young age, could perfectly control more than 10 phantoms. In Christa's case, the control aspect was also perfected, with each soldier moving as if they had their own consciousness. When her partner Rumlow used illumination and detection magic to identify the enemies, the soldiers immediately rushed to attack. They eliminated their targets with incredible coordination, as if they were not magical creatures but an elite fighting force, and they fought so smoothly and precisely that even the students preparing for their runs stopped and stared at the window. The phantoms, with astonishing precision and speed, successfully cut the monsters in half one after another, not giving them the slightest chance to resist. Sometimes something incredible happened, and in one blow she managed to destroy 3 monsters at once, which caused genuine admiration among all those watching. Her partner was in genuine shock from such power, and simply ran after her with all his might, shouting out information about the appearance of new opponents. The observers could not believe their eyes, because they never stopped or slowed down, continuing to fight with unrelenting fury. Even Rain, who was used to danger, was amazed at how confidently and skillfully she wielded two-star magic. Logan, who stood next to him, only nodded affirmatively, completely agreeing, because he considered Christa a true genius and the hope of his generation. Even the seniors, with a lot of experience behind them, strongly advised everyone to be extremely careful when interacting with Christa. Christa, destroying another enemy, suddenly thought about how far she was still from the truly great level to which Paige belonged. After all, the ancestors of the Varden family were the sages, the only ones besides the Paige family. Christa remembered her parents telling her that the Paige family was on a completely different level, at least because their current head was the Dean of Delaith. It was during this difficult period that Christa Warden was born, a girl with a pure heart and fiery determination in her eyes. Her father, at the time, had only recently become a two-star mage, barely surpassing the threshold of power that aspiring mages dream of. It so happened that two families, descended from the sages, developed in completely different ways, as if fate itself had separated them along opposite paths. Christa grew up watching her family's name being spoken with disdain, her parents being shunned as if they were something shameful. Every time her mother or father faced the cold indifference of society, Christa felt a pain flare up in her chest. Once, as a child, she asked out loud why everyone around her treated her parents this way, because they were kind and hard-working, because she did not understand why the world considered them unworthy just because their magic was weaker than others. Even her mother and two older sisters could not use magic properly, so her father decided to retreat, despite their efforts, because for them, everything was only getting worse. But now she understands that there was nothing to be ashamed of, because it was just a lack of talent. She and her partner had already destroyed 20 targets, and he was so tired that he asked to rest. Christa didn't think so, because there was absolutely no time to rest. She took him and moved with him. Her only request was that he report the location of the targets. The students continued to stare with their mouths open at her abilities and persistence. Some even got goosebumps. Meanwhile, the girl was again flooded with memories of when she promised her mother that she would become the best magician. She dreamed of a future in which no one would dare to humiliate her relatives, and her family would be treated with respect and honor. As she moved forward through the dust and magical explosions, she screamed that she would gain recognition and make people respect her and her family. Christa successfully continued to destroy everything in her path, demonstrating her superiority, already having 31 defeated targets. At this triumphant moment, all the glory, attention, and respect were focused only on her alone. And just then, a huge red monster with one eye appeared in front of the students, the appearance of which evoked a feeling of doom. The creature immediately rushed to attack, and with its first powerful blow, threw them back several meters, as if they were light toys. The students watched the unfolding nightmare with bated breath, thinking only about who would win this terrible battle. Christa was spurred on by heavy memories from the past, and with each new blow she stood up again, clenching her fists tighter. She couldn't afford to lose because, with all her heart, she wanted her Varden family to regain strength and respect in society. And then Christa, together with the huge golem servant, furiously went on the offensive, not hesitating for a moment in front of this monster. The impact was so powerful that the red giant was literally driven into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and rocks around it. And when the timer showed 4 minutes and 13 seconds, a signal came to Kyle's assistant that all the targets had been defeated. While the other teams were still trying to work out at least a basic strategy, Christa had already easily exited the cave. No one could believe that Christa's team would be able to complete the maze in less than 5 minutes. Professor Kyle greeted her with restrained praise and smiled, because he expected such a result from the descendant of one of the magical families. As he wrote on the evaluation form with a fine pen, his eyes involuntarily trembling with slight excitement, he firmly said that Team Number 2, Christa Warden and Rumlow, were awarded the highest grade of S. Her steps were light, and her face shone with that calm arrogance that is only inherent in those who know exactly what they are capable of. Logan knew about Christa's abilities, but he never expected such a result, and now he understood the reason why the elders were so wary. After all, immediately after passing the labyrinth, Christa began to be considered as a candidate for the position of head of the Union of Magicians. Kyle told the girl that in all his practice, they were the second team to pass the exam in less than 5 minutes. Kyle knew that the Verdon family's strengths, which were high in the mountains, were physical and magical strength, and a plan was devised to preserve these strengths. But that didn't explain all of Christa's actions to him. Kyle guessed that to achieve such a result, the girl had to make incredible efforts, perhaps exceeding the limits of normal student endurance. But her real strength lay not only in her talent, but in the fact that she combined keen insight with iron discipline and hard work, leaving herself no room for weakness. Kyle told Christa and Lamrau that even though they had not yet finished the exam, they were free to go since they had passed with an S grade. Christa, without losing her grace, with a slight half-smile and impeccable aristocratic posture, bowed elegantly, as if she considered such recognition to be entirely expected and natural. With her usual pride, she replied that such an outcome was entirely natural for a family whose motto has sounded with overwhelming force since ancient times, emphasizing their magical superiority. But her attentive and firm gaze was directed not at the professor, but at Rein Ludwig, and in those eyes there was not even a shadow of doubt or indecision. With that look, she seemed to proclaim that it was she, Christa Warden, who would not give up the right to bear the title of the best graduate of the Academy of Magicians to anyone. Rein, without losing his composure, accepted the challenge dispassionately, but the corners of his lips still lifted in a slight, interested smile, and he thought that perhaps the upcoming tests would be much more interesting than he had imagined. 300 years ago, behind a thick blue-green fog, the city walls of the once great Orvarden, which was called the Star of the South, appeared, eaten away by poison and time, but now it has become only a ghost of the past, a source of anxiety and pain. On the ledge of the rock above the city stood a group of Lynn's mages. The fire dragon priestess Frida silently took a drag from her pipe. Her gaze was gloomy, and she nodded as if confirming the terrible state of affairs. Esther stood on the edge of the cliff, looking carefully at the ruins, feeling that approaching the city could lead to serious danger for everyone. So she suggested to Lynn that they lift everything into the air and destroy everyone. But the guy didn't agree with her plan because the city was a cultural heritage site, and Lynn believed that it was necessary to leave the original appearance of the city as much as possible, and then, if possible, complete what was started. But Kays and Frida probably thought differently, since they simply laughed at Lynn's words. Esther explained to the guy that there can be moments in life when you just need to do something and only then think and regret. She spoke sincerely, because for the girl her team was much more important than some kind of cultural heritage, and she asked that next time she be entrusted with the role of discontent, because this was the leader's concern. She asked not to complicate things, but to simply tense up her fist and smash everything. Then Lynn activated his magic and was ready to get down to business, no matter what other people said. A warm echo of the past came to mind, when he realized that sometimes you have to do things that you might later regret, but without risk, you can't achieve success. Rein continued to think of his own ways, but all the ideas seemed not strong enough to beat Christa's record. He was looking for a way to stand out from the rest, to use the power in a way that no one could match him. Logan, surprised, asked about the plan that Rein whispered in his ear. Logan's eyes widened in surprise, and he realized that the risk was too great. They might be disqualified. Rein was ready to take full responsibility, deciding that only courage and determination would lead to victory. Logan admitted that even without these tricks, he would have received an excellent grade, but such a test would hardly have been fun and exciting. Rein decided to try, despite the risks and possible consequences, and this decision was the deciding moment in their exam. Christa watched him warily, trying to figure out what exactly he was planning and why he was putting everything in danger. The words about disqualification and entertainment sounded like a challenge, because she couldn't imagine that someone would treat the exam so frivolously. Her anger grew, but at the same time, she couldn't help but notice the strange joy on Rain's face. The girl shouted at the boys that there should be other things to have fun, and that they should be as serious as possible during the exam. Rain turned to her and said that magic is actually fun if you use it correctly. With these thoughts, she turned away and walked away, leaving Rain to thoughtfully watch her retreating figure. When the 10-minute consultation time came to an end, the students sighed heavily and one by one slowly moved towards their assigned caves. At the most inopportune moment, Ryan Ludwig from Team 12 approached Professor Kyle, attracting attention with his serious appearance and readiness to act. He asked if they really guarantee safety in the caves. Professor Kyle confidently assured that the magic protecting the labyrinth was reliable, and the possibility of an accident was minimized due to his control. Rain, hearing this, smiled and turned around, his face glowing with confidence. But the mystery of his smile remained incomprehensible to those around him, making one wonder about a hidden plan or intention. This was followed by an announcement that their team would begin the exam in a minute. Logan, sensing the big moment was approaching, took off his school uniform and moved his body slightly to loosen up his joints. Kyle's glasses nearly cracked from what he saw. Team 12 officially began the exam just as Rain loudly announced it, warning Logan to work quickly. The body-tempering magic circle glowed and spread evenly throughout Logan's entire body, filling him with strength and confidence. Questions about whether the participants would go inside the labyrinth and what exactly they were going to do filled the air, and the lack of understanding of their actions caused curiosity and slight bewilderment among all observers. Some expressed doubts and distrust, not understanding the reason for their confidence in such an unusual beginning, which seemed strange and unexpected to them. At that moment, a red light flashed in Rain's eyes, which made those around him freeze, the legendary magic of the Ludwig family, Belle Cidius. Kyle couldn't believe his eyes that Rain was using this magic at 16 years old. It was the fastest result among all the geniuses of the family. It was so spectacular and unusual that no one could look away, and the feeling of grandeur and power filled the atmosphere to the limit. But the strangest thing for everyone was how the guys were going to pass the exam without entering the cave. The magic formula, carefully drawn out in the form of a rectangle, contained a strict sequence. Within Rain's magical vision, which was colored in scarlet light, all the targets located in the depths of the labyrinth became clearly visible beyond the normal field of vision. With an approving nod, he said for them to connect, and from his open palm, bright threads of light burst forth, gracefully weaving into a geometric magic circle. The circle's shape included intersections of trapezoids and pentagons, and the internal carvings consisted of carefully engraved runes that were responsible for transmission and communication. He embedded connection parameters into the telekinetic magic circle, while the lightning circle received an additional property that strengthened the signal transmission. Professor Kyle's eyes widened in surprise at that moment as he recognized the complex structure of the circle. The light that entered the labyrinth split many times, and each thread quickly found its target, covering the space with the precision of a mechanism. Rain nodded confidently, and at that moment, Logan, who stood ready with his body shining, raised his fist and concentrated all his strength for the decisive blow. Logan let out a battle cry, filled with energy, and put all his fury into the blow, breaking the very point of concentration of light lines with stunning effect. Some of the students, completely bewildered, began to whisper among themselves, not understanding what was happening and wondering how such a daring step would end. Their voices trembled. They could not believe that someone would take such a step. From this force, a wave of destruction rolled through the labyrinth, touching the transmission runes engraved along the light streams and amplifying the impact. While the students were at a loss, the associate professor stared wide-eyed at the magical instrument attached to his wrist, recording the changes in real time. With a loud and prolonged sound of vibration echoing through the labyrinth, the stones began to fall like a storm-induced rain of stones. The destructive energy, directed along the interweaving of light lines, fell upon the entire labyrinth, raising a powerful dust and roar that completely obscured clairvoyance's view. Streams of light began to glide rapidly through space, rushing towards each target within the labyrinth, covering the entire internal landscape with a magical presence. In just a few short moments, clear and activated magic circles began to form under each creature marked as a target. Rain, seeing this, realized that the moment for decisive action had come, and without delay, he focused on launching the final phase of the plan. He mentally gave a command as if pressing an invisible button, and at that very moment the magic circles flashed brightly and began to work one after another. From the surge of power, the structure of the labyrinth collapsed even more, and blocks of stone flew in different directions with a dull roar, blocking the passages. A massive hole formed in the center of the structure, and several students lost their balance and fell screaming into the resulting dark depths. Their frightened voices trembled again, bouncing off the walls, because no one could believe that someone would actually go to the extent of destroying the labyrinth itself for the sake of the result. It was clear from the look on Rain's face that what he had planned had worked out exactly as he had hoped from the start. Kyle and his assistant froze in amazement because even the magic screen went dark for a few moments, as if under the onslaught of a wave comparable to a catastrophe. When the image appeared on the screen again, the assistant looked at it with lightning speed and froze, because he did not expect to see such a thing. The screen showed that the team had completed the test in a record 59 seconds, leaving no targets behind. The result was so absurd that the associate professor let out a strange laugh and shook his head, not believing what he had just seen. The assistant began to reason quickly, considering what had happened to be a violation of the purpose of the exam, since the students had not completed the labyrinth, but had destroyed it. In fact, they failed to meet the main criterion of the exam, and only by a lucky chance did they hit all the targets without completely destroying the walls and ceiling. In his opinion, it looked more like a glitch in the system than a correctly passed test, and therefore the result should be annulled. When he expressed doubt about the perfection of the assessment, Kyle calmly asked a counter-question, surprising him with his behavior. The professor explained in a measured tone that the word perfect simply described conformity to accepted standards, but did not capture the essence of true talent. True geniuses, he said, always transcended existing boundaries and created new ones, even if they initially seemed strange or contradictory. What was once seen as an aberration eventually becomes the new norm, and this cycle repeats itself throughout the history of magic. The assistant disagreed and asked to look at the traditional evaluation criteria, where it could be seen that Logan and Rain's team was still far from perfect. Kyle asked Amar if he ever thought about destroying the labyrinth. He replied that it never even occurred to him, but if he had thought that he had to break it, he could have done it. The professor was trying to get across that Rain didn't fit into the mold simply because he had already gone beyond it, creating his own path, and acknowledged that Rain may seem imperfect, but that's what makes him an example. Kyle said with enthusiasm in his voice that the main thing was not only strength, but also the fact that this student was the first to decide on something like this, because magical knowledge, as well as an understanding of what was happening, turned such reckless things into reality. And he told Amara to watch carefully when the day would soon come, and Logan and Rain would stand in the center of the magic circle because the horizons of magic could change. 40 minutes later, the exam was over, and the results appeared in front of the students. Kyle announced that the tests were more difficult than in previous years, but most passed them successfully and even completed them within half an hour. But some students were injured due to exhaustion and loss of control over the flow of energy, and there were also students who had to retake the exam because they were attacked by targets more than 3 times. And in this chaos, the 4 minutes and 13 seconds in which Christa and Lamrau completed the exam was an amazing result, so Professor Kyle's preliminary S-level assessment was justified. However, there was a team that was able to beat Christa's result. The team of Rain and Logan needed less than a minute. And it was because of this that Christa's team's rating dropped to level A. Christa recalled how she mastered 2-star magic at the age of 6, and her achievement was admired by her entire family, her surroundings, and even the elders. Thanks to her success, the Verdun family, which was then going through a serious crisis, finally felt relief and confidence in the future. She heard a conversation between two people in robes. They were talking about how the Ludwig family had no hope after such an early result from Christa, because their son Rain was called a disaster. Back then, Rain and Christa were family friends, and when they saw each other, Christa would yell at him that the people around him were saying he was a disaster. She told him to stop being carefree and start taking magic seriously, to show what he was capable of. But the Rain of that time didn't react at all. He just turned away and walked away, as if her words were empty words. He was completely different, as if he lived in another world and didn't take her words seriously, despite her sincerity. But now, Rain was amazing to her. His speed of using magic was as fast as the professor's, and she didn't understand how it happened, because even during the family dinner, she couldn't even imagine that he would become so strong. She remembered how she had tried to persuade Caroline not to expel Rain for being late and to allow him to take the exam. She then explained that he was helping an elderly woman and asked to give him a chance because she believed that he was capable of more. Strange feelings began to arise inside her that she had never experienced before, and they were connected only with him. Maybe it was good that fate brought them together in Deleten, where they could come face to face. It was then that she first recognized him as her true rival, equal in strength and worthy of her respect. And now she's standing in front of the exam results, and Rain has beaten her. Christa's partner thanked her for the good grade, even though they lowered their grade to an A. That was enough for him. But all the words passed the girl by. She looked at the results and could not believe that she had lost again. Meanwhile, Rain extended his hand to Logan with a slight smile, and he slapped it enthusiastically, beaming with delight. But unlike those two, Christa stood to the side and couldn't find any joy in the situation. She looked down, her hands shaking, and her nails cutting into her palms so hard that the skin began to crack. The loss was too tangible for her, because she had lost, despite all her diligence and constant efforts, and neither recognition nor assessment consoled her, because the feeling of pity from the professor hurt the most. Christa bit her lip, thinking that even if she had thought of destroying the labyrinth, she would not have dared to do such a thing. Kyle looked at her and thought that the competition was turning her on, which was fine, but keeping up with Rain would be difficult. With this, he decided to soften the situation by announcing that this time, not one, but 2 teams would receive an S grade. This caused a wave of surprise, and the students in the hall immediately fell silent, waiting for an explanation of the reasons for this decision. He admitted that they had formed teams based on their entrance exam, but it was still a little unfair to put Rain and Logan on the same team. Therefore, Rain, Logan, Christa, and Lamro received an S rating. None of the students doubted the fairness of the decision, because everyone understood how difficult the task was, and the guys did an excellent job. Rain looked at Christa with a worried expression and slowly approached, as if deciding that she needed words. He tried to start a conversation with her, mentioning that their score in the tasks was now equal and she was really strong. But these words seemed to press on a sore wound, and a spark of rage, full of tears, flared up in Christa's eyes. She screamed at him to stay away from her, not wanting to hear any comfort or praise. He didn't understand why her reaction was so violent, and only quietly asked if she was happy with the high grade. But Christa didn't want to listen, saying that a real magician shouldn't evoke pity, but must only evoke respect, and her team was given an S only because of pity. The tears that had been building up over all this time finally burst out, and she could no longer hold back either the emotions or the pain. She turned away, trying to hide her face, and wiped away from her cheeks the traces of weakness that she should not have shown, because she was the descendant of a famous family of magicians, and the best student. And after that, she immediately ran away, because for her it was a blow, because to receive leniency already at the first exam meant to lose faith in her path. Rain didn't understand why she was acting like that and asked Logan if he might have said something wrong. Logan said he didn't know since he was a student at one of the 8 great schools, so he didn't really know much about magical families. But Rain saw that Logan was not telling the whole story and asked him not to lie, and he said that the Varden family was finished and it was a disgrace for the family of magicians. Logan said that people always said that, because the honor and glory of the Varden family was a thing of the past, and their family, even before Christa was born, did not have enough skills to be recognized as part of the magical elite. And Christa alone raised her family from ruins, and even made sure that the Vardens were recognized as a great family of magicians. Simply put, she did everything herself. And even then, she was the only one who supported the family. She took on a lot. Rain ran to her to calm her down a little, and she decided to tell him a story. Aristocrats from magical families, magicians, Christa believed that they should always be treated with respect, and even feared. After all, they were the ones whom people had to look up to and respect. Magicians cannot be treated as equals. And Christa tried despite everything, from the age of 6 until the day of the exam, and almost reached the level when she would be called a genius of that century. But Rain was completely different. He stuck his nose into things that weren't his business for the sake of those who didn't have a pedigree. This was strange for Christa, because no one behaved like that in the union of magicians. He also communicated calmly with everyone and could easily find a common language. And after these envy, Christa asked in a raised voice what was fun about magic, because for her personally, there was nothing exciting about it. She was so angry at Rain for being considered better than her, even though he found it funny, that she threw a magic ball at him. Rain effortlessly repelled her attack and calmly began to approach, radiating determination with every step. He began to speak seriously, that he loved magic from the very beginning, although it was not an easy path for him. Rain explained that if you can make the spell come true according to your desire, then all the difficulties and hardships fade into the background. After all, this is the picture of the world that you can see if you don't try hard enough. Rain wanted her to understand that he is not always happy, and Christa should understand this. Christa didn't listen. Her magic continued to gather, and the earth golems rushed towards Rain. But he still continued to stop her, but did not attack her. He said that he also had moments of despair when things were very difficult. Rain understood Christa that she was dragging the entire Varden family on her shoulders, as part of the magical world, and as the family's last hope. After all, she had honed her skills so that now at 16 she could use magic at a good level, and Rain couldn't even suggest how much effort and diligence it took her to achieve this. Rain asked her not to carry everything alone because she could give up magic at any moment, but she didn't. He asked loudly why she continued, if it was because deep down she still felt the excitement and joy of magic. But Christa didn't want to listen to him. With each spell she put more and more fury and despair into her attacks. She screamed, demanding that he shut up, and each of her blows became more powerful and chaotic. The blow, saturated with her power, merged with the golem's body and fell on Rain with a blinding flash. A yellow magical light illuminated everything around for a moment, and together with the rumble of falling stones. And before Christa's eyes flashed memories from her distant childhood, where she first tried to use magic and laughed when the spell worked. The smile of that little girl, shining with genuine happiness, flashed in her memory so brightly as if it had returned from the past. It seemed like Rain would definitely get hurt after her last attack, but he stood calmly next to the destroyed golem as if nothing had happened. He looked at her with a confident gaze and said that she was strong, and no matter what path she chose, no one would laugh at her. Her eyes filled with tears, and as the strength finally left her body, she felt that there was real truth in his words. Rain came closer, closing the distance step by step, and quietly asked her to remember the joy she once felt from magic. Christa tried to wipe away her tears, but her palm was shaking, and every breath was difficult for her, as if tears were filling not only her eyes, but her chest as well. Rhine, without making any sudden movements, dropped down on one knee next to her and quietly looked at her, not looking away and as if giving her time to realize everything. The air between them was filled with a strange silence, in which there was no longer any anger, but only the weight of the words spoken and the fragility of recognition. Christa stood up abruptly, wiping the last tears from her face, and proudly declared that such emotions were only permissible for the one who had won. She raised her head, trying to maintain a serious look, but there was still a hint of recognition in her voice that she hadn't felt such excitement in a long time. Rain calmly extended his hand to her, and in his gaze one could read sincere sympathy for how brightly she showed herself in the duel, and said that he really enjoyed this duel, because an opponent like her is a rarity that cannot be forgotten. The guy added that he hopes to repeat the battle one day, but as full-fledged magicians, not students. But Christa suddenly turned around and slapped him across the cheek with a furious swing, calling him a pompous turkey, not hiding her irritation. After that, without waiting for an answer, she rushed to run away in an unknown direction, shouting that this was his first and last victory. Rain, stunned by the unexpected blow, stood in place, gently touching his cheek and thinking that Christa really did have a heavy hand. She ran without looking where she was going, and breaking into a scream, repeated through her tears that her father should forgive her. Professor Kyle, watching this dramatic scene from the dais, stood in silence, holding back a slight smile, as if anticipating something significant. He told his assistant that talent manifests itself in different ways in children, and sometimes becomes a real catalyst for revealing someone's hidden potential. Sometimes talent acts as a giant wall that gets in the way, and in order to move forward, you have to find a new path or become stronger. But it also happens that talent becomes a person nearby who inspires not through struggle, but through support, through equality and understanding. Kyle said that it wouldn't end there, because the most interesting events, in his opinion, were just beginning, and the assistant at that moment wordlessly grabbed his head and muttered with a crooked grin that work would pile up again. The professor laughed and told his assistant that he always thought that he was doing a great job, and he thought about it with all his heart. And he ordered him that everything needed to be put in order and move on, and prepare candidates to retake the exam. Since there will be additional exams, there will be no classes for the entire afternoon. Logan was momentarily taken aback when he saw the cheek, but Rain quickly noticed that he was imagining it and smiled back. When Rain suggested going to practice after all the stress of the exam, his voice sounded slightly tired, but there was a hidden determination and a little enthusiasm in it. Logan nodded with a slight smile, and they decided to spend the rest of the day in the training room together, despite the fact that the last difficult exam had just ended. But their conversation was heard by Professor Owen, who realized that they still had plenty of energy, which was nice to hear. And as it happened, Owen just happened to have prepared 150 assignments on mathematics and magic, so they had to pass the written exam too, and he warned that they would not return to the dorm until they had solved everything. The professor warned that anyone who did not want or did not agree could pack their things and go home from Delayton. And Owen turned to the other students and said that the same thing applied to them, and some students cried out in despair, not hiding their emotions, because such a load seemed to them something absurd and excessive. The professor just grinned, as if he was enjoying their reaction, and ordered them to take the assignments immediately. Rain turned his head and saw a tired and exhausted Christa who was solving tests. Owen explained this by the fact that the girl ran so fast, as if she was ready to take exams all day, so the professor prepared more questions for her than for everyone else. But as soon as Christa saw Rain's smile, she immediately yelled at him and told him not to laugh. Owen also advised students not to think about writing partially, because the grades for the written exam will be counted in their rating. Some clutched their heads, whispering that their minds refused to work after such a long practical exam. Someone was desperately muttering that solving such a volume of problems in the allotted time seemed impossible and almost unrealistic. The professor threatened to expel anyone who spoke out loud, and the atmosphere in the classroom became even more tense. Rain raised an eyebrow, as if he was genuinely intrigued by the fact that the written and practical exams were held on the same day. He was surprised because such a method seemed too cruel and more reminiscent of bullying than an educational process. Looking at the volume of tasks, he felt irritation growing in his chest, and it prevented him from concentrating on work. Some of the problems were familiar to him, as if he had solved them dozens of times in the past, memorizing them more than once. But now he needed to remember again how to factor polynomials and find the greatest common divisor. Rain quietly exhaled and activated the Belle Serious Magic tool to improve his attention and not lose focus. He considered using this artifact to be part of his talent, not a cheating method, since fatigue prevented him from thinking clearly. 10 minutes later, he raised his hand and calmly asked if he could hand in the work if all the tasks had already been completed. Owen was surprised that Rain had made a quick decision for a man who had nothing but sawdust in his head, but if he was confident, he could pass and go to the dorm. His deskmate, Christa, exhausted and already on the 128th question, snorted with a slight mockery. She asked if he really was confident in himself, and thought that he could get around her, having solved everything so quickly. The teacher exploded with irritation and ordered her to remain silent, threatening her with consequences for breaking the silence. She apologized with a grin and continued writing. Rain stood up with complete confidence, as if nothing was bothering him, and moved towards the teacher with the finished notebook. He handed over the work and calmly walked out into the corridor. Usually there was a lot of activity here, but now there was an oppressive silence. Because no one had finished the exam yet, he wondered if he should go practice and take a shower first, since he now had plenty of time. However, as he was about to leave, the door on the other side quietly opened and someone entered the corridor. He turned around out of curiosity, hoping it was a familiar face, and froze when he met a predatory gaze. Under the red hair, eyes sparkled, burning with determination and surprise at the same time, as if darkness was swirling in the gaze. Rain realized that she was the best student among the 8 great schools. This was the first meeting with Lillian Karain, who was expected to become the leader of the new generation of the elite. Then Rain walked into the gym. Logan, who was leading the training, blinked, stuttered, and stared in confusion when he heard the unexpected question. Rain placed the barbell back on the rack, sat down on the bench, and looked at him with a thoughtful expression, and asked about the red-haired girl named Lillian, wondering if Logan knew her before. Logan swallowed, as if the question was unexpected and at the same time disturbing. He knew Lillian as any student would know her, after all. There were many rumors about her around the academy. Rain started talking about yesterday, reminding him that there was a written exam right after practice, and noted that even though he had passed the test quickly and carelessly, Lillian had left literally a minute after it. Logan explained that Lillian was considered a secret weapon of Rivendell, about which there were long, unusual rumors. She used 2-star magic from the age of 5, and at the age of 7 she made a contract with one of the 4 mythical creatures. Rivendell was located at the top of the Scarlet Mountains, and was known for its harsh training in a blazing climate. The academy was more like a fighting temple than a normal school, and the severity there was palpable in the air. The secret of Rivendell lay in the art of summoning the spirits of fire and the ancient rituals of magical union. Logan added that a person received red hair as a confirmation of having undergone a baptism of fire, and this meant that their sensitivity to the properties of fire was a priori several times higher than that of ordinary people. Among the 8 great schools, Lillian had an incredible reputation, and she was considered a real monster, and was also put on the same level as Christa Varden, and the elders said that Lillian had the potential to become an archmage. Rain thought that perhaps Lillian was overrated, but Logan insisted that it was true, even though he knew that such truth would irritate Rain. Then the guy really thought about the fact that she was strong and unusual. As Logan spoke, Rain listened attentively, and suddenly a playful, sincere smile appeared on his face. He asked with interest, how Logan knew so much, hinting that he was clearly interested in her. Logan blushed sharply and shut up, but his reaction already said everything that needed to be heard. Rain smirked and noted that they could become a couple, and even promised to root for him along the way. Logan asked if it was really obvious that he felt something for Lillian, or if the guy was joking, and Rain said that it was very noticeable. And then I thought about it, because really strange and strong personalities began to gather around. It was clearly not boring in Delayton. The 4th day of midterm exams began at the foot of the Red Mountain Range. The professor began to talk about the exam that awaited them that day. It would be held in the world of illusions, and all 60 people would be divided into 3 teams, which would be assessed based on the results. Everyone was surprised how the world of illusions was supposed to be inside the barrier of 4-star magic. The associate professor stepped forward and formally announced that the practical exam format would be a true battle royale. Hearing this, the students gasped, because the very idea of such a format in the conditions of an exam sounded wild and frightening at the same time. The professor explained that there would be treasures hidden in each area, and for each one found you could get 1 point, as well as for the monsters defeated. The number of points also depended on the difficulty of destruction, so the professor advised to first evaluate the strength and then decide whether to attack or pass by. Christa Warden stood out from the group of students and immediately raised her hand to ask a clarifying question. The docent nodded, allowing her to speak, and Christa asked where the battle royale was, since someone would focus on collecting jewels and someone would be destroying monsters. To which he responded with a slight grin, hinting that everything would not be as simple as it might seem at first glance. After all, during battles, it was also possible to lose points. It was permissible to steal treasure found by other students, and it was also possible to interfere with the destruction of monsters or carry out a counterattack. They could do whatever they wanted, even destroy each other. Some students, hearing this, were shocked and even repeated it out loud, not believing that such a thing was even allowed within the framework of the exam. As soon as the noise and panic began, Marjana hit the ground with her staff, and the light from the magical instrument disappeared, leaving silence. She explained that it was not for nothing that the space was called the world of illusions, because what was happening inside the barrier was not reality. Simply put, no matter how severe the attack, the student will not actually be harmed. However, the pain will be experienced as if in reality, and regardless of the severity of the wounds or even death inside the world of illusions, when the barrier disappears, the students will return to their original state. So she told them not to worry, and the way of judging was as simple as possible. The 2 people with the highest score would get an S. Some students began to look at each other with an aggressive look, clearly already mentally imagining the course of the future battle. Someone even considered it cool news that it was possible to destroy other players. She quoted Emissa Page, saying that the primary duty of a magician is to enable people to dream. Then, in a loud voice, she said that they must fulfill this duty and give it their all, because in the magical world, strength was and is above all else, so it was worth showing them what they were capable of. These words touched many students, because it was this idea that at one time prompted them to embark on the path of magic and knowledge, and after which the distribution into teams was announced. Team A was Hubert, Logan, and Christa, who stood nearby and was already starting to show her signature self-confidence. Christa crossed her arms, looked at Rain with a disdainful smile, and declared that the exam had finally become truly interesting, and Rain immediately reminded her how she had cried from defeat last time. With a face the color of a blazing sunset, Christa began to noisily protest, clapping her hands and seething with rage, but soon calmed down. She knew she had to pull herself together and get an S, because she felt she was the only one who deserved to get the highest score. She threw her hair back sharply and ordered Rain not to lose to anyone but her unless he wanted to embarrass himself. Group A began to line up in front of the barrier to enter the illusion, and the docents watched the formation closely. Next up was Group B, which featured other strong entries including Gertrude Panton. Then the name of Lillian Karain was mentioned, and a slight murmur ran through the crowd, for this name was already surrounded by legends. The third member of this group was Rein Ludwig, which foreshadowed a very tense and unpredictable competition. Gertrude, who usually seemed perky and confident, looked noticeably nervous as she stared at the glowing barrier. She was short, with a youthful face, but today there was none of the confidence in her eyes that usually shone in her every movement. Rein, noticing this, approached with a slight grin and with feigned concern asked her a naive question, or was she worried? Upon hearing it, Gertrude shuddered, stepped back sharply, and looked at him with an offended and indignant expression. She confidently stated that she, Christa's servant, was only amused by such a question, and not confused. Gertrude flushed and exclaimed loudly that it was not she who was nervous, but rather that Rein himself should be worried. To his question, she enthusiastically explained that he was in the same group with her, which meant danger. Gertrude's eyes sparkled as if a real fighting determination to surpass Rein had ignited in her. In response, Rein simply looked at her silently and, without hiding his irony, grinned, waving his hand. Gertrude exploded with indignation, promising that everything was still ahead and everything would definitely be decided on the battlefield. Rein turned his head, feeling the subtle waves of mana indicating someone's hidden and disturbing presence. He immediately noticed that the magical aura contained something aggressive and openly hostile. Lillian Karain stood before him, her gaze as fierce as her scarlet hair fluttering in the wind, and she approached him with a directness that almost sounded like a challenge, asking for a little time. Rein was surprised because he was usually treated with respect, especially considering his status and background, and said that he would only give her time if she had something interesting to say. The sandstone golem grew to a menacing size and its hand crashed down onto the ground, turning everything around it into a mess of sand and rocks. The mass of its body swept away several monsters that were in its path, and only dust remained. Christa looked gloomily at the scoreboard, noting that her result had risen to 280, although this clearly did not bring her joy, since she considered it insufficient. Even with such a gap from her rivals, she did not look satisfied, because inside she continued to worry about the results of Rein, and somewhere nearby the bushes began to move, and without a second's hesitation, she sent her summoned spearmen to check the source of the noise. The spearmen pulled 2 students out of the thicket, who were clearly trying to sneak in unnoticed and get easy points for the treasure. Both looked scared and tried to justify themselves, but Christa only crossed her arms and looked at them with disdain. She made it clear that she was not interested in easy victories and did not see the point in earning points in this way, losing dignity, so she let them go. The teachers, who were watching the events with the help of magic tools, began to whisper among themselves with respect. They noted that Christa could already control 2-star summoning magic with ease at this stage. Some of the teachers turned their attention to the other participants, including Hubert, who shone thanks to his wind magic, easily overcoming difficult areas, finding treasures and avoiding battles, which gave him 253 points. Logan of Chehark moved differently. He engaged in combat with every creature he encountered and won fairly, thanks to his admirable strength, receiving 249 points for this. While those 3 continued to confidently score points, the professor's section was particularly lively in discussing their successes. However, Senior Professor Margena looked at what was happening with undisguised disappointment. She believed that none of the current participants possessed the very quality that would make them a true vessel of magic. Elen Ludwig thought about these words and realized how transparent the professor's expectations of the students had become. While Group A was focused on passing the exam, Lillian spoke confidently and calmly, admitting that she had never lost to anyone when she was truly reaching her full potential, because she could not afford to lose. Lillian spoke softly, but there was a cold fire in her voice, like a candle flame in a quiet room, and it made you feel uneasy. When Rein asked why she hid her abilities, she replied that she simply saw no point in showing them off as she felt it was unnecessary. She added that only someone who was born into a wealthy family and lived without pressure could think like that and afford such luxury. Rain raised an eyebrow in surprise, and Gertrude couldn't help but snort, noticing that Lillian was accusing others of being noble, although she herself was from a noble family. Lillian calmly responded that she did not consider herself a lady, but rather that it would be better to call her an ordinary object. The words that she was not a person but an object caused confusion and slight shock in Rain and Gertrude, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. She explained that she was not a child born from the union of love between her father and mother, but was merely an instrument that was created for a specific purpose. After all, her father, Tadan Karain, who was the headmaster of the Rivendell school, locked her in a room from childhood and forced her to learn magic. She was not even allowed to go outside. And when Lillian didn't get good grades in school for an exam, she was beaten until she lost consciousness. And her father, in order to teach her a lesson, even involved her mother in this and tortured her with fire, burning her skin. And my father knew how to handle fire magic like no one else, and he knew better than anyone else how to inflict pain without causing serious injury. Rain felt his heart clench and swallow hard, imagining what this girl had to go through, and he asked if she would be beaten again if she didn't take first place. Lillian coldly replied that she would now destroy her father if he tried to touch her. Gertrude frowned, not believing that she could threaten a powerful 4-star mage, but Lillian looked confident and did not hesitate. She declared that she would graduate from the academy with the best grades, gain recognition from all the students, and then get rid of her father forever. Her voice was determined and full of inner strength as she warned that she would not forgive anyone who stood in the way of her goal. When she was about to leave, Gertrude snorted and called her dreams ridiculous, reminding her that Christa was the recognized genius of the century. Lillian, without even turning around, said that Christa was not a rival for her because she was just a hothouse flower, spoiled and weak. Gertrude flushed when she heard this and was about to object because she did not want to offend her mistress. But she was interrupted by Rain's voice, which sounded calm and confident. He said he understood how desperate Lillian was to take first place and the price she was willing to pay for it. But he added that all this is not a reason for him to give up on victory, because he also has a reason to go to the end. And the reason was his friends who were waiting for him too long. Lillian was a little taken aback by these words, but quickly pulled herself together, took a deep breath, and turned away. Finally, she said that she had warned him, and if he interfered with her, then Lillian would have no choice but to get rid of Rain. The Group A exam came to an end, and the 2 students who received a final grade of S were Christa Worden with 361 points and Hubert with 338 points. Gertrude immediately ran to congratulate her mistress Christa and tell her how incredible she was, and Christa said that it was easy. As soon as the participants of Group A left the illusory space, Group B began preparations. Before entering the magical barrier, each student had to choose a starting point, from Zone A to Zone H. Rain carefully analyzed the conditions, taking his time with his choice. Zone A was located at the foot of the mountains, and Zone F was the intermountain area, where the largest areas were, and they were also the most popular, since there were the largest number of monsters and treasures there. While Zones B and C might have the advantage of visual control since they are mountain peaks, it was easy to get surrounded by other students. Both wooded areas D and E were good for cover, but difficult to see, which could be very disruptive. Rain closed his eyes for a second, taking a deep breath, as if listening to the voice of intuition and inner combat experience. At this time, Christa decided to rest a little after the intense stage, and Gertrude, winking at her with a slight smile, warned that it was time to go to the exam. Christa, without showing her emotions, unexpectedly wished her good luck, adding that she should not forget to show everyone her true high class. As soon as the distribution of the participants from Team B was completed, Gertrude's body flashed with light and disappeared from Christa's sight. Elen and Caroline watched with interest, resting their chins on their hands and pondering the capabilities of each participant. Elen knew very well what the stern and demanding professor named Marchena really expected from her students. These were the abilities to quickly analyze the situation, the ability to adapt to changes and demonstrate skill in combat conditions. In essence, this exam became a test to identify the true talent of a wizard and determine the direction of his future development. That was why Aunt Elen sincerely hoped that her nephew Rain would show her how to properly deal with arrogant types like Lillian. As it turned out, Lillian, following the example of Christa Warden, also immediately chose the most dangerous Zone F, without hesitating for a moment, because only here could one score the maximum possible number of points, and it was also easy to get to other areas. Unlike Lillian, Rain Ludwig chose the less visible and remote E-Zone, which surprised even some of the teachers. Rain apparently made it his goal to avoid confrontation and accumulate points by acting cautiously and prudently, and some professors approved of this strategy, considering it reasonable for a student who knew his limits and capabilities. However, Rain made his choice consciously, relying not on excitement, but on cold calculation and understanding of the situation. He knew that in order to achieve high results, it was necessary not to get involved in meaningless battles and not to waste energy in vain. Elen, observing this, made a remark that although he was an annoying guy, he was actually interesting to watch. Caroline was surprised that despite his strong abilities, Rain still acted extremely reserved and cautious. But before she could finish her thought, Rain suddenly collided with another participant right on the battlefield. The test subject who appeared before him instantly tensed up, her eyes widening in surprise for a moment. She was one of the top students of one of the great 16 schools, famous for her mastery skills. The students who were watching immediately became cheerful, because they were bored watching what was happening without battles. Caroline was also interested. She was curious what Rain would show this time. The magical power in the girl's hand began to rapidly concentrate. She expected that now Rain would demonstrate something special, because earlier he had received high praise from the elder Kyle. Rain did something that no one expected. He turned around without hesitation and quickly ran away from the meeting place without engaging in combat. Even Caroline let out a loud cry of surprise at such a surprise. Rain Ludwig, despite the expectations of everyone present, actually chose to flee instead of fight at this moment. Elen muttered something unintelligible in complete anger, not understanding what exactly he had planned and why he had done this. Christa, watching what was happening, turned her head so sharply that she seemed to lose her orientation from bewilderment. She did not believe her eyes, asking herself if he was joking and playing a prank on everyone present. Professor Margina began to laugh loudly, holding her stomach. Many involuntarily grinned, too. She remembered Scalzi and said that Rain's behavior strikingly reminded her of his grandfather. When another teacher began to complain, Margina simply waved it off, saying that everything had only become more interesting. And she looked with interest at the clairvoyance window, assuming that Rain was saving his strength and waiting for the right moment to make a dash. After 40 minutes, if we compare the results of Team A for the same period of time, they had a higher score than Team B. The 10 members of Team B who were in the lead in collecting points and finding rarities were shown in the clairvoyance system covering their actions. At the top of the list was Gertrude Phantom, a girl from a noble family whose name was rarely heard, but whose talents were undeniable. Few knew that Christa had hidden her true potential, and now she could show off her full power without any extra pressure. A native of the Eastern Mountains, Gertrude moved freely across the uneven slopes and handled physical challenges with ease. She accumulated points by deftly moving between points of interest, relying on her endurance and natural intuition as a mage. Professors warned that being too hasty could backfire, as leaders sometimes make mistakes due to fatigue. At the same time, the question arose as to why Lillian of Rivendell, despite her power, still does not appear at the top of the table. When they saw the information on the screen, the professors' faces began to express bewilderment, because the data displayed seemed absurd to them. It was in last place. Lillian had been sitting quietly on a rock, cross-legged, with her eyes closed, in the very center of the open field of Zone F, since the beginning of the exam, and had a score of 0. No one could understand her tactics because she showed no initiative at all. One of the students turned to Elen in surprise, but she only indifferently suggested that Lillian might not be interested in the current account at all. Elen's attention was on Rain, who was already in 13th place and was only collecting treasures, and he fought the monster only once, when it accidentally crawled out in front of him. Caroline asked Elen if Rain had been in the mountains often, since he was in a mountainous area and moved very dexterously. Elen thought that he must have been a monkey in his past life, but she understood that with the rate at which he was gaining points, it would be difficult for him to get into the leading group. The rain began to fall with even greater force, and the heavy drops struck the rocks with a dull sound, increasing the alarming atmosphere over the mountains. The sound of Rain's footsteps in this silence became a frightening echo, bouncing off the rocks and creating a feeling of being followed. The weather was truly suitable for those who were used to surviving alone and using the hearing of monsters as a weapon. Rain activated his magic, intending to attract them himself and deal with them one by one, fighting in conditions where there were too many enemies for a normal student. Meanwhile, at the top of the cliff in Zone F, Lillian, still sitting quietly, looked up, noticing a strange cluster of lights. These flickering balls of light indicated the location of the strongest opponents, who began to gather closer and closer to her. Lillian's eyes, slowly opening under the streams of rain, were eerily calm and black, reflecting the coming storm. She stood up from the rock, and at that moment her examination device displayed an alarm message and a flashing map. The message warned of a volcanic eruption and ordered all participants to immediately leave the danger zone without delay. There was no way to hide in this exam, as the boundaries of the safe zone were rapidly shrinking under the pressure of the disasters, and the eruption quickly engulfed mountain regions B and C, destroying everything in its path and leaving no room for retreat. Only one area remained safe, and all students had to head there immediately, without wasting a minute. Some of the participants who were in the lead began to move faster, as if they had been preparing for this moment from the very beginning. The professors expected that top students like Lillian would take action as soon as the time came, but at that very moment, the teachers noticed the appearance of another student, whose indicators began to rise rapidly. Rain's face appeared on the screen, and the rating scale suddenly jumped, causing surprise in the room and quiet discussions among the professors. Elen Ludwig, who had been watching the proceedings with bated breath, suddenly tensed up when she noticed a name on the results board. Her heart began to beat faster with excitement when she realized that this increase in glasses belonged to none other than her nephew. With his actions, Rain lured the monsters like bait and gathered them in one place to carry out a large-scale attack. The numbers on the panel grew almost without stopping, and she had already overtaken 12th, 10th, and even 8th place, leaving them behind. Logan, clearly shocked, couldn't help but ask a question to Christa, who was standing nearby and silently watching what was happening. Christa calmly explained that Rain was using the vibrations of the earth to attract monsters directly to his position. A magic circle was activated in Rain's palm, and from its shape, it was clear that he was using a 3-tier spell. The magic he used required a lot of concentration and precise calculations, especially on a mental level. It seemed like he had been preparing for this attack the entire time since the exam began, while pretending to be a cautious and passive participant. When the energy reached the required density, the magic circle flared up and streams of light began to flow from his hand in all directions. The circle's design included 3 runes, each of which gave the spell a separate property and increased its power. The runes created a complex combination that allowed the magic to attack immediately and accurately, and giant roots burst forth from under the trembling earth, falling upon the monsters and beginning to destroy everything around them. Some professors were very surprised because there were no trees in that area, but they remembered how, at the beginning of the exam, he touched the tree, as if implanting magic into it. Some roots pierced the monsters' bodies, others entangled them and tore them apart, like living predatory vines. The scene was so vivid and shocking that even through clairvoyance it seemed no less terrifying than in reality. Caroline also found it incredible that Rain was simultaneously calculating 3-star magic and fighting so many monsters. Elen Ludwig, although she tried to remain calm, could not help but smile slightly, the corners of her lips barely noticeably lifting. She thought that real abilities would still become apparent, even if they were not advertised in advance. Meanwhile, Rain's points had already reached 362 points, which allowed him to overtake everyone, including Gertrude and even Christa. He realized that these points would be enough, and it was possible to gradually wrap things up. Kyle saw that the battlefield had shrunk considerably due to the fact that everything was flooded with magma, so there were almost no jewels or monsters left. It seemed that Gertrude would hardly have time to get around Rain. The moment the assistant looked at the ratings, he had to blink because the screen showed something very unusual. The assistant called out to Kyle, pointing to the table and trying to figure out what was going on with the results on the list. Kyle also noticed his remark and froze because the names in second and third place had indeed disappeared. He tried to find them below, but these students were no longer listed in the top 4, or the top 10, or even the top 20. They had disappeared completely, and no one could say what exactly had happened to them, because everything looked too strange. While everyone was focused on Rain, the disappearance of the 2 strongest students went almost unnoticed, as if they had simply been erased from the arena map. Kyle activated clairvoyance magic to rewind the last minutes and see what happened to the students who held high positions. As soon as the recording appeared on the screen, the entire audience froze because what they saw was shocking and even frightening. First came an ear-piercing scream, followed by the appearance of a student burning in flames and turning into a charred silhouette. The second student, who was collecting the treasure, was also caught in a barrage of flames that burned him, leaving no chance of salvation. Lightning illuminated the figure standing next to the remains of the bodies, and everyone instantly recognized the features of the girl with black eyes. It was Lillian Karain, the one who rose from the bottom to third place in an instant, eliminating her strongest rivals. The murder of several students by one person shocked not only the students, but also some of the teaching staff. Now all she had to do was catch one of the first pair, and then she could take first place without further fights. The professors were shocked because those who easily took second and third place were eliminated in a matter of seconds. Marjana thought, tapping his toes on his leg, and an image of her father with the same merciless nature appeared in his mind. At the moment, the table looked like Rain was in the lead, with Gertrude and Lillian following closely behind him. Gertrude herself, looking at her magical device, could not understand where her closest pursuers had gone. A feeling of anxiety overwhelmed her, and a shudder ran through her body, as if a thin needle had been pierced right between her shoulder blades. It was a feeling of threat, and the body itself reacted, pushing off the ground sharply and sliding to the side. Where she had stood a second ago, there was a violent explosion of fire, blazing with such force that it blinded everyone around. Without wasting any time, she straightened up and tried to concentrate, because the attack was clearly not over. Fire eagles began to swoop down from the sky, blasting the ground one after another, turning everything around into a field of fire. The column of flame rose so high that it was visible even from distant parts of the arena through the rain and curtain of smoke. Christa clenched her fists at the clairvoyance window and shouted her friend's name, even though she knew she wouldn't hear her in battle. Lillian frowned slightly as she didn't feel like her attack had hit its target and dealt damage. The next moment, Gertrude's figure burst out of the fire itself and, without wasting time, rushed into a counterattack. Lillian instantly activated high-level fire magic. Engravings began to glow on Gertrude's palms, which were symbols of family magic passed down through generations. The fire moths flew towards the target, which suddenly appeared behind Lillian, ready to fight. But Gertrude was not so simple and immediately activated magic, hitting the ground with her palms to create protection. The battle became so fast-paced that the students watching it could not contain their jubilation and delight. They were simultaneously amazed at the skill of both girls and could not decide who to worry about more, and Christa, watching everything that was happening, bit her lip and tried to restrain herself from rash actions. Lillian briefly considered that perhaps she should have acted differently with those students she had eliminated earlier without hesitation. But Gertrude, clenching her fists and casting a piercing glance at her, said coldly that it was now too late to regret such decisions. Lillian realized that she was not dealing with an ordinary student, but with a truly dangerous opponent who required an unconventional approach and increased caution. The fireball that flared up in her hand rushed towards Gertrude with great speed, leaving a trail of hot air behind it. However, she once again repelled the attack with her powerful water magic, stopping the flames in their tracks and dispersing them into tiny sparks. Gertrude, raising her voice, warned that the attacks would not change the score, and suggested stopping the fight so as not to waste energy in vain. Lillian realized that a direct attack wouldn't work and tore the necklace from her neck as if it was her last resort. The beads instantly came to life, swirling through the air with increasing speed, emitting a dim but disturbing light. It was a technique created in the school of Rivendell, where spells were stored within talismans for instant use in battle. The method allowed to avoid unnecessary calculations, speeding up the formation of circles, simplifying formulas, and revealing runes with almost no delays. This strategy greatly increased combat effectiveness by reducing the time between activating magic and striking. One of the beads flared up and transformed into a flaming ball filled with a rune, ready to activate at any moment. As the light on it intensified, the word "ran" glowed, and the ball crumbled into dozens of fiery moths that flared up in the air. A stream of fiery creatures shot up, then turned sharply and rushed towards the target, which appeared right behind Lillian. Gertrude was not so simple and immediately activated the magic, hitting the ground with her palms to create protection, and engravings lit up on her palms which were symbols of family magic, passed down through generations. The entire space in which Gertrude was located was completely engulfed in flames, and the air trembled with heat. However, a sudden curtain of water rose up and swallowed the fire, creating a passage into which she immediately dove without losing her pace. Gertrude jumped out of the watery haze and delivered a sharp kick from above, directing all her power at her opponent's head, but Lillian, barely catching the movement, arched and took a step back, allowing the blow to pass by without losing her balance. Without wasting any time, Lillian launched a counterattack while her opponent was still in the air. But Gertrude, pushing off from a nearby tree, changed her trajectory and delivered a powerful kick to Lillian's face. It was a calculated and precise counterattack that caught Lillian off guard and surprised everyone watching. After the powerful blow, Lillian's body flew several meters and crashed into a thick tree trunk with a dull sound. Christa and Logan were stunned into silence, unable to believe that Gertrude had achieved such an advantage. Using water magic, Gertrude filled her body with strength and, without losing momentum, rushed forward to develop her success. However, Lillian quickly stood up, activated a fire spell, and a stream of flame roared towards the enemy. Gertrude reacted with lightning speed, raising a water shield that stopped and suppressed the flow of fire until the very end. As they came dangerously close to each other, Gertrude raised her leg, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. But Lillian, sensing the danger, made a quick jump upward, dodging the attack and maintaining her balance, and immediately tried to counterattack. But Gertrude already knew what she was doing, and when her souls glowed, the spells that directed the water upward were activated. Streams of water burst from deep within the soil and crashed down on Lillian, trapping her in a watery mass that restricted her movement. The audience appreciated the precision and coordination. Because the Panton family has always been famous for merging magic with physical technique, Gertrude used the underground waters perfectly and intentionally stood in exactly that place. Gertrude grabbed Lillian's arm and pulled her forcefully out of the stream, throwing her onto the damp ground with complete confidence in the outcome. She pressed her down and immediately threw her hand back to completely throw her opponent off balance and force her to surrender. Gertrude knew for sure that Lillian would not be able to use the talisman if it got wet and lost its structure. For Rivendell, contact with water was destructive, because moisture damaged the properties of the paper and interfered with magical calculations. Lillian lay there, not making a sound, and only silently looked into her opponent's eyes, despite the pressure and pain. Gertrude's hand reached back, and the joint in her fingers began to twist with a distinctive sound, breaking the inner silence. But instead of fear, there was calm in Lillian's eyes, as if what was happening to her did not bother her at all and did not even concern her. The words that came out of her mouth were clear. She doesn't use talismans because of slow calculations, but for another reason. Gertrude frowned, not immediately understanding what was being discussed, since she had always considered her opponent to be simply technical, but limited. Lillian lifted her tongue slightly, and a dark mark flashed on it, clear as a seal engraved with ancient magic, and she said that she could not control the power, so she used talismans. It was a complex hexagram, black as if burned into the flesh, and just looking at it sent a chill through the body. Gertrude jumped back, feeling a strange pressure, and a chill ran through her body as if something alive had penetrated her veins, causing panic fear at the instinctive level. The beads began to swirl around Lillian again, radiating an ominous energy, and her gaze became cold and empty, as if something ancient had awakened within her. Gertrude, noticing how a new force flared up around her rival, could not hide her surprise because the remaining beads began to glow. The beads spun faster and faster, turning into a continuous stream of magic that quickly gathered into a dense energy core. The next moment, a blinding light cut through the space, causing everyone to close their eyes for a moment, and Lillian began to yell for someone to come out. The fiery flame burst into a bright light, and a massive figure began to form within it, inspiring awe at first sight. A mane of flame fluttered in the air, scales shimmered with red sparks, and the air around trembled from his breath. Gertrude froze in place, and indeed everyone present, because no one knew much about this magic. When Lillian ordered to attack, the creature pushed its muzzle forward, and a tongue of fire, as if alive, moved towards the opponent, emitting heat. Gertrude was at a loss for words, for the strength displayed in the duel was beyond the ordinary. It was a fire python. Among the 4 fire divine animals that the Rivendell school was proud of, it was considered the best summoning animal, and it was said that the python was used as a power by the founder of the Rivendell school himself. The fire python was famous for being very selective in choosing the master with whom it made a contract, and Liliana seemed to have only a third of the strength, since it was impossible to summon it under ideal conditions. Elen Ludwig squinted at the battlefield, realizing that before her was a python, a flaming serpent from ancient history, and she couldn't believe that a girl had summoned it at 16. Everyone around was shocked to watch as the young student summoned one of the most legendary creatures of the Rivendell school. Christa Warden felt uneasy, realizing that it was almost impossible for even professionals to resist such a force. If the hawk represented attack, the fox an illusion, and the toad defense, then the Imugi combined all of this in one creature. Such an ideal balance between pressure and defense made it almost insurmountable even in the most dangerous battles. Gertrude barely managed to dodge, and the hot air behind her made her freeze from the sudden heat. Everything around burned up instantly. Such an ideal balance between pressure and defense made the python almost insurmountable even in the most dangerous battles. And when the Imugi's mouth fell on the rock, it instantly melted, leaving behind only ash and sparks. Gertrude saw that the python continued its attack and began to run away wherever her eyes could see. Lillian pointed the talisman at her opponent, and the flaming serpent transformed, rushing forward with monstrous speed. Then the fire python took Gertrude into a circle and chose her as its target, and it looks like it will continue to act until the end. Realizing that she would not be able to dodge, Gertrude felt her entire body tense up from the coming blow. Even teachers began to sound the alarm, realizing that such a blow could leave a permanent mark on the student's mind. Professor Marchena hesitated and raised her staff to interrupt the exam, but she did not dare to disrupt the flow of events. At that moment, Rain's gaze appeared in the lower corner of the clairvoyance screen, and his eyes began to shine with a strange light. Rain remembered training with Grandpa Scalzi when he said that 3 times was the maximum for a guy's magical power. After all, the higher the level of magic that Rain would like to compete with, the faster he would find his own limits of what is possible. Grandfather warned that at the limit, it was no longer possible to use higher-level magic, and to hit a ceiling with no chance for further growth. In other words, he wanted Rain to think about when to use magic correctly. Rain had already used up almost all of his mana on the hunt, and now his body refused to obey even simple thoughts, and he had enough points, so he thought about just waiting in a safe place, holding the defense. Watching the battle between Gertrude and Lillian, he initially felt that there was no point in deliberately risking his own safety for the sake of others. But when he looked at Gertrude, who stood in the middle of the chaos with a haggard face, he wondered what he would have done in her place. Gertrude remained motionless in the very center of the whirlwind, and the scorching wind slapped her face and blew out the edges of her clothes. And at that moment the boy realized that he could no longer stand aside, and in one movement, he jumped from the branch right into the epicenter of the battle. After all, he realized something during the fight with Logan and the Queen of the Rat Spiders, that each time he overcame obstacles, his strength grew, and the more he fought with strong opponents, the faster he would be able to reach the 6th level of magic. When Rain said the name Belle, a sudden wave of unbearable pain washed over him, and his vision flared with crimson flames. The world around him turned shades of red and black, as if time slowed down and all movements began to stretch. The equation of the magic circle, consisting of 5 triangles and intricate symbols, appeared before his mind's eye. The formulas used template runes and reinforcing structures. His eyes instantly completed the analysis and moved on to the next step, starting to automatically adjust the formula. To suppress the effect and change the outcome, he began to reverse calculate, substituting missing variables into the equation with inhuman precision. He managed to introduce a new progression into the formula, which pushed out the real roots and replaced them with imaginary ones, destroying its structure. The veins on his face began to burst one by one, and blood slowly flowed down his cheeks, coloring his skin crimson. A sharp, tearing pain penetrated the skull and filled the mind, leaving behind excruciating weakness and dizziness. But as soon as he thought about his friends, his thoughts were caught by one question that did not give him any rest. If Esther, Frida, or Kays found themselves in this situation, would they be able to turn away from Gertrude? He did not consider his actions as an act of kindness, because in his heart it was part of the path to improvement. As he closed his eyes, the Imugi formula disintegrated into glittering sparks, disappearing without a trace and leaving behind nothing but emptiness. The last wave of heat passed Gertrude, barely touching her skin, and melted into the air as if it had never existed. A hot wind swirled around the arena, burning the skin and leaving a feeling of molten air with every movement. The spectators froze in place, not believing their eyes, and looked at each other as if trying to confirm the reality of what was happening. Professor Morgana looked at what was happening with a shock she had never experienced, even in her long decades of practice. Even Lillian, standing in the center of events, was in complete shock, her eyes trembling and her pupils dilated to the limit. The essence of the test, called the Royal Battle, was that there was no reward for helping other participants. Every student knew this rule well, even if it was never officially announced in class. After all, if a person cannot deal with his own problems, even among high school students who were considered strong and promising, no one could afford to show excessive sympathy. The test was specially designed to find out whether a person has true chivalry even under conditions of limited time and resources, and not just to test strength, but to test the heart and inner choice of each magician. Rain became the one who, at a crucial moment, could give up his own interests in order to protect his comrades. Marjana thought that perhaps this was the real answer to the question of the path to the status of a true sage, and she said that he would clearly receive a high score for his achievements. However, the price for interfering with the 5th tier spell was too high. and Rain's mind flared up from the overload, and all of his mana disappeared. Blood gushed from his mouth and eyes, and this was only a small part of the destructive load. When the flow of magical energy was exhausted, crimson blood soaked the ground, leaving behind traces of complete physical overload, indicating that he was not yet ready for such a load. Gertrude, in a state of panic on the border between battle and rescue, woke up from a scream coming from outside. Lillian, barely recovered from Python's disappearance, looked at her as if she had just woken up from a long sleep. She realized that her style did not match well with the Ponton family's technique, and once again thought about resummoning the beast. However, summoning the Python required a huge amount of mana, and even for her, it was difficult to manifest the beast again. Lillian kept a close eye on Rain, and her intuition clearly told her that he was the one responsible for the disappearance of her first snake. He was suffering from symptoms of mana overload, and the coincidence was too obvious to ignore. No matter how he had interfered with the formula, if he was now defenseless, this was the perfect opportunity to attack. Lillian believed that by eliminating Rain, she would consolidate her leadership and take first place in the ranking table. She took out 5 talismans and, activating the spell, pointed them straight at Lane without wasting a second. The talismans took the form of fiery snakes and rushed forward, surrounded by blazing heat and the reflections of the spell. However, the professors noticed that perhaps due to the haste or instability of the magic, the summoned beast no longer emitted the same heat as before. Rain, despite his exhaustion, rushed forward and managed to dodge, and a magical explosion erupted in that place. Several trees burned instantly, leaving behind clouds of smoke and the crackling sound of burning branches. Although Rain avoided a direct hit, the residual heat left burns on his skin, causing a searing pain. As the snake moved away from its mistress to attack, a short girl landed softly behind Lillian, and straightening up, looked at her opponent with a sneer. An enraged Gertrude delivered a crushing blow straight to Logan's solar plexus, and shouted this with furious frankness. She then released all the remaining magical water onto the snake, leaving him no chance. Rain, watching Gertrude's actions, could not understand why she did this, because it was a battle of everyone for themselves. But Gertrude bowed her head and said that Lillian was her true rival, and she only wanted to fight with her, because the most important reason was that if Raina was expelled, then Lady Christa would suffer from a broken heart. Christa's face instantly turned red as she saw what was happening in real time through the magic window. The students began to whisper and glance at Christa, watching her with different expressions on their faces. The girls covered their mouths with their hands, and the boys whistled and giggled as if expecting a romantic scene to develop. Christa found herself in the very center of attention and clenched her fist. She commented that Rain was simply her competitor, or maybe an enemy. She herself could not decide, because she stuttered with every word from embarrassment. Logan, sitting next to her, gave her a thumbs up and whispered that he would root for her, smiling stupidly. This smile only increased Christa's irritation, and she couldn't help but thrust her hand right into his face. She screamed in anger and shouted at Gertrude that as soon as she returned from the exam, she would definitely deal with her. Despite this scream, there was something ironic in her voice, but the anxiety in her eyes remained. She thought that Rain was the one who got rid of the fire python. There was a legend that if one perfectly mastered the magic of the Ludwig family, which is passed down through the blood, then one could easily establish control over any other types of magic. In the entire 1,000-year history, only 3 people have managed to accomplish this, and all of them did it in their mature or even old age. Gertrude asked Rain to leave her the snake, despite her numerous wounds and general exhaustion. She felt that she hadn't beaten up the crazy Lillian enough yet, and wasn't going to back down. Rain wished her luck and asked her to make sure she returned alive after the battle. Lillian sharply ordered not to interfere, but the girl calmly said that she had to do it for Christa's sake. Lillian stuck out her tongue, and a giant snake soared into the sky in front of her, after which she rushed to attack. Gertrude, despite numerous burns, activated her water defense and prepared for the strike. Their collision caused a huge explosion, accompanied by a wave of water that was visible even from afar. Meanwhile, Rhine moved further in an unknown direction, as if guided by instinct. The professors were amazed when they saw where this path led and what it was all leading to. A whole crowd of low-ranking students appeared before him. It seemed like they were all gathered to attack Rain. His physical and magical strength was completely exhausted, so he had no choice, and he took a wooden stick in his hands. While Gertrude and Lillian fought, the students, like hyenas, one after another gathered around Rain, who was staggering and gasping for breath. But almost all of them were low-ranked, and fear and inexperience were visible in their eyes. Rain suggested that they retreat, after which he promised to be lenient, and warned that even if they united, they would hardly be able to defeat him. One of the students agreed with this, believing that the young master was several times stronger than each of them individually. However, the student standing behind him suspected something was wrong, because such a strong opponent would not have come to an agreement without a reason. He shouted the spell as if it were his personal weapon, and sparkling lightning bolts burst out from the magic circle. Rain clicked his tongue and concentrated the last of his mana into his palm, and it flowed into the tree branch he was clutching. The student realized that Rain didn't even have the strength to move. He offered him to surrender, give up all the points, and then he would leave him alive. Elen commented on the situation, calling it all a circus, and said that stupid people like that jelly are everywhere. Caroline agreed with her, adding that they simply had a strategy of finishing off the weekend for easy points. When Rain received a powerful blow, he realized that even low-ranked players should not be underestimated, because their attacks were noticeable. The enemy went on the offensive again, using magic, trying to finish off Rain completely. Rain, dodging another attack, suddenly slipped on a flat surface, which looked almost comical. However, having failed to dodge, he delivered a powerful kick in a jump, unexpectedly striking the enemy. Then, using all his remaining strength, he brought down a tree branch on the attacker, and he flew back several meters. The professors watched this with their mouths open, and Caroline, not believing her eyes, looked at Elen in amazement. She asked how Rain knew Osirius's style, but Elen looked equally surprised and said that she didn't know, and could only explain it by the fact that he was a genius who could grasp everything at a glance. But the professor understood that he would not be able to counterattack in any case, and the other said that from the high-speed calculations of 3-star magic to the martial arts of the Osirius school, it was impossible to even find fault. But the distribution of magical power itself left much to be desired. In this sense, Christa was slightly superior to him. The students had already begun to think about another attack on Rain, because from his appearance, it was clear that he had no strength left, and they thought that if they attacked him in pairs, then that would be the end of it. And Elen thought that her nephew definitely used Belle Curious to stop the fire python. Because of this, there was almost no mana left. Professor Margina thought that helping others is a good thing, but if there are not enough resources, then it can be considered a waste of time. All the students standing on the mountain moved to attack. They argued about who would go first, because everyone wanted to get more points. When the students began to activate the magic, Margina then wondered what the grandson of Scalzi himself would do. But a yellow flash shone in Rain's hands, which was strange because he had no mana. And then this flash hit all the attackers. All the professors were surprised, because from his condition, it was clear that he had no mana at all. Professor Lynn said it was just Rhine's sword with electrical properties. The sword was in a plasma state, and the moment when the opponent's feet touched the ground from the rain was used, which caused an electric shock. But many, even if they knew how to do such a technique, it is not a fact that they would be able to perform it. This indicated that Rain was very experienced. There were still 2 students left. One of them looked at Rain and realized that it was not for nothing that he was a contender for first place. However, it seemed to him that Rain had no more trump cards left, so he decided to attack. But suddenly, his conversation quickly stopped. The second surviving student fired right into his face. And looking at his huge, Earth-like hand, he decided that it was he who should defeat Rhine and also pass the exam successfully. Logan looked at this and grabbed her head, and Christa said that it was magic that enhanced physical abilities thanks to the soil. The enemy's body was completely covered in earth, but this magic did not work well with martial arts based on physical strength. The red-haired guy asked Rain to give him the points, threatening to hit him, after which it would be very painful. But Rain, smiling, replied that he had no intention of giving up and saw no obligation in it. The enemy decided that Rain was just a fool and rushed into the attack, expecting an easy victory. A huge figure made of stone rushed forward, loudly promising to grind Rain into dust. Rain grabbed the same branch he had used earlier, swung it, and it began to stretch out as if it had no end. A powerful blow broke through the Earth fighter's defense, and he flew back as if he had been hit, not by a branch, but by some kind of heavy weapon. This was Osiris's technique, which was created together with Rain. Looking at the fool who was screaming in pain, Rain said that he shouldn't have looked down on him, but the Earthman was still standing on his feet, although such a blow should have shaken even his insides, and Rain warned him that if he failed the exam, he would immediately receive an F grade. After all, the professors observed the exam with such a supposedly simple grading system that later, probably, it would be necessary to make changes to the grades. In short, the exam was also one of the grading criteria. Rain said that they were all students. Not only were they unable to score points, but they also failed in their attack and lost to someone who had completely used up their mana and relied on martial arts alone. But the problem wasn't even the F grade, and if the red-haired guy failed the exam, he would not only be kicked out of the academy, but would also be laughed at by all the students. But Rain warned that if he survived, he would at least get an E, and depending on the number of students expelled, his grade could rise to a C or B. In another part of the arena, two people with the highest ranking were fighting with all their might, and it was clear that very soon they would turn everything around into ruins. Rain, watching their fight, realized that the exam was slowly coming to an end, but he had no intention of interfering in their fight. So he turned to his earthly adversary and offered him a choice. Between giving up and getting a B grade or continuing to fight and getting eliminated. As the red-haired boy was considering his choice, huge sections of trees fell with a crash nearby, clearly indicating that a fierce fight was taking place between Gertrude and Lillian. Rain was completely oblivious to what was happening around him, as he was completely focused on his opponent's response. The Sandman's thoughts revolved around the fact that the B grade itself was not bad, but he sincerely believed that he deserved a much better result. He thought that he had no right to retreat because as soon as he gave in, everything would collapse and everything he had striven for would be lost. And even more so, anyone looking at Rain will say that he is holding on to the limit of his capabilities because he put in a lot of effort, repelling the attacks. The Sandman decided that there was no point in delaying, because there would be no more such chances. It was time to wipe Rain's points into dust. Christa and Logan watched the scene with complete surprise and deep concern, watching Rain's every move. And Rain calmly but firmly warned him once again that if he continued the attack, he would lose and be immediately expelled. But his opponent didn't listen, moving forward in the hopes of stealing points for himself and surpassing the others. And then Rain raised his head, and in his cold and menacing gaze, one could clearly see the realization that the enemy had made a fatal mistake. The red-haired guy, meeting this gaze, froze for a moment, seized by a strange and incomprehensible inner fear. Their confusion proved fatal, because while they were wondering what to do, a siren sounded and the magical devices on their wrists began to glow. The system announced that the exam was over, and all students were ordered to finish the battle and return immediately. Rain even smiled slightly when he heard the signal of completion, as if this was the moment he had been waiting for his whole life. After that, he simply collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted and unable to move anymore. The sandy student gritted his teeth in regret because he realized that he was just one step away from victory, but did not have time to take the last step. Elen let out a loud breath when the siren sounded because her heart was about to burst out of her chest from worry for her nephew. And Caroline told Elen that they seemed to have a serious problem because the fighting between Lillian and Gertrude was not stopping. Despite the end of the exam, both girls continued to fight, demolishing everything in their path as if they hadn't even noticed the signal. The professors frantically shouted at them to stop immediately, or their points would be deducted for breaking the rules. But neither Gertrude nor Lillian reacted, immersed in rage and ignoring everything around them, including the orders of the teachers. Professor Marjana would not stand for this and slammed her staff down on the barrier surrounding the training area. The force of her blow caused a huge crack to appear across the field, as if space itself had given way under her magical wrath. Only then did the girls stop, feeling a threat that was stronger than their internal conflict. Marjana sternly said that having strength meant nothing if one's mind was still at the level of a beginner. She added that the exam was officially over, and if they didn't want to get the lowest marks, they had better return immediately. Gertrude looked at her hand in surprise, because all her burns and wounds had completely disappeared without a trace. The remaining students, realizing what was happening, remembered that all this time they had been in an illusion created inside the barrier. And Gertrude and Lillian continued to exchange glances, as if they were about to enter into battle again, despite the warnings. Professor Marjana shouted that she was asking them for the last time, in a friendly manner, to immediately leave the barrier. She angrily called them stubborn because they made her repeat the same thing over and over again. The assistants anxiously warned Marjana that she had already deactivated the barrier, while one of the groups had not yet completed the exam. Hearing this, Marjana, with a huge scream, demanded that the protective barrier be immediately restored and everything returned back. Meanwhile, the students were walking towards the exit from the barrier, and behind them a voice was heard, full of rage, which was hot as fire and needed no introduction. Rain recognized the voice of Lillian Corraine and didn't even turn around, because he knew exactly who was speaking. When she demanded an explanation of what he had done with the python, he replied that he first wanted to ask her one question that had been tormenting him for a long time. She asked him sharply what he meant, and he calmly asked if she didn't respect her father. This question became a sore point for Lillian. Her mana began to bubble and her body temperature instantly rose. She asked if he was going to pick a fight with her, but Rain calmly said that she was acting like Dadan. After all, in order to get rid of her father, she needed to get first place, and whatever the reason, she destroyed everything that stood in her way and quickly rose higher. But wasn't this the life her father wanted? After all, the way Lillian burned her opponents for the sake of a goal was no different from her father's actions in the past. Hearing such words, Lillian stopped abruptly, as if a knife had been stabbed into her ribs and paralyzed her from the inside. Rain added that if this was the kind of adult she wanted to grow up to be, then he had nothing more to say. And he also answered her question. He said that he got rid of the fire python, and if she continues in the same spirit, then one day when they collide, Rain warned that he will show what he is capable of. She wanted to order him to be quiet, but her voice was stuck somewhere in her throat, and her Adam's apple trembled with suppressed emotions. Her mind began to remember long-forgotten words addressed to her in childhood, when everything was simpler and warmer. And she told Rain that he knew nothing about her, because he grew up in a loving family and enjoyed the warmth and comfort of the family circle. At this moment, the disciples began to leave the mountain one after another, tired but full of impressions. When Rain and Gertrude appeared behind the barrier, they were immediately met by Christa and Logan, who ran out with excitement in their eyes. Gertrude smiled happily and joked that she hoped Miss Christa appreciated her brilliant performance. But Christa hit her on the head and screamed that she felt terrible because everyone was staring at her. Rain watched silently as Christa beat Gertrude and asked in surprise what was happening to her. But Logan just shrugged and said that something like this always happened to Miss Christa. Gertrude tried to reply that she had told the truth, but Christa only became more angry and repeated her accusations. Christa suddenly spoke to Rain, asking directly if he really helped Gertrude during the test. Rain didn't answer right away because deep down, He knew that it would be untrue, since he hadn't intervened for her sake, but only for his own magic and advancement along the path of power. He still said no, but there was no confidence in his voice, and Christa immediately caught it, accusing him of lying, because mana does not just overload, and she had reasons for this. She couldn't find a worthy answer to his objection about why he should lie, since technically he was telling the truth, which meant there was no point in pursuing him further. And when Christa voiced this question, where did the snake go, who destroyed it, and with whose magic exactly, Rain only smiled evasively and with tired irony. Then he and Logan walked on, and Logan noticed a smile on the guy's face and asked why he was smiling. Rain said he thought of something fun, and if he hadn't gone to Delaith, he wouldn't have been able to have all this experience, so he was glad. Rain thought that if it weren't for Esther and her note, he would never have ended up in this place, gone through all this, and gained new experiences that he now considered valuable. Bowing his head to the sky, Rain muttered that the world really was as interesting as he had been told, and he seemed to be beginning to truly believe it. While Rain was resting, Christa did not go far, and sent Gertrude away in advance, as if she wanted to be alone with her thoughts. Soon, the last one to emerge from behind the barrier was Lillian Corraine, exhausted and silent, as if an unfinished battle was still raging inside her. When Lillian decided to sit down, Christa crossed her arms and glared at her, accusing her of bullying her sweet follower Gertrude. Lillian didn't understand anything, but Christa, without waiting for an explanation, said that she would definitely pay her back double, because the Varden family does not tolerate debts and always repays them. The students were already completely exhausted, but the exams continued under the supervision of Professor Owen. In the afternoon of the 4th day, students took a written test, and on the morning of the 5th day they had to undergo a brutal practical test, which most people found to be insignificant compared to the chief professor's battle royale. And in such a hurricane rhythm, the mid-semester exams came to an end. When all the exams were completed and grades were tallied on Friday afternoon, the teachers responsible for testing gathered in a spacious conference room for a final discussion. Of all the participants, only 4 received S grades on both the written and practical sections, and these were Christa Warden, Nora Reeden, Kaiden, and Rain Ludwig. Since the title of Son, that is, the title of the best student, could traditionally be awarded to only one, teachers began to hold a separate vote using a weighted point system. To ensure objectivity, professors who had blood or academic ties to candidates, such as Caroline or Elen Ludwig, were excluded from the voting process. Elen sat with her eyes closed, arms crossed, pretending not to care, even though her ears twitched with tension every time she heard Raina's name. All professors could use 1 point, but Deputy Kyle could use 2 points, and Lead Professor Margina could use as many as 3 points. The first voice to be heard was that of the teacher, who chose Christa Varden. Then someone voted for Kaiden, assuring that his art had to be seen to be understood. Another teacher spoke in Nora's favor, calling her magical potential truly outstanding, and points began to accumulate in the hall. Some teachers even began to praise Caroline for being an outstanding student, and she smiled modestly at Elen, as if winning an invisible duel. Elen just silently clenched her fist under the table, holding back a grin and the pulsating vein in her temple, because all this was a direct competition between them. According to the preliminary results, Christa was in the lead with 6 points, followed by Nora with 4, then Kaiden with 3, and Rain was in the rear with 2 points, seemingly behind the rest. When it was Vice Professor Kyle's turn, he started by praising Christa, and the room became very quiet because his opinion weighed 2 points. Kyle noted the merits of all 3 candidates, including Nora's precision magic and Kaiden's musical sense, but then unexpectedly said that he was voting for the future of magic. Having said this, he held out a nameplate, which caused everyone to be in complete shock, because it was the name of Rain Ludwig. There were surprised sighs in the hall, but no one objected, because everyone had the right to their own voice. Caroline felt a sense of unease, as if somewhere deep down she already knew that Rain was 1 step ahead of the others. and Elen was reservedly happy for her nephew, although she understood that Christa was still in the lead in terms of points. The last to vote was Professor Morgana, who never took part in the distribution of additional points, since for her there was never a candidate worthy of those points. Therefore, everyone thought that Christa would be the best. But then there was a loud laugh. It was Morgan, and her voice echoed through the room as she began to taunt Kyle about what he had said. She laughed that Kyle voted for the future of magic, although in his younger years he only knew how to flirt with the opposite sex. Kyle calmly replied that all this was only possible thanks to their strict mentoring and criticism. Morgana suddenly announced that she would support the decision to invest in the future, and everyone around her was speechless as they saw her take up a stone pen and begin to write a name. A murmur ran through the hall because the head professor had never used her right to vote, and her actions became a real sensation. Caroline and Elen watched intently, their eyes glued to her hand and the list on the board. And then the secretary loudly and clearly announced that the maximum score of 7 points on the midterm exam was scored by a first-year student named Rein Ludwig. After passing his final exam, Rain returned to the dorm as the 3 suns still lazily floated across the sky, bathing the academy courtyard in bright midday light. He opened Lynn's diary and his guess was confirmed. The research on the unique magic known as Socrafris had advanced and increased by 0.8%. But he was curious if fighting was the only way to raise the unique level. Having collected his diary and necessary things, he began to prepare for the 3-day trip. The words of the priestess Frida, spoken more than 300 years ago, floated up in his memory when she, exhausted and weakened, consumed potions one after another and fought at the limit of her strength. Then Lynn asked her for some potion, but she said that there was nothing left. But he didn't believe her, and she was angry, because during the 4 days they walked, she didn't close her eyes once, so she drank everything to the last drop. Frida said that as soon as they finished their journey, they would go to the temple on the Red Ridge. There was a lot of this elixir, which was called the Breath of the Dragon, and she promised to treat him then, and his magical power would increase greatly. But he still couldn't believe that she would give him something so valuable just like that, and Frida asked who he took her for, since she served the fire dragon Belle Takidun. That's where Rain was heading, to the dragon's breath elixir. Maybe Frida was trying to prepare everything before his arrival, so he decided to go and get it. Although 300 years have passed, he still has not forgotten. After 18 hours of walking to Snowflower Peak, he was still walking. Ever since the fire dragon Belle Takidun led his legion and settled there for nearly 1,000 years, magical power has spread throughout the mountain range. Therefore, this place remained sacred to many believers to this day. As he climbed the 1,000 steps that connected the foot of the mountain to the mythical Fire Peak sanctuary, Rain, who was struggling to carve a stone and was drenched in sweat, suddenly heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man sitting at the edge of the stairs, unpacking a bundle of oatmeal cookies and snacking quietly despite the early hour. The traveler looked strong and muscular, which indicated his great physical fitness and suggested that he was far from an ordinary pilgrim. The man noted with irony that the hero did not look like someone who was going to worship the mythical Fire Peak, but rather was preparing to rob another shrine. The man asked Rain what kind of mess he was in, that he was going to rob the sanctuary. The hero chose to remain silent, listening attentively to the wanderer's story, who continued to warn about the serious dangers lurking in these places. He said not to go, since no one had come close there for 300 years, but, having just stepped on the threshold of the sanctuary, not one of the robbers returned alive. When asked about the reasons for such danger, the man replied that according to rumors, the summit was guarded by a powerful demon, once summoned by a priestess, which gave the place an ominous reputation. Rain asked again whether it was really a demon protecting the sanctuary, and he explained that the people called him that, but in reality no one knew what or who was there, but it was clearly something dangerous. The man said that he also once decided to take a risk and reach the entrance, but almost died on the spot. The man sighed heavily, noting that his warnings were probably only spurring the ambitions of young people who were looking for quick riches. The beast or creature summoned by the priestess remained a mystery, but it was clear to the hero that he had to be especially careful and not lose his vigilance. The priestess remained one of the most influential and skilled individuals in the Republic, possessing a power and skill that commanded both respect and caution. Thanks to the Wanderer's story, Rain felt more prepared and confident that he could avoid ambushes or traps along the way. He expressed a slight gratitude to his interlocutor, and with renewed strength continued to climb the stairs, heading towards his goal. When his leg muscles began to ache and his calves began to cramp, a winding path was discovered not far from the steps, leading in the direction he needed. Taking one of the lanterns that illuminated the steps, the hero carefully stepped onto the mountain path, lighting his way in the darkness of the night and listening carefully to the surrounding sounds. In the mountains, the night silence was both deep and alive, with the constant chirping of insects and the occasional eerie cries of wild animals and mysterious creatures. At such moments, memories would suddenly emerge, filling the mind with images of past adventures, including the first meeting with the priestess Frida at a similar time of night. He recalled conversations and moments when he experienced conflicting emotions, walking alone, sometimes laughing, sometimes falling into melancholy, reflecting on the path he had taken. The gentle climb finally ended, revealing before him a view of an ancient temple built from red volcanic rock. Rain couldn't believe that the journey to the temple would take so much time and effort. Questions swirled in my head about where I should go first and what dangers could await me inside the temple or in the surrounding area. He wondered whether he should first explore the temple itself or go straight to the priestess's bedroom, knowing that each decision could have its own consequences. Repeating the rumor he had heard earlier about a demon guarding the place, he looked around carefully, finding nothing noticeable or threatening in the surrounding silence. However, caution did not allow him to relax, and after some time he jumped over the main gate of the temple, which was covered with thick vines and looked abandoned. Suddenly, a light creaking sound was heard, caused by the hero's careless step when he stepped on a dry branch, breaking the dead silence of the room. At the top of the ancient temple stood a three-tiered pagoda, and suddenly a phosphorescent, mesmerizing glow erupted from its pointed roof. Blinded by the unexpected glare, he raised his head sharply, feeling a distinct hostility in the air, like a gaze burning into his back. Before he could straighten up, he noticed how the figure on the roof suddenly spread its giant wings, as if preparing for an attack or a rapid flight. The flames swirled and gathered into a shape from which huge wings and a sharp beak grew, and then it all swirled and soared into the night sky. The flame flew down with a roar and hiss, like a fiery arrow, and only a momentary roll forward saved him from a direct hit. Rain certainly didn't expect such an unexpected greeting, so he immediately activated magic to protect himself from possible danger. When the firebird tried to attack again, he immediately summoned a huge stone made of dense stone and shrouded in aura in front of him. The creature crashed into the obstacle with such furious speed and force that even he involuntarily began to cry from the powerful wave of energy. And without wasting a second, as soon as the collision occurred, it immediately soared back up into the sky, leaving behind a whirlwind of heat and light. The smell of burning hit my nose sharply, and it awakened in my memory the memory of the very day when it all began, and the burnt hair became the beginning of the story. He remembered how, during their first encounter, the creature that landed on his head suddenly released flames, scorching the top of his head. Frida then laughed until she cried, watching as Bibi, like the squad's mascot, joyfully circled around, proud of her trick and her whole appearance. It was then, through laughter and madness, that a strange but strong bond arose between him and Frida, which even 3 centuries could not destroy. And then Rain thought, maybe the one attacking him was Bibi. Could that little bird Frida, whom she raised as her own daughter, really grow up like that? He shook his head, as if driving away hope, and whispered that this was impossible, because more than 300 years had passed since then. The fiery shadow, having flown over his head, immediately leveled out in the air and with renewed strength soared back into the sky, leaving behind a trail of heat. A booming quar rushed towards Rhine, filling the street with unbearable heat, from which several strands of Rhine's hair became noticeably shorter. He remembered how, during their first encounter, the creature that landed on his head suddenly released flames, scorching the top of his head. The steps that were rushing towards the temple gates suddenly stopped, but he did not notice it, as if time around him froze in tension. In this temple there were no eyes to see or ears to hear, only silence and old stones that bore witness to the past. Rain barely managed to force a sound out of his throat, and a hoarse voice full of excitement almost broke in the air, sounding strangely high. He said Bibi's name, addressing the void, as if checking if someone who was lost forever would hear him. The flames swirled high in the sky, searching for the intruder and waiting for the moment to strike again, shining in the darkness like a living torch. He shouted again, louder this time, as if trying to break through the years and distance. Rain called out Lynn's name and asked if Bibi remembered him. When Rain cried out again, this time with greater force, the fire in the sky seemed to tremble and break into a rapid flight downwards, the fiery wings leaving a shining streak in the sky, like the imprint of a comet, illuminating the temple with ancient reflections. The scream he hadn't dared to shout since returning to this world burst out, filling the entire space with longing and hope. The creature skidded to a halt in midair just before Rhine, frozen with its beak raised and a strange spark in its eyes. It repeated the name awkwardly and slowly, as if remembering how to pronounce forgotten words after long years of silence. The sound of the name sounded muffled at first, but gradually acquired rhythm and clarity, as if returning from oblivion, and it clearly said to Lynn. Rain stood there, unsure of how to react, as a memory that had become almost a myth came to life before him. Rain recalled how they had a mascot competition back then, laughing as a team, and the name sounded fun and free. Bibi was not just a parrot, but a creature with a bright soul, brought to Frida's squad as a special gift. When Bibi heard a familiar name but did not recognize the voice, he perceived everything that was happening as a trap, and with renewed fury released a stream of flame towards Rhine. The fiery jets flared in the air with even greater force, and Rain felt the heat permeate the space, filling it with red-hot magic. He automatically summoned a semicircular water barrier, surrounding himself with a wall of moisture, and when the flames struck, everything around was covered in thick steam. In the thick steam, he felt a strange tremor in his chest, as if his heart responded to a familiar voice from the past. Doubt fought with joy, but in every drop of water he felt an inner tremor and almost childish excitement. He called Bibi again, trying to prove that although his appearance had changed, inside he remained the same friend. The parrot stubbornly stomped across the surface of the water, frowning as if he couldn't believe what was happening. But he didn't back down. Rain frantically searched for something that would leave no doubt, a sign that could explain everything at once, because there must be some shared memories. He activated the magic and launched a huge stream of water at Bibi. The bird flew away a few meters, which gave Rain a little time to think. He raised his hand and the magic, scattering into tiny water sparks, began to slowly swirl around him. Rain was sure that this simple spell was supposed to awaken memories lost 300 years ago. These light drops fell like winter snow, and with them a picture from the past, full of light, returned to Rhine's heart. Where the sky was blue and clear, the whole troop stood together, and in their eyes was reflected a joy that was no longer there. Then this water dance would delight Bibi, and the parrot would circle in the air, flapping its wings merrily over their heads. This spell was their special moment, not recorded in books, but left a vivid imprint in Rain's memory. The picture of the past arose in his mind, clear and vivid, reminding him of things that were more important than any heroism and battles. Bibi, as if catching the familiar rhythm of magic, lowered himself to the ground and stared at the dancing drops with an expression of recognition. He said the name in a trembling voice, as if he didn't believe it could be said again, as it had been long ago. Rain nodded breathlessly and whispered back, as if afraid that a loud voice would destroy this fragile magic. At that very moment, the parrot's flaming body began to shrink, its wings curled up, and all the rage that had enveloped it disappeared. The flames had completely died out, and now before him stood a creature with golden feathers and a bright crown on its head. Bibi fluttered onto Rain's hand and began to clean his feathers, trembling slightly, as if he was overcome by a wave of overwhelming excitement. Bibi jumped on Rain's hand and couldn't believe that the timid magician Lynn was in front of her. It was Bibi, who was always there, even when the entire team had long since disappeared from the horizon of time. When Rain realized this fully, his legs gave way and he fell, no longer able to hold on. Rain noticed that Bibi remained just as noisy. She hadn't changed at all. A strange sound came from his chest, a mixture of wheezing, laughter, and sobbing, which he could not control. Bibi was more than just a talisman. He became a piece of the past that returned in defiance of the laws. The parrot, shaking his wings, reminded that he waited because his friend promised to return, and that was all that was needed. He moved Rain's head as if he were dancing with joy, all the while saying the name he held. Rain, sobbing and smiling, could not hold back his tears, because for him all this meant more than words. Late at night, Rain sat with Bibi on the steps of the temple, looking at the starry sky and feeling how everything inside gradually froze. After reuniting after 300, they spent the whole night talking, enjoying the time spent together. Bibi told him what he had missed, and then they told each other what had happened to each after his revival. But unfortunately, they didn't have any extra time, so the conversation was generally brief. As the sky turned purple and the first hints of dawn began to appear over the horizon, Rain broke the silence with his voice, and he asked if Frida had really told Bibi to wait for him. Questions were spinning in his head about why they had waited for him for so long and what was so important about this assignment after so many years. He did not believe that Frida could have left Bibi here just like that, without putting deep meaning and an important purpose into it. Rain knew that Frida loved Bibi more than anyone else, because from the very beginning she raised her as if she were her own child. Bibi turned her neck, and a small object appeared on her neck. It was a ring with a flaming gem, as if a living flame was hidden in its depths, a real magical artifact. Rain exhaled, not from delight, but from unexpected recognition, because he immediately understood that the ring belonged to Frida. Bibi confirmed his guess, shaking her head mesmerizingly, as if remembering and at the same time inviting him to follow her. The bird took off and headed towards the massive gates of the temple, and Rain, without waiting, hurried inside after it. He was amazed at how well preserved the ancient mahogany gates were despite the passage of centuries. Rain asked if Pippi had really been guarding the entrance from strangers all these years, and the parrot confidently confirmed. As he was pondering at the gate, Frida's ring suddenly flashed with a bright light, illuminating everything around. The dragon statues standing at the entrance lit up in response, as if recognizing the flame and greeting it with a magical echo. The gates moved with a hum and began to open, raising a cloud of dust and revealing a path into the ancient temple. Rain only had time to admire this when Bibi had already disappeared into the corridor, and he had to hurry after her. He called out to the bird, but it did not respond, continuing to fly along the long hall in which lights were flashing. Torches hanging in the niches lit up by themselves, as if welcoming the return of old friends. Despite the dust, the temple was striking in its grandeur. High ceilings and precious inlays created an atmosphere of past grandeur. Rain tried to call out to Pippi, but she was already far away, and only her fiery trail told him where to go. He walked forward until he reached the priestess's room, where everything remained as if time had frozen in anticipation. Rain opened the door slightly, and Bibi was already sitting on the bed, quietly humming a melody, shaking her head to the beat. At first, Rain decided that the bird simply remembered its owner, but then he noticed that Pippi was holding something with her claws. Under her paws was a black, lacquered box from which a strange tension emanated, He opened it carefully, and inside he found a vial of a mysterious liquid that glowed like a living flame. But it wasn't the potion that was surprising, but the yellowed piece of paper at the very bottom, which took Rain's breath away. His breath caught as he recognized the handwriting, as if the past itself had reached out to him from beneath the eyelids. He read the date and was so surprised he couldn't utter a word because it was too impossible, 250 years ago. Calming his breathing, he slowly unfolded the letter, afraid of damaging the paper that held within it an entire era. It contained a message from Frida, written with warmth and tenderness, as a last attempt to say something important. It said that she was writing a letter again, but unfortunately it was the last one. Since she knew that Lynn was really bad at finding things in general, she decided not to hide the envelope away from the eyes of the thieves. And she left Bibi as a guard, who protected the letter and the gift until he returned. She asked if he had met little Bibi. The magnanimous dragon had fought over them and increased the lifespan of her daughter Bibi. Frida was sorry that she would not see Lynn's surprised face when he saw Bibi. Frida wrote that she and Bibi had aged greatly, but she still hoped to meet him again, but age was taking its toll, so she often cried and remembered the old days and thought only about what she could not do for Lynn. The letter said that she had to leave that place and planned to go to the Flame of 10,000, located at the South Pole. She wrote this in case her dream suddenly came true, because she does not know if she will be able to meet before she leaves the world. Frida wanted to write more, but she was forced to finish because Esther and Kays would scold her. And the thing attached to the letter, a gift to Lynn, she congratulated him on his 19th birthday. It was Dragon's Breath. She hoped that her gift would at least help him a little bit to overcome all the hardships on the journey called life. And in the end, she thanked him for everything and wrote that she missed him very much, his old friend Frida. The words in the letter disappeared, as if dissolving into thin air, and Rain's eyes filled with tears despite his smile. Rhine joked that Frida wouldn't be herself if she didn't use such a polite form of farewell. And he imagined how old she was when she wrote those lines, and a dull ache appeared in his chest. For the first time he realized that all this time he had been hoping for a miracle, that somewhere one of them might still be waiting. The hope that had warmed him during long years of loneliness suddenly seemed painfully naive and fragile. Bibi, noticing his tears, jumped closer and quietly whispered that there was no need to cry because Rin had finally returned. Rain wiped his eyes and said that he wasn't crying. He just found it funny how Frida spoke in a respectful language, and he pretended to be calm, but his feelings were overflowing, and even holding something in his hands was becoming difficult. So he decided to hide the artifact as quickly as possible before his trembling fingers dropped it on the floor. Rain whispered, "Thank you, Frida," and drank the thick liquid in one gulp, feeling the fire spread through his chest. There was a strange warmth in his mouth, and as it moved lower, it felt as if he was swallowing the flame itself. The vessels began to glow red, and magic rushed through the body, filling every cell with unprecedented energy. The feeling of being full became almost unbearable, as if the body was about to burst from the powerful pressure. He called Bibi and asked her to get the bag because there was a diary in there that could be useful right now. Bibi quickly found it and realized which diary was needed when he saw that the magic in Rhine had become unstable. Symbols began to spin before Rain's eyes, and Rudian's unique skill began to turn sensations into formulas. This skill showed the exact numerical values of magical power and its changes in the mage's body. He saw that the magical power had increased from 13,000 to 26,000, and he did not believe what he read with his own eyes. He was amazed that his strength had doubled, and this seemed incredible even by the standards of the heroes of the past, since even the best elixirs from the great academies gave an increase of less than 5,000 units. Rain regretted not strengthening his magic beforehand, but quickly pushed those regrets and thoughts of the past away. Now, with such power, he could use the mental barrier that he had only dreamed of before. A rune began to glow on the bandaged palm, confirming that the conditions for activating Bronte's skill had been met. He remembered that the growth of strength is slow at first, but as soon as it crosses the threshold, everything accelerates, and if you reach the desired mark, the growth will become rapid and will no longer stop. So there was no point in being sad, because now everything was changing and the power would really start to grow. At that moment, the morning light broke through the stained glass windows of the temple, illuminating the hall and filling it with radiance. Rain carefully tied Frida's things into a bundle and told Bibi that it was time for him to go so as not to be late to the dorm. Bibi confirmed this with a nod and repeated the parting words, as if he too understood the importance of the moment. Rain asked if Bibi wanted to come with him, and his eyes lit up, but he quickly lowered his head in doubt. Bibi said that he had to wait for Frida, just as he had waited for Rin, because he had made such a promise and could not leave. Rain had a hard time containing the heaviness inside him, wondering if this little creature had really decided to be alone again. He no longer wanted anyone to wait alone, and suggested that they wait together so that there would be no more cold or loneliness. Bibi, as if not believing what he heard, asked again with a slight hope in his voice, and Rain smiled at him in response with a kind nod. He explained that Frida was such a person that if she were alive, the world would already know about it, and they could meet her together. Bibi was hesitant at first, but then her eyes lit up and she fluttered onto Rain's head, swaying to the rhythm of joy. Repeating the word together, Bibi flew up onto the guy's head and quietly whispered it over and over again, as if she didn't believe that it was really happening. So they left the temple, one with a smile, the other beaming with happiness, sitting on his head, as if it had always been like this. As they left the temple, the dawn sun spread over the land, filling everything around with soft light and hope. At that moment, the massive gates of the temple slammed shut by themselves, and the air was filled with solemn silence. Rain turned around and asked Pippi what she would like to eat, and she chose corn without hesitation. He chuckled and remembered how, in the distant past, Bibi would pounce on corn kernels with the same appetite. The cool spring morning could not break through the warmth that warmed him from within after this important meeting. It was that special warmth that penetrates deep into the soul and remains there forever, like a precious memory. When Frida finished the letter, she froze for a moment, still holding the pen, while Bibi peacefully finished his grains nearby. She called out her companion's name, and she jumped up cheerfully, as if everything around was the same and nothing had changed. Frida looked at her with a gentle smile and told her that it was time for her to go, even if her heart did not want to hear it. Bibi stopped eating and met the gaze of her old friend, in whose eyes there was everything: sadness, care, and tenderness. She asked Bibi to wait for Lynn so that he would not be alone, so that there would always be something familiar and warm nearby. Bibi nodded, promising to wait as long as it took, because Rin was not just a friend but part of her family. Frida said that it would be a difficult journey and that Pippi might be alone before Lynn arrived, as she did not know that the wait would take hundreds of years and could not imagine how long the journey would be. But Bibi replied that she would wait anyway, because Lynn was important, because he was a friend, because he was Lynn. Frida hugged her, squeezing her tightly, as if she was afraid that there was something final in this farewell. And perhaps this really was the last time they embraced under this sky, in the spring wind. Frida whispered that she would be waiting in that place, and asked Pippi to be sure to pass this on when Lynn was ready. Rain went to the academic department of the main building of the university to register Bibi at the academy in accordance with the rules, and he wanted to register her as a postal bird. The woman thought it was strange, because usually owls were the postmen, but Rain insisted that first impressions were deceptive and that she was actually incredibly talented. They even arranged water procedures. To prove her intelligence, he asked Bibi to repeat a few words after the man to show her unusual abilities and prove her giftedness. But instead, Bibi began to shake her head from side to side, beating out a strange rhythm, as if she were deliberately performing an absurd version of the dance or a parody of what they wanted from her. Rain tried to explain that she was imitating movements, not speech, and asked her not to make him look stupid in front of the academic committee because he was genuinely embarrassed. He realized that Bibi had staged this performance on purpose, as if she was deliberately teasing him, making him look like a strange and overly sensitive owner attached to an exotic pet. The staff looked at him sympathetically, deciding that the student was too lonely and too attached to his bird. Despite this, the registration continued, although one of the employees noted the possible risks and asked Reina to think about whether to register or not, but she did not advise it. Because the parrot could be caught and eaten by an owl, and besides the owls, there were also many dangers around. In addition, parrots have a fairly low sensitivity to magic, so it would be difficult to use the Rhine bird as a messenger bird, and their size was very small. As luck would have it, at that moment, a large gray owl, the official envoy of the academy, flew into the hall. She sat down next to Bibi, and the girl began to tie a message to her leg. Then the owl stared at Bibi with eyes full of icy challenge, as if testing the strength of the one who dared to stand next to her. The difference in size between them was so noticeable that even Rain involuntarily tensed, anticipating a possible incident. But Bibi was not afraid, on the contrary. She raised one wing and released an elegant fiery arc from its tip. The owl, feeling the heat, flapped its wings in panic and disappeared, and a stunned silence fell over the hall. The employees looked at each other in shock, not believing their eyes, because few expected to see fire magic in an ordinary parrot. They thought that perhaps it was a sun parrot, although it was hard to believe, since these rare creatures were considered almost legendary, since there were no more than 100 of them on all continents. To stop the flow of arguments, Rain wearily confirmed that it was indeed a sun parrot, although he didn't really want to pursue the topic further. But the girl was even more surprised. She thought it was amazing and asked where Rain found her. Although it was not impossible for a child from a great magical family to have such a companion, she still dreamed of touching him. When she politely asked to touch Bibi, Rain did not object, because he saw sincere admiration and interest in her eyes. Immediately after this, she approved the registration without unnecessary formalities and reported that everything was in order with the documents. While Rain filled out the paperwork, the bird deftly interacted with everyone, causing admiration and affection. After the check-in, Rain called his companion, and she flew up on his head, settling down as if she had always belonged here. Rain told her with a smile that now she was in a new house, and tomorrow they would even go to school together. She began to ruffle his hair, as if agreeing with his words, and assured him that she would make an effort to make everything work out. Returning to the dorm room, Bibi immediately plopped down on the bed, burying her beak in the pillow, as if she had passed out from fatigue. Rain asked if she was tired. She answered that of course she was, because she had been diligently defending that temple all the time and had not been able to rest for a day. He then wished her good night and to rest well, because there was a lot of work to do tomorrow. In the morning, Rain was walking through the schoolyard in front of the main building, and Kyle was just heading towards the main building, and he noticed that there was still a slight shadow of fatigue on the young man's face after the recent intense exam period. Rain was a little embarrassed by the teacher's attention, but still bowed as a sign of respect, as befits a diligent student, and said that he was just thinking. The professor, smiling, said something encouraging, which made the cherry trees above their heads sway in the light breeze, as if supporting what was said. He mentioned that something new might start today, hinting at the beginning of life in the student council, which caused a slight confusion in Rain. The professor said that it was good to withdraw into oneself, but advised Rain to look around and pay attention to the world around him. Rain didn't immediately understand what was going on, but Kyle explained that there was no one among his peers who could match his skill level, which was probably why school didn't feel like much of a deal to the boy. Rain said that wasn't true. Kyle was glad to hear it, but said that the senior student who could push the guy was the student council president. Kyle expressed hope that he and his senior students would become worthy competitors and friends, inspiring each other to grow further. After these words, he patted Rain on the shoulder in a friendly manner, and looking back in farewell, continued on his way along the sun-drenched alley. When he left, Rain stood there in slight bewilderment, looking after him and thinking about the strange meeting and what had been said. Arriving at the great hall, he noticed Logan waving cheerfully at him from the far corner of the room where the students from Chaikana were sitting. He sat down next to him and Logan enthusiastically declared that getting an S on all of his exams was an almost impossible achievement that was worthy of recognition. Rain said he had heard of 3 others with the same rating, but Logan was quick to point out that it was Lillian's rating that was key. He noted with enthusiasm that thanks to this result, Rain could now get into the student council as a class monitor in his first year. Rain then thought about it, because Kyle had indeed mentioned this earlier, but he still didn't understand how it was related to him. Logan explained that starting from freshman year, the students who performed the best in both midterms and semester exams would be awarded the right to join the student council, and most of the presidents took this path. Rain asked half-heartedly if the council was some kind of club, and if he could opt out if he didn't want to, and if he was busy, and the student council seemed like it would only add work. Logan was so shocked that he couldn't find the words right away, and then, with indignation in his voice, he began to scold him, saying that such a statement could cause a wave of criticism, because many students only dream of getting into the council. Rain apologized for his careless words, admitting that he seemed to not fully understand the importance of what was happening around him. Meanwhile, the auditorium filled up, and the university president, the stern and majestic Medelia Page, took the podium. She was followed by 2 assistants, who began to unfurl a huge poster, preparing to announce the results the old-fashioned way. Gasps and noises swept through the room as the results list appeared on the wall. Gertrude came in 8th place, Logan came in 7th, Hubert came in 6th, and Lillian came in 5th. Rain was surprised to see that his name was missing, despite the rumors of his high scores, and began searching for it among the others. He even checked the bottom of the rankings, where it was indicated that 33 students were expelled, and the list went up to 200th place, which surprised everyone. It was then that Medelia, standing at the podium, ordered everyone to be silent, and then solemnly announced the names of the 4 best students who had won first place in the midterm exams. The first to be named was Nora Ledon, followed by Christa Varden, Caden, and finally, the 4th was Ryan Ludwig. A murmur of surprise went through the hall, and 4 students were asked to come up on stage to cheers from the audience. The 3 of them moved in their own way, Caden cheerfully, Christa restrainedly, and Nora seemed to dance, as if to the rhythm of a silent melody. Rain followed them, his heart pounding, and from the audience, Logan gave him a thumbs up in support. Rain felt a little nervous, as he didn't expect that a normal exam with a basic grading system could lead him to this stage. Although he thought that everything would go smoothly, now his heart was beating so hard that it seemed to sound louder than all the voices. The feeling in his chest was strange, as if pleasant excitement and slight anxiety were intertwined in him into a single rhythm. Meanwhile, Medelia Page unrolled a long scroll and began reading aloud the grades given by the professors. She said that the 4 of them had received S grades in all of their midterm exams, proving their superiority over the others by showing their knowledge, understanding of magic, and skill. However, there was a special talent, a student who had the potential to create future magic, and it was to him that they were going to award the title of Best Student of the Stream. Medelia continued that the main criteria was not only strength or technique, but also the ability to show the way to others. She said that it is precisely uniqueness, like that of a rare stone, that makes a person worthy of being called the best among the best. By mentioning that leadership is not about superiority, but about the ability to light the way for others, she raised the tension in the room. There was a hushed anticipation among the audience, as Medelia's words sounded like a prelude to an important choice that was about to happen. Behind the scenes, Professor Kyle watched the proceedings with a slight smile, crossing his arms and not hiding his satisfaction, while Elen, sitting next to him, wiped the smile from her face and clenched her teeth, unable to hide her disappointment at the impending confession. She muttered under her breath that all this was irritating to her, as if someone was rising higher and higher again and again. Kyle, noticing this, only mentally chuckled, because he knew that Elen simply did not know how to be honest even with herself. Once upon a time in the past, they themselves were in the place of these students, competing for first place and dreaming of changing the magical world. Kyle was Margana's student, and Elen Scalzi, and their competition became a legend among the teachers of the academy. He reminded her that he was happy because he was seeing the birth of a new story, perhaps one that would be remembered for centuries. Elen didn't immediately understand what he was getting at, so she asked again, with a slight bewilderment in her voice and tension in her eyes. Kyle said that this was the day the magical world would see a new era for the first time, which would begin right on this stage, and added that such a stage would one day be called the beginning of a new path, which would be written about as a turning point. The name that everyone knew, the name that was spoken of in whispers, was spoken with a solemnity that filled the entire hall. It was that same Rain Ludwig, recognized as the best student in this year's midterm exam. Raina remembered Scalzi's words about how only the best student could earn the right to visit the ancient ruins of Lynn and see what Esther had left in the letter for Lynn. He wondered if he was now one step closer to his long-standing goal, which he had dreamed of from the very beginning of his journey. Rain hoped that this was all really progress and not just a fluke of luck. Medelia approached him, ceremoniously attaching a shiny cord of dragon bone to his robe, sparkling in the sun, and said that she did not expect him to be so good. She said it was a mark of distinction for a top student, and warned Rain to do everything he could to avoid being stripped of his symbol. She once again congratulated him as the best student of the course, and expected active actions from him in the future. After a moment of silence, a commotion began among the students, and they began to talk, looking closely and whispering. Someone exclaimed in surprise, because for many it was unexpected that it was Rain who ended up in first place. Many could not believe that the young man, who was previously called a disaster, had surpassed the elite of the entire academy. It was said that he had surpassed the disciples of the 8 great factions, which in itself seemed impossible, and only Logan was happy for him. After that, the names of the remaining 3 were announced. Christa took second place, Nora third, Caden fourth. After which Paige reminded that Delayton was just a passage point. Finally, she ordered them not to relax, to continue to develop and move forward, and she will expect initiative and active actions from them. Nora watched Rain with interest, her gaze sparkling with fire, and she looked impressed by the result. Kaiden watched silently, without expressing any emotions, as if he already knew how it would end. Christa, on the other hand, stared at Rain's profile for a long moment, then sighed heavily and looked away. She admitted defeat, remembering how she had lost to him in the previous test, although she had considered herself the strongest at the time. It didn't just taste bitter, it burned from the inside, as if emotions had left a taste of blood on the tongue. She consoled herself with the fact that they both received the same marks, and the difference between them was quite insignificant. There were still chances to change everything, and she firmly decided that next time she would achieve first place. She promised herself that she would not cry because of defeat, but would shed tears only when she achieved victory. Professor Caroline, watching her student, smiled tenderly. Proud of her inner fortitude, she knew that efforts were not in vain, and even if they were not immediately visible, they would bear fruit one day. She believed that perseverance in difficult times was more important than natural talent, and that hardship builds character and overcoming weaknesses leads to true strength. Caroline believed that it was when things weren't going according to plan that true winners were born, so she mentally encouraged Christa, knowing that failure could be the beginning of a great journey. During the lunch break, all the students were chatting excitedly, as if they were discussing Rain's first place. Gertrude, as always, told everyone her annoying jokes. And suddenly a girl with short blonde hair and playful eyes entered the classroom. She immediately turned to Rain. She said that he was cool, becoming the best student. And she asked if he remembered her since they hadn't seen each other for so long. There was indeed a small history of acquaintance between them, Rain remembered that he had met her once at a family council that had taken place some time ago. This second-year student wore the same dragonbone cord as Rain, showing that she was also the top of her year, and her name was Sandra Keppel. She also greeted Christa happily, waving at her, while she responded with a reserved expression, pursing her lips. Sandra said she was sorry because she was sure that Christa would be the best student in the first year. The other students who witnessed this scene blinked in surprise and began to whisper, all recognizing the girl as coming from a famous Western magical dynasty. Her fame was that from the moment she entered, she never gave up first place, showing brilliant results. The girl's reputation in the academy was outstanding, and the strength emanating from her inspired respect, even among the senior students. Sandra, as if not noticing the whispers and glances, grabbed Rain by the hand and dragged him along the corridor. Rain wondered if this was the student Professor Kyle had mentioned with such seriousness. Sandra said with a smile that everyone was waiting for him and hinted at the large number of things that needed to be done, since they were going to the student council. When asked if she was the president of the council, she laughed, waved her hand, and said that she was not even vice president yet, but only a modest secretary in her second year. Rain frowned slightly, because after hearing the professor's praise, he expected to see someone much more formidable. Then Sandra was surprised that Rain didn't know the student council president. Rain asked what family or faction the president belonged to, and Sandra, hearing this, snorted cheerfully, as if amused by his ignorance. Laughing, she said that the president had no family or clan, and that he had allegedly trained himself somewhere on the streets. According to her, even despite the lack of patrons, no one could compare to him. Rain blinked in confusion, not understanding how a person without family and nobility could break through to such a height. Sandra added that everyone called him a master of his craft, and there was respect in her voice. Rain froze internally, because even the title of master was an unaffordable luxury for a commoner. He wondered why the aristocracy had not rebelled against this and banned such a provocative title. They reached the 4th floor of the Mountain Dragon building, which offered a panoramic view of almost the entire campus. Only the oldest and most respected clubs in the academy were allowed to use the premises of this ancient building. The council room he was led into was spacious, shining, filled with magic and an atmosphere of discipline. Sandra ceremoniously introduced Rain as the newest member of the student council and possible future president. The council consisted of only 4 students, each of whom had placed first or second in their year, and Sandra began introducing them to Rain. First up was Felix Drake, the soft-spoken vice president with the Dragon's Roar seal on his ring. Rain noted that Felix was a third-year student, meaning he had managed to survive the harshest conditions of the academy. Sandra then pointed to Travis, a cold-eyed sophomore doing paperwork in the corner, formerly the office clerk, but now in charge of accounting. Rain asked in surprise if all this amount of paperwork really related to their duties. Sandra nodded calmly and explained that at the beginning of the semester, a lot of work had accumulated, and now it was his task. But from tomorrow, some of the work would fall on Rain, so he needed to try. A look of horror appeared on Rain's face, as if he had fallen into a trap before he even had time to understand anything. He asked, hopefully, how much time a day this work took, and whether any concessions were possible. Sandra laughed and said that meetings are held daily, and if tasks arise, they must be completed to the end. Rain barely held back a sigh and began to mentally think about how to quickly leave this council, because he believed that he did not have enough skills and abilities to be part of such an ideal team. He thought that there should be someone more suitable and knowledgeable for that position, and it was also necessary to take into account the predisposition to any kind of work. But then someone at the window turned with a sharp movement, and his voice carried through the silence of the room. When this person said his name, Rain felt his heart tremble, and his back became cold. The first thing that struck Rain was not the magical power, but the frightening and superhuman beauty of this man. Even his own appearance seemed pale against the background of the ideal, almost unearthly features of that guy. Sandra introduced him as Cidius, the same student council president he had asked about recently. But the real shock came not from the words, but from a strange feeling as if residual black magic hung in the air. No, these were not remnants, but rather a premonition, barely perceptible, but clearly familiar to him. Rain knew this feeling. It always arose in him when a high-class black magician was nearby. Even Lynn, if he had looked through his eyes, would have called this man a master among masters. Although he was outwardly calm, he emanated a magical threat, pressing like a piercing wind at your back. And then Cidius coldly said that expectations were not met, and that Christa Varden, who came last time, was much better. Felix tried to object, saying that the whole school was in an uproar because Rain had surpassed all the students from the 8 great schools and become the best. But for Cidius it didn't matter, because it wasn't about talent, but about attitude. Sandra smiled, hoping to ease the tension, but even she didn't dare argue openly. The president asked if he had expected to be carried around in arms here, as in an aristocratic house, and Rain calmly replied that he had not expected anything like that, and had not sought it. Cidius continued with an icy expression, asking why his reaction had changed when he learned about the common affairs, and when he finished, he expressed obvious displeasure, as if he had already decided that Rain was not the right candidate. Rain sighed to himself and thought that even if he shouted about black magic now, no one would believe him anyway. He explained in a measured tone that it was not a matter of wanting to help, but of irritation caused by the very nature of the work entrusted to him. Cidius's words sounded stern and distant. He clearly believed that Rain had the wrong attitude and a complete lack of team spirit, and asked if he was so disgusted by helping his schoolmates that he would rather choose to die. Rain merely noted to himself that he had heard something similar countless times before, especially during the time when he still lived under the name Lynn. The phrase, spoken with such confidence, caused a strange gleam in the president's eyes, in which there was a recognition of something ancient and deep. He spoke of origin and aristocracy, with a slight shadow of regret, reproaching not so much Rain as the system itself that gave rise to such a view of things. He said that the true right to the top belongs not to those born into a noble family, but to those who are ready to lend a shoulder to the weak. After all, the aristocrats were considered the ruling class only because of their good pedigree, but those who could lend a helping hand, stepping over their status, deserved to stand at the top of the social pyramid. Rain froze for a moment, as if hearing echoes of his old faith in his words, the one that had been almost forgotten. The president added that the student council is a place that teaches exactly this attitude and worldview, and here comes the realization that he is respected, not only for grades and skills. He explained that Rain himself had to decide whether to stay here for something more or leave without accepting the challenge. Although he spoke calmly and reservedly, his gaze showed a lively interest, as if he were studying his interlocutor with scientific precision. Rain thought that he had never met a black mage with this kind of thinking before, and it was a disturbing surprise. Most of the dark mages he had encountered were broken by obsession, paranoia, or madness, but this one was different. He wondered if this man was hiding his essence behind a shell of reason, or maybe he really had once touched the darkness for some reason. Before, Rain would have immediately become wary and started to act, but now there was room for doubt and observation. Rain remembered the incident with Terrina, when even that pure-hearted child was connected to the magic of darkness, and it made him more careful. Rain looked into Valenside's eyes, sighed with slight weariness, and scratched the back of his head as if accepting the inevitable. He noted that they clearly wanted to draw him into this system, despite external resistance, and now he had the opportunity to observe from the inside. Not for glory, not for service, but because this man aroused in him a fear that was much more than just a role on the council. If a threat ever emerged, Rain wanted to be the first to notice it and the first to strike. Rain didn't try to appear conscientious. On the contrary, he honestly admitted that he might not be able to cope and would make mistakes, since he had no experience in this. A mocking smile appeared on the president's face, and he calmly, almost with lazy indifference, promised to correct each mistake in turn, and for him not to worry about it. The Ludwig family's mansion, Bellevin, was enveloped in a special silence as everyone gathered in the small banquet hall usually used for informal family meals. At the head of the long, richly decorated table sat Scalzi Ludwig, the head of the family, whose return to the house after many years was an event in itself. At his right hand sat his son Kevin and his wife Prim, and on the left, their children, the serious and sensible Ciri, as well as the younger Bran, who could barely reach the edge of the table. With the words of the youngest 4-year-old Bran, awkwardly mumbling the text of the letter, what was to be a solemn moment began. Ciri, now confident, repeated after her brother the subdued but proud news. Rain's name was officially announced as the best student of the midterm exam. For a moment, a shadow of tension crossed Scalzi's face as he stared intently into the candle flame. But the next second, the corners of his lips twitched, and the room was filled with a hoarse, heavy laugh, as if it had burst from the depths of his chest. The laughter spread to Kevin, Brim, and even Ciri, and soon a slight animation was heard throughout the hall, as if the old house was filled with life again. And then clapping and laughter were followed by flashes of light, and the guests and servants raised their glasses, congratulating the hosts on the achievement of the heir. It was a rare scene. Everyone in the house, including the guards and workers, were celebrating with united joy, and dishes befitting a great holiday were blooming above the tables. It was surprising to everyone that Scalzi himself came to the Bellevin estate when he learned that Rain had become the best student. Scalzi stopped the applause and noted that everyone present deserved to share this joy, because everyone had contributed a part of their efforts to raising Rain. Cooks and servants hired for the day scurried between the tables, carrying wine and hot dishes, and joy filled the hall up to the highest ceilings. Kevin, speaking with a slight grin, reminded that Rain's opponents were truly worthy students, and their superiority was not in doubt, but the outcome put everything in its place. Scalzi mentioned examiner Margana, whose personal history with the Ludwig family could have affected the grades, but fortunately professionalism prevailed, and Reina's mother was surprised, because she thought that Scalzi and Margana had been in close relations since their school days. Meanwhile, Ciri, shining in her school dress, proudly declared that one day she, too, would become the best like her brother. She was already considered a child prodigy among the high school students, although she herself insisted that she was not following in Christa's footsteps, but following Rain's example. Scalzi looked at his granddaughter with approval, laughed loudly, and emphasized that she was his blood, just as brilliant as her brother. He cast a meaningful glance towards their mother Prima, as if confirming that her contribution to the family had become truly invaluable. After all, she raised amazing children and invested more in them than anyone else. Scalzi did not expect anything else. He said that she definitely deserved to be the daughter-in-law of the Ludwig family. The feeling that washed over Brima at that moment was so powerful that her eyes clouded over, and she silently lowered her gaze and left the hall. When she did not return after a long time, Kevion went looking for her and found her in the corridor, where she was standing, pressing a handkerchief to her eyes. She admitted to herself and to him that it was the first time she had heard Scalzi call her daughter-in-law, and that short word had pierced her to the depths of her soul. And all because Prim was from the family of a fallen baron with no status or abilities, and there was a huge gap between her and Kevin, who was a descendant of one of the great families. Scalzi Ludwig, who wanted his son to marry a daughter-in-law from the royal family, or a daughter-in-law from one of the great families, was categorically against their wedding with Prim. But since Kevin did not give up until the end, the two people's opinions were radically different from each other, and in the end, Scalzi told Kevin that he was no longer his son and then left the estate. And from that moment on, Prim always felt guilt and regret. After all, the father who loved his son so much broke off relations with him because of a girl. They even had to fight each other, and Prima shouted at him that if they had not gotten engaged, Kevin would have occupied a higher position, and the relationship with his father would not be so tense. Kevin reminded her that if it were as she said, then Rain would never have come into this world. And also Ciri and Bran, because their children were the best gift for Kevin, and Scalzi agreed with this like no one else. Kevin hugged Prima and asked her not to cry, because their children had only recently entered that world, so they would surprise them more than once. One could say that the office work of the student council looked like a blessing, but upon closer inspection, it looked more like a regular routine with an endless pile of assignments. Meanwhile, every day, Rain had to constantly move his hands and eyes while his mind was drowning in an avalanche of papers, memoranda, and complaints. The older Travis, a second-year student with gray hair and a blank face, instructed him coldly, showing no sympathy. When Rain asked if there was always so much work, Travis explained emotionlessly that the whole mountain of work had accumulated during the exam period, and now it had all been dumped on the newbie. It was difficult with her. She spoke as if from instructions and seemed more like a mechanism than a person, and he even admitted that he was a victim of the established tradition. An hour later, Rain sighed and leaned back on the bench, gazing at the clear spring sky, as if trying to escape from the annoying duties, at least mentally. He couldn't believe that all the work had to be done by the end of the day, and all the letters had absolutely meaningless content. Most of the complaints and requests were ridiculous. Some complained about couples who were too much in love, others were interested in the tastes of the council president. Only occasionally were there any sensible thoughts, such as dissatisfaction with the cleaning of the campus, although it was not the students who were officially responsible for it. At that moment, one of the sheets of paper, having fallen from the folder, was caught by the breeze and landed at the feet of the man whose presence Rain sensed immediately. It was Cidius, the student council president, whose aura was as cold and sharp as it had been on the day they first met. Rain realized that the president had not appeared by chance, and he asked him in a reserved manner whether he had come to check whether he was shirking his duties. But he, without answering directly, continued to look at the document and, smiling slightly, noted that it was precisely this thinking that he was going to eradicate. By this he meant Rain's aristocratic approach, his tendency to shift everything onto the servants, without even trying to understand the essence of the students' problems. However, Cidius was not going to retreat, continuing to develop the idea, as if proving that magic is a tool intended not only for the chosen ones. If it is already clear that the staff can handle the cleaning, then why do we need magic, if not to make life easier for everyone without exception, even ordinary people? After all, no one cared about how hard ordinary workers tried. Was it natural for ordinary workers to sacrifice themselves for the sake of raising outstanding wizards? The idea seemed absurd, because even students sometimes couldn't cope with runes and formulas, and magic remained inaccessible to ordinary citizens. But Cidius spoke of it with such seriousness that for a moment his eyes flashed with a living light, barely perceptible, but real. The magic formulas and figures were very complex, so someone who was not a magician would not even be able to understand it, and no effort was made to ensure that magic was used by a wide range of people, so that they could even make one scroll. And in the end, ordinary people were perceived as having no value and could not enjoy the benefits of magic. And the reality is that while humans have developed high-level magic, there has been none that can restore devastated soil, and in rural and mountainous areas where magic is undeveloped or unknown, the work must be done by hand. Looking at the sky, Cidius said that the world was beautiful, but he believed that a truly golden age would come, where everything would be fairly divided among all people. Rain thought as he watched the student council president return the paper with a straight face and turn around, walking away down the alley. He asked him to take the summons to the local magical development club, although at that moment it was not enough, but at least it was something. Rain didn't understand what kind of person he was, what drove him, and what kind of magic he was actually studying, light, dark, or something in between. Who did he want to become, and what did he hope to change in this world? All these questions were bursting to get out, and Rain suddenly realized that his interest in Cidius had become something more than just wariness for him. Rain decided that when he went to the black market, he would try to find out what kind of guy he was. 2 days later, at the Adventurers Union, Rain walked past the notice board and headed straight to the reception desk, because he couldn't find anything suitable among the regular quests. When it was his turn, the receptionist greeted him with a tight but professional smile, as required by her many years of experience working with seekers. He voiced his request. He wanted to go as security on the road, to a specific region of Leda Cabell, and a strange light immediately flashed in the administrator's eyes, as if she understood something. The smile disappeared, her voice became drier, and she demanded to see the badge to check the clearance level and compliance with the hidden conditions of the mission. Rain already knew that this would happen, and without further ado, he presented the bronze token that confirmed his admission, since such orders did not appear on the official board and were not advertised. The administrator leafed through the scrolls, checking something, then frowned and reported that almost everything had already been taken by other candidates. Rain asked if there was anything left at all and was told that there was one option left. It was an order that was due to expire in the evening and could not be started immediately, as it had to first be successfully completed in order to identify the aptitudes. And then, the customer must choose only those whom he trusts. This approach, where the employer conducts the testing himself, seemed reasonable. No one wanted to work with incompetent or random allies, so Rain agreed. The girl handed him the task and said that the customer had prepared a cart for adventurers, which would take him to the right place, and warned that the departure was soon, so it was better to go straight to the cart. As he approached the landing point, a voice called out to him, and at first, Rain thought it was not addressed to him. Then the girl confirmed that she was talking to him, the cutie with the boyish haircut. Hearing the word cutie, he decided to go further, but she grabbed him by the shoulder and said that she was talking to him, and admitted that she was wrong. Now she realized that he was a guy. The woman was clearly a swordswoman from the sea region, and her blue hair, braided in the style of the Battleship Islands, immediately confirmed her origin. A slender figure in leather armor approached, holding the same assignment form as his, and spoke without a hint of embarrassment. She stated that they had the same mission, and therefore suggested going together, but Rain treated this with his usual indifference. He briefly refused and tried to leave, but she shouted at his back why he didn't want to go with such a beautiful lady, and joked that he was so handsome that she mistook him for a girl. But she did not lag behind, sitting down next to the carriage and continuing her incoherent chatter about her strength and merits. Rain had never dreamed of going deaf before like that moment. The girl boasted that she was a swordmaster and would become a bronze-level adventurer. Then she remembered that she had not introduced herself and said that her name was Harpian, after which she asked his name. Rain, in turn, introduced himself by giving his first name, keeping silent about his last name, since he did not intend to reveal his origin. Harpian muttered thoughtfully that she had heard that name somewhere recently, but fortunately she couldn't immediately remember where. Then, luckily for Rain, their conversation was interrupted by a man who was also an adventurer and was heading off on the same mission. He entered the carriage with a large spear and said that there would be 2 more people with them. They were joined by 2 more adventurer girls. Only Harpian was chatting something, and the rest of the seekers sitting in the carriage remained silent, and only the creaking of wheels and rare sighs interrupted the silence on the road. They all agreed that they would try to complete the task perfectly. As the carriage left the city and entered the forest, it became dark, and for the first time during the trip, one of the passengers spoke. The muscular spearman asked about the purpose of the trip, but the coachman answered briefly, saying that he had arrived at the place where the owner was supposed to meet them. The carriage stopped in a forest wasteland, surrounded by gloomy silence, and the atmosphere immediately changed. It became alarming and uncomfortable. There was no one around who resembled the client, and one of the women with daggers, apparently from the Thieves' Guild, frowned. The coachman walked outside, ignoring their reactions, and began handing out scrolls to everyone, containing maps and instructions. Rain glanced at the scroll and immediately recognized the area. It was a large city from which he had just recently left, and on the map there was an inn marked at the western gate, from which he had left in the morning, and this only increased suspicions about the purpose of the mission. The female thief was indignant, clearly expecting to meet the customer here in the forest and not in the city hotel as the plan indicated. The coachman merely reminded them that the guild had notified them in advance of the format of the task, in which a preliminary check was a mandatory step. As the coachman's words rang out, a strange movement flashed through the forest, and the next moment several arrows cut through the air, fired without warning. Without hesitation, Rain snatched the staff from his back, and taking up one of the defensive stances, deflected all 3 arrows with movements similar to the rocking of an elephant. His actions surprised even those who were accustomed to surprises, because for a magician, such behavior was more the exception than the rule. The remaining seekers immediately took up combat positions, not knowing where to expect the next blow. Another arrow flew in with a quiet whistle and stuck into a nearby tree without hitting any of the test participants. The adventurers instantly scattered to the sides, taking up positions and watching the forest in different directions, waiting for the next shot. Harpian looked at Rain in confusion, not believing that he could block the arrows, since she thought he was an ordinary mage with no physical training. The spearman grinned as if waving off the danger, and mentally noted that it would be a shame for a silver rank to die from a random arrow. Despite the sudden movements and the alarming situation, the air remained calm, as if the shots did not carry any intention to cause harm. The woman carefully picked up one of the arrows from the ground and confirmed her suspicions. The tip was real, but not loaded with lethal intent. The coachman, not hiding his grin, reminded that the task included a skills test, and only those who passed would be hired. He explained that what was being assessed were the basic skills that were used in security work, so he asked us to think about it that way. And he said to those who were not confident in themselves, they could return to the cart, since it had not been attacked. However, none of the adventurers moved from their place. Each one silently and firmly accepted the challenge, ready to go through the test to the end. A slight surprise flared up inside Rain. The method of selection through traps and a sudden attack seemed unusual to him, but intriguing. The thief, throwing her weapon, thought that they were attacked with the intent to destroy, but she felt no malice or aggression from the attack. She thought that perhaps it was not a human who shot. The thief slammed her weapon into the ground at high speed and listened intently to the pulsations of the soil. A moment later, she unmistakably identified 5 hidden observers, considering that such a number did not reach the level of a serious exam. The skill of detection, the prerogative of thieves and archers, who are keenly aware of the slightest currents of life, wind, and movement in the shadows. Rain's gaze slid down to her belt, and he noticed the silver badge, proof of her experience and rank equal to Bart. The spearman grinned and offered a counter-question. If they were being attacked for real, then the answer might also be real. In response, the coachman glanced at him briefly and nodded silently, as if confirming something obvious. Realizing this, the spearman, not hiding his joy, raised his spear up and put mana into it, preparing to show what he was truly capable of. In a whirlwind of energy, the spear spun through the air, releasing a wave of force that blew leaves off the trees and cleared the area of cover. And after that, all surroundings became perfectly visible, which will be a clear plus in attacks and defense. Even Rain noted to himself that the technique was impressive. If it had been Esther, she might have just cut everything down with one blow. The spearman introduced himself as Wills and expressed his intention to go through this test together, even if only for a short time. Having gained an open field of view, he quickly assessed that the enemies had most likely retreated and suggested moving on. But Rain asked to wait. He raised his hand, and in his open palm, 2 intertwined magic circles shone, emitting a directional glow. The adventurers tensed up, watching the magic calculation with interest, and began to whisper, comparing the technique with Yorkel's handwriting. But the reality was quite different. Inside Rain's artificial pupil, A pattern flared up, activating Belle's Cidius computing system. A stream of binary formulas flooded his consciousness, turning the world around him into a model where everything from movement to threats was subject to equations. He analyzed the data and came to the conclusion that the arrows fired earlier were activated by telekinetic magic, not by a human hand, which meant that this was not an ambush, but a trap that worked autonomously, and perhaps it was part of the exam, designed for reaction. While he was thinking, the voice of a sorceress was heard from behind, carrying a strange leather case on her back, similar to a house or container. Rain noticed the magical decorations on her neck and ears, immediately realizing that he was dealing with a mage who specialized in amplifying sound. He nodded to her, and she, drawing coordinates on the tree trunk, opened her case and took out a musical instrument. It was a kamungo, a rare magical zither with 4 taut strings that shone in the semi-darkness between the trees. The seekers were amazed because in front of them was the mage of the Linguin faction, one of those who use sound as a basis for constructing magic. The woman cleared her throat sheepishly, warning that it might not be perfect, but her face expressed confidence and concentration. When she drew the first sounds from it, a shining magic circle appeared above her palm, expanding to the edges of the forest. Pure sound waves penetrated between the trees, deactivating hidden magical traps one by one, like strings cutting through spells. The flow of magical power tore apart all the creatures, and as long as it was not a classic trap that worked without magic, they could be safe. The precision of the spells using sound was astonishing, and Rain thought with interest that there were truly unique specialists gathered here. The spearman chuckled, noting that wizards were usually cowardly or secretive, but here the situation looked much more interesting, and the thief nodded approvingly, agreeing that this was, finally, a worthy squad capable of passing any test, and introduced herself as Brian. The sorceress also introduced herself as Yanar, and was also ready to go on a journey with such a detachment. The spearman raised his spear to his shoulder and offered to find and deal with the examiners, assuming that after that, the test would be over. It was at this moment that Harpian, who had only been watching until then, took a step forward and clapped her hands theatrically, as if ending the performance. She shook her head with an expression of lazy self-confidence, as if the question of what to do next was not even worth discussing. She said that there was no need for this, because the test, according to her, was already over, and this statement caused bewilderment among everyone. The words that she was responsible for the test, and the organizer of the test, caused a feeling of complete disorientation in the squad, as if the world had turned upside down for a second. Harpian happily pointed to the coachman, who stood to the side, making no attempt to leave, as if he knew there was more to come, and she ordered him to bring the contracts, declaring that all 4 had passed the test, and that she liked their style and skills. Everyone was so surprised that they were silent, looking at each other and then at the coachman, who confirmed her words with a heavy sigh. He explained that Harpian was the eldest daughter of the Duel family, one of the 3 greatest dynasties in the Iron Islands. Although her behavior had no trace of aristocratic refinement, this did not prevent her from possessing real power and status. Rain remembered her rank with suspicion, thinking that the badge might be counterfeit, but upon inspection he was convinced that it was genuine. Harpian, without losing the sparkle in her eyes, winked cheerfully and declared that this method of testing was the best way to find worthy allies. With a smile full of mischief, she asked her future companions to take care of her, as if inviting them to an unexpected and fun adventure. Of the 4 hired adventurers, Rain was the only bronze-ranked one in the bodyguard squad. The other 3 were silver-ranked and had different skills and personalities, but they were all clearly superior to most ordinary seekers. After a short acquaintance, they headed back to the city, where, in a rented hotel, they met with the man in charge of the client's security. Before them stood Belle, a middle-aged man with a heavy expression and kind eyes, who introduced himself as the head of security. He greeted everyone and said that he had faith in their abilities since the young lady had chosen them herself, and explained that their job was to protect the lady in any situations that might arise during the journey to Leda Cable. After all, The lady was planning to visit a black market in that area, which was illegal, but at that time it was operated by a religious order. And recently there were rumors about the beginning of the religious order movements, so there was a possibility that they would appear on the black market, so Badwell asked the squad to be always ready. Rain thought that it was probably the Children of Gold who were fighting heresy. He didn't know that things had taken such a turn, so he had to be careful, because the organ for special magical purposes had probably also started digging under him. The thief was glad that they would receive a reward for the task, but she was interested in the question. If they found something interesting on the black market, would they be able to buy that item for them? Harpian said that no, everything is at their personal expense, but if the price of the item is less than the cost of the reward, then they can pay instead of the reward, and if it is more expensive, then add the remainder at their personal expense. Rain asked Badwell what the mission deadline was, and he replied that they would be able to return in 9 days. Since the party had no more questions, Badwell advised them to rest, as they were to move out the next morning. The way there turned out to be easy and calm, because they just needed to move along the sunny road to the southwest. Rain all the time hoped to be in the same pair with the magician girl Yanar, and finally his wish came true during their first night shift. Yanar, after thinking for a bit, offered to teach him sound magic, but warned that it was useless to use it if a person had no musical abilities, so it was not a fact that Rain would be able to learn anything. Rain happily agreed, saying that he was not interested in the result, but in the very principle of operation of this type of magic. Rain's shining gaze and sincere curiosity were touching, and even the serious Yanar felt a little awkward. She began her story by saying that her lyre consisted of 4 strings, each of which had its own sound, and one could determine the magic circle depending on which string was pulled first. The first string was water, the second fire, and so on, and this is how the attribute was determined. Vibrations form runes, creating a melody, a mathematical formula is formed, but it was all difficult to explain in words. Rain said with admiration that it was amazing because he could not even imagine such a combination of science and art. He asked, "When you calculate a mathematical formula, does it not confuse?" But Yanar smiled and clarified that no, they don't calculate everything in their minds, but play in a special order, creating magic like music. She played different equations, demonstrating linear, quadratic, and even cubic functions converted into sound. Rain listened, fascinated, but he realized that he had absolutely no understanding of how it worked, although he would like to learn someday. Yanar knew that it would be like this, but she explained it as it is, and I'm not sure that there was any other way, because it's all from the realm of feelings. She kept saying that traveling musicians use the expression, "read the wind," and she thought it was a similar feeling, but Rain still didn't understand. It was at that moment that Harpian approached them, yawned, stretched, and walked over with a lazy expression on her face. When she learned that it was about sound magic, she smiled and asked Yanar to play something like a lullaby. Yanar replied with restraint that she could not sing lullabies, but she could perform a spell to protect the camp, driving away wild animals. The offer was met with gratitude, and even Vils whistled, saying that he liked the idea, and asked to play one melody. Under the gaze of her companions, Yanar began to play the strings, creating a melody, and inside she felt a slight embarrassment. Rain closed his eyes, listening to the enchanting melody nearby, and suddenly felt his heart fill with warmth. He realized that the world of magic is truly limitless, and every new step opens up a whole ocean of the unknown before him. No matter how much he studies, the path of knowledge will always continue, because learning never ends. It was a place where only starlight filtered through cracks in the darkened ceiling, casting dim reflections on the stones, as if the night itself were watching what was happening. Inside the temple, among ancient columns and stone slabs, were hidden time-worn statues in the Albrama style, with carved faces crying tears of blood. The information that was heard in this room concerned the school, where everything was going according to plan, and it remained to wait for the semester, and he would graduate as the best student of the first year, while the operation to ensure the safety of Lynn's corpse was successful. Following this, the air in the hall began to distort, swirl into a whirlwind as a magical flow filled the space, awakening resonance in every slab and stone crack. The silence in the temple was broken only when a man who had fallen prostrate accidentally uttered the forbidden word, and realizing his mistake, immediately hit his forehead on the stone floor. When the clouds of smoke cleared a little, the figure of a woman sitting on a throne became visible. It was Lady Terrina. After a short pause, there was a clarification, and then the man, with blood dripping from his forehead, cautiously reported the movement of two figures, numbers 3 and 6. He added that Libani, one of them, would not only take what was needed, but would also cause a bloody massacre, distracting and misleading the opponents. Everyone was expecting only the approval of the woman, whose power here was beyond doubt, and every rustle in the hall died down in anticipation of her decision. The golden pipe in her hands, decorated with an engraving in the shape of a dragon's crest, slowly smoldered, emitting warmth and a slight glow of magic. She did not rush to answer, and only the exhalation that dissolved into the air made it clear that the decision had been made, and this decision was simple: all actions were permitted, without restrictions and doubts. As dawn began to slowly break over the horizon, the gray outline of the city's watchtower appeared through the mist. The city was smaller than the stories had suggested, which puzzled Wills, the spearman, who had expected something more impressive, given the place's reputation as the center of the Empire's black market. The thief merely chuckled in response to the doubts, explaining that the above-ground city was merely a window display, while the true essence of Leda Cable was hidden underground. She claimed that the underground part of the city was twice as big as the one on the surface, and the Thieves' Guild controlled public order. Then the spearman wondered what the administration was doing then. The girl said that they were all in cahoots here, and the administration was receiving bribes from the bandits. And Rain wondered why the daughter of an aristocratic family needed to go to the black market. The spearman suggested that it was for the sake of collecting things, because rich people lost their heads in front of all sorts of outlandish things. The thief said that in their mistress Harpian, the case was a little different, since the Dial family made their fortune through trade, and there were rumors about how exactly they inherited the status of the head of the family. Rain and everyone else became curious and asked the thief to tell them more about the rumors. She said that the Dial family had a rather unusual way of receiving inheritance. The status of head of the family was given to the descendant who possessed the most valuable and rare jewel. Therefore, when the head of the family was of advanced age, all his streams traveled around the world in search of artifacts. The peculiarity of merchant families was their focus on real skills, and if there was a desire to run a business, then the head of the family would need certain skills and a mindset. The spearman wondered what to do with the information he had received, because they were simply doing their job to protect the client, for which they would receive money. Badwell said they were ready and free to go and told everyone to gather at the south gate of Leda Cable. Soon each of the accompanying persons was given a package with an image of the desired object, a music box, decorated with the inscription, "My beloved Brene." A rare and expensive artifact created on the basis of a clock mechanism, it was valuable not only for its aesthetics, but also for its ability to reproduce a melody, an unthinkable luxury in the modern world. If they all went together, they would only cause a stir, so they planned to act separately. The soldiers should move in pairs and search everything along the route. When the box is found, one person bargains, and the second person calls the lady. Harpian warned that when a target is found, it doesn't matter what condition it's in, because its cost doesn't matter. So the main task is to find the item. Bander also ordered the adventurers to fulfill their duties. Brian must monitor the situation, assess who can create a real danger and has bad intentions. Yanar, since she could not immediately enter the battle, was ordered to find a place where she could track the movements of each member of the group and, if necessary, immediately react. And Wills and Rain were the direct bodyguards of the lady, and no matter what happened, they had to protect her. For simple fortune seekers, The way down was via earthen ladders and rope bridges, but Harpian, as an invited guest, descended on a special lift from the Thieves' Guild headquarters, straight into the central square of the underground city. The underground city of Leda Cable, nicknamed the Ant Cave, lived up to its name, with dozens of narrow entrances leading into a labyrinth of tunnels where people scurried about like insects in a swarm. There was a putrid stench, the dampness and stench of sewage woven into the air so thickly that it seemed almost tangible, and amidst all this chaos there was a hum of voices, smells, and magic. Everywhere one could hear the shouts of the merchants, creaky, tense, sometimes stifled, as if the sellers were trying more to frighten than to convince. They sold everything from rare potions to enchanted items, from ancient cursed artifacts to contraband magical creatures. Each seller spread out a rag or carpet in front of him, on which items of dubious origin were lined up. Rain, hiding his excitement, walked behind Harpian, looking around and catching glances. But he was interested in observing those things, because you would never meet them on the surface, since by appearing there with such objects, you could expect the arrival of the children of gold. Rain knew that outside the ant cave, the guild did not interfere in any conflicts or deaths, and those who inadvertently stood out risked not reaching the exit. Inside the cave, the rules were strict. Any attempt at violence was punished by the intervention of the thieves themselves, who dealt with the violators quickly and without regret. This is what gave the market a relative sense of security until you cross its border. Surrounded by bodyguards and the captain of Badvel's guard, Harpian confidently moved through the market, as if she felt at home here, and suddenly decided to ask Rain a question. There was no idle curiosity in her questions, only a subtle, almost playful intonation with which she, folding her hands behind her back, asked why the young man needed to participate in the escort. She noticed his well-groomed skin, his manners, his features, which were not typical of ordinary adventurers, and, with calm confidence, called him by his name and title. Rain, although surprised, did not deny it. He decided to avoid the question of the purpose of his visit to the underground city. There was no point in delving into the truth that concealed 300 years of history. He said he was looking for information about terrain, and that explanation was enough. Harpian asked why he needed information about that which. Rain said that he was also a magician, and was interested in such an influential person as Terrina. Then he also decided to ask why Harpian was here. Was it because of the ceremony of inheritance of the head of the family? She said no, that she didn't care. The reason was that the box was her grandfather's, which he lost after the pirate attack, and it was her mother's thing. The box had been missing for a very, very long time. Her grandfather spent his whole life trying to find the box, but in the end he couldn't. And with the arrival of spring, the grandfather hums a melody from the box, looks into the distance, and cries. And when a person works in trade, then all things begin to be perceived simply as goods. They valued things only with the help of money, and completely forgot about what a thing really means and has some value for the person himself. That is why Harpian thought that things whose true value people did not forget became more valuable over the years, and they tried to save them. And probably everyone has at least one thing so dear to their heart that nothing can replace it. Harpian did not wish the grief of those who had once lost something on anyone, and her grandfather was at an advanced age, so she wanted to please him a little. The story, though told with a slight smile, left a strange feeling in Rhine. He suddenly realized how little he knew those who had been with him in the past. They all traveled together for 5 whole years, and during that time he still didn't find out anything. Although, what would change, he asked himself. Could he leave something for them on the grave? Would he be able to find a worthy answer? At that moment he realized that regret was something that always came too late, and a tear rolled down his cheek, almost imperceptibly, and Rain tried to laugh it off, citing the dust, but Harpian simply nodded and pointed to the bookstore. Unlike the other stalls, there was a real table here, covered with books. When asked about the book by Touraine, he answered affirmatively that there was one. The guys were surprised because it was impossible to find the book, but the man said that almost everything was available on the black market. The man brought out the carefully packed book that Rain had been looking for so long. The seller explained that there were rumors that the Golden Children were looking for this particular book, so he bought it first, and it was the last copy. The boys were happy that they found the book so quickly, and Rain asked to look at it. It was the same book that he saw in the library. He couldn't believe that it was real, and the condition was perfect. The binding was neat, the pages were almost untouched, and everything would have been fine if not for the price, which turned out to be unexpectedly high. 7 gold coins, a sum he could not afford at the moment. Everything he had managed to earn in the last weeks was almost exhausted. Rain raised his voice at the seller because he considered this price too high, since the book was not even a first edition. The man said that there was no point in shouting, since the price was still cheap. After all, the Golden Children were looking for the book, and they become enraged at any mention of Terrina, and if they find out that the man is selling them, he will be burned at the stake. Rain wondered why they were taking Terrina so seriously. What could she have done? The seller said to pay the money faster because his life was at stake, so the price was justified. Rain thought about how to lower the price and came up with something. He told the seller that the product was dangerous, and perhaps it would be better to get rid of it quickly. Since the seller did not know at what moment the Children of Gold might appear, and if one could receive punishment for owning the book, then it was, in a way, poison for him. And then Rain slammed the table loudly and asked if he really thought that someone would come along and decide to risk their life to buy the book, and he was ready to buy it right now. Rain told him that no matter how much the seller loved the money, he would not take it to the next world, so the right decision would be not to be stubborn and to make concessions. But the seller just laughed, because he often hears things like this, and he knows perfectly well that a buyer will be found, because this is a black market, a place where people who are not afraid to dig their own graves have gathered, and no one cared that it was dangerous. The man said that the danger did not motivate people to sell something quickly, because they were traders. They stood until the very end to get an extra coin, and initially he asked for 15 gold. So Rain should have been grateful, and the seller said, either take the book for 7 gold pieces or goodbye. Moreover, because of the Rhine, a line had already formed, who had no idea what was being sold there, and perhaps one of them would want to buy a book. He called Rain a stupid young gentleman, and that it would be better for fools like him, who understood nothing of the world, to sit silently and not open their mouths, the salesman warned. Rudian warned that Rain had apparently lost, and there was no point in arguing, so the best solution was to end everything. But Rain wanted to bargain a little more, but Rudian abruptly interrupted his words and said that it was enough because they still had to buy the box. And just when it seemed that hope was slipping away, out of the corner of her eye, Rain caught a glimpse of gold and heard a voice calmly and firmly pronouncing the price. It was Rudian, handing the merchant 7 coins with a slight smile, as if giving away a trifle. When the seller realized that they did have money, he wanted to sharply raise the price. But Rudian said that 7 gold pieces was the last price, and does he really think that those scoundrels will pay more? The seller said that it was possible, and Rudian suddenly intervened in front of him, and said that then he would pay this money better than the guild of robbers in the ants' nest, who for 7 gold pieces would deal with almost everything in the world. And along the way they will grab the book that the customer needs, and Rudian will feel great, having killed 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, the seller himself set the price that they paid. What was the problem? Perhaps at the sight of gold, all his common sense evaporated like darkness at dawn. Then the seller realized that it was better not to argue and thanked them for the purchase. Rudian immediately handed the book to Rain and told him not to worry about the prices, since he didn't have 7 gold coins anyway. Instead of the usual gratitude, an inner uneasiness arose, as if the gift was not as simple as it seemed. Rudian, as if sensing his tension, began talking about his grandfather and her ability to smell the scent of luck. She couldn't explain exactly what it meant, but every time she was lucky with people, something responded to her. Or maybe it was intuition. It was difficult to explain to her, but in any case, she considered it an investment in connections, because if they get along, then perhaps they will work together, and they will be very lucky in the future. Rain thought that she had made him a debtor. It was immediately obvious that she was from a family of merchants, but he still thanked her and said that her intuition was very useful. Herpion smiled back at him, hoping that it would continue this way. Meanwhile, in the 11th cave, a Thieves' Guild member, lazily leaning against a wall covered in moisture and the smell of dampness, carefully examined the people passing by in search of oddities or possible profit. He frowned as he noticed an unusual couple in identical green robes moving down the corridor with too much confidence and defiance. The man seemed absolutely calm, and the woman could barely stand still, not stopping to quickly move her legs, as if she was holding something inside herself. The thief whispered his surprise at their appearance, as it was rare for a madman to risk appearing here in such clothes, which were defiantly similar to those worn by practitioners of the dark arts. If he had even the slightest skill in sensing magical power, he would have realized that the woman was giving off an anxious and unstable pressure, and he would have retreated immediately. However, instead of being cautious, he decided to be impudent, and with a rough movement touched her shoulder, as if he wanted to push her out of the way, not realizing that he had already crossed the line. Almost instantly, his body began to pulsate and swell strangely, after which, with a dull bang, he shattered into pieces, covering everything around him with blood. The blood that flew out from the explosion came into contact with the other thieves, and the next second, their bodies also began to distort and crumble into pieces with a roar. Against the backdrop of bloody walls and charred bodies, the girl, covered in red goo, giggled quietly, as if the sight gave her a strange pleasure. The tall man remained motionless, showing no emotion, and calmly noted that their plan had not yet received official approval from above. The girl, looking sideways with displeasure, justified her actions by saying that she was simply touched, and that she was supposedly only defending herself, and this was not considered anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the thief from the guild, who was watching what was happening, quickly realized the scale of the disaster and ran away before the anger could spread to him. At that moment, a magical creature appeared in the air above them, shaped like a raven, whose body was shimmering with energy flows. As soon as it landed on the man's shoulder, its feathers scattered into the air, turning into symbols glowing with a blue magical light. Among these signs came a transmission from Terrina, a teacher whose name in these circles needed no explanation, inspiring respect and fear. The man silently read the message and said that the order had been received and they were now allowed to act at their own discretion without restrictions. At that very moment, a frightening, crazy smile blossomed on the girl's face, as if she had just been allowed to fulfill a long-suppressed desire. A thick liquid, dark as the night sky, began to flow from her palm, taking the form of a scythe, sparkling with a predatory magical light. She made one wide swing with that scythe, and its energy engulfed those who tried to escape, blowing away their bodies like the wind blows away dry leaves in autumn. The sounds of destruction mixed with her wild laughter, and she, inspired by the feeling of permissiveness, said that someone else needed to be bled. Brienne made her way through the crowd, holding her breath and her steps, moving with an ease honed by years of training in the Thieves' Guild. She peered closely into the faces of passers-by, trying to discern dangerous individuals among the endless stream of motley crowds and merchants. She remembered the task because it was she who was assigned to identify potential threats before something irreparable happened. In this part of the ant cave you could meet anyone, from crooks to prostitutes in provocative clothes. Judging by the atmosphere and level of disorder, looking for a threat here was like catching smoke in a basement by candlelight. She looked around again, and the thought flashed through her head that this was the center of the 5 largest guilds that controlled the entire Shadow Empire. If something serious happened here, master thieves would immediately come to the rescue. While she allowed herself to be lost in her memories for a moment, there was an unexpected explosion, and using her agility, she pushed off the wall, jumping onto the roof. From there, a view opened up onto one of the streets, and the air was suddenly filled with the metallic smell of fresh blood. At a narrow intersection stood a group of thieves surrounding two strange strangers whose behavior clearly did not inspire confidence. One of the thieves shouted angrily, pointing his finger at them as if they were the ones to blame for the recent massacre and riots. The words that came from the crowd were filled with threat, because strangers were not liked here, especially those who violated their order. The woman in dark clothing with a barely noticeable grin seemed to be playing with fire, not taking the danger seriously. When she answered with defiant calm, the crowd erupted in cursing, and the tension in the air became palpable. Just when Brianna thought the thieves were using their tried and tested tactics, something beyond comprehension began to happen. There were screams, so piercing and desperate that they made the skin crawl and the heart beat faster. The seconds stretched out, and in that brief moment, dozens of people disappeared, as if their bodies had crumbled without any warning, and she couldn't believe that this had actually happened before her eyes, and reality seemed like a waking nightmare. She immediately realized that she needed to warn the others urgently, but her movement was interrupted by a sudden pain, as if she was pierced from the inside. But something cold and sticky enveloped her chest, and she looked down to see a bloody hand reaching out of it. A merciless voice sounded right next to his ear, and it was cold, like underground moisture filling the lungs with silence. She didn't understand how the stranger could appear so quickly, as if he had appeared out of thin air without a single sound. The enemy successfully dodged all her blows. The speed was so amazing that she could not believe her eyes. Then a black weapon appeared in his hands like black magic, which pierced the thief's body. And then she realized that their principle was to eliminate all witnesses. The man in green clothes slowly extended his hand, in which her heart was trembling, not yet realizing what had happened. Her body fell into a pool of scarlet, and her eyes, once full of life, glazed over in silence, reflecting the flickering light of the torch. And the girl magician Yanar, who was ordered to observe everything strange, just happened to witness this picture. A piercing scream shook the underground city like a wave, and at that very moment a soldier appeared, running with important news. Rudian, squinting in surprise, looked at him warily, not believing that she could hear something good. The soldier nodded enthusiastically and said that the item they had been waiting for had finally been found, and with the right engraving. He explained that the mark on it was made deeply, and there was simply no doubt about its authenticity. Without hesitation, Rudian demanded to go there immediately, because such an opportunity only came once in a lifetime. While Rain and Wills briefly exchanged glances, someone with a face distorted with alarm rushed towards them. It was the mage Yanar, sweaty and out of breath, her voice shaking as if she had just seen something out of a nightmare. Rudian became wary and, without hiding her excitement, asked a question about what had happened, to which she immediately received a frightening answer. Yanar squeezed out that she saw how the strongest warrior fell in one moment and no one even had a chance to resist. At first, no one took his words seriously, but then a scream came from far away, piercing the air like a knife. When they turned in that direction, a sight appeared before their eyes that made their thoughts scatter in panic. People hung in the air as if captured by invisible threads, and with each passing second they became part of something monstrous. With a force that seemed to be squeezing from within, their bodies broke, and then with a dull crunch, they burst into flames, scattering their insides. Streams of blood poured onto the dirty floor, mixing with the remains of what had been part of living creatures and filling everything with a stench. The underground city instantly turned into an arena where fear, panic, and madness tore apart the space, turning it into an abyss of screams and running people. Rain poured from the sky, turning the stone streets into muddy streams and making steps difficult, as if nature itself wanted to stop the flight. Rain's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out, and his thoughts were racing, colliding with each other, unable to find an answer. He frantically tried to classify what was happening, but everything was too distorted to succumb to the logic of even a trained magician. The power that burst out was not ordinary magic. It resembled telekinesis. He knew that this was no longer just a theory, but a clear conclusion that was only hidden behind the fear of the obvious answer. The answer was one, contained in two words that sounded like a sentence, that this was black magic. He realized with horror that he had become the target of a powerful enemy who had been biding his time, watching in the shadows ever since the incident with the Queen. Could it be that he had been under surveillance all this time, and now that he had left the capital, he found himself alone with the hunters from the darkness? Yanar suddenly started and shouted a warning because going there was tantamount to jumping into a bottomless abyss. Herpian decided to go alone, ordering Belle to retreat with the others so as not to put the people at unnecessary risk. But Belle was stubborn, insisting that he was obliged to accompany her, even if the whole world burned in madness next to them. Herpian fought to contain her emotions and tried to convey her determination, because her stubbornness was not worth the lives of others. While they argued, a crowd surrounded them, and their voices were drowned out by the general noise, but Herpian herself remained adamant and calm. She proudly recalled that she had reached the bronze rank on her own, as if trying to prove that she was capable of more. One of the guards sarcastically noted that after such an order, the guards would hardly survive if something happened to the miss, not because of the chase, but simply because the mistress's family did not leave them alone. Suddenly, Rain intervened in the conversation, saying that we would go ourselves, and the attention of the entire group suddenly shifted to him, as if he had suddenly become the center of the stage. Wills gave him a look that was a mixture of reproach and irritation, but Rain himself looked calm. Rain admitted that he was the least willing to get involved, but his inner sense of duty outweighed his caution, and he reminded himself that it was Herpian who had helped him without hesitation, and now it was time to return that gesture of goodwill. He announced that he was going to go alone so as not to expose others to unnecessary risk, and confidently made it clear that he could handle it. He only needed one guide who knew the exact location of the merchant and his possible hiding place. But Herpian stubbornly shook her head and firmly stated that she would not retreat, even if the road was dangerous and foggy. The girl explained that she needed to see the truth for herself, otherwise she would never be able to forgive herself for her delay. And she would also be incredibly ashamed in front of Brian, who gave her life for them, and she would return empty-handed. There was no desperate courage in her eyes, but the quiet determination of a person willing to risk it for the sake of a last chance, and Rain gave in and gave a short instruction for everyone to follow him, without breaking order or standing out from the crowd. Yanar also agreed to defend Herpian and asked not to argue, since these were the terms of the contract. Wills sighed grumpily, as if he had taken someone's weight on his shoulders, but still stepped forward, accepting what was happening. He waved his hand irritably, cursing the situation, and said that it was easier to end all this as quickly as possible. And Belle told the lady that nothing could be done, so they all had to go together. Finally, when the chaos in the underground city had died down a bit, they moved forward, immersed in an atmosphere of anxious anticipation, the soldier walking ahead with trembling knees and wheels changing the route from time to time to avoid dangerous areas. Finally, they reached the last bend, where the air was heavier and the stench of rotting bodies made them grit their teeth. On the road in front of them lay bodies, mutilated beyond recognition, and hungry flies were already swarming around. Wills held his nose, and Herpian covered her mouth with her hand, fighting nausea, as if a clot of fear was stuck in her throat. But suddenly he leaned over and pointed at one of the lying ones, in whom a spark of life was barely trembling. It was the Duel family guard, covered in blood but not yet completely out of touch with reality. Herpian cried out his name, throwing herself on his lap, holding his head to her chest like a child. He forced out an apology, as if he was afraid he had let her down by not completing the task. With a shaking hand, he handed her the tiny object, covered in dried blood, squeezing it to the last. Rain watched in horror as a thick, dark blue poison oozed out from a deep wound on the guard's chest and burned the flesh black. This poison was the result of dangerous magical influence and carried traces of destructive dark energy. The guard's heart was consumed by the poison deeper and deeper, until it became clear that it was no longer possible to save him. Wills quickly tore off his clothes, wrapped the soldier's wound, and lifted him onto his shoulder, realizing that there was little time left. At that moment, a huge shadow fell over their heads, looming like a harbinger of something ominous. A playful female voice sounded, in which there was a strange power that made everyone freeze in place. It asked them if they had forgotten something here or were playing hide-and-seek. But in any case, he found them, with a terrifying smile. Rain stepped forward sharply, feeling threatened, and in a controlled voice told the others to retreat immediately. He clenched his fists and exclaimed that he would handle this himself, because there were simply no other options left. His insides sank, because one mistake could affect not only his future, but also the lives of others. It had been too long since he had felt such close danger, when magic itself was breathing in his face and pressing with an invisible grip. He realized that in this body, it was impossible to protect others and attack at the same time, especially against such a monster, and not the slightest mistake could be allowed. So he abandoned the thought of winning. He wanted to find a weak spot, strike, and run away. The woman looked at him with interest and a half-smile, as if trying to understand how naive he was. She took a step forward, her eyes sparkling, and a spark of surprise mixed with anticipation flickered in them. She played with her voice, asking if he really thought he could handle her, as if it were a normal argument, and the tension hung between them like a taut string. The distance seemed frighteningly short. Rain's forehead was covered in sweat, every muscle in his body tensed, preparing to repel a possible attack. At that very moment, a dark blue poison appeared in her hand, condensing into a long and terrible magical braid. Rain filled his staff with raging flames, hoping to hold back the enemy's onslaught and create room for himself to maneuver. When her scythe came down with force, he barely had time to put up a defense and managed to deflect the first blow, sliding to the side. The girl looked at the guy's technique with interest, recognizing the familiar features of a rare school and being surprised by his level. Their weapons clashed at close range, and the air shook as her scythe pierced his flaming staff. Herpion watched this intense battle and suddenly thought that perhaps she should go back and help Rain. But the other members of the group stopped her, because Rain looked completely different from those who fell before him. Libeni recognized the style of Osarius' staff with interest and thought that this might be his student. Rain responded by noting that her scythe technique was remarkably similar to his own movements, and he wondered if she might have also studied at the Osarius school since she used a similar style. However, doubts arose because she used black magic, which was not usually taught there. He came to the conclusion that the chances of winning in close combat against such an opponent were almost zero, and even if he could hold her off, one wrong move would lead to catastrophic consequences. She, meanwhile, called upon the power from the subtle space, calling out karma, the name of the tower and the runes, demanding from the magic of the dance of destruction. A high-speed spell with 2 stars shone in the darkness like a cry of terror before a storm. The witches of the Republic used ancient formulas, turning the runes into a miracle woven into the fabric of the world. And other signs filled the air, scattering around her with magical radiance, and flew forward with a roar. Rain concentrated and began to construct a magic circle corresponding to the level of the 2 stars. He chose triangular and square shapes, engraved a vortex and die in the center as required by the spell. By combining the elements of earth and fire, he gave them the effects of rotation and hovering, enhancing the magical resonance. Libeni narrowed her eyes in surprise, noticing how quickly he had made the calculations and activated such a powerful spell. With a powerful burst of spell, the earth shook and rose up like a wall. While flames swirled around, the wall of fire met the black magic wave, and their collision caused a terrible screech and an explosive storm. As the magical fog began to clear, both fighters stood facing each other, tense and wary. Libeni noted with a gleam in her eyes that he was unusually strong, as if it had become amusement to her. And Rain understood that if he continued to respond with magic, he would not last long, because it was impossible to win by fighting and solving equations. Meanwhile, after a powerful splash, the girl's hood was on fire, and Rain took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind and focus on the rune hidden in the bandages on his left hand. He felt a pulsating force awakening inside that hand, ready to burst out. Rain knew that if he used it now, he could change the outcome of this dangerous battle. But as soon as he reached to take off his glove, Libeni suddenly threw back her hood, revealing her face so as not to get burned. Seeing her face, Rain froze, because at that moment his mind seemed to stop completely. Her hair was longer than he remembered, but her features and freckles were eerily familiar, he whispered, not believing his eyes, because the resemblance to a certain image from the past was frightening. This face wasn't just similar, it looked exactly like his old one, only a female version. His lips moved without his consent, and he muttered something he could not fully comprehend. He looked into the eyes of the enemy, whose face was a reflection of himself, and did not know what to say or how to breathe. She spoke with a slight boredom in her voice, as if she did not like fighting with those who could resist her, since there was no excitement, and it was hard. Rain stuttered in surprise and noticed how his breathing became heavy and ragged with confusion. It was much easier and more fun for her to grind into flour those who were weaker than her, so she focused not on Reyna, but on the Herpian squad. Libeni twisted her little finger and began a ritual filled with the power of pain, her body overflowing with black magic. Black magicians paid the abyss with the suffering of the flesh as a sacrifice, thereby increasing their power several times. The power gathered in her hand like a terrible shadow, ready to break out and incinerate all living things. The yin energy in the black magician's hand turned into a snake, writhing in the streams of crackling darkness. She used a magic circle formula that consisted of 3 rectangles, and the engraved rune was a chant-type altogram and a prohibition-type orbeus. Rain had already forgotten how vile people black magicians were. He ran to help the squad and thought about how to contain such powerful magic. The best way was of course Belle curious, but if something went wrong, then Rain's brain would simply explode. So it required at least 4-star magic or higher, and a few seconds, which he didn't have. Then Harpian's voice came into Rain's head, reminding him that helping Lynn was an investment, not a sacrifice. After all, helping someone does not happen unilaterally, and one day, all the good that he did, such a day will definitely come. The star in his pupil slowly dimmed and suddenly flared up again, but in a different form, in the 7 stars of Providence. Their radiance shimmered in the depths of his gaze, like the starry sky, containing the very formula for interfering with the course of fate. The poison that had been tearing through his insides just a moment ago began to distort. As if being sucked into an invisible funnel, it stretched out, contracted, losing its shape, and finally crumbled into sparkling particles of light, disappearing without a trace. Libeni looked on in amazement, and without wasting a second, she darted forward like a ghost, her scythe flashing through the air like black lightning and cutting through Rhine's staff. And then the blade, it entered from the side, below the ribs, and went all the way to the collarbone, leaving behind a trail of burning pain. Blood arced through the air and scattered into droplets. His body was thrown far back, like a rag doll thrown by a gust of wind. And Libeni came up with a smile and said that it looked like it was time for them to say goodbye. She laughed at him and said that this is what happens when you try to help someone. A cold that could only be described as unbearable pain quickly spread throughout his body from the deep cut, as if thousands of ice needles were digging into every cell, making it impossible to breathe. He desperately gasped for air, unable to breathe because the burning sensation inside his body was as if tiny creatures were tormenting him from the inside, crawling into his throat and veins. He immediately realized that he was pierced by a dark poison, because this feeling was reminiscent of that very hopeless state that he had once experienced on the edge. It was a feeling of the end, familiar and terrible, as if everything around was losing its meaning, and the body no longer obeyed even the simplest commands. Libeni, sitting right next to Rain's head, looked at him with a cold smile as if she enjoyed his suffering and powerlessness. She whispered softly with pleasure, as if tasting the words, as if she wanted to stretch this moment out as long as possible, watching his agony. Rain's thoughts were in pieces, as if a sleepy fog had clouded his mind, and even the slightest movement seemed like a feat in a slow nightmare that could not be stopped. Rain tried his best to concentrate, because if he could complete the magic circle, then all was not lost. There was still a chance. He racked his brain in a desperate attempt to calculate the complex formula, not knowing if he had enough mana to complete the task before his consciousness faded. But suddenly, through the panic and pain, he was overcome by a feeling of deep disgust for everything he had done before, for all the reincarnations and attempts to change something. He saw no point in starting all over again, because even in a new body and a new world, he would again be alone, helpless, and of no use to anyone. Just as he was about to give up, a warm memory suddenly appeared before his inner eye, one that could not be forgotten even at such a moment. He heard Frida's voice calling Lynn tenderly, and as always, faithful Bibi stood next to him, patiently awaiting his return. Suddenly a stream of blood burst out of him, but he, gathering the last of his strength and determination into a fist, with difficulty raised the upper part of his body, not wanting to give up. He realized that if he gave in now, Bibi would remain alone forever, and the stubborn man who waited for him until the end would simply disappear without a trace. Libani, watching Rain's desperate struggle, narrowed her eyes as if she felt uneasy at the strength of his will, which she had never expected to see. She still spoke her words with a grin, as if enjoying the sight of a strong warrior who was on the edge, still fighting for his life. Her bored face became indifferent, and she thought with irritation that it would be better to get rid of him right away, without wasting time, and raised her braid. There was a piercing sound that seemed to tear the air, and a bright light flashed along the trajectory, suddenly changing its direction towards Libani. 5 fiery arrows shot out from the ground and nearly pierced her through, and only her lightning-fast reaction saved her from serious injury. She frowned and muttered that it was probably fire magic, but her eyes were already showing interest in the attacker. Such an amount of magical energy put into one arrow indicated that this was not just a beginner, but a true master of shooting. As she looked around to find the direction of attack, there was a loud roar, and the back wall of the building exploded, shattering into many pieces. A figure clad in black iron emerged from the dust cloud, moving with frightening speed, like a shadow come to life from a nightmare. It was Bart. As Libani raised her scythe in irritation, another volley of fire arrows rang out, raining down on her with relentless precision and force. Rain, looking down, knew that such high accuracy and frequency of shooting could only belong to an experienced archer whose skills had been honed by many battles. Bart deftly grabbed Rain, picked him up and ran, leaving behind him a gap in the opposite wall. An angry Libani screamed for an explanation and called out Milik's name, expecting him to explain what was happening. From the darkness that seemed to boil near the wall, a man in dark green clothes emerged, confident in himself despite the heavy atmosphere. He silently showed his bloody left hand with the severed head, demonstrating that he had just completed the order he had received from Libani. He calmly reported that he had successfully completed the task and eliminated 2 enemies, among whom was the very woman in question. Libani, despite her strength, did not like fighting with equals, and always chose easier targets to enjoy the process without risk, which is why Milik was her opposite, and always fought with truly dangerous enemies, while she chose the weak ones. Annoyed and furious, she yelled at Milik, blaming him for the failures and the boring hunting, but he just sighed heavily and shook his head slightly. At that very moment, a shadow rushed swiftly over the southwestern roof, whose form immediately merged into the clear silhouette of a warrior in black, and immediately after it, new figures appeared, one after another, as if they were growing out of thin air. These were 3 warriors from the group where Milik destroyed 2 people, and when Libani asked Milk who it was, he said that it was the 3 remaining thieves, whom he did not have time to destroy. And then Libani wondered what kind of people were helping Rain. Meanwhile, a roar was thundering in Rain's ears, and when the ground shook beneath him, Rain opened his eyes with difficulty, struggling with a clouded consciousness. He saw his past team of adventurers in front of him. In front of him was Sam, who was healing him, as well as Bart and Rem. While Rain looked on in confusion, Rem cheerfully raised his hand in victory, as if he had just won a fight without fighting, and greeted the impudent little Rain. Bart, who was holding him on her shoulder, finally spoke up and calmly reminded him of her promise made many days ago. He quietly said that he wanted to fulfill his promise and help, even if he didn't know when that moment would come in the future. Rain looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to answer, because the words he heard touched him to the depths of his soul. These simple but sincere words made his eyes water, and he could hardly contain the trembling in his voice and body. To hide the emotions that were flooding him, he turned away from Rem and muttered something absurd, trying not to give himself away. Rem responded to his pretense with false indignation, reminding him that everyone could clearly see what state he was in. Rain, slightly taken aback, muttered indistinctly that he had been pretending, but he himself understood how stupid it sounded. While he was trying to save face, Rem chuckled, and Sam intervened, saying that there was no need to be ashamed of the help he received. He cheerfully reported that they had been following him from the start anyway, just in case, not wanting to miss the moment. The guild secretary told them about the suspicious black market, and they decided not to abandon each other in such a dangerous situation. Rain wanted to object, but he couldn't find the right words, because he realized that their actions were dictated not by an order, but by concern. He was stunned that his friends had followed him all the way, simply because they didn't want anything to happen to him. Everything in that place had turned into ruins, and as soon as relief touched them, Rem looked back with alarm and quietly said that some creatures had already begun pursuing them. Bart, ready for battle, nodded silently, confirming that they had to buy as much time as possible to hold the line. Sammy also continued the ritual with concentration, speeding up the pace and squeezing his fingers, because there was very little time left to complete it. At this moment, while Rain was still lowering his head, a muffled voice filled with suppressed feelings came from him. He said the names of his friends, Bart, Remus, Sam, as if checking if they were really there or if it was just a dream. They froze, and he added words with difficulty, which sounded quieter than a whisper, but were full of sincerity and inner anguish. He thanked them and even said, "Thank you." The words were hard to say, for Rain, the Archmage, was not used to speaking from the heart, especially to those he considered important. But despite the restraint, Bart and the others immediately understood how honest and genuine these simple words of gratitude were. Rem smiled, and Bart, with a slight clatter of armor, came closer, lowered his hand, and affectionately patted Rain on the head. He said that there was no need to stand on ceremony because they were comrades, and real comrades will always help each other out, no questions asked. Rem picked up with a grin and told Rain to stop pretending to be an adult and to behave like stubborn children. Rain brushed away the tears that had treacherously appeared in his eyes and nodded vigorously, as if gaining strength from the confession. He smiled through the last of his pain and said almost jokingly that they were terribly late, as always, and called them slow-witted. But this joy could not last forever, and when Rem and Bart were about to move forward, Rain raised his finger and asked to wait just 10 minutes, smiling weakly and promising that he would definitely finish what he started if they gave him a little time. Rem asked again, as if he didn't immediately understand the meaning, but he heard in Rain's voice a confidence that had never been there before. He grinned, assuring that he could hold out for even an hour. Libeni growled angrily and swung her abyssal scythe sharply, chopping down the enemies that leapt out of the darkness indiscriminately, their bodies rolling across the floor without making a sound. As if despising their efforts, she spoke out loudly, believing that these mercenaries were so stupid that they did not understand who was the real master here and whose power reigned within these walls. While all this was happening, Milik took advantage of the commotion and hid in the shadows, using a technique that sent scout spirits into the darkness to survey the area. But suddenly, from behind the darkness, a female voice was heard, in which there was a hint of mockery. And immediately after this, a red-hot, fiery arrow with intense heat flew towards Milik. On the roof stood Rem with a bow, keeping a keen eye on the target, and below, Bart, a giant in black armor, held a terrifying double-sided axe in his hands. Libeni, not hiding her anger, pointed her finger at the two and screamed, accusing them of taking away her well-deserved spoils. To this, Rem immediately countered with mockery, as if ridiculing the very attempt to accuse her. But before he finished his sentence, Bart stepped forward with heaviness in every step. He loudly stated his name and sect. Bart's faction, the Whirlwind Wheel, was the most famous sword faction in the entire empire, part of the Seven Swords Holy School, and his surname, Urians, was definitely awarded only to the best students. And when a disciple of the Holy School of the Seven Swords names his name and faction, it is only when he expresses a clear intention to destroy someone. Libeni was still smiling, but a slight wrinkle appeared on her forehead as she realized who exactly she would have to fight. Milik, smiling, ran his fingers along his chin as if remembering something interesting, and named the names of the heroes who had conquered one of the rarest monsters. Rem immediately exclaimed that his name should be called first, because after all, he was the leader of the team and first on the list. At the mention of Libeni's favorite monster, her eyes flashed an eerie, dark blue light, the same as the abyss itself. She said with fury that if these two had really destroyed her sweet creature, then they would not escape retribution from her whole soul. Bart immediately noticed that the atmosphere around her had changed dramatically, and he gave Rem a sign with his chin that he should be on his guard. Both sides rushed forward, and Libeni chopped a large rock with her scythe, but Rem and Bart successfully dodged it. Rem immediately tried to fire an arrow back, but Milik had the rare ability to hunt archers, moving through space with the help of shadows, which served as his invisible support. Rem saw the enemy in time and was able to repel the attack, and shouted to Bart that it was his time to enter the battle. Milik activated the black magic. Rem knew that it was better not to touch the black thing, if you remember the battle with the queen. Milik warned that nothing would happen if they touched him, and if it did, then nothing could be done. But Rem did not show any cowardice at all. He said thank you for the instructions, and was ready to fight. He cut through the air with the first magical arrow, launching it with such precision as if everything that was happening had already been calculated. While Milik easily dodged and sharply reduced the distance between them, moving in space with the help of shadows, which served as his invisible support. A sharp jerk forward, and his shadow was already behind Rem, moving almost silently over the fragments of stone. Milik's hand grabbed Rem's leg, pulling him off balance with terrifying precision and cold determination. In his other hand, he was already clutching a sharp weapon, preparing to deliver a precise blow that would leave no opportunity for a response. But at that very moment, Rem blocked it with a powerful heel. The blow landed right on the temple and threw the enemy back several meters. At this time, Rem shot 5 more arrows upward, and they, sparkling, flew up to the sky like flashes of lightning in the pre-storm sky. One of the arrows that flew up shattered into dozens of fragments, and they began to fall rapidly downwards, covering the enemy with a hurricane of sharp tips. This combat technique, invented by St. Kiss, required lightning-fast reactions, and was especially effective at close range, where there was nowhere to retreat. Immediately after that, Rem fired a few more arrows upward, putting the heat of fire into them, and the air filled with sparks and magical pressure. As they fell, fire flared up around them, swallowing up all the shadows, and light instantly dispersed the remaining darkness on the roof. This meant that Rem had time to understand Milik's style and use his preferences in spatial maneuvering against him. With a smirk, Rem threw a jab at Milik about how he talked too much in battle and wasn't really that dangerous. Rem mockingly called out to Milik, challenging him to a face-to-face fight, and called him an ink sac, as if challenging him to his face. He loudly ridiculed him, adding that he was only capable of fighting easy prey, like thieves hiding in corners. These words seemed to hit the mage deeper than expected, because his hands were immediately filled with an ominous shadow. 2 black daggers formed in his palms, pulsating with energy created from pure black magic. Milik, grinning, said that he had changed his mind about showing mercy, and was now determined to destroy them without hesitation. Without wasting a second, Milik rushed forward, and his silhouette dissolved into the shadows, as if the air itself was trembling with tension. Rem immediately fired arrows one after another, hoping to stop his swift impulse at least for a moment. But the dark magician easily fought them off with his daggers, and every movement was like a dance filled with darkness and fury. Meanwhile, on the other side, the blades of an axe and a scythe collided, and blinding sparks flew around them as if the metal was breathing out its own flame with each new blow. As Bart sliced through her braid with a powerful blow, Lebeni summoned a huge sledgehammer into her hands, created from a clot of black magic that pulsed and smoked in her palms. She brought it down with a furious cry, hoping to crush the enemy with one blow of pure destructive force. But Bart's axe met the blow head-on and stopped the magic sledgehammer as if it were just a toy and not a weapon of destruction. Lebeni's eyes widened in surprise, and she did not believe that anyone could stop this madness with brute force. Then Lebeni, having blocked Bart's barbaric attacks several times with difficulty, finally changed tactics, moving from a deft defense to smooth dodging. She thought she was fighting an ordinary student, but now she was beginning to understand what kind of armored monster this was and what place it occupied in the gold rank food chain. Her attempts to counterattack were unsuccessful, so she realized that she needed to use a different tactic. With a sharp gesture of her left hand, she activated the magic, and a fog full of poisonous fumes instantly covered the battle arena, obscuring everything around with a viscous haze. Bart, feeling threatened, closed his eyes and held his breath to avoid inhaling the dangerous fog he was familiar with from his battle with the Queen. And at that very moment, certain that the enemy was blind and vulnerable, Lebeni silently rushed into the attack through her own cloud of death. Just before his vision went completely dark, Bart swung his axe with such force that the air exploded with such pressure that the fog cleared with a roar. And then he threw all his strength into Lebeni, and his fist struck with such force that the air around him seemed to burst from the tension. Rem and Milik were shocked by the incredible distance Lebeni was thrown, as if she had been thrown by a giant ballista. She flew into the wall with such destructive speed, as if a meteorite was falling from the sky, leaving behind dust and cracks. Then she fell heavily to the ground, and Bart was already standing right in front of her with a confident smile, pleased with the result of the attack. He looked down at Lebeni, calmly preparing to strike again, as if everything that was happening was routine. But Lebeni did not rise. Bart could not believe that everything would end like this. He expected a more difficult fight. But it was not to be. She managed to get up and stood in front of him like a zombie, staggering on her feet. With a quiet groan, Lebeni pulled back the ring and middle fingers of his left hand, feeling the magical pulsation of the spell and the pain merge into a single impulse. The darkness around him seemed to tremble as he called upon an ancient power whose name was hidden in legends, filling the air with trembling energy. Rem realized that he had no right to allow Lebeni to complete the magical ritual, and saturated the arrows with flame, preparing to strike swiftly. However, Milik suddenly intervened, abruptly stopping his opponent and firmly pushing his hands away, preventing him from taking a shot. The power of the spell, enhanced by black magic, could destroy everything in its path, and even the most skilled magicians would be powerless against such an onslaught. The next moment, Bart threw his axe towards Lebeni, hoping to interrupt the course of events and change the outcome of the battle. And his muscular body, filled with strength, rushed forward, leaving cracks on the stone floor with every step. However, the reason for the throw was not to lighten the weight, but to use a clever technique born in the school of the storm wheel, where the body and weapon merge into a single rhythm. He knew that holding the weapon constantly limited his options, but letting go of it and then catching it before it struck meant gaining new freedom in attack. This method allowed for a change of pace, confusion of the opponent, and an opening for unpredictable attacks, including close combat with bare hands. An ominous call rang out through the roar of magic and the clatter of footsteps as Libeni completed the ancient ritual, pouring the last of his mana into it. The situation was becoming critical because the distance between them had disappeared in a matter of seconds, and Bart was already preparing to strike with his entire body weight, and the axe, which had left a shimmering trail behind, was now racing through the air, returning to its owner. Bart put all his rage and strength into his fist, not thinking about the consequences, only about reaching the target before the axe returned to his palm. His plan was simple: crush the enemy with a blow comparable to a hammer before Libeni had time to finish the spell. Those watching this moment held their breath, because everything happened too quickly to even comprehend. At that moment, the axe crashed into the ground, flashing runes. Darkness flowed from the blades, and Bart's armor stretched into a distorted, menacing shape. Bart missed but didn't stop, and Libeni, dodging for a split second, touched his breastplate with cold determination. The fingers, filled with black magic, began to pulse, transmitting a spell into the armor that was designed to completely destroy living matter. Rem couldn't believe that his comrade's life could end like this. And Libeni, whose whole face was covered in blood, wished Bart a safe journey. Bart barely had time to realize what was happening before a stream of forbidden energy burst out of him, distorting the space around him like a giant funnel, sucking in everything in its path. Rem rushed to help, deciding to support his comrade in the fight, but Milik stopped him with one strong kick, not allowing him to move forward. At this point, Bart was already trapped in a black magic trap, with virtually no way out, and it seemed his fate was sealed. Libeni, watching the unfolding situation with a predatory smile, prepared to deliver the decisive and crushing blow. The mist that burst from Libeni's hand enveloped the armor, and the space around it began to shake, as if collapsing under the weight of magic. A moment of confusion flashed in her eyes, because she expected an immediate result, but everything looked different than it should have been. She realized that the spell had failed, not because it was weak, but because something had interfered with the very fabric of magic. From the depths of the darkness came a voice, alien but confident, as if its source stood above the very concept of reality. Rain, barely standing on his feet, appeared in sight, covered in his own blood, his eyes glowing in the darkness like two shards of dawn. He didn't just endure the spell, he broke its essence, erased it from the world as if it were just an illusion in the sand. Rain activated the magic triangle, and a powerful energy sparked around him, instantly changing the space, filling the air with a tangible tension and power, as if nature itself was calling him to action. Milik, standing nearby, could not hide his surprise. His eyes widened from the incredible power emanating from Rain, because he had seen something like this very rarely and expected something completely different. At that moment, Rain released a huge fire strike, so strong and large-scale that the flames swept through the streets, burning everything in their path, engulfing not only the opponents, but also threatening to destroy entire houses around. The fire spread in waves, illuminating the dark sky and reflecting in the eyes of those present, creating a sense of imminent catastrophe and impressive power that was difficult to stop even for the most experienced magicians. Rem, seeing this whole picture, allowed himself a light joke, noting in his calm tone that he was now indebted to Rain and would perhaps have to thank him with something simple, for example, by inviting him to dinner. Rain apologized for not coming as quickly as he wanted, but said that now this battle was his. Bart came up and also thanked for the help, because he was on the verge of death, but he did not understand Rain's words, because the battle seemed to be over. But Rain turned towards the scorched space and immediately realized that it was not over yet, because a silhouette was slowly appearing in the flames, not wanting to disappear. Through the veil of heat and smoke, Libenia's body was barely visible, barely keeping her balance on her feet, as if her will was trying to resist reality itself. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes because her body looked almost completely burnt, but she still continued to stand. Rain slowly removed his bloody gloves, revealing his palms covered in strange bandages, as if hiding an ancient secret. Meanwhile, Milik warned Libeni that she could most likely develop internal wounds, and he advised that it would be better to retreat after such an attack and take revenge when the body is renewed. But Libeni was not going to retreat. She looked at him with broken eyes, and she had only one desire: to destroy him. Two dark circles slowly rose from her hands, surrounded by trembling shadows, as if the abyss itself was responding to her call. Rain glanced briefly at his allies, urging them to stand back, because the next step was going to be something special. He told them to consider it an honor, because they would be the first to see it. The 4 runes were arranged clockwise, glowing with a bright light when power was applied, forming an unrivaled magic circle. The light from the peace rune spread quickly and widely, erecting a protective barrier around it that was both impenetrable and mysterious, emphasizing the uniqueness of the creation. The magic circle known as was a unique creation that only Rain himself could create, spreading the glow of runes across the 4 cardinal directions, protecting himself and his allies. Milik, always reasonable and calm, watched what was happening in amazement, doubting that such a thing was possible for such a young guy. After all, the mental barrier was a technique only available to sages who had reached the 6-star level of magic. Libeni quickly dismissed the idea, considering it a deceptive illusion that could not withstand real power. And a moment later, Libeni released a powerful negative destruction spell, and a whirlwind of energy crashed down on Rain, trying to break his defense. She didn't perceive Rain's actions as magic, because for her, magic only began when a tangible power emanated from her, causing everything around her to tremble with force. Libeni did not feel this force, so she stepped forward with absolute confidence, without hesitating for a moment, confident that nothing would stop her. Rain activated a magic circle, the shape of which was complex, and included 2 triangles superimposed on each other. The engraved runes of Journey and Field gave the spell the properties of levitation and a stable barrier that extended for several steps around. Rem and Bart looked at what was happening in amazement, because for the first time they saw magic that was so different from everything they had encountered before. Originally, this power was too strong to be blocked by 2-star level magic. But when the Reverence rune in the inner barrier of the world flashed with a blinding light, the entire situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. He successfully activated a rare technique that allows for the replacement of already carved runes while the magic is in effect. The wall of fire that shot up quickly emitted heat that surpassed the capabilities of low-level magic and easily parried the whirlwind of destruction, protecting Rain. Milik and Libeni also did not believe their eyes, because history knew only 3 who were able to change the neglected runes: the witch Frida, her student Terrina, and the archmage Lynn. The moment Rain crossed his arms, a bright beam of fire burst out from the wandering rune, and the bodies of Libeni and Milik began to tremble involuntarily, feeling an extraordinary power. They had absolutely no idea how to get out of the situation now, because they were surrounded by threats from all sides, and there was no way out in sight. But despite all the chaos, they finally realized that the destructive 4-star magic that destroyed the Queen came from Rain himself, not from the scroll. It was impossible not to feel shocked when the sky was filled with the light of flying sparks, as if magic itself had gone out of control and was raging without limits. The ability to change already written runes was considered the highest skill, accessible only to the chosen few who possessed the ancient school of magical writing. Milik, realizing how out of control the situation was, cast a water elemental spell, trying to stop the flow of sparks that were threatening their lives. But it also couldn't help, he saw such cool magicians for the first time, so he decided to send a scout to report the information. Milik insisted that they urgently needed to escape, but Libeni was overcome with rage, and the intention to bring the fight to the end, not listening to either common sense or her ally. Milik shouted that this magician was too tough for them, and they needed to retreat. She lost her mind in a flood of emotions and continued to rush forward, obsessed with the thought of victory, as if not noticing the growing threat. Rain activated the evaporation and field runes, creating a magical fog that blocked perception and allowed him to hide in the chaos. As the steam quickly spread out in all directions, Rain extended his hand, and the light from the reckoning rune enveloped the field, causing the air to tremble with the density of magic. He used the 6 principles of formation to combine the base symbols and create new suppression and swelling runes, completely changing the structure of the spell. Among the thousands of formulas inscribed in the calculation rune, Rain instantly found the ones he needed, solving complex calculations as if his consciousness had merged with the mathematics of magic. The formula he used was an improper integral that calculated coordinates to within the smallest deviations within the region. The mages watching what was happening froze in stupefaction, not understanding where Rain got such runes from and why they began to act with such force. A heavy wind blew from above, and under its pressure the fog was pressed to the ground, revealing the battlefield to everyone with stunning clarity. This wind put pressure not only on the magical vapors, but also on the people themselves, preventing them from moving and making them feel the full weight of what was happening. Milik, trying to hold Libeni and lead her to safety, felt his body become heavier and froze for a moment, losing control. And Libeni stuck her head into the ground and realized that she had lost the campaign. Once Terrina, the creator of Libeni, said that without the ability to transform runes, there can be no talk of true success in the art of magic. Once it became clear that Libeni was incapable of such a transformation, she, who had been considered ideal, was immediately recognized as a failed creation. The girl, driven to despair, decided to resort to the last resort, and without hesitation sacrificed her own hands to strengthen the flow of black magic. Her mutilated hands were filled with 2 rotating magic circles, from which intense energy emanated, ready to burst out and crush everything around. At that moment, Rain activated Bear Curious, releasing an elusive wave of influence that penetrated the very core of consciousness and destroyed the illusion of control. Libeni, as if colliding with an invisible wall, fell sharply to the ground in front of her, losing the ability to stay on her feet under the pressure of force. Rain pointed his finger at them, and in that instant, fiery vines erupted around their bodies, engulfing their limbs and giving them no chance to move. In the midst of the magical chaos, there was suddenly silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of Rain, who dropped to one knee and barely suppressed a cough. He let out a breath, realizing how close he was to the limit of his capabilities and that all his magical power had been used up to the last drop. Rem rushed forward to support the staggering Rain, looking worriedly at the one who had just accomplished the impossible. Rain warned his opponents that any movement would cause the flames to activate, and he raised his head heavily, trying to hide his weakness. And Rem and Bart, looking at Rain, smiled and joked that they told him not to overdo it. This fight became a test of endurance, in which Rain had to use force beyond his physical and magical limits. If everything had not ended at this very moment, the consequences could have been much more dire. Milik, feeling weakness in his body, clenched his teeth and looked at Rain with amazement, as if for the first time she saw something incomprehensible in him. He wanted to know who he really was, and why his power resembled something ancient, forgotten, and frightening. Rain asked them the same question, and in response, Libeni first laughed, and then her face distorted with internal struggle and anger. When she laughed, the fiery vines pressed her tighter, and she told him not to be arrogant, because he had only changed the runes, and she considered herself the real one. She convinced herself that she was real, created with Lynn's soul and trained in magic like no one else, believing in her superiority. When the meaning of her words reached Rain, he involuntarily widened his eyes, trying to comprehend that someone was going to use the body as a vessel for his essence. He wanted to know who could dare to do this, but before he could ask, The strange rune in Lebeni's body began to spew black smoke. She kept talking about her future strength and promised herself that next time she would definitely achieve victory, no matter what. Lebeni made no attempt to attack, but merely raised her gaze to the sky and cried out to her mother in prayer, hoping for forgiveness. The smoke that engulfed her body began to destroy her flesh, distorting her shape and filling the air with the foul scent of decay. Those around her stood frozen in shock as they watched her body disintegrate on its own, as if dissolving into an unknown force. Milik realized that his actions were driven by his mother's will, which did not allow exceptions and erased those who violated the established order. After certain conditions were activated, black magic was triggered, consuming them both in an irreversible ritual, and all that remained of Lebeni's body was a flaming skeleton, which slowly crumbled into sparks, leaving behind a trail of extinguished magic. Without even waiting for the final blow, the fiery prison activated on its own and engulfed Milik, whose gaze remained calm. Rem watched the spectacle with disgust, biting his lip and trying to hide his concern for Rain, whose condition was alarming. Bart came closer and asked how Rain was feeling, but he didn't react, just silently stared at the charred remains. Rain repeated to himself what he had heard earlier, wondering what those who were able to create vessels for other people's souls were planning. Rain's consciousness was overloaded, because this was not the first time he had encountered black magic, which was capable of changing the very essence of a person, and he could not understand what the black magicians were planning. He staggered, lost his balance, and collapsed, completely exhausted. Rem covered him with his cloak, feeling the heat coming from his body, as if something unquenchable and alive was still burning within him. He noted that Rain, as always, gave it his all and, despite his fatigue, continued to radiate an inner fire. Bart pondered the mysterious inner-world barrier, which few knew about, and which only added to the mystery of the Rhine. Rem shrugged, admitting that he had wondered, not for the first time, what kind of person Rain really was. The underground wind blew over them, reminding them of what had happened and keeping within itself the warm trace of the battle that had just ended. Bart quietly said that whoever Rain was, he was still their comrade, and walked forward, carrying him on his back. Rem grinned as he caught up with him, and, as if in answer to his own doubts, admitted that he had never thought otherwise. The anthill incident ended with the late intervention of the Golden Children and the Magic Special Forces, who arrived on orders from the Department of Magic. The 5 thieves' guilds that had secretly ruled the Empire for many years suffered a crushing defeat and quickly scattered across the regions, and the number of victims exceeded 2,000 people, and this became the largest disaster in the history of the criminal community of the Empire. The head of Ledacable was handed over to the Imperial Court by the Golden Children, who accused him of ignoring a shadow trade on such a scale. There were rumors that everything that was happening was carefully planned by the Imperial Court itself in order to get rid of the guilds immediately. Suspicions only grew stronger after the unknown person who carried out the massacre disappeared without leaving a trace behind, especially since only participants in the black market and criminal organizations were destroyed without affecting outsiders in any way. Amidst this horror, a man walked calmly, biting into an apple and curiously examining the unattended shops. He noticed that most of the things had disappeared and came to the conclusion that something important had already been taken with them. A woman named Terrina approached him, her face haggard and her eyes bloodshot, yawning and clearly not having slept well after the night's work. Doran reminded her that an investigation was based not only on evidence, but also on an understanding of the reasons and logic behind what happened. He wondered why the crows had arrived before them and caused destruction instead of simply taking the item and leaving. Maybe they wanted to attract attention, but why would they when they could have done it quietly and without making any noise? He concluded that despite the destruction of the anthill, the Holy See would completely cleanse it without a trace, but the woman doubted this because the sea clearly knew about the existence of the black market, but did not intervene for years. Doran took the larva from the pool of blood, placed it on the counter, and covered it with a transparent frame, as if conducting an experiment. He explained that the larva may die in the trap, but if left undisturbed, it may evolve and become a threat. Comparing the larva to human society, he noted that the world is maintained in such a way as not to fall apart, but also not to develop. Even with the prohibitions, the entertainment declared taboo continues to flourish, while the higher powers turn away in silence, and Doran doubted that the mad dragon was simply observing order, because his power allowed him to see everything from above. The woman, hearing this, scratched the back of her head, realizing the analogy with an anthill, which, even if destroyed, will definitely appear again. She concluded that if the anthill reappeared, the throne would again turn a blind eye to it in order to maintain balance. Doran chuckled and admitted that she understood the gist of what was happening, although her reaction was full of irritation and discontent. Perhaps even larvae can think about something, dream about something, and at one moment, they suddenly decide to become free from the shackles. But the girl insisted that this would not happen. Otherwise, nothing would have remained of humanity many years ago, so the larvae are doomed to live within these boundaries forever. Then a mustachioed mage approached them and handed over a sheet of report with important information. On this sheet was a list of adventurers who were sent to guard the anthill with the approval of the Alliance. The name on the report was Rain Ludwig, and he was not listed among the casualties, which brought Doran obvious relief. He knew that if Rain were to suffer, he would have to answer to Senor Kevin himself, and that would be the worst possible outcome. Who would have thought that, having given a young aristocrat a couple of hints, he would track down the entrance to the black market and intervene? Usually noble children are scared and refuse to get involved in such things, sending agents or retreating altogether. Doran chuckled, remembering how he had acted, and realized that the boy was not like the others, but much braver. He fell silent, looking at the sheet, but the question of why Rain was so interested in Terrina's book was spinning in his head. A woman with a hooded face entered the intertwined huts that formed a tight labyrinth in the abandoned area. On the uneven bed lay Rain, breathing heavily, as if his body refused to respond to reality. Even after hearing a familiar voice, he did not show the slightest sign of awareness, continuing to wheeze painfully in a semi-conscious state. Next to him sat Sam the priest, who could not cure him in any way, shook his head. He whispered that the young man still did not wake up, and his intermittent muttering indicated internal pain. When the woman removed the hood, Rudian became visible. She anxiously asked if the boy could be healed, although she already knew the answer and avoided looking into his eyes. Sammy sighed, noting that the dark poison had already dissipated, but the effects remained deep within his body. Then Wills came in and warned Rudian that it was time for them to leave before the investigation went too far, but first they wanted to give something to Rain, because he had saved them and they were very grateful to him. Before leaving, she placed the bag on the table next to the bed, and the soft clink of coins filled the room. Sam was not surprised by the gold, since there was several times more of it than usual, but his gaze was drawn to the Book of Terrain, indicated there, which was an object of particular interest, and it was confiscated everywhere without explanation. After saying goodbye, Rudian leaned over Rain and quietly kissed him on the cheek, as if blessing him for the future, whispering in his ear that she hoped to see him again, and she promised that if they met on the archipelago, she would greet him with all the honors as a royal person. Sam was dumbfounded looking at her, because such a ritual was strange to him. The woman smiled and said that for the inhabitants of the archipelago, this was the highest gesture of gratitude. When they want to express their highest recognition, they kiss on the cheek, something like a greeting or farewell. The ancient temple of the Black Church had an ominous aura that swirled in the air like thick myrrh incense, and the refracted light created the illusion of distorted space. As the crow made of magic flew in, the energy currents on the throne platform began to stir, and the vague outlines of several figures appeared. One of the servants standing at the foot of the throne conveyed information that caused the magical shadows to stir and begin to whisper. According to the report, the third and sixth top seats were now empty, as their owners had been defeated. Terrina, whom they called Mother, could not believe that someone could defeat Libani. Some doubted that Milik had fallen, for he was cold-blooded and reasonable, and could not be defeated without reason. Number 2 was expressing extreme anger, Number 5 was clarifying the facts, and Number 1 remained silent, sitting with his eyes closed. And another one said that there is nothing surprising about this. It would have happened anyway someday. One of the magicians reported that before disappearing, Milik managed to send a magic crow with a short message. This message contained words about rain, dangerous magic, which confirmed the seriousness of what happened. He insisted that he needed to be removed immediately. The phrase about rain caused speculation, because if Milik concluded that he was dangerous, then it seems that this is indeed the case. Number 5, who was in the Alliance branch, was simultaneously using telekinesis to look through hundreds of documents at the scene. He found out that out of the 13 registered mages named Rain, only 4 were alive. Then they thought that perhaps Rhine is not a name, but some kind of code. He then noticed that only one of them, Rhine Ludwig, could match the dangerous level, as he had reached bronze rank in less than a month. Some figures laughed, considering this an exaggeration, considering it another piece of trash among the general pile. They thought it was a joke because how could Libani die with such an enemy? Number 5 said that she only voiced the facts that she looked at in the documents, so she asked not to escalate the situation. One of them asked if Rain was the same genius from the aristocratic family. They confirmed, calling him a young talent, because he received the highest rating among the current golden generation of Delighten. Another denied it, because at that age hiding one's powers was nonsense, insisting that they were not in a fairy tale. There was some arguing among them. Some did not believe that Libani could suffer because of such a brat, despite how talented he was. And the latter believed that, given Libania's character, the possibility of death due to carelessness could not be ruled out, since she too often stuck her nose where it wasn't needed. And one of them said, "What goes around comes around," a kind of heavenly punishment, and these words angered the other black magicians. The girl immediately separated them and asked why complicate things when they could simply catch and destroy everyone. But Number 5, she said that it wouldn't work with Rain because he was the descendant of a great magical family and was in Delaten, where it was difficult for them to get to. But one of them said that there was no need to go to school because Number 1 was already listed in Delaten, which made the task easier. So they warned Number 1 that Rain was probably very strong according to Milik, but he was still no match for Number 1, so they ordered him to make it look like an accident and destroy him. Then Number 1 came to Terrina. She ordered him to get rid of everything that would be an obstacle to him. Number 1, who was called Wallen, said that he would immediately deal with Rain as soon as he was sure that he was acting in Leda Cable. After the signal given by the woman who blew out a cloud of smoke from her pipe, the figures in the hall disappeared, one after another. Left alone, she reminded herself out loud that Libani was her creation, born through transmutation. She was a precious child, raised by Terrina from infancy. Despite years of mentoring and teaching, she felt no emotion at her departure. Perhaps because she never gave her warmth, or because she gave up tears 3 centuries ago. She remembered the moment when Lynn gave her a bamboo hat and asked her not to worry, because he would definitely return and continue to teach her magic. But after those promises, nothing happened. 300 years passed, but the hat he had given her then remained with her as the only symbol of the past. When several years had passed since Lynn had been placed in the icy sleep, Terrina was sorting through books. She hoped that she could get him back, and she thought that the fact that her master still hadn't opened his eyes meant nothing. Every day of her life was spent remembering him, and if he still hadn't woken up, then something in the foundation of the magic was broken. She came every day to their statue of heroes and said that she would definitely save them. 200 years after Rain was placed in icy sleep, her attempts were still ongoing. Finally, after studying witchcraft and the structure of the elemental structure for 200 years, she discovered a fundamental flaw in the main system of transformation. For the first time in all that time, she allowed herself to smile and believed that she could revive her master Lynn. She immediately ran to the dragon's lair to discuss her plan, but her work, which she had invested centuries into, was rejected by the dragon race and immediately condemned by the head of the Holy See. The mad dragon Herederiman believed that it was possible to influence the body, but was unable to overcome the barrier separating the soul from life. However, she believed that if the soul was still rushing about in the cold, it could be returned, and only for this was it worth risking everything. She put the pipe that had once belonged to her mentor, Frida, into her mouth and inhaled deeply the bitter, acrid smoke. After which, her palm gently slid along the edge of the bamboo hat that held the warmth of the disappeared man. She looked up at the cracked ceiling, where the stars were hiding, and exhaled slowly towards the night sky. She repeated to herself that there was very little left, that the path was almost completed, and the day of the meeting was already near. A soft, warm breeze blew gently across the field, and Rain opened his eyes as the carriage rocked slowly as it moved, and as he sat there looking around at the world, the creaking of the carriage and the pleasant wind reminded him of something long forgotten. Sammy was sitting on the box, holding the reins with a smile, and his voice sounded unexpectedly lively and calm. Through the clanking of black iron, Rain heard Rem sitting next to him with Bart, who was discussing his upcoming visit to the city. Talk of the road, stability and strict control reminded Rain of fragments of the past. While a sharp pain pierced his head, memories emerged one after another, and he realized that what seemed like a dream was actually reality. Rem told Rain that he must have extensive connections, since there could have been problems at the Leda Cable checkpoint because of Terrina's book, but people from the special department escorted them. When Rem said that the man had a squint and an unpleasant smile, Rain immediately realized that it was Doran Slide. When Doran helped, he said that this was a manifestation of love from their future boss towards them, and then asked his people to let them go under his responsibility. Hearing that they were simply allowed to leave the city made him think about the people who had interfered with his fate. He realized that he was indebted not only to Doran, but also to everyone who went with him, despite the danger and fear. And Rain thanked his comrades because he could not have survived without them. The guys exchanged glances and couldn't believe it, because sincerity was rare for Rain, and they weren't used to hearing such words from him. Bart and Sammy smiled softly, as if they understood his silent appreciation and accepted it warmly, but Rem broke the silence, theatrically playing along and forcing Rain into a noisy scuffle with him. Sammy laughed and Bart tried to stop them, but there was warm goodwill in his voice. Late in the evening they arrived at the western gate of the city and managed to enter before the gates closed. If they had been late, they would have had to spend the night on the street, which would have been extremely unpleasant. As he hopped off the cart and stretched, Bart came closer and spoke heavily of the breakup. Rain tried to brush off the seriousness of the moment, but there was an unfamiliar anxiety in the air. They said they had followed Rhine all the way to Lacatable just to say goodbye, and if nothing had happened, the conversation would have taken place there. Rain didn't understand at first, because they seemed to have said goodbye after the mission with the rat spider, but they said that the situation was a little different, and they wouldn't be able to see each other for a while. When the phrase about the summons from Trident Point was heard, Rain felt his chest tighten. He immediately understood what it was about, because a summons for an adventurer meant a special level task. The guys must go to the sacred land of adventurers, where only true masters can operate. But there is a very dangerous territory there, adjacent to the crazy land of Harbadonia, and only adventurers with a silver rank and above could work there. But the pay is 3 times more than usual. Bart said that they were chosen by the Mobidic Adventurer Union, which ranked 3rd among all the unions, so it was a great opportunity for him and Rem to develop and earn money. And Sam, since he did not have a silver level, planned to return to the church, and since his abilities were not enough, he wanted to prepare hard for the priest's exams. Rem, noticing the expression on Rain's face, took the chance to tease him a little that he couldn't live without them, and that he was afraid that they wouldn't be around. Rain turned away and muttered the words, hiding his embarrassment behind his usual sullenness. He wanted to tell them to stay, But he couldn't stop them for his own selfishness. He understood that this was a chance that everyone dreams of, so he just needed to congratulate them. Bart suddenly knelt down and placed his hand on Rain's head with unexpected gentleness. In this rough but warm gesture of a warrior's farewell, there was all the restrained affection. Rain remembered Kays and Esther, who had once given him such warmth, and his eyes trembled, and he felt how dear this strange trinity was to him. But Rain didn't want to seem weak, so he shouted at them to go, because he was several times stronger than them, so they had better worry about themselves. Rem said that when they meet again, he will eat strong and joyful hugs, and Rem hoped that by that time he will be a master of the bow. As the trio moved into the darkness, their steps were slowed by a scream. Rain could not stand it, and overcoming himself, shouted a question from the depths of his heart. The words sounded unexpected even for the three of them, making them freeze. He asked if they would meet again. They looked at each other, slightly confused, and then one of them, Rem, cheerfully cupped his hands like a megaphone and answered on behalf of all three. The words sounded simple and clear, like an indisputable truth that could not be doubted because it had been tested by time. Rain felt a warm flame flare up in his heart, and he couldn't help but wave his hand at them with an energy he couldn't put into words. They also raised their hands and waved back, and said that they would definitely meet because they were friends. And then they turned and walked on, without looking back, but leaving something important behind them, and he felt like he had become a little older with that night, as if the world had made another turn with him, not against him. Then a system response flashed in his mind, and a screen with an inscription appeared before his eyes. He saw that the progress indicator was slowly creeping up, which could not but please. Back at the dorm, Rain was about to throw the book on the table and collapse from exhaustion. But he remembered Bibi and went up to the second floor to check how she behaved and whether she had done anything bad. Christa's room was in the elite part of the building and stood out even among the other first years. He was met at the door by a sleepy Gertrude Fenton, lazily leaning against the wall. When he asked what she was doing near his door, she said in fear that she was on guard duty for Lady Christa. He didn't understand anything, and she said that it was impossible for anyone to overhear and enter the room by mistake. She silently pointed to the door without explaining what was waiting inside, as if distancing herself from what was happening. Rain opened the door without much suspicion and froze in place, because inside, Christa was sitting in front of Bibi, carefully handing her corn kernels from her palm, watching the parrot repeat its corn in time. They even managed to establish some strange communication, because Christa was telling her that she was going to the store for corn again, and Bibi, gratefully bowing her head, replied thank you, which made Christa beam like a child. Their gazes met suddenly, filled with confusion and embarrassment, the gaze of a descendant of a great family and a proud young aristocrat, who clearly did not expect to be caught at such a moment. Both instantly froze, not understanding what to do next, as if someone had unexpectedly burst into their little secret world and violated something important and personal. Rain immediately closed the door, as if hoping that if he opened it again, none of this would be there, and it would all turn out to be just an imagination or a dream. But Christa, covered in blush, rushed towards him, as if breaking the tension with a sharp flash. It was not just rage, there was confusion and vulnerability in it, and asked why Rain entered the room without knocking. Rain tried to explain that he had opened the door at Gertrude's instigation, but she had disappeared without a trace. Only he remained, facing the confused aristocrat and the embarrassed silence. To soften the moment, he apologized, remembering how he first saw Bibi and was charmed by her naive prettiness. Bibi, as if understanding the mood, gently sat on his head and touched his ear, greeting. Christa looked away, hiding a slight envy. She remembered how she spent the holidays with Bibi. Walks, laughter, conversations at sunset. All this suddenly became inexpressibly important. Bibi bowed to her in her own way, and at that moment Christa felt a painful and almost irresistible desire to embrace her, but she could not allow herself to do so because of her pride and the strictness of her upbringing. Pretending to be irritated by everything that was happening, she feigned a frown and sharply ordered Rain to leave the room, hiding her uncertainty and embarrassment in these words. She closed the door with a sharp sound, as if wanting to cut herself off from the feelings that had arisen, and Bibi at the same second calmly climbed onto Rain's shoulder, as if nothing had happened. Rain scratched the back of his head and looked into the void in bewilderment, not understanding what exactly caused such a change in Christa's behavior in a matter of seconds. As he was about to leave, the door suddenly opened, and Christa handed him a cage with things, everything in which was packed with meticulous care and attention. Rain was truly surprised that she even took the time to buy a new cage without saying a word, but every item seemed to convey her silent concern. After this, she again told him to get out and promised that if he showed up at her door again, he would be in trouble, and again slammed the door with a bang. Making sure no one was watching her, Christa carefully opened the door, timidly waved her hand at Bibi, and with difficulty whispered goodnight to her, trying not to tremble in her voice. Just like she had done every night during the past holidays, but this time there were tears in her eyes because she was already starting to miss him. It was just after midnight and the room was silent, and Rain, sitting at the table with his hands intertwined, stared thoughtfully into space. On the neatly cleared surface of the table lay only one thing, a book entitled The Life and Deeds of Terrina, a student of Lynn and Frida. For some reason, he lacked the determination to open it, as if the pages did not contain knowledge, but something he was not ready for. And Rain decided to ask Bibi if he remembered Terrina. The bird answered without hesitation, with a joyful gleam in her eyes, calling Terrina her friend and Lynna. But when Rain asked how she felt after his disappearance, Bibi suddenly turned away and fell silent. The parrot's silence seemed too strange, as if he was deliberately avoiding an answer, as if he was hiding something important. When Rain carefully repeated the question, he noticed that his friend no longer expressed joy, but only looked away. Bibi didn't say a word, as if he hadn't heard, but from the expression in his eyes one could tell that a storm was raging in his soul. Rain felt uneasy. He felt that there was something significant, perhaps even very personal, hidden behind this silence, but gathering his courage and taking a deep breath, Rain opened the book, and first he saw the title, Childhood. After the end of the war, the priestess of the fire dragon, Frida, decided to take Terrina as a student, and so began full-scale shaman lessons. At 13 years old, Terrina became the youngest shaman, and even after she officially received the status of a priestess, she never forgot to empty the ashtray, as Frida asked her to do. And at the age of 29, Terrina became the first person in the history of the continent who simultaneously studied both magic and witchcraft, and from that time on, Terrina began to help the poor free of charge, traveling around the world. Terrina, who had returned after a 7-year journey, was named Frida's successor, and after the Republican House unanimously elected her as a priestess, she became known as the Shaman of Tobacco Ash. After that, Terrina tamed the dragon and led all of humanity, and for more than 80 years she carried out her activities. But after that, the highly respected Ash Shaman laid down her obligations and withdrew from society. Rain muttered in confusion, trying to understand why a book that had nothing sinister in it had been banned for no apparent reason. On the next page, his gaze fell upon a portrait of Terrina, looking majestic, and he couldn't help but smile as he took in her striking beauty. Under the portrait, it was stated that she always carried with her the bamboo hat left by Lynn and the pipe given to Frida. Rain called Bibi over and asked with irony in his voice if Terrina really valued this old and battered hat. Bibi, who had been sitting quietly until then, immediately became animated, began to spin around the room and flap her wings joyfully. She confirmed that Terrina never allowed others to touch the hat because it was especially dear to her. For Rain, it was also a valuable gift, because the headmistress gave him the hat when he left the tower to protect him from the southern sun. He smiled with a hint of pride. Terrina became the youngest shaman in history, She held this title longer than anyone else, and there were many interesting entries in the book. Possessing such a level as hers, she could quite possibly achieve the magic of immortality. The forces created by Terrina were primarily an ice vortex bridge and a combination of light, flame, and cold. These were the powers that, through the restoration spell and strengthening magic, enhanced the restorative powers of the frozen body. Rain was surprised to learn that many of the techniques resembled his own great return of the small sun, a magic he had only used once, at great risk, to save his life and enter this world. Now he realized that Terrina was not just inspired, but almost obsessed with this complex and unstable technique. Despite the fact that the world lived in peace, she was researching magic that could only be useful in the most difficult times. He couldn't say exactly why she did it, but he felt that there was something more behind it than just interest. Rain closed the book and sighed, experiencing mixed feelings, admiration, sadness, and a slight pride for his student. He wanted to believe that Terrina had lived this life with dignity, and he was proud that he had once played a role in it. In his memory, Terrina emerged, the same girl who always clung to him and called him master, knowing no bounds in her devotion. He was upset that he could not return to them all as he promised. He whispered words of praise softly, as if hoping the wind would carry them where she could hear them, and fell asleep right there at the table. One weekend morning, bathed in bright sunlight, Rain grabbed Terrina's book, carefully wrapped it in cloth, and set out on his way, feeling a slight anxiety in his heart. Rain knew he had to deliver the book to Karen no matter what, and he knew the librarian would have to not only register the book, but also falsify documents and put an official stamp on it, which was risky in itself. Running out of the main gate of the dormitory with a hurried step, Rain suddenly collided with a person who appeared out of thin air and dropped the book in confusion. Due to accumulated fatigue and the effects of poisoning, he was unable to stay on his feet and fell heavily, feeling dizzy from the blow. A man bowed before him with an outstretched hand, and Rain, without thinking, accepted the help, but looking up, froze in a daze. Before him stood the student council president, Cidius, a man with a cold gaze and an impeccable reputation that inspired respect and anxiety. Cidius picked up the book, carefully brushed the dust off it, and looked at the cover without showing any emotion, but Rain felt sweat sliding down his palms. The cover had a title related to the witch Terrina, and at that moment Rain's inner voice screamed, sensing trouble. He tried to understand whether Cidius was following him, because he was also a black magician, and the thought of a possible trap did not give him any rest. Doubts plagued his mind, as Cidius could be connected to his former enemies, but he had no proof of this. Rain tried to remain calm, knowing that any sign of fear could give him away. There was irony in Cidius's voice and a strange light in his gaze, as if he saw something more in Rain than an ordinary student, and he asked Rain if he had already read the Kinga. Rain understood that any word could be perceived as a confession, so he answered with cold confidence, carefully choosing his intonation, because in front of him stood a man who was capable of crossing out someone's life and destiny in a matter of seconds. So he replied that even if he had read it, he was not going to become like her. Cidius asked Rain if he really didn't know that all books related to Terrina were banned, and when Rain confirmed that he took it from the library, he said that it was a big problem, because the Children of Gold had come to the central library to check. The situation was becoming hopeless, because on one side there was a warlock, and on the other side there were inquisitors, thirsty for accusations and executions. And when Cidius was about to leave, he turned around, but Rain suddenly asked what would happen if he didn't return the book. Valencia said he was going to help him through the back door of the library, and when he was refused, he said it casually, without looking back. Rain immediately grabbed his sleeve, realizing that missing such an opportunity would mean signing his own death warrant in this game of shadows. Rain spoke in a flattering tone, trying to sound naive and friendly, as if this was all a joke and he just wanted to talk. Inside, his mind was working at full speed, calculating Valenside's possible motives and every possible outcome if things failed. He knew that in this invisible war one could not show weakness, especially in front of someone who might be connected to Libani and knew more than he was saying. They walked through a campus filled with the animated voices of students who stopped every now and then to say hello to Valensidas. Some asked him for advice on mathematics, others complained about the lack of funding for clubs, but he listened to everyone calmly and honestly. Rain watched this with bewilderment, unable to understand how a man who could be so open and attentive could hide danger. As they turned toward the garden that led to the back door of the library, the atmosphere changed, as if the world had become quieter and more wary. In a secluded place, Valensidas suddenly asked the question whether he looked like a good person because he did good deeds. Rain shook his head, and Valensides commented with a grin that appearance, behavior, and words could easily mask true intentions. Rain wondered if he was hinting at someone specific, like Terrina, but decided not to pursue the topic out loud. Valensidas then asked a question that made Rain tense up, as he had noticed Rain's absence all weekend, asking if he had been playing treasure hunt. The guy began to think that Valensidas seemed to have understood everything, most likely because of the smell of sewage that came from the book. The situation became extremely tense. Rain was silent and did not know what to answer, and then Valensidas decided to turn to him. Rain realized that he had exposed himself, and immediately the magic triangle in his hand activated. Rain was ready to attack, but something distracted him. At that moment, from the depths of the garden came a dispute, the voice of which Rain recognized unmistakably. It was his aunt, Professor Elen Ludwig. He rushed forward and saw Elen arguing with two inquisitors at the back door of the library, holding a confiscation order. The Children of Gold accused her of stealing the book, but Elen denied it, proving that she did not take it. But they insisted that her first and last name were listed on the library card, and she continued to insist that someone had made a mistake and that this couldn't be true. Rain ran to Elen. She didn't expect to see him there at all. Seeing her nephew, Elen quickly assessed the situation and, without losing her composure, theatrically accused Rain of being slow and inefficient. She pretended that Rain took the book and forgot to give it back, as always, because she knew what would happen if they found out that he stole it. Elen took the book from him, which left Rain completely confused, and the inquisitors looked at each other, not knowing how to react, and she came up with the idea that she took the book for herself and asked her nephew to take it to the library, but he forgot. Then she turned to the Children of Gold and said that she really did take the book, but she thought that her nephew had already given it back a long time ago, so she denied it. And pretending to be completely stupid, Elen gave the book back and asked why this book was banned. They said they were not in the right place to discuss such things, but promised to explain later if Elen could spare them her attention. Aunt said she would really like to hear, but her schedule is completely full, since she was a genius prenatalist in Delatine. Rain realized that his aunt was deliberately taking the blame to protect him from suspicion, and he felt a mixture of gratitude and alarm. Then she turned to her nephew and told him to go to school and not waste time. She would figure it out herself. As Rain walked away, Elen wondered why he needed that forbidden book. Now, because of him, she had to cover for him, something she hated to do because she was fair, but she understood what punishment could await him. Karen, who was absolutely exhausted after the interrogation, explained to him in detail the reason why she had written Rain's name on the library card. And when she remembered that first-year students in the first semester were not given books from the library, they changed the name to Elen, so Karen was constantly apologizing. And Rain said that Professor Elen, who was stopped by the Children of Gold, was awaiting interrogation, and he was embarrassed to realize that his aunt was drawn into the situation because of his delay. When Karen, noticing his anxiety, nevertheless asked where he got the book from and whether he had heard what happened in Ladatable, Rain shrugged evasively. He knew it was better not to tell that he had found the book in Ladatable, so he decided to keep it a secret and decided it was time to leave so as not to run into more questions. When he was about to leave, Karen suddenly bowed low and thanked him for his help. Rain was surprised, because in his opinion, he hadn't done anything special, except that he had found himself in the wrong place at the right time. But for Karen, it meant much more. Rain waved off the words of gratitude, hiding his embarrassment, and holding back the warm feeling inside, he quickly left, trying not to give himself away. Rain's expressions were too frank. Cidius noticed this immediately. Watching what was happening from the shadow of the garden, he came to the conclusion that Rain's talent as a magician was truly outstanding. But as a spy, he looked extremely unconvincing. When the young man activated his magical power, responding to his subtle killing intent, Cidius finally confirmed that this was indeed a man who had dealt with the mages from Leda Cable. The smell of old sewage that clung to the binding of the book made it clear that this copy had come from a special place, known to few, from an ant's nest. Cidius sighed heavily, as if holding back irritation or despair, and a dark blue flame burst from his palm, instantly consuming the book he was holding. The leather binding had turned black and turned to ash, and with it the last traces of the title had disappeared, The Apprentice of Lynn and Frida, The Life and Deeds of Terrina. He had quietly switched the book back when he had deliberately run into Rain at the main gate of the dormitory. The book that the Inquisitors seized contained the correct library seal and would not arouse suspicion. Cidius borrowed it from the central archive in advance so as not to leave any traces, so the case will be closed quickly. He watched dispassionately as the book's ashes scattered into the air, and without saying a word, he disappeared into the darkness as if he had never existed. Rain spent the weekend thinking, trying to come up with ways to survive, as someone who was once considered a potential threat was now an outright danger. Walking around Cidius was like walking on a fragile shell, where any word could lead to disaster. Cidius's goal remained unknown, but its very nature was no longer of primary importance, because the most pressing problem had become the possibility of his own death. The only consolation in this situation was the increasing progress of the unique magic, which seemed to accelerate whenever he encountered a serious enemy. Dark spells had great potential, and Rain was becoming increasingly convinced that this was the path that could unlock his power. He could not forget the words of Lebeni, who was so similar to Lynn, especially her strange phrase about the vessel intended for him. However, it seemed premature to worry about this, since Lynn's soul had long since settled in this body. A much more serious threat seemed to come from Cidius, whose motives remained shrouded in darkness. While he was thinking, the parrot Bibi, leaning over the corn kernels, repeated fragments of his thoughts, as if sharing his master's anxiety. Rain couldn't help but worry about Bibi, because despite his former strength, with age he became weaker, especially in front of serious opponents. He regretted that he dragged him into this journey, and from helplessness, he collapsed on the table, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The next day, Rain, holding back his excitement, stood at the door of the office where the affairs of the most powerful man in the academy were conducted, and still did not fully believe that he was allowed to enter. His request for a consultation, which seemed too bold even by the standards of ambitious students, suddenly gained strength thanks to his name alone. Inside, surrounded by golden rays, Medelia Page sat like the embodiment of authority, radiating that serene power that needed no shouting. She met the young man calmly, without a mask of formality, but also without condescension, with a look that assessed the essence, not the form. The conversation began with formal phrases, as if it were a meeting of two equals, where everyone had something to lose. The majestic woman, relying on the stories of the professors, praised Rain and immediately got to the point, not allowing the conversation to deviate from the main thing. Rain didn't lie and retold everything as it was about the incident with the book. He said that he actually took the book, and when he was going to return it, the fighters against heresy came, and at that moment, Aunt Elen was nearby, who decided to help him, and fell into the hands of the Golden Children. Rain admitted that her arrest was entirely his fault, and asked Medelia to somehow help his aunt Elen. She looked at him as if she wanted to hear not the request of a student, but the intention of an adult, not about what happened to his aunt, but about what he was going to do himself when fear and responsibility collided inside. She accused him of using his status to get the book, even though he knew perfectly well that first-year students could not borrow books from the library. But Melania could not turn a blind eye to such violations of school rules, because then there would be no order in the school. The silence in the room only increased the uneasy atmosphere, and the clock hands seemed to tick louder on purpose. Rain cautiously offered to make a deal, hoping that it would help find a way out and not cause further problems. He reminded her that he was the best first-year student and the future heir of the Ludwig family, so he would be able to provide whatever she asked for, even if it was something insignificant. Hearing the offer of a deal, she smiled faintly, finding it uncharacteristic for a simple student, and internally she was surprised by his confidence, not being used to the fact that even adult magicians addressed her so easily. Most of the students were at a loss in front of her, even afraid of her gaze, but he calmly conducted the dialogue without losing his composure. She remembered calling him a useless youth during a conversation with his father, who had only chuckled at the time. The father lovingly said that his son was simply still young and inexperienced, and he just needed to wait a little while for the right time. With these thoughts, Medelia rested her chin on her hands and smiled quietly, as if she recognized that very tomorrow in Reina. She decided to listen to him further and find out what he was willing to offer to make the agreement mutually beneficial. Rain started to explain, but Medelia interrupted him, and suddenly her gaze became more serious. She put the cup on the table and told him that she wanted to hear how attractive the terms were that he could offer, but he offered to tell her the terms, which disappointed her greatly. That's why she said there would be no deal, because the most appropriate punishment for Rain is punishment. She decided that she would give him time to say goodbye to his loved ones, and he tried to convince her not to expel him. But then Medelia remembered something that she could help Rain with, and he was ready to listen. She suddenly asked him how he liked the idea of being a home teacher for her daughter. Rain was shocked by such a proposal, because he was only 15 years old. Besides, he knew that in the Page family it was accepted that the home tutor was a magician, considered the best at that time. She didn't see a problem, because Rain was considered the best student of the class known as the Golden Generation. This was proof of his outstanding talent. Moreover, Rain spent 3 years as an assistant to the Grand Duke Ludwig Scalzi, and she warned that it was only for 2 or 3 months, and in exchange, Medelia would deal with Elen's case. Rain thought about it, trying to figure out how onerous such an agreement would be and whether it would be worth it. He didn't hesitate for long, because the benefit was obvious and the problem could be solved with minimal losses. Training seemed simple compared to what he could lose if he refused right now. The guy nodded and agreed, since there was no other choice, and Medelia smiled in response, because that was exactly the answer she was expecting. She was considered an unworthy daughter, but her mother still hoped that in the future she would be able to help in some way. Medelia led Rain to the highest tower of the Page mansion, where the wind was especially threatening. The height of the tower seemed strange, and Rain couldn't help but wonder if it was there to keep her from being free, like a dangerous beast, and he wanted to know what kind of person was hiding there if they were keeping her so high, in solitude and silence. Medelia just chuckled, dismissing his suggestion and explaining that it was not a conclusion, but her own choice. With a barely noticeable sadness on her face, she opened the door, letting the morning breeze into the silence of the room. And so began a story that no one could have predicted in advance, with a light creaking of doors and a rustle of air, the summer wind fluttering the curtains, bursting inside and filling the room with a feeling of freshness and something long forgotten. The room was littered with books, among which stood out a telescope, standing by the window like a guardian of solitude. Against the backdrop of this disorder, the figure of the girl, turning away from the book to the uninvited guests, seemed especially fragile. Medelia restrainedly introduced the guest, assuring that he would become a good mentor, capable of teaching a lot. In a cold voice that was devoid of emotion or hope, she refused without even looking at the guest. The mother tried to soften the atmosphere a little, asking her to show at least basic hospitality, but the girl's voice became increasingly tense, as if each word was given to her with effort. Without even paying attention to him, she raised her voice and refused in a more harsh and distant manner. Medelia nodded to Rain, as if to suggest that he should start first to avoid awkwardness. He remembered how politeness was the most important thing among aristocrats, especially when it came to first impressions, and having gathered himself, Rain introduced himself with restraint but respect, using all the formalities required for such occasions. The girl rejected the very possibility of communication, stubbornly repeating her refusal, not hiding her irritation. The mother tried to remind her of etiquette, but received in response a rude order to leave her chambers. As if something inside her had broken, she grabbed the nearest book and threw it with all her might to the side. Breaking into a scream, the girl furiously threw objects off the table, not controlling her actions. Books, inkwells, tablets, everything flew to the floor, turning the room into a field of internal riot. Words full of rage burst from her lips. She screamed as if trying to shut herself off from the whole world. The mother called out to her again, but in response she received only even more rude, pain-filled cries. Rain understood everything. She did not want to study, did not want help, and tried with all her might to close herself off from the world. Having almost decided to abandon the idea, he suddenly felt something strange. The girl bent down to pick up the book, but was unable to get up. Her body went limp, and she collapsed to the floor. Her skeletal legs, unable to support her, trembled with tension, as if they were about to disappear. Rain couldn't help but notice this, and carefully tried to clarify if everything was okay with her. She shyly, almost in panic, threw books in his direction, as if hiding something she didn't want to show. When she crossed to the other side of the room, she moved using only her arms, as if her legs were a burden to her. These movements were full of pain and effort. Each of her movements was reflected in her trembling eyelashes. Finally, asking almost with tears, she ordered to leave, and the guests could not stay longer. Rain and Medelia came back down and sat down at the table. She explained that her daughter was in such a state, and because of this, no one could establish contact with her. Her voice sounded tired, as if she had told the same sad story hundreds of times. She even brought the most famous teachers, but they also gave up. Rain didn't say anything extra, but just listened to her in silence, realizing the weight of everything he heard. He still decided to clarify what was bothering him, or whether her problem really concerned her legs, and bitterness was reflected on Medelia's face, and she slowly nodded, confirming his guess. Having drained her glass of wine, she looked into the distance, as if trying to escape into memories. As a child, Christa was lively and active, loved to climb trees and play in the garden. She was an incredibly active child. She remembered how the girl laughed and called her, climbing the trees, not knowing fear. These memories tormented her heart, causing the hidden pain to awaken again inside. Medelia thought that she should have been stricter then, and stopped her. At that moment, a thin man with an anxious look and a reserved posture entered the hall. As soon as Rain recognized him, he immediately bowed, catching the familiar glint of the emblem on his clothes. On his robe glittered a blue dragon, a symbol of power and belonging to one of the rulers of the empire. He approached Rain, looked at her appraisingly, as if he were examining not a person, but a problem, and turning to Medelia, he calmly stated that even the wisest were powerless before Christa. He made it clear that he had no hope for the new student, and that the child's involvement in the process could make things worse. Medelia immediately refuted his opinion, noting that Rain was not an ordinary child and could not be judged hastily, but the man insisted that a child was a child, and his intervention would only bring suffering and disappointment. He called for it to be stopped right now, believing that the efforts were doomed to failure. In response, Medelia asked again with a stab of irritation, as if she herself did not believe in the meaning of such words. The man repeated that Christa should be left alone and not interfere with her internal struggle. Medelia slammed her hand down on the arm of her chair and spoke with barely contained fury. She couldn't understand how anyone could watch her daughter slowly fade away in solitude. She added bitterly that she had tried everything, from magicians to healers, but no one could help, and called them incapable, believing that all the known witches only created the appearance of help. Medelia said that he keeps repeating the same mistake and drowning himself in alcohol, and asked how much pain he would have to cause Christa to feel better. He responded by saying that he loved his daughter, but now it was better to give her time to come to her senses. Suddenly, the glass of wine flew out of Medelia's hands, hit the man right in the forehead, and fell to the floor. Medelia reminded him that 10 years had passed and she was tired of waiting and watching the suffering. Rain instinctively held his breath, unsure whether to intervene in this painful argument, and watched as a scarlet trail ran down his face, where blood and wine mixed, as if the scene had become part of a tragedy. Medelia coldly ordered him to leave, without looking up or hiding her disgust. She did not want to see his face full of guilt and fatigue anymore, and drove him away with anger. The man glanced at Rain, covered in wine, and placed a restrained hand on his shoulder. He warned that if anything happened to his daughter, Rain and his family would pay. The young man mentally noted that it would have been easier to simply say not to interfere, rather than threaten. After his departure, the servants hastened to tidy up the hall, removing traces of the recent scene. Medelia calmly said that she had shown her unsightly side and called him her husband. Rain nodded reservedly, unsure how to respond to such a tense family confession. Medelia noted that if he decides to refuse, she will not judge. It will be a natural step, and with Elen she will allow everything. But Rain must remain silent about what he saw. She thought that maybe someone Christa's age could reach out to her and change something. But now she felt that perhaps it had been too naive, and she had been too hasty in her expectations. But Rain didn't think so. He said that it was much better to try than to miss the opportunity every time. He then thanked Medelia for taking care of Aunt Elen's case, and since she had already agreed, Rain was not going to back down from his commitment, so he decided to help. Medelia was surprised, because Rain saw the state Christa was in, but that was exactly why he was ready to become her mentor, especially since her father did not tell her to leave, and this meant that both of them were not against his mentoring. He himself did not know why he said this, but something inside was troubling him and pushing him forward, and the image of Christa and her gaze did not leave his thoughts and seemed to ask for something without words. And with cold calculation, he confirmed that he was ready to try and asked to entrust him with the task. Medelia's eyes, looking at the glass with despair, began to tremble, as if the wine reflected her inner storm. She believed that simply waiting for the child to cope on his own was not enough, because upbringing required participation. Medelia had said similar things to Kevin Ludwig before, when he also wanted to stay out of it. Brim intervened then, because since childhood she knew how to resolve conflicts without losing her kindness. She suggested arranging something like a test, where the first one to get out of the shell would help the other. As he approached the Page Mansion tower once again, his thoughts were far from friendly. He didn't want to get closer, he didn't strive for warmth, and when he opened that door again, he was finally convinced of this. Everything in the room was the same as before, and only the girl's gaze at the book was different. Her eyes were red, swollen from tears, but in them lived not weakness, but accumulating rage. She did not hide her irritation at his presence and turned away, as if not wanting to acknowledge his existence. The words he spoke did not matter, because her attitude was determined in advance. She wanted him to leave, as everyone who came to her on behalf of others left, and it seemed she knew in advance that no one would stay long. But the young man did not leave, and his silence cut through the silence like an invisible blade, from which one could not hide even behind sarcasm and threats. He replied that he was contractually obliged to be there, and although his voice was calm, there was an insistence in it that was impossible to ignore. Christa tried to drive him away, recalling the famous names of her relatives, as if names could stop someone else's determination. But he didn't leave, and this infuriated her more than any words. She no longer had control over the situation, and in her world, this was tantamount to a catastrophe. In anger, she threw a book at him, tearing his forehead open and blood dripping onto the floor, but he didn't even try to defend himself with magic. For a moment she felt awkward about her own actions, but rage quickly drowned out everything except the desire to destroy everything around her. She warned that if he didn't leave, she would get it again. Rain said that the contract would allow her, a disabled person, to become a healthy person, so he thought that she would be at least a little interested. She screamed, accused, threatened, threw furniture, but he continued to stand in the middle of the room, not saying a word in response. She threatened to exterminate his entire family if he did not leave, and if she just asked her father or uncle, that would be the end of him. Christa insisted that the agreement meant nothing and thought that Rain just wanted to look at her miserable state. After all, everyone who came to her looked at her with amusement as the man crawled on the floor like a caterpillar, so she considered Rain to be the same. Behind these attacks, there was despair. Christa felt like the world was crumbling under her feet, and no one was coming to pick it up. After all, everyone pretended to want to comfort her, saying that everything would be fine, but in fact they looked at Christa with contempt and treated her dismissively. She believed that everyone, looking at her in such a state, only became more convinced of their superiority and thought how good it was that they were not in her place. And only when there was nothing left to throw away did her body go limp, and tears silently flowed down her cheeks, like erased traces of pride. When all was quiet, Lane finally spoke, without consolation or sympathy, simply as a man who had to stay and did stay. He wasn't trying to be a hero or a savior, he was a mage, and mages rely on calculation, not feelings, and he came here precisely for this purpose. Guided not by emotion but by common sense, he without hesitation picked up the book that had hit him so hard in the forehead and was now lying at his feet. The book, entitled The Other Side of the Continent, was a collection of notes by a great traveler who left the familiar world for the unknown. Rain knew he couldn't heal the pain, but he could give it a purpose, so he coldly offered the young lady something much more important. Tears were still streaming down her cheeks, and her hands were covering her face, but at some point she slowly looked up, full of amazement. He said that instead of empty words, he could give her the opportunity to move forward, to those distant lands that were described in the book. Her lips trembled as she recalled the broken spine that had forever chained her body to the chair and destroyed all her dreams. But Rain said that magic exists precisely because it allows one to overcome limits, destroy the impossible, and discover what was previously inaccessible. She asked him to stop joking, because it irritated her, and asked him if he was going to set his legs in motion using telekinesis. But he knew that if he forced her legs to walk, they would break too, so he touched her legs to check something. Christa immediately pushed his hands away, but Rain asked not to interfere. He was just going to try something. Lane's eyes, activated by Belle Cidius, filled with light, reflecting the minute mathematical structures of everything around him. He could see every outline of the magic circle and knew that this task would require carving small runes, almost invisible to the eye, since the nerve connections were completely severed. But Rain had treated much more advanced cases. Rain asked her to put her foot forward and saw that the disruption of the neural targets not only created a huge burden on the body, but could also lead to something irreparable, so Belle Cidius was dangerous to use, but possible. He asked her to relax and warned that if she resisted, she could easily get injured. When Christa asked in hope whether he could really cure her, Rain said that the chances were 50-50, but asked her to trust him anyway. Body movements depend on electrical impulses that are transmitted through the nervous system, and if the source of the signal is destroyed, it can be recreated artificially. The magic allowed a weak current to be used to direct energy around the damage and make the muscles respond to signals again. Rain's eyes filled with blood. Christa asked him to stop, but he asked him to shut up and continued. Her legs suddenly shook and her gaze filled with shock and disbelief, as if her brain refused to accept what was happening as reality. As his magical impulses reached the muscles, the hips shifted, then the toes responded, and he continued the experiment with growing interest. And it looks like everything worked out, but so far nothing has really changed. But he saw that everything inside had become much better. But it wouldn't work quickly, Rain understood. Everything had to be done step by step, but this result was already pleasing. If you connect the lines, then the rest will be easier. He created the shape of the magic circle pentagon and the SE rune. In this way, the human body moved with the help of weak electrical signals sent by the central nervous system, and if the flow of electrical signals stopped, it could be stimulated with the help of lightning magic. And then you just need to use telekinesis to replenish your muscle strength. And when everything was ready, Rain suddenly grabbed her hand, lifting her up. Her body rose from the chair, albeit unsteadily, and his magic gently maintained her balance so that she did not fall. Kasena whispered in confusion that it was impossible because she couldn't believe what she felt in her legs. And Rain told the lady that with magic much is possible. He continued to send impulses, controlling the movement, and soon her legs began to take the first weak steps. Step by step, like a baby making its first attempts, she moved forward, albeit awkwardly. Rain stood with his arms crossed, as if proud that the theory had finally found physical embodiment. He noticed that it was still unnatural because the young girl's body was damaged, but she could already walk. Rain asked if she was ready to learn magic, having already seen its power, which disrupted the usual order of things. During his time at Lynn Academy, such experiments seemed impossible and existed only in theory. But now, thanks to the vision granted by the power of his family, he was able to direct the flow of magic and cause movement. He felt admiration for the bloodline power that allowed him to turn the impossible into reality. As if breaking a dam, Kasena screamed, ordering Rain to leave. Calling him offensive names, she accused him of deception, considering what was happening an illusion, and screamed, demanding that he be taken out of the room. He flinched in surprise, because he had not expected such a violent and aggressive reaction, and while the guards hurried to fulfill her demand, Rain stood calmly, as if he himself did not believe what was happening. But after he was driven away, she immediately began to stagger and could not control herself. And then it fell completely to the ground. And not believing that she was walking again like a child, she began to cry again. The next day, in the Mountain Dragon building, in the student council office, the sound of rustling papers could be heard. Since the holidays were just ending, there was still a lot of office work left to do. Meanwhile, the president's secretary entered the student council office and, without explaining the reason, called Rain. She didn't even bother to hint why he was needed. She simply led him down the corridor to the very office where Medelia was already waiting. When their gazes met, he realized that the situation had become more complicated, and an alarming thought flashed in his head. Had Kasena really accused him of something inexplicable? She decided to get straight to the point and asked what had happened with Kasena, after which the room felt tense, and his inner premonition became more and more alarming. Rain understood that he could be under attack, and there was nowhere to retreat. He had to act quickly and carefully choosing his words and not showing emotions. Rain calmly said that he was simply trying to explain the basics of magic to the girl, after which he was kicked out without being heard. And then he returned to the hostel, and Medelia already knew what happened next. But in response he noticed a bright anxiety and sharp gestures. She thought that he was not telling her everything. Medelia abruptly picked up the letter that had just been delivered from the mansion and said something that was hard to wrap her head around. It turned out that Kasena had expressed a desire to see Rain again, in person and as soon as possible. Rain was surprised, but he exhaled because he thought that his life was already over. When he came to her, Kasena finally broke the silence and asked if she would really be able to walk. Rain said that it was quite possible, but there was one condition. She had to try really hard. But the girl still couldn't believe him. She thought it was just an illusion or a deception. Her irritated tone, filled with doubt and challenge, seemed both familiar and painfully unpleasant to Rain, as if someone had poked a finger into his most vulnerable part. She dismissively suggested that his magic was no higher than 2 stars, and that even her mother, a great sorceress, could not have done what she said he had faked with illusions. And then Rain got angry. He hadn't been so angry for a long time, and he decided to use magic. But not to harm the girl, but so that she could walk again, and then he sharply pulled her by the hand. Rain felt a slight pulsation run through his temple, and he had a hard time containing his irritation, because he was held back by the reputation of the Ludwig family, which he had no right to undermine even in response to provocation. Then, when she got to her feet and could take small steps again, he asked if she still doubted his magic. He tried to explain that every magician has his own specialization, but her skepticism only grew, especially when she called him a lousy magician, as if mocking all his achievements. He couldn't respond as he would have in the past, but instead decided to make a move that would have made anyone feel overwhelmed and suggested a walk around the city as a test. Christa suddenly perked up, instantly hiding her face behind her shirt to hide her emotions, and only after a short pause, nodded importantly, accepting the offer as if it was part of her plan. He was about to go to the director of the academy for permission, but she immediately objected, lowering her voice and looking down, as if she was overcome with fear of what might follow. Christa explained that if her mother found out, she would immediately assign guards, and then the city would become a stage for her, where she was just a fragile girl at whom everyone would point fingers. Christa wanted to see the city without prejudices and a protective wall, just as an ordinary girl, and not as the heir of one of the most powerful magical families. This confession touched Rain to the quick, because he himself had often felt such looks when he was just starting out as a hero and faced the contempt of the powers that be. But in that case, they couldn't go together, unless they quietly ran away, but then Rain could be put in prison as a kidnapper. Everything was only getting more confusing, and Rain began to feel irritated when long-forgotten words, a voice, a Lynn from the past, who once promised himself not to give up and bring magic to others, suddenly surfaced in his head. He sighed again, realizing that perhaps there was a way, albeit a difficult one, but a real one, that they could use. He said the windows in the young lady's room were large enough for 2 people to pass through at once if they were careful, although the high sill seemed designed with protection in mind, but still left room. Christa immediately reported that there was a barrier on the window, installed by her mother, who had anticipated an escape attempt and blocked the exit. Rain confidently replied that it was no problem, and summoned Belle Curious, activating the magic that shone in his blood-red eyes. The silvery white flower that appeared in his gaze effortlessly destroyed the magical barrier created on the window. When the darkness that had been holding Christa back disappeared, she blinked in complete confusion, as if she couldn't believe that she had finally been released. However, Rain knew that Medelia had foreseen much, and as soon as the seal was broken, the mansion began to sound an alarm. The magical barrier began to emit light, warning everyone around it, and its pulsating glow engulfed the entire tower. He said briefly that there was no time, and without hesitation climbed onto the windowsill, ready to jump into the unknown. He was taking a risk. But he felt that this could be the key to Christa's trust, because this time it was she who was in control of the situation. Christa, without thinking, stepped towards him, and Rain lifted her up with telekinesis, holding her as if he had done this before. Before them lay the city, shining in golden shadow, so beautiful that for a moment everything around seemed to stop. The city, whose name was kept in their hearts, opened up before them like a picture created by the hands of time and magic, and beckoned them forward, and Christa trembled with emotion and joy, as if she did not believe that she was seeing it with her own eyes, and her voice pierced the evening silence. Rain looked at her, and softly remarked that the scenery was indeed beautiful, as if it was the first time he had ever seen it up close. At that moment, the door behind them burst open with a bang, and the guards rushed in along with the knight who was accompanying them. One of the guards screamed, looking at Rain with shock and alarm, because what he saw defied explanation. Before his eyes stood a young lady, leaning on her own feet, with an expression of happiness that he had never seen before. And as if wanting to cement this moment in their memories, Cassena smiled radiantly, like a child who had discovered a new world. She loudly announced that she was going for a walk, and added that it was all a secret, especially from her mother, even though it had become impossible to hide. Those around her stared at her with complete incomprehension, and the chief of the guard cried out, overcome with confusion. Rain couldn't believe that she was standing there and then moving forward as if what was happening was beyond reason. Cassena jumped joyfully from the railing, and the air currents caught her, causing everyone who saw it to freeze. Even Rain's eyes widened in surprise because he didn't expect such an action from her. He tried to stop her, but was forced to jump immediately himself, not wanting to leave her alone. The air rushed past, her hair flew, and in this free fall, Cassena did not stop smiling. Rain used the shape of the magic figure sphere, and the carved runes of Cha and J, which is able to hold it in the air. It was a combination of the attributes of support and levitation, built into the magic of wind for smooth deceleration. As her falling speed slowed, she took a deep breath and admired the beauty of the scenery, her breath escaping in a white cloud filled with emotions and memories. It had been a long time since she had been able to look at the city from such a height and with such joy. It was the first time Rain had seen her smile genuinely, without any pretense or tension. Cassena admitted that she liked to climb high, not only because of the view, but also for a personal reason. She wanted her mother to look at her, because her parents were often busy and did not pay attention to her. Meanwhile, the alarm bell sounded from above, and the soldiers' cries echoed through the air. Rain asked if she knew the city, since he himself had trouble finding his way around unfamiliar places. A smug look appeared on Cassena's face, and she proudly pointed out where to go. She then confidently headed towards where she said there was a shop with delicious cakes. Rain nodded, continuing to control the direction of the fall with magic to land softly. The people below began to talk among themselves when they saw them, and there was a slight excitement and surprise all around. Cassena, excited by what was happening, hit Rain on the arm and warned him of her intention. She wanted to run immediately after landing, simply because she was full of joy. Although it was a new experience for Rain to control her nervous system with magic, he didn't stop her and allowed her to move forward. He felt that he was unable to refuse this bright and lively smile, which awakened in him something human and stubbornly forgotten. When they touched the ground, Cassena rushed forward barefoot, and her hair flew behind her. People began to whisper, and someone guessed who she was, recognizing her by the color of her hair. Despite the growing attention, Cassena turned the corner abruptly, as if ignoring every word and every surprised look. She called Rain to follow her and confidently led him through the streets, as if she knew their every curve, and he thought how difficult it was to control the body with magic and not lose the rhythm. Cassena said she would run ahead, and he promised without hesitation that he would try to keep up, no matter what. He also rushed forward, although it was difficult, because he had to move and maintain control over the magic at the same time. The store they ran to turned out to be right across the street, and they sold honey cakes there. Cassena pointed to her favorite treats with greedy enthusiasm, not hiding her joy and delight, as if she were a child again. The shopkeeper recognized her, and his voice began to tremble with surprise as he watched this unexpected and touching scene. He could barely speak as he watched her eat rice cakes with gusto, as if trying to make up for the moments of life she had missed. The man could not believe his eyes and was shocked to see her alive again, because there were rumors that she had already left this world. Cassena was not offended by such rumors because she understood that she had not been out into the city for a long time, but she was more worried about whether the flatbread shop was still open. The man said that everything was the same as before, and he continued to work and continued not to believe that it was Cassena in front of him, as if he was dreaming. She agreed and then smiled, because the taste of the cakes had not changed one bit, which made her incredibly happy. It was a great blessing for the shop owner to see how much appetite Cassena ate his food with. He couldn't believe he was seeing it again. He was so overwhelmed with joy that it was hard for him to describe in words. Cassina assured him with a smile that she would come more often now, and this would not be the last time, then pointed to Rain, who came later, and demanded that he be treated to the same flatbreads. The seller hesitantly handed him the treat and quietly asked who he was. She replied that he was her mentor, but only a temporary candidate for now, and Rain sighed reservedly, accepting the treat and feeling a slight internal tension. Mages appeared in the sky, descending with the same magic, and Rain immediately noticed them. They were the magic guard, and their appearance meant that there was little time left. Rain realized that now he would have to choose between escape and inevitable capture. Cassina, as if sensing this, filled her cheeks with the treat and looked at him, and Rain immediately understood that she intended to continue running, despite everything that was happening. The guy tried to pay for the food, but the seller, surprised, refused the money, but Rain insisted, saying that it was for the future, if problems suddenly arose, and quickly throwing down the silver, he dragged Cassina along with him. And when the guards approached the store, they were already gone, and the seller said that he did not see where they ran, since he had poor eyesight. They raced through the streets, avoiding collisions with passers-by and hiding in alleys, Cassina confidently pointing the way, her voice sounding joyful and clear. She shouted out which way to turn, scolding Rain for misunderstanding the directions. Meanwhile, one of the pursuers appeared on the roof, and behind him a second one appeared in the opening, carefully assessing the situation from above. These fighters did not use attack magic because they were afraid of hitting Cassina, and thereby breaking orders or causing unnecessary conflict. Suddenly, Rain felt his legs give out, and a powerful jerk knocked him off course, causing him to lose his balance. It was only by instinct that he rolled across the ground before he found his feet, and was met with the insurmountable pressure. As Rain stood up, he saw the old man standing in front of him, who was the embodiment of unshakable strength, as if he were the living embodiment of the law that held Cassina. There was no malice or personal hatred in the old man's silent gaze, but only the duty to carry out the order in spite of everything. 3 glowing rings of mana slowly swirled behind him, emphasizing a level of training unattainable for ordinary fighters. Behind him, the warriors stopped, not daring to interfere with what was happening, because the outcome depended on Rain's next step. The old man issued a warning that attempting to escape would force him to act and use force that he wished to restrain. He asked them to make a wise choice, so that they would not have to upset the balance and cross the line that still remained. There was no anger in his wrinkled gaze, only silent determination and the pain of following an order he didn't fully agree with. The magic guards silently took up positions on the rooftops, cutting off any escape routes, but Rain didn't move, not intending to run away no matter what. They were suddenly surrounded by guards, and in that tense moment, Duel approached them. Breathing heavily and leading a squad as if he had arrived from a battlefield, he looked at Rain with dark suspicion, clenching his fists, and threw an accusatory question, not wanting to hear any explanations. Rain calmly replied that he had simply fulfilled the girl's request to show her the city, as if he had not noticed how the situation was heating up. One of the guards, unable to bear his calm, hit him hard on the head, and Rain, losing his balance, fell to the ground. Owen did not believe that it was limited to a walk, because he could not imagine his daughter moving independently without magical support. He was so shocked by what he saw that he stopped thinking rationally, allowing his feelings to control his every decision. Owen ordered Ensign to act as if he had no doubt about the justice of the decision, without knowing the full extent of what was happening, and demanded punishment for Rain, insisting that his actions threatened the safety of his daughter. Ensign was visibly hesitant, as Rain came from a magical family, which complicated the situation and required caution. Owen, without accepting objections, again reminded them of his high title, demonstrating that he had no intention of giving in. The knight reluctantly touched the hilt of his sword, showing his willingness to carry out the order even if he didn't approve of it deep down, but despite the pressure and the situation, Rain knew that there was still a chance because he believed in the man standing next to him. And that person was Cassina, whose determination was revealed the moment she loudly declared that she was protecting her teacher, and the night immediately stopped, as if her words possessed magical power that even he could not ignore. Urin didn't immediately understand what had happened, and blinking in shock, asked again, not believing his ears, and not recognizing his daughter. Kasena responded with pain and hurt, calling her father stupid because he never tried to truly listen to her. He tried to object, reminding her that Rain had supposedly lured her, but his words didn't sound convincing against the backdrop of her tears. Rain held his breath as he watched the scene, knowing he was right and didn't need to prove it, and Kasena insisted that Rain was the first to understand her desires, not as a duty, but as a living desire for freedom. Urin, in desperation, suggested walking with security, but Kasena reminded him how it looked from the outside. Like a performance, her words were full of resentment, because her father always thought about external security, forgetting about the internal pain. Through her tears, Kasena screamed that he never cared about her feelings, as if they were unimportant or did not exist at all. The decisive moment came when everyone froze, even the experienced guards, not knowing how to react to her piercing words. Even Urin, who was on the edge, could not contain his confusion, feeling that he was no longer in control of what was happening. He tried to console his daughter by admitting his guilt, but he still couldn't tell the difference between who Rain was and the ordinary bodyguards he knew. Kasena confidently stated that Rain helped her not only get out into the fresh air, but also lit an internal fire in her, making her heart beat with renewed vigor. Urin remembered that many mages had offered to help her using telekinesis before, but each time she had turned away, as if she had not felt anything alive in them. Kasena explained that this time it was different because for the first time in a long time, there was a real feeling of movement in her chest, as if she were actually running. She looked at Rain with hope, asking him to repeat this miracle again, but it was clear from his face that all his mana was almost exhausted and he could no longer cast spells. Urin was shocked to the core, realizing that his daughter had actually started running, and he looked at his knight in confusion, seeking confirmation. Ensign acknowledged her words with a slight nod, admitting that he was shocked by what had happened, despite his years of service and habit of keeping a cool head. He also added that her movements were uncertain and even a little shaky, but there was not the slightest hint of telekinesis in them, and it was a real run. Kasena said she wanted to learn from Rain, so that one day she could walk on her own using only her own strength. These words pierced Urin's heart, as if awakening in him something that he had long forgotten behind his worries and fears. He looked at his daughter and saw not a child, but a person who no longer wanted to be a prisoner of the past. Urin asked if he could really help his daughter get back on her feet, as if clutching at the last straw. Rain wondered if it was right to become a home teacher and risk being put in chains every time, and maybe it would have been better to find another way to save my aunt and escape from there right at that moment. And then memories came flooding back to him. Smiling reservedly and as if mockingly, Lynn headed towards the exit of the school, feeling dozens of prickly glances on himself, as if each one was trying to bite him with a farewell. Some of the students whispered silently behind his back, trying to look indifferent, as if everything was a matter of chance, but no one dared to come closer. As Lynn approached the gate, one of the students suddenly broke the tense silence, as if he could no longer contain the weight of the pent-up feelings. He stopped Lynn right at the entrance, his voice trembling with restrained emotions, in which there was something alarming, like a premonition of separation. But Lynn didn't turn around, didn't say a word, because he knew that these goodbyes would be insincere and would not change the essence of what was happening. And yet that same classmate wished him luck, quietly and sincerely, as if grasping at the last opportunity to express his faith in his return. His words were not meant as mockery, but as a parting word, and when Lynn turned in bewilderment, he noticed how the eyes of those who had teased him since dawn were now full of tears. Some of his classmates began to cry, others tried to pretend they were holding back, but the overall mood suddenly changed from contempt to pain and guilt. Some talked about letters, some promised to cover for him in front of the dean, and some simply prayed that he would return alive, and these farewells sounded more sincere than anything Lynn had heard during his entire studies. The surrounding scene became a strange, blurry swirl of tears and emotions, leaving Lynn's legs weak and barely able to walk further down the stone path. And when his eyes flashed with an irresistible light, everything around began to crumble into a dull, gloomy mosaic of fragments, disappearing under the weight of feelings. At that very moment, Mrs. Dean wordlessly covered Lynn's head with a symbolic bamboo hat. She told him that magicians should not allow themselves to cry, because then even the most insignificant people would begin to look at them with pity or contempt. The dean spoke of others who could neither cast spells properly nor fight properly, and who would hardly be able to last even one day. Only Esther, standing to the side and watching them, understood why the hat was really worn and whose tears it hid. She said that the sun was too bright in the south, and since he had lived in the north all his time, he might get sunburned if he was not careful. Lynn couldn't find words, because gratitude and pain were fighting inside him, and his throat was constricted with the weight of farewell. Although the bamboo hat hid his face, tears rolled down his cheeks, fell down to the ground, and did not stop for a moment. Lynn wanted to call her by name with a trembling voice, but instead of words, a stifled wheeze escaped, like that of a wounded animal, seized by despair. He understood that he owed her too much, because she was the first one who gave him a roof, food, and taught him the basics of magic. He wanted to say all this, but his chest was squeezed so hard that only a sound like a groan, full of pain and a desire to speak, came out, and then she put her palm on his head, her voice filled with warmth, sadness, and pride for her student. The dean asked him to promise that he would grow into an adult who could one day give others the light of his magic. And then he answered Casena's father that he promised to teach Casena to walk again. The father took a deep breath and apologized for having acted foolishly, giving in to panic and fear. Then Rain looked at Casena, who was smiling as if she had never cried. So Rain became Casena Page's home tutor to keep a promise made hundreds of years ago. The next day, Rain entered the classroom as usual. His physical condition had worsened due to the recent events, and his fatigue had become stronger after working too hard with Casena, which took a lot of energy. He headed to his seat, laid out his textbook, soft and fluffy like a small pillow, and buried his head in it, trying to distract himself at least a little from the hustle and bustle. For some reason, Rain immediately felt someone's gaze on him, and at that very moment a quiet whisper was heard, full of hidden tension. He didn't know the reason for such a tension, but fatigue was weighing him down so much that it seemed as if his strength was about to leave him forever, and he decided not to think about what was happening around him anymore. Suddenly, he heard light but haughty steps, and felt a chill of irritation run down his spine when Christa Warden, with an expression of aristocratic arrogance, sat down next to him and began to speak. She asked him sarcastically if he had studied all night, implying that he was afraid of losing to her on the final exam, and her voice sounded with a hint of mockery. Her words sounded like a challenge, and she added with a smile that it was natural to be nervous, because it was she, Christa Warden, who was next to her, with undeniable talent and status. He just listened silently, not wanting to enter into an argument, because he understood that discussing anything with her was simply useless and tiring, and she quietly asked him, "How is Bibi?" And she asked to understand her correctly, like she doesn't miss Bibi, but just wondered if maybe some problem had arisen while Christa wasn't looking after her, and she needed to somehow compensate for it. Gertrude came up behind her and asked Christa to decide whether she wanted to be tough or friendly, because her constant mood swings were only irritating those around her and making it difficult to concentrate. Christa defiantly stated that she was in a purely friendly mood, since Lane was her rival, and she was simply showing interest in what was going on. Gertrude, hearing this, sighed and asked to leave Lane alone because he had been very busy lately and did not deserve extra attention. She smiled mysteriously, hinting that there were already many rumors and gossip in the air, which were flying around the school like flames, although she herself was not sure of their veracity. Christa began to insistently demand to know what this news was, and the tension in the class increased sharply. It turned out that the black-haired guy who was seen with the young girl from Paige's family was caught trying to leave with her, and this incident became a real sensation. Christa blushed and thought about what Rain had to do with this, because if someone falls in love with a girl from a family like Paige, then the guy's family should be about the same level. And it was absolutely impossible for a commoner to accidentally start dating the daughter of the Paige family. Then the beloved must have a connection to magic and be equal in status and also be talented enough to be recognized by the rector. And Gertrude noted that the daughter of the Paige family was the same age as her, so her partner was probably the same age. But Gertrude said that it was not known whether that person was studying in Elen, but Christa did not think so, because she would have found out who he was, the very first one. But then I thought that if this is still a student of their academy, then he must be from the 5 great families. And then she realized that in the same year as them, there was only one outstanding wizard, who was recognized by the rector, and the description matched: black hair and red eyes. Christa, blushing, suddenly hit Lane on the back of the head, expressing her displeasure that a romantic relationship could develop in such a sacred place of learning. She reminded him of the strict rules that boys and girls cannot sit together after the age of 7, and warned that she would not forgive Lane if he gave in to her in his studies because of this relationship. Rain remained indifferent, not raising his head and immersed in his own thoughts, which suddenly began to clear up and tense his body. He heard a question about the young lady from the Paige family, and lied that he had only seen her once as a child, when she was 5, and remembered that she was friends with Sandra because of her energy. However, since then, there has been almost no information about her, and she has not appeared at any public or private events, which has given rise to many rumors. Some even said that she was no longer alive, and Christa almost believed it, because if she were alive, she would definitely have shown up for school this year. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass window, on which the image of the yellow dragon was engraved with stunning precision. This was the building of the Holy See. And in one of the interrogation rooms sat Elen Ludwig, her arms crossed and looking displeased, as if this was a waste of her time. She could not understand why. Because of a book, she was brought to that place. Investigator Bilgiven, who was sitting opposite and looked tired, sighed heavily. He restrainedly but firmly asked Elen to take the situation seriously, reminding her that their time was limited, and jokes were completely inappropriate here. The investigator reminded her with a grim expression that Elen should understand how serious a threat Terrina, who was at issue in the case, could be. Elen, smiling, responded with a slight mockery, and called Terrina a great person, not realizing that her learning did not exclude danger, and added that she only knew that she was a student of the Archmage Lynn and an outstanding person. It was at this moment that a middle-aged woman with black hair entered the interrogation room and confirmed that Terrina was very dangerous, so much so that she could destroy the world completely. Outwardly, she looked almost innocent thanks to her snow-white hat, but the pipe in her hand made a completely opposite impression, and on her waist hung 3 scrolls, which indicated that she was a student of Terrina. Juliana explained that it was at her request that Elen was brought here, as she needed to make sure that she was not a follower of Terrina. Juliana, as if deliberately challenging all these canons, said that Terrina had never been righteous and did not deserve any respect. She continued by saying that all of Terrina's good deeds were actually just part of a process to achieve her own benefit, and although Terrina now seemed to have disappeared from view, she still continued her dangerous research in secret. At that moment, Elen was finally able to collect her thoughts and turned towards the shaman, squinting and trying to catch the motive of the lie in her voice. The word goal sounded wary and tense, as if something had awakened within her that had been bothering her since the moment she saw this woman. As if pronouncing a sentence, she said that the whole purpose of Terrina was one thing: the resurrection of the great magician Lynn, the true master of ancient magic. Ellie wondered if the return of such a great magician was a blessing for the world, which needed strength and wisdom, because Lynn was the greatest magician of his time, having mastered all 8 elements. He didn't just wield elemental magic, he turned abstract theories into practice, changing the entire magical world, and if he returned, magic would certainly make a powerful leap, bringing humanity closer to the truth and the discovery of new horizons. But the investigator said that everything was not so simple, and told secret information that according to the oracle of the shining dragon Haradariman, who saw through everything in the world, Lynn's soul had already left his body. Lynn's body, trapped in the ice, would never wake up, and as a result, the outcome would be the same, and this news disappointed Elen more than she expected, and she squeezed out a question with difficulty. Did not Terrina know about this in advance? And so it turned out Terrina knew nothing about it and she was crazy and used black magic. The investigator said that the abyss was the source of darkness that used the longing for loved ones to tempt people, and it seemed that even the great Terrina could not free herself from the desire to bring Lynn back. Juliana smiled wryly and said that Terrina was a poor woman obsessed with desire, who had lived her whole life in longing for the past. She then revealed that the oracle of Haradariman said that Terrina sold her soul to black magic to resurrect Lynn, and now she is the head of the Black Church. Elen couldn't believe it, and uttered only one word, full of doubt, which sounded like a blow to her trust. Juliana even tried to destroy Terrina, but unfortunately made a mistake. But now, Terrina had crossed the line and destroyed everything with her own forces, so she believed that they had no choice but to destroy. The investigator added that something great was about to happen, an event in which even dragons could not see the whole picture. As he spoke, Elen felt her body losing strength and her consciousness slowly fading into the void, causing alarm. She realized it was too late when thoughts started spinning in her head and shapes started floating before her eyes. This was the effect of a substance secretly mixed into the smoke from the cigarette that Juliana had been smoking all this time. When Elen went limp and fell onto the table, Juliana gently touched her head, as if wanting to penetrate deep into her consciousness. She whispered the ancient dragon words, and these runes awakened a power in the air that permeated the magical layers of the world. From under Juliana's hand, which was placed on Elen's head, a white mist began to emerge, which was a manifestation of memories. And through this stream, her gaze began to see fragments of Elen's past, as if she herself were experiencing these moments. Juliana froze and watched carefully, realizing that Elen did not take the very book that was being investigated, and removing her hand from her head, she concluded that her nephew had taken the book. The nephew's name was Rein Ludwig, and now the matter had taken a completely different turn and direction. Juliana asked with interest whether this young man really was someone famous. The investigator checked the lists and saw that the Special Magical Affairs Department was watching him, and he remembered that he was going to interrogate Rein at the Leda Cable checkpoint, but the department prevented him. Juliana asked doubtfully if he had even been to the black market at such a young age, which seemed impossible. The investigator confirmed this and added that Rein has an unusual talent, but does not pose a particular threat yet because the young man is constantly being watched, and if something unusual happens, the squad will immediately respond. However, Juliana felt something strange about this matter and wondered if there was something more hidden behind Rein's actions. When lunch came, and he was about to rest a little after a busy morning, he was unexpectedly called into the office of the president of the academy. There he heard from Medelia Page that yesterday's action was a real shock because he tried to run away with her daughter. The incident involving Cassina, who had a rare beauty and a distinctive hair color, instantly spread throughout the city like a spark through a dry forest. Medelia asked Rein to tell her in more detail what this love affair with her daughter was like. Rein, remaining calm, tried to explain the situation, but there was still a hint of worry in his voice due to his thoughtless act, so he simply apologized. Medelia, watching him closely, suddenly smiled with a hint of gratitude, which slightly puzzled him. she asked him not to apologize. And she warned that she was not thinking up anything unnecessary, she was just interested in hearing about the disorder that was called the escape of love. She said she wasn't joking, and she was truly grateful to him, and thought she had done the right thing when she entrusted Kassan to him. Because for the first time in 10 years, she was able to talk normally with her daughter, and even spent the whole evening with her. And a long-forgotten light appeared in Kasana's eyes. She again wanted to learn magic and start walking again. Rain didn't expect to hear something like that because he was preparing for a stern reprimand, but instead he heard an almost touching confession. Medelia said that he was now in her debt, and her face was a mixture of gratitude and sadness, as if old memories had come alive. Then she decided to get to the point. After she examined Kasana's legs that day, she felt something she hadn't felt before Rain came. He explained that he had restored the damaged nerve endings with the help of magic. It all sounded simple in words. Medelia walked up to the window, thoughtfully looking into the distance as if trying to imagine how it might look in practice. She asked Rain if he had used lightning magic to send an electric current through her entire nervous system. He nodded and said that he had used Belle Cidius. She said the idea was interesting but troubling, and expressed doubt as to whether Kasana would be able to handle such magic. Rain assured that we are talking about simple spells of up to 2 stars, that is, about initial basic magic. Medelia thought about it, because it was not about the level of the spells, but about the potential danger of the impact on the fragile body. She noted that Rain can see his magic circuit thanks to a special gift, and this allows him to avoid mistakes. He expressed hope that Kasana would cope too, because much depends on perseverance and determination, and not just on the power of magic. The president hesitated for a moment, but then said with sadness in her voice that she could not allow her daughter to risk her health and would not give Rain permission. She explained that lightning magic could cause even more damage if even the slightest mistake was made, and it was a very big strain on the body, after which it might not be able to withstand it. Medelia understood that if you put the current in the right place, the body will start moving, and this was an excellent way. But if there is no way to read all the nerve connections of the body, then the implementation of this principle becomes impossible. Simply put, it was a skill that was only available to those who possessed Belle Cidius, and the 2nd star level of magic was not so easy to achieve. Medelia was indeed very grateful to Rain, and knew all about his abilities. And that is why she believed and entrusted her daughter to Rain, who, thanks to Belle Cidius, once again found the strength to live. However, this power was only available to Rain, and Kasana would not be able to endure such a dangerous time, so Medelia was forced to refuse him. The next day, Rain was in the gym, thinking that Belle Cidius could really do even more harm to Kasana's already broken body, and first of all, he needed to think about her safety. And suddenly, Logan asked Rain what he was thinking about so intently. Rain replied that he was thinking about how to minimize harm to the body. Logan chuckled and stated that the strain on the muscles was just pain and it meant growth, so such stimulation should be taken with gratitude. Logan believed that training with iron is like a grinding process, so you need to happily accept the pain in your muscles. But the main thing to remember is that when you forge metal, it can also break. Rain remembered hearing that king-level mages sometimes got injured due to not activating their magic circles, and he couldn't help but ask if that was really true. Logan calmly confirmed that this was true, because magic also followed the laws of the world, so it was impossible without a return payment. Then Rain said that it was unlikely that any of the newbies would dare to start right away, because the fear of pain is quite natural for those who do not know how it works, and Logan chuckled when he heard his words, and grinned as if he heard something naive. He confidently said that newcomers use a special inscription, Chuchjok, a tattoo on the chest, slightly different from the standard, which reduces the risk of injury to the body. Therefore, beginners, no matter what they do, will not get a single injury. It was convenient, something like insurance. And in addition to minimizing injuries, there was also growth and change, and as a result, the moment someone moved from the category of a beginner, the Chuchjok immediately disappeared. This piqued Rain's interest, and Logan explained that sometimes overconfident fools would continue to recklessly train even after their tattoos were removed, causing them to break down completely. When Rain asked Logan if he knew how to use this technique, he said of course, because he was a rising star of T-Haka, and then he asked to teach him, and in Rain's eyes, you could see a real desire to learn. And so began an eventful week, filled with activities, studies, and new knowledge, from which he felt a slight inspiration. After school, he was involved in student council activities. Then he learned the art of Chujok from Logan at the gym. And back at the dorm, Rain read books about Chujok that Logan recommended to him. And late in the evening, he came to Kasane. She was upset that he was now teaching her the basics of magic, and not the magic itself, which would teach her to walk. Rain kept telling her that learning magic to move her legs with electricity was being put off because her mother was against it, so they needed to build up a base first. But he decided to give her motivation. If she solves the example, then he will teach her the magic of walking. Kasane liked this method and decided to give it a try. Rain drew the problem on the board and asked to calculate it in his head. But she couldn't decide and started to freak out, after which she accused Rain of deliberately giving such difficult tasks. But Rain insisted that it was a beginner-level equation and she should be able to solve it. Suddenly she threw her hands down and, as if forgetting everything, began to draw runes in the air, with gestures smooth, confident, and amazingly natural, like a dance that enlivened the energy itself. Rain had not seen this sight for hundreds of years, and had almost forgotten what it was like to witness the awakening of innate magic, and once again he felt a strange sense of delight, as if he himself had returned to the beginning of the path. The Page family's ancestral ability manifested itself in the form of a magical drawing that did not require calculations and formulas, only runes drawn by hand and an inner force leading the line. To control this power, the Page family developed a simplified runic language, which Kasane seemed to have been familiar with since birth, even if she didn't realize it. When Kasane landed back on the ground, she boasted to Rain. After all, she didn't need to do any calculations, and even if Rain tried for 100 days, it still wouldn't work. Rain did not understand this magic, because it denied the magical science that embodied understood principles into reality with the help of mathematical equations. Therefore, he thought that such technology was used by direct descendants, but still considered it necessary to consult with Madame Rector. He thought that whatever the method, if the Kasane could do this, then perhaps it could really walk on its own. Rain looked at her and thought the technique was amazing. He then asked if Kasane was ready to learn walking magic as he had promised. He spoke slowly, asking her to listen to the end, and explained that this was only impossible given her current level of training. Confusion crossed her face and she froze, unsure how to react to his unexpected continuation. Rain said that he would now help personally, but first he needed to apply magical signs, and so he asked her to take off her skirt. Before he could finish the phrase, a heavy book, lifted by telekinesis, whistled and hit him right on the forehead. Rain, rubbing his forehead, noted that with such telekinesis power she would be able to master magical control of the body very quickly. In response, Kasane angrily asked what exactly he was saying, not believing a single word. He lifted his pant leg, revealing the magical mark on his leg, and looked calmly into her eyes, as if inviting her to trust. She stared at the symbol with confusion, not immediately realizing why he was showing her this and what it was supposed to mean. Rain reminded her that he had promised to restore her mobility and repeated that he would not go back on his word. He said that it was a Chujok that would reduce the load of magic on the body. Then he activated the shape of the magic figure pentagon and used 2 runes, and the Chujok represented the properties of the lightning magic built into it. He suggested that she move her hand and feel how the brain gives the body a command to evoke the same sensation with magic. Kasane was silent, only nodded weakly, trying to catch this sensation in herself, as if she was listening to invisible signals. Rain explained that it was a signal from the nervous system, and she could use magic to transmit it to the desired point. He explained that the Chujok was sending a signal, but with the help of magic, and the rune was chosen to provide only wave stimulation instead of electric current, so the body would not be subject to strong stress. At that moment, Rain did not move his toes himself, but the mana of the Chujok excited the nerves and movement occurred. And this is exactly how Kasena will be able to walk, but the most difficult part was the foundation, the movement of the fingers. But she had to take off her skirt so that Rain could draw a Chujok on her legs, something she was afraid to do. He explained that the work was very delicate, so it would take about 2 or even 3 hours, and since Kasena could twitch during the procedure due to nerve impulses, he needed to bind her with magic. But she was scared and didn't want to take off her skirt, but Rain explained that he wasn't interested and wouldn't be impressed by her underwear. After these words, she became very furious, although it would seem that they should calm her down. Rain explained that when he works, he will be completely absorbed in drawing the signs so as not to make a mistake, so he won't even notice everything else. Kasena then agreed and asked Rain to turn away, then warned that if he said anything strange, she would castrate him. After hesitating, Kasena blushed, slowly took off her skirt and sat down, slightly lowering her head. Previously, such small things were done by the maid, but now she could control her body with telekinesis. This allowed her to carefully lift her leg, allowing Rain to get to work. He said that after he applied the tattoo from the hip joint to the ankle, he would draw a circle in the spine area. Rain sat nearby, heating the steel tip over an open flame, trying to stay focused. He warned that it might hurt, but the main thing was not to move, because then it would be dangerous for both of them. Rain took her thin, almost transparent leg and began to carefully draw a sign on the skin. A mistake could lead to irreversible consequences, so absolute precision was required. The pain cut through her skin, but Kasena held back, tensing her body and trying not to move. Her breathing quickened, her cheeks turned red, but she continued to endure. At that moment, the nanny was walking downstairs and heard some sounds. She remembered that in Kaseni there were just lessons with a home tutor. She thought that Rain was so young that she didn't trust him after their first meeting, but they seemed to get along well together. The nanny smiled, because the young lady had been sitting in the room and crying all the time, and now she had finally come to life, which could not help but please. But then she heard Kasena scream that she was in pain. Suddenly, a nanny, one of the few who were allowed to come in, entered the room. She froze when she saw her mistress crying in her underwear next to a man holding an instrument in his hands. A muffled sound of surprise escaped her lips, and her eyes widened in shock and uncertainty. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the knife she was holding, aiming at the stranger's head. Kasena quickly interjected, begging him to stop before the situation got out of control. The lady said that this was all confusion and wanted to explain everything, but first asked to close the door. Kasena whispered that everything that was happening was their common secret, which could not be revealed to anyone. The nanny did not believe her own ears when she realized that her mistress would be able to walk again. Rain asked the nanny to take Kasena's hand and tell her stories from the past to distract herself a little and make it less painful. The nanny said that she would do everything possible for the mistress. And after 2 hours they finished, Rain immediately asked about Kasena's well-being. The girl felt a little unpleasant pain, but in order to start walking again, she was ready to go through this several times. Then Rain asked her to try activating the magic circle of the spine part. As she began to activate the circle, the nerves in her legs began to glow and become excited. Kasena couldn't believe her eyes, but she felt something strange and asked Raina, or would she really be able to walk? Then she noticed that her legs weren't moving and it seemed like nothing had changed. Rain clenched his fists and got angry that he had made a mistake somewhere, and in doing so he had given hope to Kasena. He couldn't believe that he had given hope and then taken it away. It was the first time this had happened to him, so he didn't even know how to apologize properly. The nanny asked Kasena not to be upset, assuring her that next time it would definitely work out. But suddenly, through her tears, Kasena whispered, as if afraid to believe her own words, that something had moved inside her. Rain didn't immediately understand what she was talking about until he heard her voice break and talk about the little finger that twitched for a moment, as if alive. She began to wave her hand, showing how the tiny toe on her foot was trembling.